The ultimate goal of all the teams participating in the World League is to be number one, numero uno. And the next team that I'm going to bring up is no stranger to that. Once upon a time, they were called Team Number One, but now they go by Team Umbra. And I'm joined by Halls, Sonic, Vindex, PRZ, and Prolods. Lads, congratulations. Well done for making it to the World Leagues. And I want to start off with you, Halls. How do you feel like being here on the biggest stage of PUBG Mobile?
Well, I mean, it's a blessing, you know. Like we are a new team that made up for this PMCO, and we managed to qualify in the first Germany region. So we are the first PMCO Germany champions, and we're here to prove ourselves like one of the strongest teams in PMWL West.
Wonderful. Now, an intriguing factor about your team is that you have a lot of players from all over the world. Now, Sonic, let me come to you with this question. How has it been like communicating with one another? Because of course, PUBG Mobile is a game where communication is key. How have you guys managed to be a tight-knit unit?
Everyone is speaking good English, so no problem.
Now, it's common knowledge that you were once upon a time known as Team Number One. PRZ, I'm going to throw this question to you. What's with the name change? I thought being numero uno is going to be something that you guys are vying for.
We changed our name because we're playing under an organization and another org. We had to change the name for the future so we could join any org, and we don't have problem doing that.
Now, Vindex, I can't help but notice that magnificent trophy case behind you. How many of those trophies are from PUBG Mobile?
All the trophies are from a sport I'm doing. It's called Taekwondo, which is popular in Korea. And I've been doing it since a lot of years, since I was 8 years.
Now, you guys did wonderful in PMCO Germany. Of course, you won that entire event with quite an aplomb. However, the European Championship was a little bit of a shaky affair. PRZ, let me ask you a question. How do you plan to rectify that mistake, and what are you going to do different this time around in the World League?
This time, if we are doing well the first day, we'll try to maintain that and do like our best. We are going to give our best in every match to try to place on the highest positions.
Now, Halls, how was it like A, playing for a wonderful cause, and B, you guys went up against Turkish opposition? How was it different to what you normally face in Europe?
I mean, playing for the charity event is awesome because we like to help another organizations and more like organizations that care about the people. So it was also against COVID-19. So we like that to help another organizations. And about that event, yeah, we faced some Turkish teams, some teams of the MENA region, some teams of the CIS region, and we were not familiar against them, so we didn't do as well as we planned. But yeah, we tried our best and we will improve on that.
And Prolod, let me ask you a question. I'm pretty sure you know of a little well-known team called Queso. Now, the lads from Queso love dropping down at Hacienda as well. Are you going to give that position away, or are you going to put up a fight?
We're going to fight versus them, and I think we're going to win these fights every time.
Every time? Well, there you have it. That is what confidence is all about. Prolord said it here, and well, Queso, you better watch out because Hacienda is going to be stiff competition. Now, before we bid you guys adieu, Sonic, I've got to ask you a little bit of a question. Now, we all have some mottos or some mantras or something that, just pushes us every single day. Do you have something that you kind of follow or you keep repeating to yourself every time and now?
I used to rage, but I'm doing sports, and that's helping me controlling my rage, and I'm not raging at all.
Now, all right, that is a brilliant answer, Sonic. Of course, sports help you revitalize your body and mind as well. Sonic, let me start with you. What is your preferred style of playing? Are you a claw player? Do you like using your thumbs, or do you mix it up from time to time?
I'm a claw player, gyroscope.
Claw, gyroscope. Hans, what about you?
I am one of the only players that still plays 2 fingers and full gyroscope.
What about you, PRZ? What is your preferred way of playing PUBG Mobile?
I play claw with full gyroscope.
Vindex, let me ask you the same question. Are you a thumb player or are you a claw user?
Interesting question. I was a former thumb player, but I have been changing to claw.
So I guess it does make a difference. And what about you, Prolog? What's your preferred method of playing PUBG? Claw or the thumb?
Claw with gyroscope.
Well, that was Team Umbra for you, and it was
16! Really could be. Let's see if they go to engagement. Seeing you scored out. Oh, big shot.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, for one last day here for our regular season as we have the final day of our final Super Weekend on the way. Welcome, my name is Kyle Laris, your host, and I'm going to go talk to the commentators to start things off. Then afterwards, I'm going to go make fun of Froz. We have Blank here as well as John. Blank, I like to see that your face has been imprinted on this shirt multiple times. Very impressive.
Yeah, it has to be done. I'm serving a lot of face today. It's been going well, you know. Yeah. Just matching the fashion with the show, keeping it real.
What does that mean?
I don't know what that means.
Serving face.
Yeah, well,
that's going to happen.
I think it's a tennis reference.
Is it?
No.
No.
Oh.
Not at all. You guys are uneducated. Get away.
Okay.
Please.
How are you doing, John?
I'm doing all right. I'm going to be serving toes today. That's my what I'm going for. You know, opposite ends of the body.
That's what we're all doing. That's what we're all doing. Thanks for this, Blank. It was eye-opening, to say the least. I'll get back with you guys later on, as it's time to go make fun of Froz. So let's go do that. Over on the desk with Team AFK, of course, we've got Avenger, we've got Froz, and we've got Kalaris. That's right. Froz, how many times were you unlucky on your rolls today in PUBG Mobile?
About 46.
About 46?
Actually, no. We didn't lucky draw. It's about 55.
Wait, no. But then who came along and got you the Psychopath set?
Me.
No,
it was
that's
all
not true.
about me.
It was actually me. Anyway, regardless, we're here for the final day. Let's get serious here for a moment, of course. Avenger, we've got a great day coming up. Yesterday was a bit weird, but today hopefully will live up to expectations.
Yeah, and honestly, we talked a bit about it yesterday, and the reason why I think it was a bit weird is because we have some teams that are like in the middle pack. They have not too much to fight for besides maybe some loot spots and maybe to get like ready for the finals, because they probably already know that they're qualified, so they want to get as many fights as possible. So we saw a lot of weird third parties, we saw a lot of funny and kind of hard circles as well.
Let's take a look at the format then to start things off, of course, as we have the 3 Super Weekends almost concluded, as we are down in that week 3s right now. One more day left. And then after today, but kind of already, we know which of our top 16 teams are going to be going through into that league finals. Today is when we decide who is going to be taking all of the moolah away, Froz. So good stuff.
This is the final sprint. This is the time for you to actually step it up. I mean, you had so much time, but if you haven't shifted up the gear to the last gear, now's the time.
Esports Plus, that's right. Let's take a look at the points that you good teams can accrue here throughout these games as well. It's 20 points per win, and then all the way down to our 11 through 16 to get 1 point per participation, and then 1 point per kill Avenger.
Yeah, and obviously we've seen some teams frag out. We also see some teams be very heavy in the placement point. We've seen some teams that have been able to step up to a massive degree and getting, you know, more placement points than would be expected them from. And also we've seen our Q frag out and get more kills than we have from an average kind of team.
All right, let's take a look then at which amount of prize pool is available today. Right now, right here, on the left-hand side is what is going to be distributed amongst these teams and will be decided today. 50,000 for first place, and then we go all the way down to our 30th through 20th, which get that 1,000. But also there's that weekly prize bonus. And obviously our top 16 then qualifies through into the finals, where you got 100,000 first place for us.
Yeah, I mean, 100,000 is a lot, but I think we should focus more on the left-hand side, because that's what's going to be decided today. And right now we have a few teams in the top that is contesting for all of that money.
It's a good point. We'll eventually take a look at the overall standings and kind of iron things out there. But right now, it is, of course, RRQ Athena that sits at the top here, Avenger. A team, the Terminators, of course, of this lobby. A team that traditionally Avenger was like, they're my boys, they're my boys. And then at the very last hurdle, he decided to flip-flop.
No, I decided that predictions where you have to be analytical and not be biased. So I was analytical and I chose Bigatron, which was the logical, statistical, analytical answer.
All right, well, let's ignore Avengers pick for the moment and compare Froz's and mine's pick.
Yeah, let's do that.
Top 2
Box
picks.
Gaming versus RRQ Athena. And to say the least, I will concede, Froz, Box Gaming in the last couple of days has been phenomenal.
Yeah, they have been phenomenal. And of course, we see them getting free chicken dinners throughout the Super Weekend so far. Are they going to be the first team to grab 4 chicken dinners or more during a Super Weekend? That's what I'm excited to see, because I want to see them. I want to see them towards the top. They've been playing so well.
Avenger?
Yeah, and obviously I'm happy to see them step up for this, but I will give no credit to Frost. It has nothing to make that.
It has no bearing on Frost whatsoever.
Exactly, it had nothing to do with him picking them or not. No, obviously great pick by Frost. He was able to kind of see that these guys had some potential, but they've really been able to step up this Super Weekend, and I've been extremely impressed by them. And if they can continue this kind of form here into the league finals, they have a massive opportunity to take this and run away with it.
I think especially between these two rosters as well, Frost, when we look at Box Gaming, we look at RRQ Athena, they were two teams that, well, one stood out very much so at the front at the beginning of the tournament in RRQ Athena. Box Gaming, kind of likewise to RRQ Athena throughout this period of time, has forced us to shine the spotlight on them because of their performances.
Yeah, I mean, Box Gaming has been super consistent throughout the Super Weekends and also during the week plays as well. But RRQ Athena, we've seen them spike up, but they had a little bit of a dip down. And that's it's so interesting between these two teams, that we know that RRQ, they were playing super aggressive in the start, then they opted for a more passive playstyle. And that is sort of what we've seen from Box as well. When they have a compound, they have a center circle, they're just sitting in that compound, they're so good at holding out.
Yeah.
But we're also seeing them throughout the Super Weekend here now and the week play, how they're able to push themselves into the circle when it's needed as well.
It's the box fort, it's box formation, it's everything Box Avenger, but they do it well.
They've been doing it extremely well. Like I've been so impressed by them. But they also have some games where you're looking at them saying, okay, a few bad games here and there, but they also have some games where they manage to salvage this the situation. They get points from games where they shouldn't be allowed to. They should have been knocked out. They should have been cleaned out. But they just manage to get those, 4, 5, 6, 7 points when they have bad games, and that keeps their average extremely high.
Definitely so. And then when we talk about RRQ Athena again, they are the Terminators of the lobby. They've been a little bit more calculated recently compared to the sledgehammer that they were before.
But that's what we like with them. We like the aggression coming in from RQ. We know how they were thriving on that. But then when they opted for a more passive style, we saw that it didn't work out in the start. But now they've gotten that to work. That means that they mastered both playing passive and aggressive, which is kind of hard in a lobby like this. You want to be able to do both, but very few are able to.
Yeah, and being able to frag out to such a degree that they have been, they've been salvaging a lot of games from that. We've seen them multiple times getting, outside top 10, but still getting, 7, 8, 9 kills. And also being able to kind of turn that around and say, you know what, guys, we're not going to get a good placement here. The circle is going away from us all the time. Let's just start fragging out. And that's what I really like from RQ.
Let's talk GXR Celts versus TSM as well, because currently, in terms of the points for the overall Super Weekends, they are tied. Not necessarily in the kill points, but in the overall points. So for them going up against one another, there is a difference between 5th and 6th when it comes to prize money at the moment. I think it's about 8,000 against 5,000.
Yeah.
So big
like
differences.
Sitting on the same amount of points, these two teams right now. And we know that TSM Entity, they had a rough start. The first Super Weekend did not go their way. I think they only got 83 points. While GXR Celts has been the kings of consistency, of course.
Right.
They keep on getting so many points. But this Super Weekend hasn't been so good for them so far. And I'm kind of worried for them. But at the same time, TSM Entity is showing some sort of super form right now just before the finals. And this is what you want to see. You want to see the teams being really good going into the finals.
Perfect type of form to show in a Super Week.
Exactly. As you said here, Celts, if they didn't have that win where they got 25 points, they would actually have been last place. So they've been really struggling. And the consistency we've been seeing from them have just not been there. But I'm really hoping them to step up for this. If you want to take a down period or scale back a little bit and assess the situation, the last Super Weekend is a fine time to do that. I would rather have them perform really well in the league finals.
Yeah, fair play. Here's Jonathan, as we've always kind of seen him really shine throughout all TSM Entity's performances. Even when TSM Entity was having a relatively difficult time, Jonathan was still there, putting up numbers.
Jonathan has always been putting up the numbers for us here. And we always seen that, as you're saying, even when they weren't performing in the start, we did see Jonathan in the top kill leaderboard, top damage leaderboard. But now, we've seen the rise of everyone on the team. And what that means is that TSM Entity is just a bloody murder machine. And we can see that Neo, for example, he's been on the top frag board 2 days in a row now, being one of the top players for TSM. And we haven't seen him step up until lately, but it's so good to see. And yesterday we saw so many great plays from Neo.
Considering that they had such a bad, because they had a real bad Super Weekend 1. It's really impressive to see both of them in the top 15 of the 80 players. Neo sitting on 13 right now with 79 kills.
Yeah,
Jonathan on 4th with 98 kills. It's really impressive that they're able to continue to do this. Also in terms of damage output, but it talks to the strength of the team and how much depth they had. Yes, they had a rough Weekend 1, but I would rather see this kind of upwards trajectory for them rather than they're going up and down all the time. So they've been improving again and again, and I want to see that continue. And I'm really hoping for them to step up and continue this kind of high level of performance in the league finals.
Of course, as you say, Neo was able to do very, very well throughout the past couple of days or so. Let's take a look at him going up against Martin from Valdus, the Murder, and see how these two stack up against one another.
As you can see here, Super Weekend free stats, and we see that Martin had 16 kills, Neo got 20, of course. 10 per day for Neo. Martin had 15 yesterday. 15 out of 16 kills came from yesterday, and 9 out of those 15 came from one game alone as well.
Wow.
But it also shows the strength of that player, of Martin. We always had him on the top 10 leaderboard as well. So, I mean, it just shows that, okay, he had a bad first day, but hey, he stepped it up yesterday. Now's the time to shift up to the next gear.
He had a really rough day number 1 with 15 kills, and yesterday, like, only getting 1 kill in a day is extremely rare, especially playing 5 games and you're playing all 5 of them. But yes, he is still up there. He's sitting in a real great spot. I think he's in 8th right now overall with more than 90 kills. So really impressive for Martin to be up there as well. Neo yesterday, I'm going to be talking a bit more about him later, but he's really been a player that I feel like has been one of the reasons why TSM could keep this level up as well. Obviously, yes, you have Jonathan just fracking out all the time, but Neo's still there. He's supporting. He's making clever plays, and he's making good moves as well.
Frost, I must say, for someone who's so bad at driving in-game, you sure have gear shifts on the mind a lot today.
Look, you gotta shift it up.
You gotta okay, all right. That was a bit aggressive.
That's why I drive automatic instead.
Nice. You could use the little flappy paddle gearbox on the side, though. I like
if you have those, you know. Not everyone has those.
I suppose not.
You do.
No.
You do gang?
You do. No, not them either. All right, so let's take a look at the telemonstration to see what we got to break down.
Yeah, I can start this one off. I want to talk about the first game yesterday and how we see a very, very smart play. Being able to know exactly what's going to be done and how we're going to be doing it as a team. Making sure that everyone on the team is prepared for the next move all the time. You want to be one step ahead. Almost like playing chess. You want to think a few steps ahead knowing what's going to happen.
5D chess.
And what we see here is, look at this. Fredo is going to put the smoke down towards Orange Rock. They know that Orange Rock is there. But we also, of course, we're going to see Mamperang over here on the right-hand side as well. He's doing the same. He's going to put down a smoke over here. And that means that they're going to have 2 smokes over here. That will cover the vision of Orange Rock. And why are they doing that? Well, we just saw another nade coming in from Fredo onto Mao over here that knocked him. And that is the goal. That is the goal point. With that, the straightaway just starts pushing over because they already smoked. They don't need to wait for put out new smokes and bloom them out. Straight away, they're already prepared. Hey, we're gonna smoke first, then we get the knock. When we get that knock, that's when we strike.
What a great execution.
Yeah,
that is
one thing I want to say though, while we're still on this illustration here, I want to show you guys that a thing I haven't seen before. So let's just roll it here a little bit. Obviously the smokes are great and everything, but look here. Jill shoots no mercy.
Yes.
He's actually down to, he's going to hit him one more time. He's down to like 25 HP.
That is because Orange Rock is the only team that knew about Morph wearing there. They already took out one of No Mercy's teammates earlier in the game there.
So him being down to 25 to go to a clutch double kill nade, that's pretty
actually, yeah, towards the end of the clip, I didn't even realize, but he also tried to nade him as well. It might have been I'm not sure if it was actually an actual nade, but interesting stuff, because obviously that was extremely pivotal for a Morph team to try and get themselves into a decent spot. Time for telemonstration number 2.
Yes, let's do it.
Hi, Froz.
Hi.
So, I want to break.
Avenger single.
Oh, fantastic. I want to show you guys here a play that Neo made yesterday, actually. Frost pointed it out to me, and we actually also saw it, but I want to talk about the depth of it and how important and how clever this is. And also, do the unexpected when you can, because what you see here is a little smoke coming out here. There's a little throw there, a little trajectory there, like that.
That's a really good smoke, by the way.
That's a real good smoke. You know, you level up, they're smoking the vision of TSM to enable themselves to get into a greater spot, and this is so clever. So doing this is a real great play from You Level Up. They did it start blooming, but this is where Neo, he starts shooting here. The smokes is bloomed completely out, and he's like, what am I gonna do? These guys are gonna push, and what you just saw there is he just vaulted out. That's a great hit. He just vaulted out, so he's gonna be vaulting out, and he's gonna be pushing that smoke to make sure that he can get some kills and punish You Level Up for trying to get close to his house. So he pushes through the smoke, extremely unexpected. You Level does not expect that push there. So Kumar is gonna go down, Shashin is gonna go down. He's gonna vault back in. Easy 2 points. Safe play by him. Extremely unexpected play and so well thought of.
Yeah. That is one of the strong things when we see good players do. You do the unexpected that the enemies won't expect you to do, and you caught them off guard. When you catch them off guard, you're going to get yourself some free knocks and kills, maybe.
And that's why Frost was such a good player as well when he was playing himself. He constantly crashed the car, and people don't expect that.
Look, it's tactical flips, okay? You go down a hill, and you start tumbling around, and it's going to be super hard for people to try to shoot you when you're in the seat.
Exactly.
Ah, right, I see.
Nice.
Evasive maneuvers.
Yeah.
I also liked the switch 2 points from that breakdown. That was nice as well. Let's take a look at the overall rankings here so far for all of these teams, because today is their last chance to be able to put up numbers. We have RRQ Athena in first place currently with 465 points. Box Gaming has now knocked Bigatron Red Aliens off of that second place spot, but just by 3 points. The current kings of the throne, we have Bigatron Red Aliens in third place at the moment, Avenger, but they're still very much so in contention.
They are. I mean, 3 points is nothing. And even, you know, up to 465 from 441 as well.
It's a good win.
It's a good win, and having, you know, RQ Athena Box go out early, so it's honestly pretty close. And I'm not too worried on Bigatron's side. So we'll see how.
I'll tell you this: Box Gaming, before we started Super Weekend, they were sitting 60 points behind Bigatron, and they now passed them. And they now only have one last hurdle to pass before they can be crowned the victory.
I will say the wildcard in King of Gamers Club is exceedingly interesting considering what we've seen in the last couple of days for them in the Super Weekends, Frost.
Yeah, I mean, they've been playing it so well. I think they're actually number 2 in overall right now in terms of points for the Super Weekend.
Yes.
And it shows they're up there, but look at how top-heavy it is. The top 4, they got such a good cushion down towards the 5th and 3rd down that I think we might see some unexpected things happening today.
And also, talking about now, we're going to have these $2,000 for first and $1,000 for second and $500 for third, of course. RQ Athena is sitting on 136 points overall from the weekend.
Yes.
King of Gamers 134. Box is on 132. So it's extremely close for these 3 guys to be able to take it home. We'll see though. RQ, they have been putting up great numbers, and if you wanna take down, you know, like a 20-point lead, you need to do it as fast as possible so you can try to keep them away.
And of course,
just win the first game.
Exactly.
Yeah, true.
Big 5 hit.
Our bottom 4 will not be going to the grand finals here currently. So if things sit as they do stand right now, sit stand, we have Freestyle, No Chance Team, Morph Team, and Nova Godlike that would not be going to the Super Ultra Finals.
And it's extremely likely that it's going to be those 4 teams. Reject Scout is not playing. Morph Team, Nova Godlike, they have played 10 games. They have 61 and 54 points. But I will give it to Frost though. Frost, are they out yet?
Is it still possible?
It's still possible.
Okay.
It is closer. You have a high chance of hitting a hole-in-one on a par 4 course in golf and getting into finals, I'd say.
Is that difficult?
Yeah, probably.
Okay, you have 4 shots too.
4 shots, yeah.
R4 is.
All right.
So usually you don't
and
get all the way to
that is playing.
That
is playing at a very, very high level as well. Like you're playing on par.
I love
it is still possible.
It is still possible.
Yes.
Okay.
I would say it's as for these guys to qualify, I would say it's as likely that if you randomly put a mug on a train ride that takes 1 hour, then you have to throw out a coin and then hitting it. That's the
Okay, wait, no, I got a better one.
I got the train, or
no, you have to throw out the coin at any random. You don't know where the mug is placed on this 1 hour train ride.
Yeah,
no.
And you have to throw out a coin
next to the train.
You have to throw out a coin out the window.
This is
and
very
hit this mug.
Wait. You do know how they're saying like thunder doesn't strike the same place twice, right?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Well, for them to make it to finals, it would be the lightning striking 3 times on the same spot.
Guys. Stop.
Still possible.
What's going on?
It's possible, but it's...
We're talking likeliness.
Yeah.
I know.
Probability.
Probability.
This is just very convoluted. I mean, yours was thunder. It's not even thunder, it's light anyway.
Yeah, lightning.
Where going now? I'm not just top 10 by damage. Let's do that. That was ridiculous. That was all over the place. We've got G9 up to one. Whoa, Jonathan though. Holy moly.
He's close.
Hey.
Less than 200 damage, guys.
I mean, I think that Jonathan will actually take over G9 today. I think it's possible. I think it's going to be done right here
think
today.
So?
Yeah.
Ooh.
It is so close, but also the performance from Jonathan has just been phenomenal. It's been on par all the time on the top.
Yeah.
While G9 has been dipping up and down, up and down. But one thing to not take away is, of course, G9's nade kills. 16 nade kills.
Yeah.
He's so good with the nades. Jonathan, on the other hand, he's a good shooter. He doesn't need that many nade kills. He only got 3 because he shoots them instead.
Guys, do you think if 2 trains strike twice in the same spot after throwing a coin off a train, do you think? No, sorry, I'll stop.
That was terrible.
Yeah, you're bad.
Again. Let's take a look at the schedule. We've got 5 games coming today. We will have Erangel, Vikendi, Miramar, Sanhok, and Erangel to round things out. These are the last chances for all of these teams to put points on the board for the league final. Of course, this is the Super Weekend. Can we change the Grand Finals name to the Ultra Grand Finals? Because it needs to level up from Super.
Right, so what is higher than Super?
Ultra.
Ultra?
Ultra.
What is higher as well?
Mega? No, Mega's under Ultra.
Giga?
Giga is above Ultra. But we're not going to call it the Giga Grand Final.
I would say that's
That's a bit rubbish, I think. Anyway, let's take a look at also what you can be doing in-game as well, because if you're watching in-game and if you've been accumulating points already, you can still keep accumulating points and potentially be top 100 in the viewers. Frost just spent all his points and I rolled him the Psychopath set in the lucky draw.
Well, that's another one.
That's
but
a different
one. Of course,
one.
You need to watch the games to earn those points, which no one believed that I was doing.
Why did they not believe you?
I don't know. They saw me do it yesterday. Wait. He's actually doing it.
Yes, you said you were doing it.
I have been doing it the whole time.
Weird.
Disqualify him.
I don't know.
From the top 100.
Let's hear what they have to say about it. Thank you very much, gentlemen. It's time to head over to the commentating team now for our first Erangel of the day. Let's go, Xander and John.
Oh man, honestly, I'm just a little bit spaced out. I mean, you know, the possibilities are endless, but apparently the probabilities are minuscule, and we learned all about that with our resident mathematical analysts expanding their brains all over the broadcast. Absolutely love it. The trains, brilliant, fantastic. Triple lightning strikes. What more do you want? What more do you want?
Triple. No, can we not go further into this?
That's what he said. He said triple lightning strikes.
He said triple lightning strikes.
I know.
Okay, well, let's go for the quadruple lightning strikes with the 444 on the board for Box Gaming. They're doing pretty damn well. It's the 444 threat, you know. It's how it is. But I'm really excited for Box Gaming. But if we take a look at that leaderboard again, right? If you look towards the top, they're with 5 chicken dinners. They've got the most chicken dinners on that top leaderboard from 1st to 8th place, which is ridiculous. And that all comes down to the fact that when Box Gaming, they get the box fort, they take those chickens.
Well, I can give you with some degree of certainty, a prediction here, Blank. One team will remain at the end of this game.
Yes, they will, John.
And that is with a probability of 1. We are going to be getting into match number 1. It's the final day of Super Weekend play, Blank. We are ready to decide our finalists.
Oh, we are blasting off here into the first map from Mill to Power down to Primos. So a bit of a cruel circle to start out the day, John, to decide that who gets that 50 grand at the end of all this, because it's a lot of money. A lot of green on the cards here.
Currently set 21 points clear, of course. RRQ Athena on 465. So if they can maintain that distance over the next 5 games, they should be all right. It's a question of can Box Gaming and Bigatron play that 5-point average more per game today to be able to close that gap.
Exactly, Jonathan. The weird thing for RQ at the moment is they've got to deal with a pesky little fly in their area of Pachinki. Nova Godlike seem to be consistently dropping on top of them, so it causes slight issues, slight kerfuffles towards the start of the game here, where Nova Godlike have to maybe pick their fights a little bit differently.
However, there's a team that can handle hot drops, I think RRQ would be up there in terms of the best choices. 207 kills blank. They're sat very, very clear of the next team there. Biggitron Red Aliens, 183.
Oh, that kills the man right there for RRQ. Ooh. They've decided to go down to Primorsk.
Wow.
Not actually going to Pachinki anymore, worrying about Nova Godlight ruining their chance at the start of the game, but in fact, Pachinki is central in this circle. So we'll see how RRQ do deal with this. Obviously, in the western side of the circle, it's fairly barren most of the time. We know that this East League, they love the East so much, they go to the east of Erangel every single time. And you only have a few teams playing on the west towards Gatka, for instance, Team Secret, Morph Team, and now also RRQ.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how that's going to affect the dynamic in the west. Obviously, on your screens, you can see them in Primorsk. So we'll see if they can move up, take control away from Morph of that western side, which has really been their sort of area. They've been comfortable there, but now they've got the top dogs in town.
They would like to be comfortable, like you say, a chilled out start to their game, keep it more relaxed, and then get those rotations in later. We've seen from them they take one knock right, then they get flushed, then things start to go downhill from there. The rotations don't work out. So I respect this. I respect this from RRQ Athena, going down to Primorsk, deciding, you know what, let's keep things happy. Let's keep the team chilled out at the beginning. Team Secret, on the other hand, they're up towards Gatka. So at some point, RRQ Athena will bash into this team if they want to rotate up to the northeast. And it's interesting to see, John, that, you know, Team Secret, they used to send that forward scout towards Ruins, towards where Orange Rock was playing. But this time, they're keeping it very central towards Gatka, just looting around the fields there, understanding that there are a lot of teams towards Rozhok. They don't want to lose anyone early.
Yeah, well, speaking of all the teams towards Rozhok, you can see on your screens, you've got Valdus, the Murder, in the town itself. King of Game is a little bit further south towards School. You've got Orange Rock southwest of that, and then all the way down in Pachinki, you've even got Nova Godlight. So there's a lot of teams occupying this central area.
And if we take a look at...
Is a lot.
Four many
Large
teams. Number. But Orange Rock, they're not scouting out the north side of the river this time, John. They're in fact playing a 2-2 split here. As we all know, I am the big fan of the 2-2 split, just because it's mainly fun to say, and it rolls off the tongue. But they're not going...
They were doing this yesterday as well, actually.
Yeah, so they were starting early, heading over towards Watertown, and you like it a little bit more. What is Veru wearing?
I think there's a box on his head.
A box on his head.
He's trying to cosplay as Box Gaming. You know, they're doing very well. So he wanted to channel some of that energy and bring it to the rest of Orange Rock. I mean, they're currently sat in 10th place. They want to ladder up, get a little bit more cash.
I would say it was more like a cardboard, like you know those grocery bags?
Paper bag.
Paper.
Is that the word you're looking for?
No, I was looking for grocery bag in particular. Thank you very much. And he's wearing a potato sack. So I don't know what kind of energy you're thinking of, but that's not the royal energy that I'm getting from Box Gaming at all. Anyway, back to the game itself. Udu Gank over in Severny. They're going to be heading down south. Going to be pretty happy with this. TSM Entity also towards Yasnaya are in a decent position. Now, I do think, I was feeling this yesterday, that TSM Entity, they're on a roll. I believe that with the energies flowing forward from yesterday's games in Erangel, where we do have your boy Neo starting to step up in a big way, as well as Jonathan, I think that TSM Entity is starting to really find that cadence and start to speed it up, looking towards those triple figures in terms of RPM.
Getting up there. Orange Rock did scout out just north of the river briefly before bringing them back over towards Sunken City. The crossing from the river could prove to be pretty tricky here for Udu Gank if they have to move down South Blank. Obviously, with so many teams around Rozhok, that central crossing area is going to be relatively occupied. They might consider moving out towards Georgiopol and taking those bridges. We'll see if they do so.
I would say that would be probably the smartest decision, to go down to where Morph is currently playing. I would much rather face them than face TSM Entity, who is a hugely aggressive team. I think Morph is just trying to get towards those later circles. We've seen them snaking around many times. Whereas you could get TSM Entity try and cross on Yasnaya, and TSM Entity be like, put him up, fight me.
Oh yeah,
fight me. But you don't really want that. So if I'm Udu, I'm probably thinking about going over to the west side.
That was unfortunate for Gil. I don't know if he wanted to hit the floor there, but it looked like he was trying to jump onto the roof. And then he just sort of fell short. That's the most disappointing when you're trying to jump across a gap and you just fall short, and you're just like, I've messed up.
I've beansed this.
I have thoroughly beansed my experience right now.
Yeah, where your character kind of puts their hands up against the wall and just slides down, and you feel so defeated.
So, Kalaris is trying to show me his own face on his phone, and I know
that's weird.
Yeah, that's a bit weird, isn't it?
Yeah, Kalaris. But you hit us with the triple lightning strikes. Now you're trying to show us your own face.
I think he's putting it on his Instagram story. He was very proud of that. So if you go and check that one out, I'm sure we'll be able to see it. What is it, at KLRS or at KLRS?
I don't know. His name is so complicated on
Nobody knows how to spell it. Nobody knows at all. It's impossible.
I have him.
The letters haven't even been invented yet.
I have him in my phone as KLRS because it's the only way I can really remember it.
Oh dear. Orange Rock, they've regrouped now fully towards Sunken City, and they'll be guarding that cross. TSM Entity making a rotation across to the north side here. They're going to guard Udo.
Put them up, Udo. Put them up.
Wow, okay.
They're coming for you. This time, they can't actually chase Reject Skull out towards the Bobcat, so they're coming across to give a Udo gank a little bit of a surprise early on in the game. But most teams very central, and we saw an ending like this yesterday, I think really from the last game, wasn't it, John, where we ended up in Rozhok, and we had Box Gaming towards the warehouses, as we saw that like kind of the stairs upwards into Rozhok, and they were able to hold it on to. They got lucky with the final circle, right, but they certainly played it very well. Some really good smokes coming out from that team to defend the location, defend the fort.
TSM Entity, this is the rotation I was talking about. They went across the river outside Yasnaya, and they're swinging all the way out towards Georgia Pole and crossing there, where we talked about potentially Udo wanting to cross. So they're going to make their entry here. Morph yet to take the fight with them. Not sure if they've spotted it out. I imagine they're aware of this presence. I mean, it'd be pretty difficult not to hear these vehicles, to see them crossing the river. But either way, TSM Entity get across.
Pretty easily as well, might I add. Yeah, no challenge. Morph, on the other hand.
Okay.
Nades in hand, just underhanding them. Neo drops out. He's going to cross the bridge side here. Zay just gets knocked immediately. There was no contest there between the two of them.
Yeah, that's pretty unfortunate for Morph, losing a player early. Spin around the side, Clutch God able to get the flush.
That's two.
Frenzy wants to try and snake his way around, but the DP for Clutch God will be able to just spray down the players from Morph. Frenzy in the lawn will be trimmed himself. And that's the final Morph player getting taken down. TSM Entity, they run the lawnmower over.
I am somewhat surprised.
That was rapid.
Pikachu surprise face is all I could say. That was like, oh, Morph going to fight with TSM Entity. TSM Entity win within 10 seconds. Okay. I mean, it's what we expect from this team.
I guess it is a strategy.
It is a strategy. I mean, apparently it works at TSM Entity, and they keep proving themselves to be this very aggressive team with extremely good gun skill. I'm loving it. I'm loving it to bits. Next up comes through, hard shift over to the north side. So shooting range still in this circle. The river that passes through from Georgia Pole over Rozhok still in this one too. Most teams just trying to find those compounds early on, and you do still have to cross the bridge. TSM Entity should be aware of the position of Udo and the fact that they've not crossed yet. So camping this bridge would be wise, in my opinion. And here's U level up. Already taken a knock. They've been having some really good games recently. It would be unfortunate for them to go out so early in the first map of the final day of the final Super Weekend.
It's proper play of the ridgeline here for Nova Godlike. They've got the backstop a little bit further back, and they're just peeking over the top. They've got control of the Pachinki Church, so they have great vantage points here. Will they be able to control teams trying to move in? RRQ, they've left Primorsk now, and they're in the foothills to the west of Everest. They will be controlling that western side, and obviously with Morph not being there, they got a free reign.
Yeah, they got hugely free reign. Anyway, if we look towards the northwest here, Udo actually, like I said, crashing into TSM Entity. They held them, and now we can watch as this fight unfolds. Clutch God should be able to get this spray.
No one's trying to fight with TSM Entity right now. They're all backing away into the wings here. Neo and Clutch God on that 2-2 split. Jonathan going to be leading up the charge at the other side of the battle, and Udo, they send away, they leave one of their players behind. Jumper is all but done for.
They actually go to the other side of the bridge. They're like, okay, we don't want anything to do with that. That's fine. We can leave. We'll go back to from whence we came. TSM Entity, like you're saying, John, hold this down pretty damn well. To their south, though, there is Team Secret, as well as RRQ is currently holding on top of Mount Everest. So still danger in the wings for them, and they should be cautious. See on the map there, Team Secret Zedgot actually taking a good shot from across the way, but here's look-see, fantastic spray, Goddard goes down.
Nice find, nice pickup, Valdus the Murder out the back of the warehouse. This is such a difficult area to play, Blank. It's right in the middle of what is definitely called Headshot Valley and not Rolling Hills.
Yeah, I would agree. Rolling Hills is just a silly name. It's just not, it's not angry enough for the amount of action that goes on here. Headshot Valley is just far better.
It's a superior name in every aspect.
Absolutely. The desk hates us.
Absolutely. What else are we here for, you know, if not to provide a
annoyance
to the desk. That's kind of our whole vibe, right? Valdus the Murder, they have one knock, but it is going to be picked up, and there we go. Another shot lands. T1 over the ridgeline. Armjohn trying to suppress with that DP, gets a little bit of damage towards Missile, but there's a nade coming from Bigatron, and Martin hits the deck.
Yeah, currently they're really crunched very hard. Like, they're feeling the squeeze from a couple of teams. Next circle, ooh, heads off to the west, and RRQ, though, currently on top of Mount Everest, they have a lot of zone here to play around with, and no one is behind them. Yudugen could potentially head towards crates and go for a flank side, but there is a massive amount of this circle which is slightly more unplayable now.
T1 have got a pretty decent line of fire here. They are 2-2 split. Seems to be quite a common occurrence in this map. Blank, Valdus the Murder, they are surviving for now. Orange Rock, they've spotted out two of the players from T1. And it's already a knock over towards ZZP and will be flushed out. Marvi able to finish it off with a nade. Valdus the Murder trying to pop it in. Uh-oh, it's four players in a car in Headshot Valley. And they are going to be rolling out towards T1, towards Orange Rock. Bigatron don't know about it. They might know about it, but they aren't going to be able to take any shots anymore. The cover's been found. It's dangerous for Valdus the Murder, but they make it to the next ridge.
Keep it nice and slow, and Saden tries to get away, but does not expect the four-man crash.
Wow, okay, fair enough. That's one hell of a pull-up. Valdus the Murder get themselves a kill. They'll be getting on with that one soon to follow. They'll have to rotate into the next circle, and they're four in a car yet again, but You Level Up are crashing on with King of Gamers right now. Horsschwein right at the back, taking a lot of damage. Nades around the side to try and funnel King of Gamers into the middle of this compound.
It doesn't feel like King of Gamers are ready for this fight either, because usually they have Braga off on an off angle fairly much towards the backstop of the fight. This time they're all together, so You Level Up might have a better chance, but they've already taken one knock. It's currently 3v4, and that's Mao down 2 with BTR coming into this fight also, so a third party enters the fray.
Having left the compound they were holding earlier, Bigatron are going to enter the fray, as you say, Blank. These smokes blooming are really controlling where this fight can go. It's pushing it into the middle of all of these yellow houses. And if King of Gamers want to try and change that up, they're going to have to go around the side that Horsschwein is currently covering.
You Level Up here, they've picked up the controller, they've pressed pause on this fight. They're going to wait with the soft tunes on the loading screen, but right now it's a little bit of a difficult situation for them, especially with having one player down. BTR just looking for more players here, but you imagine the two players from You Level Up most likely will go down here as Ryzen just starts to pick them apart.
Horsschwein got knocked there earlier, so it's now 4 players for King of Gamers versus 2 from You Level Up. Nade damage found onto Xiaoxian. Looks to want to heal this, but Braga going in close, trying to find that window peak, find the angles, trying to sneak in, and it's going to be You Level Up taking the flush onto Horsschwein as they enter the building. Bossa first in, but ducks back. Braga goes down. It's 1-for-1. Bossa very low. Wants to find the trade, but Winter with the drop shot holds one off, but no more to be found. King of Gamers able to wipe out You Level Up.
And with 2 players in a decent position, but BTR, they should have heard that fight concluding. And if I was them, I'd be in prime position just to go for the BTR Classic, but okay. Get your clip-ons on, because we're going to go up your crampons on, sorry, and get up the mountainside, because this is one hell of a finish.
Goodness me, Everest. We haven't had one of these circles in a while. Blank, I'm really excited. RRQ, without Morph on that western side, they were able to take it for free. And it's coming back to pay in buckets. Very, very strong shift for them. Team IND down in the foothills on the southwest. They have a real strong compound to hold them out, but there's 3 teams in that area. 2 teams wanting to push into the Megastars and Box Gaming.
Team Secret take the safe choice here towards the bottom of Mount Everest and actually hold on to the compound down there. But in this situation, RRQ are in a far better spot, gambling on the circle, heading over here, which is unreal, by the way, but they will have a fantastic time for it. GXR Celts, they've managed to get one insurgent towards the top side in terms of rocks, and that's about it.
Valdus the Murder guarding the bridge. Gil trying to swerve, trying to get out of the way, but it's not going to happen. Viru tries to answer, but Marvi sending across is unlucky as well. Orange Rock down to 1, just Viru on the other side of the river. Low HP, he's forced to go for the heal. Will be able to get that first aid off, but he's spotted out, and again, it's just going to be wiped, and that is going to be Orange Rock eliminated. GXR Celts went down as well. Plenty of kills starting to pop off.
In the meantime, Rocks has been taken down from on top of the rocks of Mount Everest by TSM Entity, who are now trying to vibe a position on top of Mount Everest, but Orange Rock there just removed by Valdus the Murder, and you have to admit, Valdus the Murder have been taking some very risky moves, but it's been paying off with the mechanical skill on board.
Here, Gamers eliminated double team there from Team Secret and Nova Godlike. I think Nova Godlike able to steal away quite a few of those kills as well. So a nice pickup for them. Team Secrets, they are in the circle. They have a compound on that eastern side.
Let's take a minute, though, to see what's going on the top of Mount Everest.
Hang on a
Look
minute.
at that, okay.
Bigatron just wiped out Nova Godlike.
That was instantaneous. There's been some seriously fast squad wipes this game. It feels like we're playing on fast forward at the moment. TSMNC still looking for position, but Udagang also moving up Mount Everest. And why wouldn't you? There's really nowhere else to play at the moment. So I'm very curious to see where the next circle does head off to. And if we do actually get that fabled Mount Everest finish. You see here, this is the compound I was talking about from Team Secret. It's the safe play where you're not expecting the circle to land on top of Mount Everest, and it gives you a fairly decent position. Mantoy just playing forward scout here, trying to prevent BTR from getting into the circle. We are already down to 33 alive and 9 teams remaining on circle 4, John.
Udagang really struggling to summit the mountain at the moment. 2 players got knocked. They managed to get 1 res off, and they'll be looking for that next to keep all 3 of their remaining players alive. But unfortunately, Fredo not going to be revived here. So 2 players for Udagang on the northern side of Everest.
Can't forget about Team IND, though, who will be heavily looted up from Sosnovka military base. Pretty much got the pick of the litter down there, and they've moved on their way up. They are very much next to Megastars. You can see Vexy, the star player from this team, is currently down, crawling back towards his teammates. So they're in a slightly rough position without the best of compounds that Team IND currently have obtained for themselves.
Megastars, they're behind the lip of the road, so they're relatively covered. Box Gaming did spot them out. They'll be aware of that location. But now Bigatron are definitely going to know that Box are in the area, and Team Secrets, they spotted out Bigatron as well. A lot of damage and a lot of red health bars there for Bigatron.
Goodness.
The circle shift comes in, Blank.
It is the fabled finish. So we will be landing on top of Mount Everest. It's time to get that hike on for the boys in the lobby. TSM on the eastern side, they'll have a pretty easy approach here, but currently RRQ in a really strong position. They've got D2E trying to prevent people from coming back from the western side. Bear 11 now moving over to try and give him some support, but they will have all teams looking at them atop Kings of the Hill right now.
RRQ have a difficult task ahead of them, but there's plenty more difficulty going on right now in the southeastern fields. This push is going to be deadly, Blank. I would be surprised if any of these teams makes it across, to be honest.
Yeah, you are just going to get shut out. I think the saving grace is the fact that all these teams on top of Mount Everest will be worrying about getting pushed on as soon as they start taking shots towards the bottom of the mountain. I think more than anything, it's going to be these teams pushing up towards Mount Everest, which are going to be shooting at one another. Box Gaming tries to take position here, moving forward. BTR just gets in line with them. Now takes shots off. That's Luxy hitting Pime. Pime goes down.
RRQ defending the top of the mountain as well against TSM Entity, but Loki able to trade off with Bigatron. Luxy falls on the ridge side. The blue is pushing right now, Blank, which means they do not have a lot of time. Pime is basically done for here. They can't invest that time, get them into the circle. It's just not going to work. They're going to slow it down. They don't want to lose any more than they have to. Micro Boy spots ahead, but it's ducked behind cover as soon as it's popped. TSM Entity trying to crest the ridge, but Team Secret playing spoiler now from the eastern side. They've made that push across to the mountain, and they've got a bit of cover, but they're not in the zone.
Zed got down, and Mantoy is taking a hefty flank here, but look at Team Secret. They're just swarming onto this position.
Oh, it's such a difficult push to make as well. And you got ROQ just sat there waiting, sitting pretty right now. Up they go. Bigatron trying to make the push as well. They've looking to take on ROQ right at the top. Okay, hang on a minute. It's a four-man crash. G9 goes down first. Bigatron rattle into the fight. They are not going to go down easily. Ryzen, however, has been knocked on the back. Nade cooking for Microboy. Wants to send it up towards RRQ, towards Beer. And the nade is blocked. Oh, it's a double knock for Bigatron onto RRQ. It's just D2E on the summit. And Microboy has another in the back pocket. D2E found. Beer taken down to half HP on the res. D2E getting pushed on. It's Zuxi. Goes for the spray. And RRQ are taken down. Bigatron claimed the top of Everest.
We hear you. We see you, Bigatron. What a push from you guys. Straight up the hill from a nade in hand. An explosive ending there to that fight. But still, it's all on the line. Bigatron may have claimed the crown atop the hill, but how long can they hold on to it for as Team Secret start to crest up onto their position? Nexo comes through, heads towards the east side. Currently, Yudu actually hold on to prime position here towards the bottom of the mountain. Team Secret will have to push up, as will Box Gaming, but we can't count Team IND out yet. They're still on the western side, biding their time, John, waiting.
Goodness me, that fight, so indicative of what's been going on this game. A single nade causing an avalanche of events that plays into a rapid squad wipe. Beautiful stuff. Now, Bigatron have to move across the top of this ridge, but IND are at their back.
They are going to make it a slightly more difficult. Ryzen is down. They're just waiting
nades,
to take the
smokes.
push. Like you say, smokes, nades, the bombardment begins. We'll see how far Team IND can take this one. They look how looted up. Freeze across the board for Trans, and that's what you get from coming from Sosnovka and not taking any fights whatsoever. All of the resources are full, but you can see BTR, the vests are starting to take damage. How much longer can they hold on to this position? That is the question I will keep asking.
T1, they've just been chilling on this other side, but Bigatron, they want to start to push in, and they will find a knock on towards Box. I think they managed to get the flush as well, as Zuxi does get traded out by Loki on the nade. Team IND choose this time to make that push, and so do Box. Look how close they are. They've taken the same route Bigatron did before, and with Zuxi being knocked, there's no one to go for that first face. Team IND pushing onto the position as well. All four of them are there. A single nade might turn the tides, but Blank, Bigatron, they still need to move across.
This is seriously courageous from Box Gaming. They know there's a fight going on up here with two teams, but they're priming themselves in position to try and clean up the scraps here. But Team IND, they are not losing members whatsoever. And at this rate, it's going to be Box Gaming going 2v4. Luxy, though, still alive, finds the one.
18 bullets, make that 9, goes for the reload. The flush will be there. Team IND dispatching with Box as well in the meantime as Luxy finally falls. That's Bigatron eliminated. 5 teams remaining. A single player from Box, Loki, heading down the side of the mountain, but he'll need to get to the other side as the blue zone will push them in. IND now taking shots on towards Team Secret on the hillside.
Box Gaming's trickster in Loki. Let's see how many cards he still has to pull from the sleeve. But Snack's still searching for him. Hasn't found him as of yet, but we'll have to move to soon. Oh no! Find the single pick. No, Snack's just about makes it happen. A beautiful turnaround from him, but Team IND are looking strong in this circle. Team Secret, the only real other force to contend against them.
Dropping the smokes out on top of the ridgeline as they move along. They want that high ground advantage, but it's going to be so difficult to use. It's just a sliver. The next zone just about to pop as well, just about to come in as IND move towards Mad Toy. They have the top of this rock. The next zone goes slap bang on top of the forward position from Team Secret.
And this would be a really important game for Team Secret, especially at the start of the day. They're currently in 8th. It would be a really good chance to start getting that money on board to get towards the top of the tables. IND take heavy damage towards the top side, and still there's 3 players from Team Secret up.
Never has there been a more accurate example of cash money knocks right here, Blank. That was absolutely phenomenal, getting 2 players down. Last player up the top as T1 get dispatched from the side of the mountain. Team IND eliminated, and now we're down to 2. It's Yudu Gank who have survived by hiding on this northern side of Everest, coming up against 4 players from Team Secret. All of them alive, all of them kicking. They've got 12 kills already, Blank.
Yudu Gang, they're battered and bruised from the previous fight here. Team Secret, on the other hand, they're feeling healthy. They're feeling rosy and strong here with the 4 members still on board. Yuhai searching for these players, and they have the firm high ground to assist them here. And this, like I said, will be a fantastic start to the day for Team Secret to start laddering up, to start climbing towards the top with 11 kills on board, John.
Drax trying to push up towards the Darcia. Slips down just a little bit, but will make it finally. Using the cover, trying to use that ridgeline. He's spotted out, slips down yet again. Can't go for that peak. And look at the line that Team Secret have set up. There is no way that Yudu can push into this, right?
There's absolutely no way. All of the action of this game happened earlier on, and really now it is just the patient sound of a team waiting to die.
Goodness me. That's a pretty grim fate, and at the hands of Team Secret, I wouldn't expect it to go any other way. Mamparang gets knocked, it's Drax out in the blue, he's gonna tick down, and it's Team Secret to take the chicken dinner. They get 13 kills on the game, they hold it down. Plenty of wipes to happen that round as well. Beautiful stuff, beautiful squad play coming out in the Everest finish.
Absolutely crazy stuff at the end there, but the Bigatron push onto RRQ was probably one of my favorite moments in this Super Weekend, if not the whole tournament. How bold was that, John?
Fantastic, absolutely bold, brilliant. That's what we love to see. What a way to kick off the day. We're going to send it back over to the desk to break it down.
The PUBG Mobile World League is brought to you by the title sponsor, Qualcomm Snapdragon Elite Gaming, and the official beverage sponsor, Mountain Dew.
What a way to start off our final day here. Team Secret gets themselves the victory, but from start to finish, there is so much to talk about regarding this game and how it could potentially affect things down the line. Joining me, Avenger and Froz, to get things going. Let's start off, first and foremost, Team Secret get themselves the victory. 13 points. They're challenging around that middle pack right now to get themselves more money on the board, Froz.
The thing is, if they can keep it going like this, with this momentum, they might even crack that middle pack and get themselves into the top pack.
Yeah, that'd be interesting. Again, everybody's gunning for the money.
Gunning for the money, that's right. Let's take a look at those points coming in for this game. And we do have up towards the top 33.
Nice.
Smackaroonies
yes.
for Team Secret. Team IND, 19 points coming in for them. Bigatron Red Alien, 17 points. Really trying to push themselves up towards where we're seeing RRQ Athena currently sitting. So evening things up a little bit up in that top 3.
Yeah, evening up in the top 3, but Team IND, though, taking a step forward now. We saw them yesterday ending the last game with second place 8 kills. Now coming into this one with a third place 9 kills. They seem to be on fire right now.
I gotta say, I'm so sad for you to cannot playing that last weekend, because they would have been in sixth place right now and been contesting for a really good spot, but they're sitting unfortunately all in 13th place. But then again, if they're able to continue this and they do this in the finals, they're going to be looking really, really good in the finals.
So 9th through 16th, and not too many points coming in for these teams. 4 kills for Valdez the Murder, as well as King Gamers Club. But let's start talking about even chronologically how this game unfolded, because from the very word go, RRQ Athena knew that they were going to get dropped on, so they decided we're going to go somewhere else. And then, for some reason, the circles were extremely favorable to them. It was nuts.
So yeah, we saw RRQ Athena actually dropping in Primorsk instead of Pochinki, because we know that Nova Godlike dropped on them twice yesterday on Erangel. But the thing is, that's a big change up. Going from Pochinki to Primorsk, that's a very big, bold move.
Yeah.
But it worked out. They went to Everest straight up in Circle 1, and somehow they got the circle on top of them time after time.
Ridiculous.
I didn't realize that the warehouses down in Primorsk actually maintained the circle magnet.
That's right.
Guaranteed.
They took it with them.
They found it and they put it into a car and drove it all the way to the mountaintop. Honestly, that is some of the craziest circle luck I've ever seen.
Yeah.
Like, it was continuously on top of it.
And the best bit as well was Bigatron was on the opposite side of a hard shift and then somehow manages to make the Hail Mary. We'll talk about that in a moment, of course, though, as we take a closer look at Team Secret and the numbers that they were able to put up throughout this game. It's 2,030 damage coming in for Team Secret Froz.
I mean, we saw them coming in from southwest side, or sorry, southeast side, they were fighting a lot of teams over there, and they were just basically holding everyone out, because we saw, because of the hard shift down to the west side on top of Everest, there were so many teams coming in from the east there. And of course, Team Secret was one of them, but with a lot of people coming behind you, you got to make sure that you don't get followed. You want to make sure your back is clear.
Exactly.
Let's take a look at our Mountain Dew Do the Do moments.
Yeah, there's some really interesting shots and some really good plays here. I mean, most of the time on the Do the Do moments here, we see some insane skill shots, some really good mechanical skills, and some really good spray control. But I would say some of the most important moments in this tournament was some of the rotations and some of the plays made. We're going to be looking down into that a little bit later, but some of these long-range shots and some of these mini shots here, like Drax is doing it here, but especially from a high ground position, it's so soothing to see, you know, people standing on the top of the mountain just shooting down everybody, just hammering down everybody. It's so lovely to see. I love that.
It was a very rough circle, and we saw Goddard from Valdez, for example, holding off Orange Rock here late on in the game. He was basically saying, "You shall not pass," and just shot them down, make sure that Orange Rock couldn't pass the bridge. But also, of course, we had a big fight going on in the up and downs, and it was BTR versus Box Gaming. Why is that big fight? Because second and third place positioned teams with only 3 points in between them. They knew that if they took this fight, whoever wins this fight is going to have the upper hand coming up to the next game. So they tried to do it, but it was a little bit late. The blue was coming in, and they both opted to, hey, we'll just continue this fight later on in the game instead.
Yeah, I'll see you guys later in the game, and they both ditched out of it. It was super interesting to see how they both were able to survive for that long. And again, it was the correct play, like fighting outside the new circle to try to get a few points is not the winning move. So both of them managed to survive and get better placement due to that.
RQ, they were holding the Everest, of course. We saw them going there, rotating there in circle 1, but they had one big mistake. They were splitting up way too much. They wanted to control way too much ground. And with a circle like that, you know that all the teams, they're going to try to go for Everest. And that means that you're going to get pressured from everywhere around you. Of course, the biggest threat of them all was BTR. They were just raining nades on them.
Yeah, and overall, like, especially here in a situation where you play high ground like this, you want to make sure that your back is safe. So, like, going outside the circle, making sure that everybody's clean on one side, and then trying to sweep and play around the edges and try to get into the circle with your back safe is just a big play here. So, it's Team IND being able to come in on the back here, clean it up, and get into a good position was great. On the other side, Team Secret did that earlier than them and cleaned out the east side of the circle and managed to hold that down for a very long time.
Oof.
Yeah.
That was a good kill. Because Stax didn't even spot him out in the first place. Loki basically just missed his shots on him.
Yeah, definitely so. In the final moments, Team Secret's able to clean things up. Guys, I want to go back to that moment where Bigatron actually pushes up onto the hill, because those are the kind of plays, Avenger, that are extremely important. We have been talking about those throughout the entirety of PMWL East. But let's take a look at the total damage here for a moment as well, and see. Oh, I didn't do my little hand thing. Oh, it's ruined.
So you don't have magic powers, huh?
Look at that, though. Team Secret and Bigatron 2030 and 2050. Is that the kind of... Is that this, like, the century or the year that their strategies are in?
That's the range of years we're going to be eventually colonizing Mars.
I think.
2030 to 2050, who knows? We'll see.
Oh, nice.
There you go. So nice to see. 12:45 coming in for Box Gaming, but only one kill.
Only one kill. They had good positioning to actually just shoot everyone, but that didn't translate into any kills after all. They got a few knocks, but you got to translate knocks into kills afterwards.
Yeah, and what a better way is translating knocks into kills than just shooting at everything that's knocked.
Yeah. Top players' time. I was almost going to do this, but I was like, I've missed my chance. I missed it.
Oh, Microboy 888.
Oh, wow. That's impressive.
I like that.
Winning on the slots.
Yep.
We got iShot, Slayer, as well as Yuhai coming on in here. IND actually performed very well in this game, and I liked the direction that they came up when it came to Everest, and were able to win out some pretty important fights.
I will say, though, like, if they were not stuck for that long on the west side with a fight where they had so much pressure from the circle, they potentially could have taken on Team Secret like head to head in a good situation. But the fights just dragged out for so long that you don't have any time to kind of look into the future and see where the circle go and like kind of set up and strategize around where you want to play in your late game.
Telemonstration time.
Correct.
Move, Froz.
Moving.
Move, Avenger. There you go. Good job. You moved his tablet as well.
What are you doing?
Moving it all.
Don't break it.
Let's look at the
like
demonstration. All right, so obviously the moment everybody talks about, thinks about, and wants to hear about is when...
Tell me!
Bigetron, they go up there.
I don't think they did that kind of arc.
Oh, okay. Well, they were driving though, so let's look how they did it. So we have to do it now that I'm doing this, obviously. On the minimap.
Yes, thank you. Very pumped.
You can see that Bigetron is obviously not inside the circuit. They are outside the circuit, and they made a rotational move with a one vehicle, which is kind of scary, but they actually made it play. And they're setting it up into a position that guarantees them basically to be inside the next circle, and they survive for quite a long time and are able to take on RQ. Some of the fights here, opening fight onto G9, which is kind of a big one, but it gets traded quickly onto Ryzen. And this is where you're still in a 3v3 situation. This is where you start pulling out nades, right? And this is where you want to win that. And it's easier to throw a nade up here than it is to throw a nade down here, because you're usually going to go that far. Instead of...
It's a long arrow.
Instead of exploding here, it's usually just going to roll all the way down here.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Yeah, okay. So let's continue to play this clip here and see how they do this. Ryzen actually ends up getting killed because he nearly got flushed, so he ends up getting killed. And now they're in a 3v3. So here you see the nade. Got thrown up there, and now it's only D2E, I believe it's only, right? It's only D2E?
Yes, only D2, I think.
Yeah. So he's alive, and this is where, again, I'm talking about it again, window of opportunity. You have to capitalize on this, right? While James is... What are you doing?
Nothing. Keep going.
And obviously capitalizing on this, pushing on this, making sure that, you know what, we have 2 knocks. We want to make sure that we get this finished up, and they finished this up very nicely in less than a minute.
I was stroking my beard, Avenger.
Yeah, I was looking
curiously, thinking about all the things that could potentially happen. Because I think what was really cool about it was they were trapped in that fight against Box Gaming for a long time. And obviously that's kind of a high-profile fight. So they just kind of wanted to eject from that situation as quickly as possible.
Right. It wasn't only Box Gaming. They were also pressured from Team Secret on the E side as well before that. But the whole thing was that before they started moving as well, Bigetron, they actually got 1 knock on Box Gaming, on PMA, and that one got them to move safely because Box Gaming wanted to get PMA back up, of course, but they knew that and they took the opportunity there and drove straight up. And also, the first guy Bigetron knocks is G9, the best nader so far in the game.
Yeah, exactly.
That is super important because he's the one who's going to have the best chance to nade BTR in a situation like that.
Gentlemen, let's look at the overall standings and see what's happened after this game, because
my God,
our top 3 is getting closer and closer. Bigetron at Red Aliens will take over Box Gaming here to start things off for our first game, but with 4 games remaining, it's still anybody's guess.
Yes.
Team Secret pushing themselves up from an 8th place down up to a 5th place right now.
Nice.
Not far behind, but still sure, 30-something points behind. TSM Entity is not a team to sleep on either. They could pull off some big numbers today. We saw them here in the last game, getting 8th place with 6 kills. That's a good average game. So if they keep on going, and we've seen that TSM Entity has been strong, they might be fighting for some of the top spots.
Let's take a look at our 11th through 20th as well and see what's what, because we have a few moves. One move, you do gank, goes above Synergy, and I mean Synergy's not playing, so. And for 19th through 20th, Froz, what's the status right now?
30 points per game. It's the average that Morph needs to hit.
30 points per game.
10 kill
win
for the
rest of the day here. And Morph will be able to take over Reject Scarlet.
So what you're saying is it's possible.
It's still possible.
Nice.
We're talking purely mathematically here, right?
No. He's saying just in every facet.
Okay, fantastic.
There you go. Yeah, thank you.
There's still a probability.
Yes, there you go.
Very slight.
Great. So, moving on, we are going to check out how things are going on in-game right now, because the Royal Pass is ready. It's Season 14. Let's go. Splendid stuff. Get yourself the Royal Pass, get it going, get leveling up. Good. There's also tons of other stuff in game. I got myself that nice purple orb recently.
Yeah, I
Oz
did not
didn't. How many rolls again? Do remind us how many rolls you got really unlucky on.
Are you trying to do... Are you really asking me this?
Yes.
46.
46 rolls. He got nothing.
We're putting up another 10 rolls.
And James got it in like a 10.
I got it in like 25. Yeah, not bad. Let's take a look at the schedule. We got 4 more games coming at you today. It's going to be Vikendi, Miramar, Sanhok, Erangel. All of the variation, all of the time. It's the Super Weekend. Oh, the first game was so good. As a prelude to start off everything for the day Avenger, it was really, really tantalizing.
Like even though it was curveballs of circles, it was yoinking circles all over the place, and really make the games interesting, and especially when you have teams that are making great plays despite being in the worst possible position all the time.
I mean, the great thing is that even if BTR didn't push up on towards RRQ, they would have still been fighting against Box Gaming Froz, and that is in itself a top 3 fight right there for the positions today.
Yeah, I'm telling you, one team you don't want to fight in the next game, that's going to be Box Gaming. Currently, we played 2 Vikendis here in the Super Weekend, and Box Gaming has won both of those Vikendis.
Ooh.
Right.
Will they make it a triple?
That would be sick.
That would be insane. Do you think box formation might come into effect?
I want to see that box formation.
Yeah.
We know that one is so strong.
Yeah.
Take the compound that is the most square and put a box around it.
There's Box Gaming against Bigatron Red Aliens, and of course these two are battling it out right now. And again, both of them trying to reach to the position that RRQ Athena is in, but it's very possible that any 3, or maybe even other teams, if they have an amazing day, could reach that position, Froz.
Yeah, I mean, right now, still, anything is possible with 4 games left. We've seen so many of the teams that is chasing for top spots right now stepping up enormously, and whew, it's getting hot. It's getting spicy on the leaderboard.
Let's do it. Vikendi time. Let's go to our commentators. Xander and John, take it away.
I don't know what you're doing, Blank, but I've just started copying you behind, and it's going quite well. Come on,
give me the cast.
Come on, bring it over here. Come on.
All right, give me the cast now.
Hello and welcome to the caster desk. My name is John Allen. With me is my good friend Blank. We've got a great game for you today.
Thanks, John. Nice intro. Now we're going to get into a really bloodthirsty map on Vikendi. U40 was a kid show. You fought again. But here we go. Going down from the north side to Mavatra. So Dino Park definitely going to be where this circle ends up.
That's a prediction.
That's a prediction.
He's done it.
That's a prediction, boys.
All right.
And it's going to go all the way up to what I did yesterday, which is like...
Goodness me, can you imagine?
Yeah, to the northern hemisphere, basically.
Absolutely. We'll see if we do have a strong yoinker, but of course we all do love
a yoinker, don't we?
Big fan of a yoinker. But we'll see if it does end up that way. Or towards Dino Park. TSM Entity dropped out towards Cosmodrome.
Yep.
Maybe, they're going to be dropping around there. A western circle here, centering south of Goroka, southeast of Dobromesto. A lot of the teams have started to head out east, actually. I mean, we know how much these teams all like to go on
East
that.
League goes
east! On that 090 bearing. You know, that's a solid direction for everyone else.
You love it. Anyway, I think most teams are okay, though. This map's fairly small, should be easy enough to get across. I think most teams just worry about crossing those frozen wastes that cut down through Castle. Yeah, I'm very interested to see how this game goes. And the devs were talking about how RQ got like a lot of that circle look last game, which, let's be honest, they did. It was kind of crazy, and I enjoyed Avenger saying that they picked up the circle magnet from Primos. That's the only reason they went down to Primos, by the way. They were like, someone told them, actually, did you know that the legendary circle magnet is actually located in the docks?
Well, I mean, what do you think the quarry's for?
I know, that was...
They're digging for circle magnets. And they shipped them out of Primorsk. That's how it works.
Yeah.
So they had the stockpile in the warehouses in Primorsk. They picked them up and they took them north. Well, you know.
Yeah, that's the purpose. I
thought that was obvious. I thought everyone knew
that's Erangel law, right? That's what it's all about.
That is Erangel law. That is absolutely a 100% my own headcanon and no way accurate to the game.
But let's take a look at the map really quickly. I mean, you guys can't see it. Doesn't matter. I'm going to give you a really good breakdown regardless. But RQ really split up right now. You've got one player in G9 in Villa. You've got a couple of players in Goroka. And RQ, you've got D2E on top of Mount Kresnik. So he's not done with the mountains yet. He's like, guys, I'm enjoying the hiking. I wish to do more. So they have a really quite a large split at the moment, which is fairly interesting. And what we've seen mainly from the Vikendi circles, Kalaris was mentioning it the other day, where he was on about maybe we tweak the first 4 circles. I don't know, maybe. They're a little bit slow, but I think the teams like that slowness, you know, it gives them a lot of chance to get into position. And it's a bit more of a calculated map, right?
They're just chilling out and vibing. That's what they like to do. A little bit slow, a little bit steady, and hopefully steady incomes of points as well. That's really what it's all about. Obviously, with that last game, Bigatron doing really quite well to be able to dismount them, getting plenty of kills on board and putting himself a little bit closer in competition for that top spot. Overtaking Box Gaming as well in that chase, but we'll see if they're able to do it again. They're currently next to, Bigatron that is, currently next to T1 and U Level Up as well on their north side. They might spot out T1 rotating actually out towards the east, but they're not looking downhill, not to the south of Winery, so they'll be okay for now. 3 players in a vehicle. It's almost a cardinal sin.
It's almost, not quite though, almost. And almost is okay.
Punishable by squad wipe.
Punishable by squad wipe, yes. Let's talk really quickly about TSM Entity. I know I said that at the very beginning of the last game, but
do that.
I think it is pertinent here purely because they had a really standout beginning to their last game, and then things kind of went downhill as they started to try and take control on top of the mountain. And we know that they love Erangel and do well, but Vikendi has been typically a map that they're not so great on. We've seen a lot of interesting plays from TSM Entity on this map, specifically getting caught by Box Gaming towards the north side on port, crashing into trees and then suddenly dying. So for me, like I said at the start of the day, I had a good feeling about TSM Entity. I think this will be really the map that carves out whether it's going to be a good run going forward. If they could do well on what I believe to be their worst map, I think there is a good chance for them going forward today to at least try and get towards the top of the standings, right?
Yeah, well, hopefully. I mean, that's what everyone's gunning for, right? But only one can stand atop the lot, and it will be 50 grand as the prize to take home for that one, as well as the qualification spot to earn a potential extra $100,000.
Yeah, they are gunning for more money.
Oh, I love to have that money. You okay? Do I need to get you a glass of water?
Get me some money.
Bring me some money.
Bring me the money.
Loads of money. Fantastic. Well, I mean, you know, as much as it is about the money, it's also about the
pride.
The clout, the pride you can get for winning, being the best in Season 0 in the first PUBG Mobile World League. That's what you want. That's the sort of accolade that you want to put in a Twitter bio.
That's
right?
big clout, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
That's big clout.
That's going straight on the Instagram. That's going straight on the
That's going to be on
Twitter.
Twitter for 3 years. Like, it won't even matter 3 years down the line, but it'll still be in the Twitter bio. Victor of Season 0 of PUBG Mobile World League.
80-year-old veteran players. They'll be like, I remember back in 2020 during the great pandemic, I was the PUBG Mobile World League East champion.
Season 0, the very beginning of the PUBG Mobile World League Championships.
And they'll be like, Grandpa, why are you speaking English?
Grandpa, why are you doing that? This is very strange, Grandpa.
What's going on? This is curious.
I don't know. Maybe that's what happens in the future. Maybe everyone's got kind of like those...
Everyone speaks in just the voice lines from PUBG Mobile.
No. It's all right. Not many voice lines in PUBG Mobile.
I know, that's what makes it really tricky.
Yeah. Loot drop over here. Ammo.
Enemies over there.
Enemies ahead.
Oh dear. Bigatron and South on Winery, they've been left alone now, so they did have quite a few teams close by, but they've all seemed to have absconded the region. U Level Up have moved north towards Morse Gaming's location right now, and T1 they've headed out all the way east to Hot Springs.
Yeah, I mean, it's slightly interesting, but I mean, T1, they like to go for this another really big northern rotation, right, where they swing around, but at the moment it's pretty easy for them just to come on down, past Hot Springs, over the bridge, into the circle itself. And honestly, I'm going to make a bold prediction right now, John. Very bold, I know. But I think most teams are going to fling themselves across the very much western coast toward Dobromesto and then just take up residence all these buildings. We've seen it time and time again where teams just start to clump up and it's like a race to get the most coastal compound that you can get. Obviously, you don't want to be too much on the rocks because it doesn't really afford you much getting out potential. You got a little cheeky smirk on your face. You're going to say something funny?
No, I was just thinking more about really old people who have played games their whole life. I'm sorry, but that's just retirement homes are going to be great when we're older, Blank.
Oh, yeah.
We're just going to be one constant LAN party.
I'm going to have VR going on. I'm going to have VR meetups, you know.
You're going to know Kung Fu.
I'm going to know Kung Fu. I need
to be plugged into the Matrix. It's going to be great.
I'm going to need to know how to drive a Dacia.
Uploading it now.
Uploading the information right now.
Goodness me. They'll have taken a couple of lessons, you know, and it all starts here. Those tutorials.
It all starts here.
It all starts here in Season 0.
Exactly. I'm going to have like really cool VR meetups where I'm playing PUBG Mobile with the boys.
And who knows, they'll probably be powered by Qualcomm Snapdragon Elite gaming processors.
Exactly. Pogi Mogi with the boys with my Qualcomm Snapdragon Elite processor.
And a lovely, cool, refreshing Mountain Dew to top it off.
Wow, I think if I'm drinking Mountain Dew into my 80s, I'll be doing pretty well for myself. Like there'll be some serious advancements in terms of technology. We haven't really talked about the game at all.
I mean, it is Vikendi.
It is Vikendi, so at the moment nothing's really happening. We're sorry, guys. We hope you enjoy the John Allen and Blank podcast. But yeah, getting back to the game, I think RRQ's kind of pushed themselves back together again. The strings have been pulled taut as the players enter towards south of Goroka. I don't know why I had a voice break there, but I did. Team IND, they're on the east side. They're coming across from Podvosto. Things are fine, and yeah, we're just heading into Circle 2. But GXR Celt, they take a little knock here onto rocks. They're just outside from RRQ, and RRQ taking some more bullets, but they get just behind the rock in time.
Unfortunately, though, RRQ still are up top there. Takes a lot of damage, but G9 lobs out the Molotov. Will relocate them, stop them from pushing. It was a little bit short, maybe needed to push a little bit further. You can see Ernie on the roof, up the hill. They actually have a flank coming in right from the other side. You can see on the minimap across the road, they've got that player there. I believe that's D2E for RRQ, and so they have this fight pretty much covered off. Yeah, there it is, D2E over there in his own building.
Yeah.
And they're going to be looking to try and pincer onto GXR Celt.
They can kind of wait this one out. I think that's the big thing here, is that because of the position they own, GXR Celt, although they're pretty safe inside this building, they're also not going anywhere. You know, like in the movies where they snap the... I think they also do this in real life, but you know, when they snap the handcuffs onto either the person's wrist. So, yeah. To your wrist and my wrist, I would be the police officer, you'd be the criminal, obviously. Whoa! Look at that hard shift. That's pretty wild.
Can't believe you skimmed over that really quickly. You could call me a criminal, Blank. Goodness me.
You do steal loot crates.
That is true. That is true. They are mine. They are my own property.
No, that's not how that works.
Yeah, I see them.
Mine.
And it's mine now.
Call it first. Oh, I saw that loot crate as it was falling from the sky. Mine.
Mine.
That's mine.
That's my crate.
Yeah.
Stay away from my crate.
We need to like think of, you know, like shotgun, but instead it's like loot crate. What would be the phrase for a loot crate? If you see it first, you get it.
Crowbar.
Oh, that's actually good. If you're seeing the loot crate in-game, guys, and you shout crowbar before anyone else, and you saw it first,
you get a pry open that crate and get that juicy loot.
That's your loot. That's how we're going to decide it from now on. First to say crowbar, bish bash bosh, wham bam, thank you ma'am.
It's the best system. No system is better.
No system is better. Like, even when you don't get the front seat in the car, if you've lost the shotgun call, you know that you are a loser and you deserve to be in the back of the vehicle.
It is true. It is.
This is factual.
It is an age-old tradition that doesn't need to be changed.
Yeah, as our boy Wi-Fi would say, this is factual.
This is factual.
Yeah, this is factual. And also, he'd get back to this and say, well, he wouldn't say this is a movie right now. Because
he would say, John and Blank, stop prattling on. Let's talk about the game. TSM Entity are currently holding a compound to the southwest of Goroka, and they're guarding out any potential rotations from the Megastars and Orange Rock. Compound-based play, so we're only looking for a little bit here or there. Nothing really major in terms of maneuvers from the center. What I'm looking at really, Blank, in the terms of rotations is T1, Yudu Gank. Those two teams very close to each other, southwest of Movatra. Could be a little bit of a firecracker spot.
So I might light the fuse. I'm not sure yet. T1 bring out the rear. Yudu were able to get the second place last game, and although they went on pretty unnoticed, that's still 14 points on the board in terms of placements, which is really, really nice. You level up here. They went down a little bit earlier. Slightly different to what we're kind of used to from them, right? Because they tend to be, recently at least, been very, very strong. Looking around the map, Valdez the Murder, another team that I want to keep my eyes on. Talking to Imperium earlier on today, and he was saying that maybe this is a team that we think is going to start rattling forward, especially in the league finals. Right now, they're a bit down the table, so there's still a chance for them to get towards the top and get that big money. But he was saying that, you know what, I think in the league finals they could really pick it up. I'd agree. I think there's a few things they need to maybe tighten up a little bit, but with players like Martin, Joan on side, I think they've got a real chance.
It's a journey, but one that someone must tread in the end, Blank. It's not always easy, but that's what we love to see when those difficult journeys are made, when they reach their final destination. That's what it's all about. That's what it's all about. The excitement that you find from a job well done.
Yes. Very good. Speaking of job well done, good job, Circle. Nice and central-ish. Bit of water in here, but Nova Godlike.
Motion for that circle.
There is fighting, John. There is fighting.
It's Nova Godlike and Box Gaming in the north, and it's Loki who has gone down for Box Gaming. Nova Godlike able to catch the player left behind, the straggler for Box, as they have headed further south. There's no way they were going to go for that save. Nicely done for Nova Godlike, but they still have to move down south, and Box Gaming ahead of them.
Indeed, John. Again, this actually does mean a lot here.
Such a loud noise for such a slow snowmobile there.
That's Esports Plus right there.
Absolutely.
This is actually a really important game, though. Let's be honest for a second, because obviously teams are really gunning towards the top side. Seidan actually taking a fight with BTR. It sounds like T1 again having the BTR having the better of T1 at the moment, sadly.
Missile has gone down, has been flushed as well, which means that they could run up a player. Yudu Gank are just over the hill as well from this fight. They might try and third party, but it's You Level Up who have spotted Yudu at distance as they try to sail on past. Not going to be engaging in this fight, but they're going to be in one of their own as the crash comes down. Yudu want to find Horshuan up in the top there. They will do so. Jumper able to get the knock. The flash will come through. It's just a matter of time. The Micro Uzi finishes it off, and they're trying to take the fight with the rest of You Level Up, but the nades are starting to come through. Winter pushes close. Jumper out the window. They're going for the 2 versus 1. A vault from Winter. Oh dear, I'm not too sure you want to be going for that. Unfortunately, Yudu Gank able to pick up the knock. Chia-Xin last standing for You Level Up as it's 2 players moving up wide. Jumper sails around the corner. Fredo soon to follow. A lot of damage found. He holds off against 2. Chia-Xin looking to go big. Here's Mambarang swings out, and that's a third foul for Chia-Xin. 1 player left. It's Drax. A sliver of HP. He spins out, but he doesn't have the reload. Oh, not enough bullets left in the magazine, and you do stay alive after a catastrophic series of peaks.
It would have been 1 bullet. Just the 1 bullet. And in that situation, Chia-Xin would have been able to take down Yudu Gank, but Chia-Xin has always been showing himself up to be a really strong player, but in comes BTR. Have that vehicle.
Yeah, it's, you Darcia, you stay behind that wall. Yudu Gank, though, they're all very low. They're off the back of that really tricky fight. There's only 3 of them alive, and Zuxi's hunting them down with the Micro Uzi. First to face will be going through. Mamparang gets the heal off. The first aid is there, but takes a lot of damage. Zuxi as well, though, is going to be taking hefty chunks, and they're holding it down for now, Blank. But Drax is found. Luxy from the back will be able to spot out the angle. Mamparang is the close face. The first hold as the heal comes through for Zuxi. And that's going to give him the confidence just to beam down Mamparang. There's now 2 players left for Yudu.
Fredo investing to get the resurrection coming through at BTR. We know they do not stop. Look at them all pushing, zigzagging through. Fredo's able to find 1, but how many more will he get? And that is them down. Ryzen will finish it up.
They're able to get the flush on Zuxi, though. So Bigatron down to 3, south side of the circle, as it does shift up towards Dobromesto. And they will be in the next one for now. No one really around to third party. T1 a little bit too far away to capitalize on this.
Box Gaming, it's time. Box 4 initiated.
Oh, you're right.
Towards the west side, they found their way into the circle. And now we can start to say that Box Gaming, this is where they start to power up. This is like their Dragon Ball Z sequence where they start to scream for 10 episodes.
I think we're on about we're on episode 4, Blank.
Episode 4 right now. We're on our way. The screaming is progressively getting louder. The hair is getting a more vibrant color.
Yeah, exactly. I think we're up to an electric shade of yellow right now.
I would say so. I'm waiting for the electric blue.
Yeah, we'll be pushing in a little bit further later on. So we'll see how they're able to hold in that energy. And they're going to go a little bit further Super Saiyan, but instead they're going to move out of the center of, well, not the center really, but the compound that they had on the roadside near that loot crate, and they're going to go to the other side of the road a little bit further east.
They're just trying to set themselves
That's Box
up.
Gaming I was talking about.
I know.
I was clarifying.
You were clarifying. That's good. I'm glad to hear it. You did have a lot of days yesterday, so this is good. I'm joking, John.
You're not. That's
I know I'm not.
Oh dear. I love it when you call me out live.
It's the joke. It was a joke. It wasn't real.
Oh dear. Well, it's certainly no joke that RRQ lose D2E on a rotate. Their vehicle goes boom, and RRQ down to 2.
They are down to 2, so this is slightly bad at the start, but also good for teams like Bigatron as well as Box Gaming. They want to catch RRQ Athena up. They currently are on 472 points, Bigatron with 458, and Box Gaming just in third, a little bit lagging behind with 452, but by no means not ahead of the rest of the pack.
A single nade might be enough to do it, but they haven't thrown one in just yet. The Megastars are going to be holding down RRQ as they're crossing to the other side of the road. Ernie gets re-knocked, and G9 still behind the rock gets spotted out. And that's a kill going through. It's TSM Entity coming in, actually. Jonathan helping out in that fight, but that is RRQ eliminated, Blank. And it's like you were saying just now, that's great news for Bigatron, Red Aliens, and for Box Gaming in their pursuit of that big 5-OK.
Oh dear me, this is pretty interesting. Next circle comes through, heads towards Box Gaming again, so, you know, this is kind of crazy. This is kind of crazy. You love to see it. TSM Entity also in a good position here.
RRQ having died, obviously the Circle Magnets transferred back to Box Gaming, as they rightly should be. TSM Entity moving in towards the location as Box actually sent back to the compound they were holding before to go deeper into the circle as everybody's sending in. Okay, this is a big, big rotation. You can see the crunch starting to happen. T1 going to be clashing with TSM Entity on this push. Plenty of damage being thrown out either way. Bigatron have a lot of space on the south side as they mount up behind some rocks, and everybody in the southeast struggling to move through. T1 get eliminated.
That was fast. TSM Entity actually find themselves this rocky formation here, so things are pretty nice. They're happy to be in this situation. It's a good place to be. We've seen a lot of teams try and hold this down, provide you a lot of interesting cover. It does mean that you're a little bit susceptible to getting crashed upon, so you will need to hold those high grounds down yourself, but also be careful about not getting your head blown off.
Certainly ideal situations don't involve having your head blown off, Blank. It's unfavorable, to say the least. It's pretty difficult to operate the rest of your body without your brain. It's, some would say impossible.
Yeah, it's pretty damn impossible, to be honest with you. But we'll see what happens. I mean, what we see on the screen though is Megastars with one player down. This is a bit stressful as Orange Rock actually start to push in.
They steal the vehicle and they're out of there like a shot. Paradox left wondering what the hell just happened. As Orange Rock leave the compound, 2 vehicles strong. The rest of Megastars a little bit further across the way. Actually, they have 3 vehicles. Marvy gets blown up.
Oh dear.
Vexy strikes back, and they go 1-for-1 overall on this engagement on the northeastern side of the circle, trying to move forward. Scout, he gets shot down as well as Paradox lands it, but Viru trades it off beautifully. The blue zone will engulf them, and with the bullets thrown their way, Orange Rock will get eliminated.
Oh my God.
Wow.
Long have we waited. Snaking overrated. Box Plot is activated in this circle towards the end here. Let's see what happens with Box Gaming going forward as all teams have to go over there. Froz, so happy on the desk, making a little box of his own in midair.
I would love to get a recording of that box dance from Froz. I think that needs to
We'll get that on desk, it's fine.
That needs to be on every single break, on repeat. Absolutely love it. That's what we want to see. But he's right, though, to be fair. Box Gaming, they have a corner of the... I say a corner of the circle. Circles don't have corners, Blank. It's one of their defining characteristics.
They do. They have just infinite corners, though.
That's not true. So, where do you want to go now?
With this specific one, because it's pixelated, I am correct. Well, it's not infinite here. We'll have a certain amount of corners. I don't know how many, but there's lots.
Okay, look, a circle.
But you have to agree with me. I am right by saying that.
A pixelated circle is not a circle. Technically, I know we call it a circle, It is more of a fond name.
It'd be like...
It is an approximation of a circle.
Like a dodecahedron.
It is a fairly accurate approximate of a circle, but approximation of a circle. Bigatron, they're being challenged for their spot yet again by Team IND, obviously re-engaging the fight from Everest in the last game on the coastal rocks here. Seems like they can't get away from the cliffs, from the climbing situations. Team IND trying to find Microboy as it's the outpost for Bigatron, and the rest of them can't really back him up too well. Slayer and Trance just looking for those angles. Oh, Luxy is going to be able to find the first, and Ryzen finds the second. Trance falls, takes a tumble. Slayer now has the smoke that's been popped and should be able to get that res, but wants to find some shots first.
Microboy's so silent. Just the bottom here, and Akina Gamers also towards this fight too, looking to make their way in. Bigatron have made their way all the way to the western side of the coast. You can see Team Secret actually taking a fight with Nova Godlike, who are doing a hell of a amount of work onto them, but it is Soup actually going down. Snacks, damn, he's so low, but somehow survives.
Manages to keep it going, but Braga very, very close. Concept gets knocked in the meantime as Slayer is going to fall as well. Oh, he dips around the side again.
No way!
Braga goes down. That's disastrous. Snacks, he doesn't need a health bar, Blank. He's just going to gun you down with a micro Uzi. Braga falls, and now it's just Bozza getting the res on towards Concept for the rest of the team. Team IND finally take a couple knocks. Snacks back to full as Braga has been knocked. Bozza making a forwards push around the edge of the rock. It hasn't gone well for his teammates, and I don't think it's going very well for him either. Finally, Snacks gets displaced, but Bozza gets taken out by Trance further down the hill.
Oh, perfect stuff from here. Bounce the Murder actually crossing into Box Gaming's fort. They will have to move now as the circle heads towards the northwest, John. Team IND are out, but what a valiant attempt from Snacks to keep that one going. Can see Zay here, snaking away. Does Microboy know he's here? It won't matter anyway. Zay will have to get onto the coastal side if he wants to take some shots, but TSM Entity is what we're talking about at the beginning of the game, John. I want to see them do well as they take a couple of knocks and die.
That's...
Oh, stop cursing people, please.
Oh dear, Blank. 7 kills found for TSM Entity already, and they have 3 players alive. Jonathan has been knocked. Valdus the Murder, not so lucky. Only 1 kill, 1 player. Martin, very, very close to the box fort, to Box Gaming, who have to move for the next zone.
They will as they move towards the north, leaving Martin behind them. We know how much Martin likes to shoot people in the back, so we'll see if he can have some patience and wait this one out and not be tempted to shoot Box Gaming as they're running away. Obviously, Zay still making his way in. Team Secret still having this fight with Nova Godlike. You can see they're taking a couple of knocks, and now Break has made his way in. We can see TSM Entity still holding down this rocky outcrop, just dancing around the corners.
I love that rocky area, Blank. It's so dangerous, but so strong if you can hold all the entrances.
Yeah.
It's fantastic cover, and nades less effective sometimes if you can move around those cracks.
But TSM Entity, with such fantastic mechanical skill, they can hold this down. As one player does knock into it, Jonathan goes down. That is Team Secret actually taking shots from up on high after they try to clear on Nova Godlike.
Box Gaming as well, moving in towards the outcrop of TSM Entity. Z-God, you can see he's just holding in behind the rock right now. Louis and Break both pushed across the road. Pime will be bringing up the rear. Z-God just waiting, biding time right now. They should be able to scout this one out as they get back in the vehicles. Break, still unaware of the presence of Z-God, it seems, but Louis sends out wide, and now he opts to spring the trap. Unfortunately for him, it's given back as good as he's given. And Z-God is going to get knocked. Box Gaming can move into these rocks now, Blank.
The cam break is out, and then that is the rocky outcrop opened up. But just as they find cover here, the circle moves away from them once again. Jonathan, as well as Clutch God, back up to full HP. They have a really good spot in this circle. Team Secret will have to leave this compound, as will Nova Godlike. So they know they need to clear Nova Godlike here for fear of getting third-partied when they leave themselves. So you can see Encore there out in the circle, beginning to heal. Bigatron also have to make the cross from the coastal side. TSM Entity, they are very much still in this game, John.
Absolutely, Blank. They've got a lot of cover, a lot of power. Bigatron, they're mounting up to make this next push with 3 players themselves. Microboy going just behind the ridge of this beach as it's still going to zone towards the coast. Plenty of shots going off here as Encore tries to peek towards TSM Entity. Box Gaming, oh, they get spotted out from the sidelines by Bigatron. Break gets flushed. 2 players left standing now as Jonathan just absolutely destroys the final player from Megastars there. Taken down, nicely done. 2 players from TSM Entity Entity, they're still in the circle. 2 players from Box, they have to push.
Yeah, TSM Entity's position's definitely been revealed to a lot of these teams, though. Box Gaming's PMA, one of their best players on the team, starting to make his way around. BTR opting to take this coastal side, like you said, just playing around the ridge. And Team Secret, they've left Nova Godlike behind, and they're investing smokes to make sure that they cannot be seen as they start to scuttle around underneath this compound and get into the circle.
No teams with 4 players alive, Blank. It's only 3-man squads from Team Secret and Bigatron. The rest of them all on 2. Goodness me, that's an M249 for U-High. A really strong weapon, especially in these final circles.
Now Box Gaming being pushed further towards TSM Entity. I'm really curious to see how that fight ends up. But right now we can see Team Secret actually paying off for them to leave Nova Godlike and move down to the bottom 4s. Louis has to run forward and he'll run directly into TSM Entity if he's not careful.
Just below that ridge line, Nova Godlike taking shots now towards Team Secret, but finally they're taken down. U-High takes a bit of damage from the nade. It's instantly healed up by the stims, and the next nade will find nothing either. Bigatron on that coastline with Luxy being knocked. They'll be able to get that res, and they'll be back to 3.
God. Moves up, finds PMA, immediately knocks him down, drops straight immediately back to the ground afterwards. He knows a player will be coming from top. Microboy spots out Clutch God, getting a little bit too aggressive there, drops to the floor.
And will be going for the flush as well. Sees Clutch God, but it's Team Secret now to start to push towards Bigatron. Oh no, they're just staying behind the wall, but Louis pops up, pops down again. U-High is going to fall, will get flushed, and Clutch God wants to find the kill onto Louis. Goodness me, it's like whack-a-mole here, Blank, in these final circles. Clutch God just popping up, popping down, and he doesn't want to go aggressive because Louis knows as soon as he steps up, Bigatron are going to beam him.
He really wants to get that 3rd place position. Now Louis inside the blue. Clutch God's got to make a move. Just trying to scuttle to the side. And there's Matt Toy actually preventing Clutch God from going down. And Clutch God makes a shot onto Matt Toy. This could go extremely well. He's going to try throw a grenade. But look, the rest of the players from Bigatron are behind him. They're all healing. Clutch God might just have clutched this one out.
He's got 4 first aid kits. Will start to pop it. Oh, Louis! He pops up, takes down 1 player. Now needs to go for the heal. Now more than ever, but he doesn't have enough time. And it's Team Secret behind the wall. They're able to out-heal the zone, get that chicken dinner. Goodness me, what a finish.
What a hugely bold moment there from Louis to drop up and actually take down Clutch God. It's just an incredible amount of patience from this guy to wait that out. And that could be insanely good for Box Game. We know that they're chasing the guys at the top. What a fantastic game. Louis is going to be so happy with that one.
They were 4, and then down to 3, then down to 2, then finally down to 1, and they make it all the way to 2nd. Beautiful stuff.
Double chicken dinners, though, in a row.
Fantastic. It's Team Secret. Chicken dinner yet again.
Where's that hot spring? It's right around the corner. And you can't miss the sea of flowers.
It looks really exciting.
Why not have a try?
It's the back-to-back from Team Secret here as they put up big numbers throughout the past 2 games. What a start here to our final day of our Super Weekend. Joining me, Avenger and Froz. Guys, Team Secret, blasting out of control. But another thing that is very important is the fact that all of our top teams, well, some of our top teams keep racking up some numbers as well, so.
Yeah, so it's getting close to the top, but Arcute had a rough game in this one, so it's going to be extremely close now in the top 3.
It's so interesting because only one rough game can do a lot. when it comes down to this, because we see the performance from the top teams like Box Gaming and Bigatron fighting for that top right now. Of course, RQ didn't want to be part of that too, but having a rough game like this, it might hurt them.
I mean, it's not gonna do them any good, at least for trying to keep that. They potentially are still in an okay spot, but I think it's gonna be extremely close once we get to our overall leaderboard. But now, James, we will go to our map ranking.
Yes, we will. Yeah, let's do that.
Nice.
It's Too Secret, 24 points. That was weird.
Yeah, that's fantastic.
We got 20 points coming in for TSM Entity as well. They could have... Oh, that was...
so close.
That was very close up towards the top. A weird end to this game as well.
It was. But still, I mean... Let's go.
Team Secret, 2 in a row now. 57 points in 2 games. I'll tell you why this is big, why this is huge, why this is super good. Because yesterday only had 18 points.
Oh, yeah, that's pretty impressive.
They already tripled their points from yesterday.
That's super impressive.
So they didn't want to win yesterday, but today they won, or what's going on here?
I mean, how many points do they have overall right now?
They're pretty close, but
we'll see that later.
Yeah, all right.
Spoilers.
RQ Athena only getting themselves 1 point on the board, and the chasers at the moment against them are looking fine and dandy from Vikendi. BTR took a very interesting coastal position,
right?
Whilst Box Gaming had the box formation going on.
The box formation didn't work this time, though. They did get him a lot further into the game, of course. But Louis, oh my God, what a clutch! We saw him being there for so long against Clutch God, and it was basically both just proning next to each other.
And it's so often that we see this from Box. Like, we've seen it from Break, we've seen it from Louis, we've seen it, these guys do some like clutch situations where this was a 5-point clutch. This was a 5-point kill.
Yeah.
It's a massive difference in that. And if you can continue doing things like that when you're in like clutch situations where you're solo, it just makes a massive difference in terms of overall standings and so forth.
A clutch against the clutch god. That's the biggest of clutches there. Let's take a look at the stats coming in from Team Secret as they do 1,140 damage. Very even in terms of the damage.
Look at the knockouts though.
Very rough. I mean, we had a lot of hard shift again towards the west. 2 games in a row now where the circles just keep on going west. Is that the theme of today, maybe?
Go west.
All right. Team Secret, of course, they were fighting against a lot of the teams on the east side there, on the northeast side. So we saw them, of course, taking a lot of casualties, a lot of damage taking, not too much damage done. But also, of course, towards the end, we saw everyone basically healing towards blue there.
Yeah, definitely. It was the interesting thing for a Clutch God's position, I feel, is that he took a position behind the shack, which was technically the last part that was in the circle. But at that point, you could effectively, you're in the blue anyway. You could have gone a little bit around the shack and been out of the position for Lewis shoot.
It's easy to say when we're just sitting here, but when you're in the game, you have so much pressure on you. Everybody probably screaming, go left, go left, go right, go right. So, I mean, in the end, it's kind of chaotic in that kind of situation.
Mountain Dew, do the do moments. Let's go, Avenger.
I have a producer singing to me. I think it's fantastic. Thank you so much for that.
Wait, what?
I was singing to him as well. I was going do 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 do.
Oh, nice.
Oh well, that's what he was doing to me. Fredo, though,
behind the scenes.
Exactly. I like these the scenes here, the fights where we have the compound 5s in the early stages, because it's so important that you take these situations off. And Shashin managed to play well here, but in the end, it ended up costing him.
That's correct.
Yeah.
It cost him. But, I mean, they got himself a few kills on the board, or 1, to be fair. So it wasn't too many. One team that actually stepped it up a bit, we know them very well towards the top. It's King of Gamers. They had 8 kills on a 10th position in this game. That shows how aggressive they were from the start. And also, if they could keep on going with that, imagine how many kills they could rack up.
Yeah, and here we see RQ getting absolutely bodied out of it. Unfortunately, this is going to cost them, obviously, on the leaderboard. Going out this early, especially when we are talking 4th circle here, like, there's quite a lot of space there, and they must have been really, even mad at each other for getting themselves into such a situation.
This is also one of those situations when we talk about how you're dropping on your loot spot and you get the center circle on the first circle on top of you. And you have to decide. That's the roughest decision you have to take as an IGL, in my opinion. Because as soon as you take one position, you know, okay, if we don't get the circle on us, we should have taken the other one.
Yeah.
And that could affect the whole team in kind of mood, morale for the rest of the game.
You know what I got to do? Like, that's where you do something different. You go for the 2-2 split.
The 2-2 split. Yeah. Do you think that can work on Vikendi when everyone's going so central?
No.
100%. Yes, of course.
There's a no and a yes.
Yeah, okay. So of course this can work in the first 3 circles, but then when the 4th circle hits, then
join up.
The problem with this is that then you need to join up, and when you need to join up, usually that means it's very congested already on the map. And when it's congested, it's going to be super hard for you to rotate without getting killed or knocked out of your vehicle during that rotation.
You guys clearly don't remember my programs. Don't you remember when Synergy they had the 3 most central compounds
in
circle?
Where are they
Doesn't matter, we're not talking about that now. They had the 3 most central compounds on Vikendi in 4th circle with a 1-1-2 split. And then once the 4th circle popped, what did they do? They started playing together, they got into a great position, yes, and they're not playing this weekend, sure, but they have qualified for the league finals.
This was a crazy ending here, of course, that we saw. It was just chaotic. This is also the first time, I believe, during the season that we're seeing it goes down to the last circle, shrinking down to nothing.
Yeah, I like that.
Yes, actually, that's true.
Even though we had a lot of urban endings, because usually those are the ones who actually create these kind of circles that it will go all the way down. You have people on different levels in a high-rise house and stuff like that. This was totally in the open.
My mind is tainted by... We had it in PMWL America, so that's why I think it happened, but let's take a look at the total damage here throughout this lobby. Yeah, we're back.
Nice.
1,700 coming in for Bigatron Red Aliens, who took that coastal position and actually really made it work. I really enjoyed that.
Yeah, but also you have to remember, once they're in position, that their backs is safe, right? There's nobody going to come from there, so they can just have a huge impact, just raining bullets on top of the guys that are in there. But what I really loved seeing was how the other teams were playing around it, right? You saw some of the teams trying to lay low. You saw Box Gaming in the end. They were playing as late as they could. I was actually hoping, like they had 3 guys alive. I was hoping for a smoke into a vehicle play, taking a more centered position with a car and playing from that, rather than playing too late to come for comfort, and then they left the car and then it started healing. Like it felt pretty uncalculated and
I think it came down to there were so many teams left alive. We saw it towards the end. You had, for example, Nova Godlike and Team Secret fighting inside the house there. Then you had BTR on the coastline, of course, fighting, and then you had Team Secret on the east side fighting as well. And you had TSM in the middle. There's basically nowhere for them to go. Even if they try for something like that, it's gonna be
a triple smoke line in the middle, car towards the wall with like a corner to the wall, smoke lined up, put pressure on TSM, easy. And that's a win.
All right, Shush, do you know what's more interesting?
No.
The overall ranking.
That's true.
Let's see.
Oh,
Bigatron Red Aliens is back on top, baby. 3 points in it. And then Box Gaming is 4 points behind RRQ Athena.
It's all within.
Oh my God!
7 points. The top 3 is within 7 points.
Look, you know how we're always saying that, this is gonna go down to the last game. Well, this is gonna go down to the last fight of today. Who's gonna be winning? That's why it's gonna be so exciting to see every game that we have left here.
Look at King Games Club though. They're in 442. Like with a good game from them, they could actually also jump at it.
Yeah, go on, Frost.
Look at Team Secret though. Once again, they got so many points today that they are closing in on King of Gamers Club there. Only 20 points behind. And I mean, they got 18 points yesterday. If they had an average day yesterday, that would have been 20 more points maybe.
I hope you heard my squeal of excitement just before.
I heard that. I decided to ignore it because it was so squealy.
It was too squealy for you. That's right. With one more, we got another game coming, and we will be going
one more Miramar.
One more Miramar. And then we've got Sanhok, and then we've got Erangel coming up as well. This is getting spicy.
I mean, yesterday I was like, this is gonna be a crazy weekend. But then kind of some weird games, but now we're getting into it.
We're into it.
Yesterday was all sorts of weird games, but today we're back on track. We have some really great games.
Let's do it then. We are going over to Miramar. It's our other casters. It's Imperium and Maxman. Other casters is a weird phrase. There you go.
I've been called worse. Tell you what, prepare for trouble and make it double. Imperium, Maxman. Back at it again for the third game of the last Super Weekend here in the PMWL. We were meant to high five, but just didn't really feel right. But thought that worked out.
Better that we didn't do it, otherwise we have a little bit of a... It would have been awkward, Imperium, if we missed it out, but that's okay. Miramar, ladies and gentlemen, the last Miramar game of this final Super Weekend is going to be intense. We saw some big plays, some big games happen over here. We'll have to see who's going to be the final king of the desert map known as Miramar. Yes.
Team Secret pulling off a BTR, right? The reason why I say that is because when we saw the league days last week, day one, BTR had a really shocking day in 19th space, came back. Second day, won 2 games in a row, first 2 games. Team Secret, bad day yesterday, really bad day. Like Frost said, 18 points in 5 games. Comes in today, knocks it out of the park by winning the first 2 games. What a turnaround from them.
I think like the big teams, they have like a bad day, like, okay, you know what, we got to make it up to the fans, got to make it up to the viewers to have some good performances, and then they come in and they just absolutely stomp the entire we like, just like, no, as you just said, like they did a Bigatron, 2 chicken dinners back to back. Now the question is, are they going to do a Yudu gank and get himself 3 chicken dinners in a row? That's the question to be answered. But Imperium, the playing path a little bit northern, not going to be too troublesome whatsoever. Bigatron, of course, they're going to go for Picardo, not going to be contested whatsoever. But what are you going to keep your eyes open for? That's especially the fight that could happen in San Martin, because I'm seeing one team over there that is actually Nova Godlike with T1. Normally it's Valdez the Murder over there. And Valdez are there too. Got 3.
I don't know if they're directly in San Martin or if they're on the north side. It's a little bit hard because it's zoomed out for now. Is Team IND, who've gotten a couple of strong results, but they haven't been able to drop as south of Los Leones as they normally like to, so they're kind of connecting with King of Gamers.
Stop. 420 is clearly not working. It's clearly not working. Just leave Concept alone. Get back to the compound and get some loot. There you go. That'd be fine.
Maybe he was like, hey man, you want to lift, man? Yeah, you know, this is the hippie van, dude. You know?
Is that a reference to something?
You know, like hippie vans.
I thought it was a reference to like a movie quote or something. I don't know.
Yeah,
you get your quotes from
like hippie,
weird places.
You know? Yeah, I do. Which says the one that loves anime.
That's not a weird place.
It
it's
is.
Normal.
It is.
It's not. You're a weird place.
I'm a weird place.
I don't know where that. Yeah.
Okay, good.
That was supposed to be a roast, but it fell flat.
Would you like some epic with that fail?
Yeah, thank you very much. Epic
no
fail.
problem.
That's a bruh moment right there.
Yeah, bruh.
Bruh. Okay, Team IND gonna send the full squad right next to King of Gamers. That's going to be nice for Bossa to get the damage. Actually didn't shoot too early on, and Bossa's just going to get completely overwhelmed by Team IND. Concept is making a run for it, trying to make it away from those 4 players of Team IND. He's going to reposition himself into that compound, into one building specifically, maybe trying his best to pick them up one by one. But you know that Team IND, they've been really good, especially on that first game. And now they are feeling confident.
Even the second game, what I've noticed about Team IND is that they look to be a little bit more aggressive as a team, not even just as individual players, as much as those flares have shone through. You can see it right now, like they're going for that 2-2 push. Even though that knockdown's coming through. Wait. Yeah, I was just going to say Concept gets knocked. It doesn't matter if 2 players got knocked, because Team IND had the full squad. It was confidence. It was job well done.
I want to give some respect there. Like getting 2 knockdowns in a 1v4, that's not too shabby, do you have to say, but that is indeed going to be the squad taken out early, so very unfortunate for them. So we'll have to see, I think, well, I mean, 2 players getting taken out early on for them, not the entire squad, they still remain. But that's okay. But now I want to see if we're going to have some action here, especially happening in San Martin. You got TSM Entity slowly coming around. You got 3 angles held by Neo, Jonathan, and also Clutch gone on all of the north and also the eastern side. But you know that TSM Entity is not really their mojo to get involved in city fights, especially early on. If they can just avoid early on engages, they'll do it.
But remember what Jonathan said on that previous Miramar game when the interview came through. They do generally tend to feel more confident if they do get a couple of early kills. And when you look at the first 2 games in the results they've had so far, they've gotten 16 kills in 2 games. That's an average of 8 kills per game. So TSM are definitely feeling at least more confident in that regard. You know, we've seen it constantly progress. The thing which I feel will allow them to avoid this is the fact that the Phase 1 circle is more in the east rather than the west of San Martin.
Especially with this kind of circle, you know that most of the time you're going to have no teams localized in the northern side. So far, the only team up north, you got Yudu just going to be on the west. On the eastern side is going to be Galaxy Racer Celts. They got a lot of room to work with. So really, I'm not scared with them finding a good location to play around. Phase 2 is when things will get a little bit more set in stone as time goes by. We'll have to keep an eye out for that. But otherwise, rotations, yeah, are pretty clean overall. We still got Megastar, still got RQ that got to move it in towards Montenueva and also El Porto actually in the circle. But especially on Phase 1 here, I'm not expecting like any big fights to happen. You had one happen with King of Gamers and also Team IND, but that was really just a hot drop. There was not really expected. And at the end of the day, it does happen from time to time, but Nova, going in the open like that, that's risky, especially when you got the high ground available around you. And that's, I believe, I was about to say it's Armdrain or Valdus. I mean, why would they go there? Like, they're just trying to hot job on San Martin. You should know that Valdus plays like this.
It's more that they've got nothing left to lose. I don't know exactly. I believe it's mathematically impossible for Nova and Morph to actually get into top 16. Like, you know, they would have to pretty much wipe
the lobby every time.
The whole lobby in these last 3 games. So even though it might be mathematically possible, it's, very impossible. But nice shots return to try to at least push back Armone. So good response from Nova.
Just saying mathematically impossible almost. Like, I think that Froz is going to be very unhappy about that one. He always likes the probability still be impossible. There's always just a slim chance, but that's not going to happen. Nova, good use of utility, going to move on. And put himself in the open. Like, it's still a little bit surprising in my opinion they would decide to go in that direction. Know that also TSM like to go towards Hacienda del Patron, so they might encounter a few members along the way. So that is something that is definitely really risky. But now at least we got the OG 2 teams that like to fight in San Martin. That's T1, that's Valdus the Murder. But they're going to be now respecting each other's position, not going to get too close. No fights will break out early on, which you like to see.
I like the quick rotation from U level up away from Impala, considering where they're currently located is quite nicely inside the circle. The fact that they're still not presuming they're going to have a strong position, that they are taking advantage of that by rotating relatively early, is something which I love to see from them. It should help them control their area. As you look at it on our screens, Megastars coming in from Monte Nuevo, they're going to have Box and BTR close by, but Morph should have a nice clean come through. I would recommend on the north of Los Leones, basically in between King of Gamers and Team Seeker, so you don't go into the city, but you still get the high ground information on that rotation.
The plateau up north, you mean, of Los Leones would be.
Yeah, exactly.
It would give you a lot of scope, and you would also see towards the center of the circle,
exactly,
which is always really good. But I would hope to see a circle go up north, because northern circle finishes up. We haven't had that many actually in PMWL, especially on Miramar. In Miramania, didn't get an insane amount. Yeah.
El Azahar finish.
El Azahar finish. You know what? I would love to see that. It's going to have to hard shift a few times in a row, though, if you want an El Azahar finish. But something interesting. I think I never casted one yet. I think we both haven't casted one yet, so that's okay. But Nova, they're still got to be on the move. At least they found a car now. Make things a little bit easier for them to rotate around.
Like, I think we've had a Cruise Val finish before, but it's been rare. I'd also like to see a water treatment finish. The reason why is because that's very hard to kind of play around, because you have those big kind of containers around water treatment, but you also have the high ground surrounding it, so it's very risky whether to commit to that area or not. So let's see, of course, where it does go. RQ have decided to go actually to the north of T1, and they've actually gone for a much quicker rotation than Udo Gank, and they've gone past him, which I think is weak from Udo, from his speed-wise. When you, like I said, when I commended you level up, you do definitely have an easier job.
I like to play on the edge, but okay, we were seeing like a 4-man car rotation special. No, the favorite car rotation of John, he absolutely loves it, guys. Send him your favorite, pictures you can of a 4-man car rotation. He absolutely loves it, but Armdrain going to get absolutely battered by Nova Godlike, and they're just going to get their very first kill of this. No, he's dead. He's dead. Leave him alone, Exist. He's already gone. Don't have to spray too much. But now the position, especially of Martin, going to stop them from peeking too heavily. So I think this is a fight that you can't really just push on forward. You maybe want to try and attack from the side, just flank it up if you want to try and get yourself your full engage on Valdus.
Yeah, John even hates 4-man car rotations in a real car. Like, if he sees 4 people in a car on the street, he'll shake his fist like an old man and go, "Oh, why I order? Back in my day, we didn't have 4 people in vehicles."
I don't think John speaks like that, but you know what? I feel bad.
He did in the last game.
That's fair. But Nova, they're going to try and flank a little bit on the side behind the mountaintop, so just to give him a little bit more coverage. But where Hastar is right now, he could get attacked from 2 angles. I think Martin definitely saw that. And Godard did also. 1 initial knockdown, they even get the second. I mean, Nova, that is just an interesting way to approach this compound breach. They're going to be losing 2 players right away, and that's going to force the 2 other members of Nova Godlike to leave the scene entirely. Unless no, they're not going to commit to it.
It's realistically narrow-minded positioning, right? So you're kind of going, okay, well, we don't see anything directly in front of us. There's nobody there. And we're even seeing it again as Vamp goes down, leaving Exist as the last player up.
Grenade's going to be cooked up. Could be perfect. I mean, he knows exactly where he is. Oh, hello. Comes and hug him. Perfectly cooked. Okay. Velmoth will get knocked away, but the rest of Valdis will come around the corner. It will still be turned into a 2v1. The res will indeed come on through. Still got 3 seconds, so that's okay. They got a little bit of a nice slip over the hill to hide behind, but Martin, he does not want to allow that to happen. He's going to go for the re-engage. Hits one, hits the second. Nicely done by Martin of Valdis. The murder as they pick up the 4-squad kill, and now that's going to be Novagod taking on 16th.
We did see the phase 2 actually head a bit up north. It shrunk a bit to the west, but now it's Team Secret on the BTR.
Yeah, Team Secret, I mean, Yuhai going to get overwhelmed. He's still got Rex a little bit further behind on the mountain top, but now the rest of Team Secret can try and join the mix. Bigatron, they made their way up, and they love going uphill. They did that on Erangel, they do it on Miramar once again. It's their speciality today.
Ooh, that's a bit risky if Rex going inside that vehicle as Microboy gets a knockdown.
They got the high ground under control right now. That's going to force very Team Secret potentially away from this fight. The res will definitely not come on through onto Rex. And that's the issue on this kind of position, right? If you're too spread and then a team does push you as a full squad, you're always going to struggle taking the fight head on. That's going to confirm the second kill for Microboy, 2 kills so far for Bigatron. And they're looking to close this one up. Do they want to now move away from this location or just follow up on the 2 other players of Team Secret? I mean, they could definitely, but I think that there's a big lack of information for them.
They could wrap around the west and actually come in basically to the north of Hacienda del Patron. But just one thing to point out was that Rex had a great opportunity to actually bait the members of BTR with the rest of his team looking from a distance, but instead he decided to go in the vehicle. That's instantly being heard. That's instantly being spotted.
Yeah, got to be careful of giving information away by using cars. Sometimes you want to try and avoid using them as much as possible unless you have to fully commit to move away from a specific location. You're going to see Yudu taking a few shots towards TSM, but they will be able to easily make it downhill, finding the location. RQ Athena are pretty close by, same as T1. A lot of teams playing pretty central, which is normally what we do see on Miramar, and I'm not really too surprised by that. But I would, if we have a hard northern shift, that could make things really intriguing.
It's more the fact that, luckily for TSM, RQ have rotated to a position where they can't clearly see TSM, so there's that little bit of space for the boys from India.
For the boys. The little bit of space for the boy.
The boys. Do it for the boys.
Yeah. Oh, Orange Rock. I mean, this is a very Orange Rock kind of move. You know, go for the high ground. I mean, especially when you've got a scout who's going to get so much information, and he's absolutely godly on those sprays. But you know what? Galaxy Race itself's got a nice little area to play around, but Galaxy Racers, I'm surprised, actually left the northern side on which there was no teams really play. Oh, damn. Well, that circle, well, you know what? That circle, nice. Actually, that's a hard, it's not a hard shift in itself, but like because of how the teams are localized, it's actually really good for a lot of the teams, but the teams that are now rotated late, they are going to struggle to potentially find a spot in the circle.
And it's really good for RQ. They can now reposition, come up north and basically occupy the high ground just by the compound on the north of that circle, where they could potentially get some information on the likes of Celts, Orange Rock, even TSM. But Clutch God is sending himself forward a little bit quicker than RQ, but the fact of the matter is he's on his own.
You knew they got some knocks on TSM, and they want to now try and potentially seal the deal on this one. The smoke's going to buy them time for TSM so they can go for the res. At least they go for the first point. That's going to be making it over to the compound. Now they've got to make it uphill. They could still give the advantage over to TSM Entity. I think if they know they've got a team on their heel, which would be Yudu, I think they definitely do not want to take this fight head on. We've got the Golden Marauder, and they're going to go and escape away in style.
Oh no.
It's a little bit risky. They got a little bit of mountaintop. Zegot's going to be knocked away. And actually, no, he fell to his doom right there. And that's going to force Jonathan to move out of the car and take this fight head on with Yudugang. He is locked down. There's no way he can escape, especially the Golden Marauder is fuming. Is not a valid option to rotate anymore.
Poor decision making. When you look at Yudugang now, they can spread themselves quite cleanly across the line with Drax getting the high ground flanking position. Gonna get knocked in on the Z-God. Will Jonathan get spotted?
How dare you exploit the Golden Marauder? Jonathan tried to become the Bush, but only some players can do that. Jonathan was not the chosen one. He will get taken out swiftly, and I'm seeing Jumper coming in with a pan. Don't do it. Don't do it. No! They go get confirmed the kill. You do up to 2 kills so far. But TSM, you know what? The 2 other players moved in the central northern part of the circle. Going to be in contestment with RQ Athena. They might have a fight breaking out, but at least they still got 2 players in this game. Hope is still here.
The rotation for Megastars is wild and out of nowhere, but I absolutely love to see it. They're sweeping in from the blue zone. The north of water treatment, considering where they dropped as well, it's just a nice wild rotation that should be pulled off fairly cleanly because they have no teams really as they come into the circle.
Back onto the position of Orange Rock, which they got information on not only Galaxy versus Cells, but down south, they also got information on Morph Team. Morph Team that got pretty much destroyed on her first game of Erangel. They got destroyed in like 10 seconds by TSM Entity. Now they got to try and potentially catch up a little bit. It's Morph, they see information on Box Gaming. Lewis just doing that rotation in the muscle car. Will be able to make it over to the compound. But now at least they know that one team is going to take a few shots towards them. They'll be a lot more careful. But I'm surprised that Morph is like all localized in one specific position. If one team comes around and has the perfect angle, that could be the end of Morph.
You're right, but I believe they're overall pretty well protected behind them overall, so they're able to, as much as Orange Rock is looking in their area, it's just the kind of thing where Morph just feel confident as Rising gets knocked by Mad Toy.
Yeah, it seemed like Bigatron, they wanted to try and close up the fight that they engaged earlier with Team Secret. Team Secret still got 2 players, but Mad Toy, he will be alone in one specific building as iShot is just completely way too far away. So again for that own grenade. Be a good one to connect, but I think that this might be a little bit too far away. We'll get a bit of damage down to Zuxi. Ryzen was knocked away. They've got to go in for the res eventually. But Matoy just getting cornered up in this one building. Will be hard to escape from, but still, they got a few windows. You could try and do a little bit of a jumper engage from the backside.
Like, I know BTR like to kind of play around the edge of the circle, right? And they're never too fussed about making their way in. But one thing you got to understand is, while they've been engaging onto Madtoy or attempting to engage onto Madtoy, Valdez and T1 have both made their way past BTR and into the circle.
Madtoy in the smoke, avoiding detection of Zuxi. You have no idea where he is, but they know he's somewhere in the smoke. They haven't heard any footsteps. That means he has not moved whatsoever. Let's just still keeping an eye out.
Getting time wasted.
Yes, a lot of time wasted, but they see him right there. He was actually... Wait, was he on the outside part?
I don't know exactly.
I think he was not inside of it. He was on the... I didn't think so. The smoke's really hit his location pretty well, but you know what? Bigatron, they know this building like the back of their pocket, and at the end of the day, they will be able to get that kill.
Is it going to be worth it, though? Like I said, we'll have to wait to find out, as they'll have to try and find their way into the circle. But looking at Orange Rock, like you said, they still hold on to the high ground position, that real heavy sided cliff that they're able to just gather so much information around. Of course, hoping the next circle will still stick in their favor. If it doesn't, they will have to disengage relatively quickly. They have 0 kills, so they haven't been able to take advantage from a kill point of view. Let's see if it works out as Megastars and Team IND come together.
A little bit too close to the zone held by Team IND. Encore was knocked away in the valley. Grenades are going to be a big issue for Megastars if they're not too careful about this one. But Team IND now, they want to leave that compound because they got a little bit of a lip of the hill to work around, so they can peek really, really efficiently without getting himself in too bad of a position to take that fight. The Megastars using one member, I think that they're going to lose that confidence. They're going to move away from this fight entirely, and they're not even in the circle. This is a fight that just would be really bad for them to take head on.
It's also one of those things where IND actually rotated really well, because when I looked at Megastars previously, IND were nowhere near them.
I think the Bigatron right now going to go for the res. No, that's completely okay. T1, a few nades will indeed come on through from their side. But I like the angle held so far by Missile. If they're not really too careful of where Missile is, he could get the perfect angle to squad wipe the entirety of Bigatron. So you've got to keep that in mind. Seidan, maybe you want to try and join up with Missile sooner or later, because Missile is going solo, getting closer and closer. You don't want to take Bigatron on as a 1v4. That is not how it goes.
We also seen the kill feed. You do have been able to take down the guts and the glory of a TSM as they get wiped out, unfortunately. But now, as you see, this fight is going to be stayed off. It's the fact that ZZP and Seidan can't really do anything right now. So as much as Missile has a good position, if he's not creating the opening for ZZP and Seidan to go up that cliffside to engage on the BTR, it's a wasted opportunity for T1.
You have to agree. I think that Zuxi and Microboy want to get an angle, especially on ZZP. Still going to last a lot of utility coming out from especially T1. I think that's some utility you want to hold on pretty dearly for your late stage game. But the blue zone's going to be upon them right now on the left side, going to be not really stopping them from flanking on the left, so that's okay. But now you've got to keep that in mind. Zuxi exploding the card, make a little bit more coverage for the rest of his squad. But they only have now a few seconds before the circle moves away. It did go really central on Morph, so you've got to keep that in mind.
Yeah, it did go in the central area of Morph, but now Orange Rock have to disengage from the high mountainside that they were in. It's just on the tip, but I definitely recommend that they move their way down, as Morph are going to get engaged on by Orange Rock. IND into Megastar is going to try and clean up that fight. Paradox.
Oh, he's just in that one corner alone, and he's going to get absolutely battered by Team IND. Team IND, you know what? 5 kills so far. They are looking strong today. They're a team that had a little bit of a struggle getting himself some good performances, but I've got to say, today, I'm pretty impressed with how they are playing. So hopefully, this will be the first few games of many. Still got 2 more games after this one. They need to try and keep on racking up some good results.
Yeah, Team IND, 12 kills in the first 2 games, along with a couple of solid placement points, has definitely showed that they can get the job done coming into the last day of the last Super Weekend. But this is what I thought about with BTR. It was going to be a struggle. T1 have held them staved off, but T1 haven't really taken advantage.
Says that P doing a risky rotation away to get closer to the circle. Bigatron's going to be on their tail. But Orange Rock, they're going to slowly try and join the mix now to go downhill. But you know what? They knew Bigatron were busy with T1, so they're going to take that as the opportunity to go downhill without really too many squads potentially taking shots toward them and denying themselves getting back to the normal floor level. They're going back to floor gang, Imperium. They're getting back to floor gang level.
And now you have Orange Rock as well, trying to come in and put the pressure on the BTR. But Zuxi is able with the Scar L, but what a grenade by Gil.
Yeah, Gil's going to be able to get things done onto Bigatron. Bigatron still has 2 players really far away. They'll potentially try and come back for the res because no, they don't like to let their allies go down like that so easily. But Gil, he's the man. You know exactly he is thirsty for blood. He is thirsty for those kills. He's going to try and swiftly confirm them. We'll have to keep an eye out for that. Oh, but ZZP coming from the backsides on Bigatron and eliminates them in 11th position. They had no idea whatsoever. Huge plays by ZZP of T1.
Oh, baby, when the opportunity comes a cropping, you're going to do some dropping. T1 ZZP eliminates Big E-Tron as RQ close to Yudu Gank on the north side of the circle.
Yeah, Morph, you know what? The Circle Magnet did work in their favor pretty well. Their position could be contested by RQ Athena or Yudu Gank in the northern side. You got to keep that in mind. But now the Circle coming up really soon. That's where it might shift a lot. But you see Box Gaming down south got a really intriguing position, Imperium.
Circle Gods once again going towards them. Of course, they're now on the south edge, but it has been going towards them. It didn't last game.
T1 got taken out swiftly, 9th position. 8 teams still in play for this Miramar game. The last Miramar game, once again, as a recap for this final Super Weekend, is getting intense. The Circle getting pretty central away from most squads. Morph barely in the circle right now. But you're seeing some team fights happening left, right, and center as you do get taken out. 7 teams still in play, and it's going to be intriguing to see which team will be taking this center position because we are fighting on a slope on this circle finish.
Definitely. Orange Rock are going to opt to actually go wrap around the north side of the second huge cliff side because it means they'll avoid the likes of Valdez while still being able to get some information on teams on the north, and that's exactly what they're doing.
Again, the sprays down Orange Rock, a little bit of a high ground on that slope next to the mountain, so that's going to be pretty useful. Get the advantage onto Team IND and try and stop them from rotating. They only got 8 seconds on the clock before things get set in stone, but they have so many fights happening left, right, and center. They've been pretty passive on the early stage, but the information they got for themselves is huge, and now they know basically where every single team is.
I do think that was a lost opportunity for Orange Rock, that they should have focused on RRQ rather than turning and looking towards Valdez. But let's see how they will try to make their way as the blue zone is closing in.
Box Gaming, they're mad. The RRQ took back their position, and Bigatron, they want to get back in top 2, even potentially top 1, so they want to take control on this game. With 2 kills so far, they're looking for way more. As they push down south, they have the information on Hyokzan of You Level Up. They are just destroying foes left, right, and center. You Level Up get taken out of the lobby so damn quickly. Back to TDM you go. And Box slowly going to try and get encountered with Team ID. The first fight will be breaking out. They're going to have the first initial knockdown onto Loki. It will be turned now into a 3v2. Grenades could be huge from Team ID if they get the information.
What I love about Box Gaming is that they don't always take a fight, but when they do take a fight, they make it work out. We saw it in the last game, we've seen it in this game, but Team IND, nice grenade by Slayer, knocks down Loki.
Yeah, and a little valley side like that, grenades are so easy to throw, and Team ID, they know that's to their advantage. RQ Thinner get eliminated in the northern side. It was really to be expected. It was a pretty hard rotation on their side. A lot of teams had an angle on them. But those smokes buying a lot of time, precious time for Box, but Slayer trying to be a little bit proactive, going for a little bit of a flank on the right side. They don't really know it too heavily. That grenade coming out, could be connected onto Snacks or Slayer, going to be rolling down the mountainside a little bit. Those are pretty hard to connect, you do have to mention Imperium, but I like the fact that Box Gaming in the south, trying to spread himself a little bit thin to get multiple angles, especially on the teams up north of them.
And Team ID are actually kind of disengaging away from this, right? Realizing that they don't have a clear sight, so they're looking to try and just create that nice clear spread, leaving Slayer and putting Snacks and 420 OP on the north side of the circle.
Trying to look for Godard, maybe. Valdez on the every single team is on the edge because you said it right. It's a slope. It's such a hard position to play around. We got one crate in the center. That golden crate could be useful for a team that tries to be proactive, take the game in their control, in their very own hands. So keep that crate in mind. But no sorry, I'm seeing like the entirety of more, but no mercy with the rest of his squad. They're going to be in a dip, and as I was going to say, grenades are huge to connect and easily able to connect on the squad. Grenade from Marvi connects. He's going to go for the ring gate. It's going to be a 1v2, but nice fight back from Morph team. They eliminate Orange Rock. I thought that they had the advantage, but no, Orange Rock get absolutely destroyed in that one. 4 teams still in play.
I think that was a bit of a mistake that Mavi didn't mean to have that high of a scope attached, and he kind of paid the price. But great play by Morph. Got the squad right onto Orange Rock. They do have the northwest side on their own as Martin connects on the break.
Oh, Martin, the last man standing on Valdez. Going to go for the engage, but Pime is going to seal it down. He's going to get rid of Valdez, the murder, eliminated in 4th. Still got to say, respectable attempt by Martin, taking a 1v2, but it's just a little bit too much. He had no information on where they were coming from. Box will take the win.
Pime getting the no more nails and just sealing that leak that was Valdez, the murder. We get down to the last 3 teams. Box Gaming, Team I&D, and Morph Team.
Yeah, but Team I&D, they're trying their best to hold on to the eastern side, but Box Gaming, they're taking control. They're pushing on forward. More of that crate has actually been extremely useful for them. You're going to see Break on the side, going to go for the spray. Hits 1 or 2 bullets from No Mercy. He's got to completely capitalize on this engagement. Loki, that grenade could be huge, knows exactly where it is, into the smoke. Oh, they connect. It seems pretty close. It will connect indeed onto Zay, and now it's all in the hands of Jakesy. Break, maybe you want to try and commit to this one, but they're going to send on forward another player that's going to be Loki, but those smokes are really stopping him from fully capitalizing on this fight.
And it was because of the knockdowns that came onto I&D that gave Box Gaming so much more space and confidence, but it's a matter of, and they know that Team I&D are there, so they're still being just as confident.
Box, they really want this first position, but now they've got to take 2 fights. They see Team I&D on the right side. Slay and Snacks got the intel, but No Mercy gets confirmed out by Break. He's going to be out of the lobby also, confirming that other kill. 8 so far. They're looking for double digits. Box Gaming, they are thirsty. They are hungry. They need those nutrients, Imperiums. But that grenade response from Slur from Team I&D on the east, they did not expect it because they're playing on the valley side, so they're pretty easy to connect. The second grenade comes out, gets a little bit more tick damage, but Snacks gets the perfect angle onto Morph team, eliminated in 3rd, and now it's all between Team I&D and Box Gaming.
Break with the M16. Those single fire shots from a distance. Behind the rocket, Slayer gets dropped.
Slayer gets knocked down. Now it's all in the hands of Snacks. Gonna be a 1v3. Pime gotten rezzed back up on his feet. 1v3 is gonna be pushing on forward. He knows he wants to try and avoid them from rezzing up too heavily. Snacks gets the perfect angle, but that's only gonna be 1 knockdown for them. And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. What do you want else? Box Gaming still fighting for the golden #1 spot. They are trying their best and they get the win.
This is just what I love about PUBG Mobile Esports. So many people have asked me, who do you predict for this? Who do you predict for that? Anything can happen. Box Gaming have come back into it. We've seen BTR come back into it. And with that chicken dinner, Box are just continually sending that message.
It's been huge. Box Gaming, GG, well play. We'll be sending it over to the desk.
The PUBG Mobile World League is brought to you by the title sponsor, Qualcomm Snapdragon Elite Gaming, and the official beverage sponsor, Mountain Dew.
Oh, everything is getting more and more spicy by the map here in the final day of our Super Weekend. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the desk. We have Avenger and Froz joining me. And Box Gaming gets themselves the win. Avenger, nobody predicted this. Brilliant stuff by them.
I think it's fantastic, yeah. I mean, I was looking
I hate you guys. I hate you guys.
I was looking at kind of like an outside kind of, potentially no Frost. Obviously, great stuff by Frost to predict him. That's obviously only his fault, as I was saying before.
That's right,
but guys,
so good at my job.
Box Gaming 4 chicken dinners in one super weekend with 2 more games to go.
Oof. Yeah, let's take a look at the map ranking coming on in as well here, because not only does Box Gaming get themselves a boatload of points, moving themselves into a very decent spot, 30 points for them, but also Bigatron, Red Aliens, and RRQ Athena got very similar points, which means that they're going to be ultra close as well. So the top 3 is in such an interesting position going into the last 2 games.
This is just so amazing to see. Last time we saw, of course, it was RQ going out first very early. This time, Bigatron.
Yeah.
I wonder if Box is going to do the same in the next game.
I mean, that would spice things up
that would be
to an extreme degree.
So that would super spice, you're right.
Yeah, it's super weekend, everything's super.
That's
super
right.
spice.
And our 9th through 16th as well here. Quite a few points coming in for you level up, but aside from that, that is our standing. So, looking at this Miramar game, I was actually kind of surprised by the circles. Not too often we see things around Minas Generalis here, up in those kind of foothills just above it. And for the most part, Minas Generalis was extremely populated from one of these teams.
I mean, it's a very big area with a lot of levels of high ground and low ground.
Yeah.
That means a lot of teams can actually come in there, they can hold a position and maintain that. And that's what we see so many teams going in there, because they know it's easy way into the circle.
And to the east of that, of course, was Box Gaming in their little compound for quite a while, down that south hill. East, southeast, you know, that's what it is. We have them getting 1,668 damage. Quite a lot of healing had to be done here as well, Avenger.
Yeah, they were fighting for throughout the game, obviously, taking a lot of damage, getting knocked a few times, but they managed to stay up for a very long time, all the way to the end, in fact, actually, with 4 guys, and that had a massive turnout for them, obviously, being able to get that, because once you're, 3-4 players live, you get a lot more confident and you're able to put a lot more pressure on. So really great for them. Obviously, they had the compound for quite a while, but they were able to kind of fend off everybody in the south and the southeast to make sure they could get into a great spot. But I actually really love this area because there's so much playable terrain in this area, and how you play in Minas Generalis, if you go in there, and how you play around the rocks as well. I really love how to see some of these teams are playing it out.
It's the Mountain Dew, do the do moments. Frost.
Yeah, we had some early engagements, of course. It was a little bit all over the place, but once comes down to the circle. Circle was very central for once, at least, and we didn't have too many hardships going on in this game. We know from the previous games a lot of West Circle hardships, but this one, it centered up a lot. We saw, of course, Orange Rock playing on top of that rock by Minas for a long time, and we know that they love going up there. Almost every game, they take the opportunity, go up there, and at least scout out what's around them before leaving the area. But this time, they could stay there for a while. They didn't really work out too well. They didn't get too many kills, but I mean, they got a lot of information to work with at least.
I guarantee you, TSM Entity must have hated Yudu Gang in this game here. They continuously knocked them out of the cars, then chased them down, knocked them out, and then took the pan and then finished them off. Jumper there with the BM finish. I love to see it, but also the long shots to kind of open that engagement and then to hunt that and guarantee those 2 extra points there. That's a massive play from them.
Once again, a great play from Team IND, actually, seeing them getting that second place with 8 kills. They played that very well towards the end as well. We saw them having 2 plays going up towards the north, trying to secure more map control, while Slay was back down on the south, holding out Box a little bit more before he joined in on with the other 2.
Yeah, and also Valdez in the end here, we see them fighting, but I will say though, Valdez's position and them being able to kind of fend off and survive for that long, coming out of that area that was so congested in a point is such a great play from them as well.
We also saw Marin, of course, from Valdez almost taking down Box Gaming. He got 2 knocks from a very bad positioning, having to run towards them, but the Box Gaming stood tall in the end. They didn't have the box formation, but it still worked out.
Didn't have the box formation. They are too strong. It's like when they're completely boxed up, they're impossible to break out. Orange Rock as well, also fighting here. They actually managed to get themselves a few kills as well. 4 kills, I believe it was, in a 5th position. So they also managed to get a good share out of this one here. Man Parang again putting some pressure on some of the guys that are driving out. And again, like, you don't want to get too close, because if you go Man Parang, you always go
base.
Exactly.
I mean, during the game as well, of course, we saw BTR going out on 11th place, but they did have 6 kills.
Yeah.
So they salvaged that game pretty nicely. Same with RQ. They got themselves a 6th place, but with 4 kills. So overall, we saw, of course, RQ getting 10 points and Bigatron getting 7 points. It's not bad. It's not bad at all. It's all about having that consistency. But with only 2 games left, you got to shift it up right now. You got to make sure you crank up to the max and you go all in.
Slayer, if it had continued going for these nades in that same position, the second one especially, maybe it could have kind of
close.
Messed things up for Box Gaming a bit.
If he got that second knock there as well, or managed to finish off one of them, that could have made a huge difference for them. But they managed to counter smoke and kind of try to fend them off and defend that position. That was actually really well. Team INDX managed to have a really good game from this one, 8 kills and a second place. So I was really impressed with how they were able to play here. Also, more from this position, they had a decent game, managing to get a 3rd place and surviving that massacre that they actually had on the west side as well.
I mean, IND, they've been on fire so far this last few games. We saw them, of course, ending yesterday's game with a 2nd place 8 kills, and then starting off today with 3rd place 9 kills, and now again being on that 2nd place with 8 kills. But I want to see them get that chicken dinner. They still haven't got one yet in this season, but look at how hungry they are. They really want it.
Yeah, I feel like we've just relived the whole last 3 minutes.
We've just seen the whole game. It's all the kills we caught. It's fantastic. We wanted to make sure that you guys caught all of it because it's such an impactful game once you get to the overall standings.
All right, do you know what's next, Avenger?
Overall standings.
Map ranking.
No.
Oh, no, we had that at the beginning. We always have that straight after.
Total damage.
Total damage. That's exactly what I said.
Exactly.
Look at that total damage. This is some Sanhok-alike numbers.
That's right.
Very even actually. Way more even than I thought it would be.
The step up on the kills from RRQ Athena all the way up to Box Gaming as well. Very satisfying. I like that.
My question is then, guys, why is Bigatron that far right?
Because they died.
They've broken the sequence.
Yeah, I know, but them getting that many kills in such a rough position and that much damage, that's kind of insane.
They were in Minas Generalis, right? Fighting in that huge, let's call it a super cluster. Let's go scientific on this for a moment.
But then again, you should still consider Minas Generalis kind of like a town, right? You don't want to go in there unless you know it's going to end there. Otherwise, it's going to be really rough times getting out because from Minas Generalis, you have like a high ground that can look down on you when you get out. You have a low ground and a compound on the other side of the road that can look at you while you try to get out. So it was a really rough Hail Mary for them and a rough decision, I would say, as well.
But the problem is the land is so unplayable east of Minas, and we saw the circle being around there that it's kind of hard for teams to actually try to get in. If you had Box Gaming in the compound on the south side of the circle, just east of Minas as well, and that one is going to hold out so much as well because you have a slope downhill from that south side.
Yeah, let's take a look at our top players.
But
go on.
I wanted to say though, have you not seen the cars on the pickup cars on Miramar? They can kind of get everywhere, so they could just have taken any of those cars and just get up to the top of the rockets and stuff like that.
That is true. That is true. But look at this. Top players. And of course, we have Luxy in the top. That is amazing. Look at his survival time. Only 19 minutes compared to everyone else on 24 to 25 minutes.
Guys, he's no longer local. Look at that.
Oh, hey, Loki!
That's right. Luxy putting up huge numbers despite, really not surviving for quite a while, as you previously mentioned. So that's going to be that. Really good stuff by Box Gaming so far. And in fact, we can have a sneak peek and listen in on Box Gaming as they are currently our lobby leaders.
Like life, PUBG Mobile has a non-stop learning curve and there's always room for improvement. Now, when we think outside the box, we become better thinkers, better able to learn new things, come up with new strategies and create plans to implement our newfound knowledge. Well, let's find out if our next team thinks outside the box and is going to bring something new to the table. Representing one of Vietnam's biggest media conglomerates where trends are created, it's Box Gaming. Gentlemen, thank you so much for joining me in the studio. And first of all, let me congratulate you on making it the biggest PUBG tournament yet. Lewis, let me start off with you. How's the morale at camp and how do you feel?
Cảm thấy rất là vui sau khi giành được chiến thắng với số kill rất là nhiều, với số kill rất là nhiều. Chiến thắng này là giúp cho team có được sự ổn định tinh thần, giúp team thi đấu tốt hơn ở những vòng đấu sau.
Well, that is what it's all about, carrying that momentum into the next games. Now, my next question is going to be for Break. Now, Break, You won the PMPL Vietnam finals with quite some style, let me say that, but you had a little bit of a shaky start. What did you do to turn it around for yourselves?
Có ngồi lại và động viên tinh thần nhau để làm tốt hơn những trận đấu tiếp theo.
Well, that is what it's all about. Of course, when you are down, the best thing to do is encourage your teammates to get the best out of them. Now, this brings me to my next question, and this one is going to go out to Loki. Now, Loki, there's a particular team from Malaysia, Urugang, and then one from Indonesia, Bigatron, who have been dominating the Southeast Asian region. In fact, they came first and second, respectively, in the last PMPL. Do you think anything's lacking in the Vietnamese playstyle?
Em nghĩ team Việt Nam còn thiếu kinh nghiệm và bản lĩnh thi đấu ở một cái môi trường quốc tế như thế này.
Well, the lack of experience shouldn't be a problem now since you have made it to the World League, and I'm sure we are going to see a lot more from Vietnam in the future. Now, this brings me to my next question, and this one is going to go out to Pimay. Now, Pimay, we know that, different teams have different drop locations, and, everybody is whatever. Do you have a fixed drop point, or are you versatile in changing it up?
Cũng tùy vào, ví dụ cái vòng vừa rồi thì cũng tùy vào các team thi đấu của mỗi bảng. Ví dụ team của tụi em thì nếu mà bay trùng với team khác thì cũng có thể là nút gần hơn cái địa điểm bay. Còn nếu mà bảng đó không có team đó bay cùng thì chúng em cũng cố để bay mà lấy xe để rồi tới điểm loot của mình.
Well, there you have it. Looks like Box Gaming are ready for any and all opposition in their way, which means more entertainment for us. Now, this brings me to my next question, and this one is going to go out to you, Hugo. Now, what's your game style for the World League? Do you have a specific plan for specific teams, or are you going to make them bend to your will?
Khi mà em vào bắn thì tất nhiên chiến thuật của team phải thay đổi rồi. Không thể như cũ được. Để thay đổi một chút để phù hợp với em.
Well, it looks like Box Gaming are ready for any situation. Let's see what they bring to the table. Now, that kind of brings me to my next question, which has a similar trend. And this one is going to go out to Loki. Now, Loki, whenever a new zone is formed, would you prefer starting at the periphery and making your way in, or would you go directly to the center of the zone and fight it out from there?
Team em sẽ đi vào vòng zone hướng thoáng người nhất. Còn nếu mà xung quanh đều đông người, tất cả các chỗ đều đông người thì bọn em sẽ đâm trực diện để combat.
Well, whether it be the periphery or the center of the map, I'm sure you are going to put up one heck of a show. Gentlemen, thank you once again for joining us in the studio. It's been an absolute pleasure talking to you, and well, we can't wait to see what you bring to the World League. Congratulations once again, and see you out there on the battlefield.
Certainly proving themselves in spades. And that brings me on to my next segment as we're able to go into the overall leaderboards. Let's check it out and see what's what. Because, of course, two of us here predicted that Box Gaming was going to be able to take the top spot. Avenger, good job. Yeah. And myself. Kudos to me and Avenger so far. Impressive. What a lead.
I hate you guys.
What do you mean?
You guys always take my predictions.
No.
Every time you guys take my predictions.
No,
but no, let's take a look at this. They got 6 chicken dinners now. No one is even on 5, but they just keep on racking them up. Of course, getting 4 in this Super Weekend alone, that's going to propel them up there, having a 16-point lead. But RQF and Bigatron are tied up right now.
6 chicken dinners. That's overindulgence right there.
But look at the kill points, because the kill points will be the first tiebreaker, of course, between the teams.
That's true.
And right now, it's only 3 more kills for RQ Athena. So it is very even in every way.
All jokes aside, this is very serious now because, Froz, yes, you did predict Box Gaming, and that's by the way. But they have taken a sizable advantage with only 2 games remaining here. Avenger, of course, if either RRQ Athena or Bigatron Red Aliens gets themselves a win, that puts them right back in that position to jostle for that top spot. But this is amazing to see how the top 3 have been performing so far.
Yeah, it's been amazing to see, and honestly, like the top 3, I did not expect it to be this close. We are 43 games into the Super Weekends, the 3rd Super Weekend, 2 more games to go. It being tied on 2nd and 3rd, and 1st being that close as well is absolutely insane.
Yeah.
I would say though, 13 games played here for Morph team. 2 more games for us. Are they out yet?
They are not out yet, but I want to remind you of one thing. First place is $50,000. Second place, $25,000.
Yes.
Third place, $12,000. Or $12.50 actually. The thing is that we're talking about a lot of money for being this tight on the top of the leaderboard right now.
Yeah, very, very close indeed, and it doesn't get much more exciting than this. We've got 2 more games remaining here as these 3 are battling out, constantly trading places. I think at any point in time throughout the day, each of these teams has been number 1. Throughout 3 games of having gone down. Pretty crazy stuff. We've got Sanhok and Erangel coming up, and you guys at home as well can be involved in all the festivities here for the PMWL. If you continue to watch, you can accrue points, and you can get yourself the lucky draw spins. You can try and go for the Psychopath set, which I won for Froz at the start of the show. It wasn't Froz. This is actually true, 100%.
It was my points. And it's on my account, so I guess it's my skin.
The best bit is he was like, unlucky, 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 and then he looked away to his tablet. He'd given up. I came over, pressed it on his phone, and you won the Psychopath.
That's why it's called Lucky Draw. I was not lucky, but Kalaris helped me with that one.
Oh, never lucky. All right, well, thank you very much, gentlemen. It's time to head over to our commentator team. First, Sanhok, it's our penultimate game here of our Super Weekend. Take it away.
Thank you very much, Kalaris. As Luffy likes to say, wants to be the king of the pirates. The question is, who's going to be the king of our Super Weekend? That's the question to be answered very soon. 2 more games to come, Imperium. It's Sanhok, it's third-party hour, is going to be big boy intense.
In the jungle, the mighty jungle, the lion sleeps tonight. I want to know which one of these top 3 teams is going to be the lion, wake up and savage the opponents around them coming into this game and the last game.
Oh man, I just can't wait to see Sanhok, the last one of these Super Weekends. 2 more games before we know who will be in that top 1 position, and we'll know for sure which one will be our 16 teams going over to our league finals. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Sanhok is going to go down, cut it down the middle once again. Yes.
I'm nervous, Max.
And we're not even playing.
And we're not even playing. Can you imagine how all of these teams feel? It's not just the top 3, of course, even though that's the focus because it's 16 points dividing the top 3, but the fight between King of Gamers, Team Secret, TSM, the fight between Megastars, Celts and Valdez, and even the fight between Orange Rock, T1 and IND. There's all those little battles for the points in these last 2 games.
We've got to think about, right, you got 2 games. One of these 2 last games is Sanhok. Extremely intense. You never know what's going to happen. Froz mentioned, right, the fact that you got a big difference in prize pool for the top side of the table. True. And you're doing one of your last games on Sanhok. Like, the amount of stress and pressure on their shoulders must be absolutely insane right now. We'll have to see. The circle's going to be popping on phase 1 on the eastern side, but we might have a little bit of an early engagement in boot camp with T1 and Morph, but they're on the both sides of the road. If they want, they could easily avoid the engagement.
Especially when you also add a dynamic, as we saw Morph go for a 2-2 split, of Morph and Nova, who have, with all due respect, aren't really fighting for anything. They're not fighting for the top 16. So that dynamic of they have nothing to lose can change any of the top 3 teams' destiny, so to speak.
Yeah, they could try and be in rock in their shoe. Just try and be a little bit annoying, like, oh no, we're going to...
Have you ever had a rock in your shoe? It's so annoying.
It's the most annoying thing, yeah. But ZZP trying to give himself a little bit of information on the other side. He's actually going to maybe cross on over, but Morph, you know, they got to display, they know they're dead. You not have the numbers to take this fight head on, so you know what, they're just going to leave the scene entirely. Not worth it whatsoever.
There's actually a game called Graveling, where you put rocks in a friend's shoe, hoping they put that shoe on for whatever reason without realizing, start walking, and they start, you know.
So telling me when I was in school, I wasn't just having rocks in my shoe, I was actually getting, you know, bullied, maybe.
You were getting gravelled, basically.
Getting gravelled?
Yep. Yeah.
I got some parents to call after this, I guess, in Imperium. There you go, trying to get rid of...
Young Jimmy, when I was
Young Jimmy, do you remember that day 12 years ago? You put shoes in my rock? No, you put rocks in my shoe. How dare you do this?
Shoes in your rocks? So if you wear rocks for shoes and you put a shoe... Okay.
I think we lose.
Okay, anyway. So T1 onto Morph.
Yeah, they're slowly coming on over. They've got to cross over the road, so if they got just 2 smokes, that would be enough to make a smoke road over. I like the fact that they set missile on the other side, just to make sure that they just locking down all of Morph. They can't move away. And here it is, going to take the fight versus Jexy. Nice. And he's going to got BBZ taking up on the right side. There's going to initial knockdown, but oh my god, ZZP just spamming it down. And we'll get the kill confirmed onto Jexy of Morph.
I do wish, as a grenade goes out, Banzai will not quite connect. I do wish the grenade was used more. Not grenade, the shotgun was used more often. The sound of a shotgun is just so nice sometimes. It is genuinely satisfying, yeah.
I mean, I think also reliability. It's a little bit issue. Like, if you miss a shot on the shotgun and you've got like a scar on the opposing side or just an AI in general, you'd be like, okay, I think I'm dead, yes.
I think that's also part of the reason why you also enjoy a nice clean shotgun shot is because it can be a little bit, difficult. You have to be more accurate as a morph. Disengage away.
You know what Zay just going to do? Pull off the little old switcheroo with T1, just going to be taking over boot camp for themselves. Now they could try and hold on to the roadside if they really want to. But Orange Rock, no, they like to go for the trifecta area next to the riverside. Here, because they know the circle's not going in their favor, they're going to cross really early on to make sure they don't get pressured by the edge of the circle. I like to see that amount of response from Orange Rock.
It's also because they know BTR are going to be on the north side of the edge of the circle, so they want to avoid BTR. So that's intelligent decision-making coming out from Orange Rock. We haven't really talked too much about the circle, right? It is basically focused heavily on the mainland. There's a tiny bit of there's a sparkle of the Southwest Island in play, but I'd imagine it's going to end up in the mainland.
We see Valdus stick himself on the southern side of Paradise Resort. That's a position on which Bigatron like to play, like around Paradise Resort in general. Mainly up north, but up north right now you've got Megastars. So Bigatron, they have a little bit of a chance of potentially taking an early fight engagement, but one fight is going to be happening for sure. That's going to be once again More versus T1. That fight will be never ending.
I love how T1 are playing as a team, Max. They're just pushing through one by one as a unit. Even if they take damage, they're able to clap back.
Yeah, they're going to try their best. Zay is just going to be locked on down. Missile and Sadin both pretty low. Even Yeonjun, this fight could actually go in the favor of Morph Team if they play their cards correctly. I think right now they're going to try and make it through. A little grenade to make sure they don't have to push on forward. That is very safe and nicely cooked up by Yeonjun. Now Morph down to one player. That is going to be no mercy. We see how deadly it can be as a one-man army. True. Will that be enough to get rid of T1 in a 1v4? He puts solo with no meds whatsoever almost. He's going to go for the initial knockdown, but ZZP will put the nail in the coffin of Morph Team, eliminated in last position.
What I loved about that, Max, is the fact that ZZP was by the side of that building that No Mercy was on, stopping No Mercy from in any way kind of stabbing T1 in the back. It was great teamwork. It was great comms. And T1 will once again stay as the kings of boot camp.
Kings of boot camp indeed, but now we're going to be focusing our attention to another team that's not currently in our top 16. That's going to be Nova Godlike. We might lose them also very soon on the mountaintop, very close to Gank and even Box Gaming, as Drax will put the pressure down from a distance with the M4, but really nowhere near enough to take that fight head on. So just a little more spray, just like don't get too close.
Space.
Yeah, exactly. Don't get too close because you know what? You got to have those distances.
TSM. This is a similar phase one as well as yesterday, I might add. Yesterday, they made that instead of going through the trifecta/Painan area, which they could easily do because Synergy aren't playing in the Super Weekend, they're actually choosing, like they did yesterday, to sweep from Ruins down towards a bridge by Camp Charlie. They did it very successfully yesterday. They're about to do it today, only there is a cheeky U-level up team by them.
I think that you level up should have maybe rotated across the bridge a little bit earlier, just like Orange Rock did.
Fair.
Just rotate, try and do those bridge rotations earlier to try and not get pressured by the blue zone or the edge of circle. But now Winter gets information on Zegon and Clutch. They got slowed down for a split second. That could have maybe been the opportunity to take the 1v2.
I think
he's over. He's got 40 ammos, taking his time to get Zerugod and also Clutch God if they want to, but he's not going to give that position away just yet. He's being really safe, a lot of respect.
It's also because the rest of his team are not close enough as he looks to cook up a grenade to back him up. That's going to put Z-God down to a little bit damage. Clutch God's making his way across the way, taking those shots, but the rest of you level up are backing up Winter.
Yeah, from really far away, but Winter's still doing some work. But Clutch God, he sees him trying to cash and hide himself behind another rock, and he will get knocked down because of that one-on-one trade-off so far. But you level up, they have to try and reposition because so far Winter's very, very deep in engagement. And you level up, they were no position really to take this fight. They were deep into Camp Charlie. There was no reason really for them to have Winter so far away for no reason. But you want to go for 2-2 split, I would even say.
They had the right idea, but it just wasn't as well executed as they would have liked. They do have Q-Mao across the road, as the confirmation comes down onto Winter. Huxian still inside Camp Charlie, trying to get a couple of peeking shots onto the members of TSM. And this is TSM actually disengaging or actually...
No. They're going for it. They want the frags.
Okay.
You know what? They are fighting. They want to reclimb at the top of the table in the standings just a little bit higher to increase that cash prize, which you like to see. But Jackson, that grenade is going to be to no avail, unfortunately, on TSM. Here it is, knocking on Camp Charlie's door, going for Yuxan and also Jackson. Will be a 3v2. They are hiding. It's hide and seek simulator so far. The grenade will be a little bit off. That's okay, but Z-God and Neo very close to that one player of You Level Up. And Neo trying his best.
Gets knocked.
Yeah, damn, actually doing some work, Jackson. Going to confirm.
Jonathan!
Oh my god, Jackson taking a 1v2 versus TSM Entity. But Yuxan's going to get overwhelmed by that two-man engage of Neo and Z-God. And now Jackson should have enough time to res up. We've got to make sure, really, because right here what you're seeing is Jackson just left alone for You Level Up, and he's going to get pushed slowly by Neo. But I think you can also predict that they're going to try and go for the res. So if you just hold this area, this could be big. They're going to try and get the angle once again. Playing with the AK. They got the information. They're going to engage him from the left and from the window, and that will be too much for them to fathom. You Level Up eliminated in 50.
What was a real strong note for TSM, as we do see phase 2 centering up quite nicely on the mainland, was the fact that they were able to get that knockdown on the Kumau. So that stopped that high-rise information and long-range shots to help You Level Up. But the mistake then when they entered into Camp Charlie, in my eyes, was the fact that they didn't know exactly where the rest of You Level Up were. They 2-2 split, whereas I kind of feel like they should have stuck as a full squad or, you know, at that point. But either way, only losing Jonathan, it's still 4 kills on the board for TSM.
Yeah, TSM, they're standing strong in 6th position. Overall was 405 points, looking a little bit more if they can maybe overtake, you never know, Team Secret and even King of Gamers Club at the end of the day. There'll be a significant increase in the cash prize, and they will be definitely happy to have a little bit more money in their back pocket. It always feels good. No, there's nothing like too much.
Yeah. And really commend Orange Rock for that rotation, because they've now gone ahead of BTR with that positioning on the northwest side. So, but Orange Rock are in between Valdez and T1, so that's something they will have to be aware of. King of Gamers are going to have to be aware of Team Secret.
Yeah, 4th and 5th position respectively for these two teams. Imperium, this fight might be having a little bit of a shift on the top of the table in the leaderboard. Got to keep that in mind. But Super's just hearing no movements like, okay, is there a team over here? Has no information whatsoever. But Team Secret, they used to playing around here up on the northern side of Quarry, so they could expect a team to be here. That's why they're playing this one so safe. Sending Soup on first, gathering information. But Matoy, did they see Matoy on the roof? If they did, their approach of this compound will be completely different.
Team Secret, who got the back-to-back wins today. The first 2 games. The 3rd game, they still end up... Well, they were able to get 2 points. The UI gets knocked.
Yeah, I got knocked by Soup, and now they can commit for the engage. I actually got even confirmed by Soup 77. That is huge, and now they can just send the entirety of the squad into the compound versus Matoy versus iShots. Matoy there with the roof play, going to get the upper hand onto Bossa. And here it is onto even Concept. Bossa will still be remaining on his feet. That is okay, but now they've got to try and end this fight very, very soon. Braga is still going to play at the distance. He's going to try and actually... Braga denies Matoy from peeking over the rooftop. That position is very smart. I'd like to see it, but now he's got to drop down slowly but surely as Rez is slowly going to come on through from King of Gamers.
Where's Rex?
Grenade. Oh my god, Bossa, you're so low, there's no way. And the Marley round top of Braga is going to have to move away from that position. Maybe making it easy pickings for Matoy. But it seemed like he will remain alive for the time being. The spray was a little bit too delayed by Matoy. Braga making it behind that tree. Sees one hand Pixel on the side. But actually, King of Gamers, this team is being reversed against him. Losing one, now losing a second. Team Secret is still 2 players alive. That's going to be iShots and Matoy getting the upper hand on this engagement.
Oh, grenade being thrown out. Another one trying to push back. iShots, he goes outside of the building. Matoy still on top, trying to look for those peeking shots through. Rex did join up, but he did get knocked. But that's okay, right? Because they're still going to be up as a 3-man squad. Revives potentially going to be coming out for the side of King of Gamers as Braga makes his way inside the building.
Yeah, there's been taking so long. I think they're now Team Secret because they got all of their members rest back up. Rex is potentially going to heal up to 75% health if he does have a first aid. They need to try and strike right now before Soups gets rest back up, because otherwise they lose that man disadvantage they had earlier. They need to try and make it back to an even engagement, but King of Gamers still with Soup on the ground. Taking still a lot of time. But Concept will be going for the Residence Deed, so this is going to be maybe sealing the fate for Team Secret.
What I love is that Matoy is able to reposition while still holding on to that roof play, so that higher ground can help him.
Just a lot of utility. Megastars do get confirmed out of the lobby by Urugang. I mean, they had a great angle right there. The mountain top, they had a lot of information on the east. They were controlling all of the eastern side of the circle, so that was really good use on them. But TSM Entity, maybe want to go for the sneaky third party on this engagement. They've got the high gun ahead of the shots. I mean, you know, this is third party map known as Sanhok, where if they hear gunshots, every team is going to get just brought on over to the engage. He has the angle with the Clutch God. Oh, but yeah, Clutch God will indeed get knocked away. And Nea's going to try and just get a little bit of an angle to Clutch God. And the res will indeed come on through.
Yeah, it was nice by Mad Toy just to have that flick of information and to be just, okay, let's go for it, rather than, you know, thinking too much. That reaction time was so strong by Mad Toy, and also it's core information for Team Secret that they need to wrap around and hug that side of the wall that Rex is on, so they are avoided by TSM.
I think that here, going for the wall side would be definitely really interesting. TSM Clutch God will get normally put back. Team Neo is going to be really intriguing, but you got a little bit of an engage, especially from the backside of Galaxy Racer Celts. Got a little bit of high ground onto TSM Entity. Got a little dip, you know, where you got that compound. They can try and play around it. Neo is just going to try and crawl his way back up to Z-God. You got two fights happening in the same area. Really intriguing to see how this one will be panning out for these two squads. But Team Secret, I like the fact that Mato saw it right. He was playing around on the wall, on the rooftop, and that's actually going to potentially allow these two other players of Team Secret across the road to escape that fight versus King of Gamers. It's an intriguing and interesting approach of this fight, but I think is needed for Team Secret.
I also think it was off the back of that knockdown on the Clutch God. It probably, you know, they probably intended to make their way across the road, but that knockdown on the Clutch God kind of made them think, okay, we need to do this now. Now, of course, the fact that they would have seen on the feed that Galaxy Racer Celts got a knockdown onto Neo would kind of make them think, okay, we don't have to worry so much.
Yeah, Rox unfortunately taking the L on that fight. Loki and Lewis going to be making some work on Galaxy Racer Celts. So a little bit split. They got most of their players on the high ground. He was left alone right there, scouting that compound. So there you go. He will get confirmed by the Vector of Lewis. It's going to be their very first kill for Box Gaming. You know what? They got a great game today earlier. That was on... which map was it? It was on... Miramar. Even on, like, actually, in general, they got themselves some really good games. So I think that here you can expect them to do also pretty good on Sanhok. Hopefully that will be indeed the case. But really, I want to see how is Team Secret going to play around this, because they sent two other players over the road. Is that just to reposition to take the fight once again head on with King of Gamers, or just to really disengage? Because these kill points are going to be really important for them if they want to try and retake a top 3 position.
That's fair. We'll have to see how it comes down. Now, what's interesting is that BTR are playing... They do like to play edge of circle, but I feel like they're actually playing a little bit safer in this fourth game. I actually think they're being quite cautious, choosing to go down on the southeast around Quarry, but RQ are in front of them. T1, you can see to the north of them. But of course, Microboy is going to be the one man that's kind of behind the rest of the team, making sure they have their back covered.
This game is going to be very interesting if it has a hard shift or to the west or to the east, because you've got that valley in the center with the road, and that's going to make things even harder, because if you do have to shift to the other location, to go down here and across the road, somewhat circle finish going to be going pretty central. One compound is still going to be remaining. Like, that's actually in the spawning area of the map, and Nova got, like, they can take control here.
Ban finish is so difficult to play around because you have the high ground all around, but then you have that dip. It's nearly like a black hole. But of course you can play around it because teams don't necessarily expect someone to be in ban. You can prone your way down, be covered behind the boxes. We'll have to see if anybody goes for that.
They sent Rex back over to the compound, like, are we leaving? Are we continuing this fight with King of Gamers?
Do I stay or do I go?
Yeah, but they're definitely going to have to make something about this, right? Because now they've got to disengage. TSM, they're going to be the one. Well, this fight, we didn't engage this fight. All right, we're just going to be moving on by.
But they're actually going a little bit too far, a little bit too wild, TSM, and they're possibly going to get caught out by RRQ. We'll have to see if that does indeed pay off, as we are looking in the direction of Galaxy Racer Celts, trying to find the members of Box Gaming who are now outside the circle.
Bigatron also going to have to do that rotation next to Quarry. Team ID, I think they might get himself involved with Nova God, like up northeast, so you've got to keep that in mind on the minimap. And do recommend,
TSM going down, that wild rotation just went against them.
Yeah. It is. Oh man, actually, this fight is happening something. Oh my god, there was such a stalemate for so goddamn long. But iShot's going for a very intriguing ankle on the top side of the mountain. They don't really expect it. They can't protect themselves really well from there. And Mato is going to go for the jump shot. Gets a kill confirmed onto Bosa. And now King of Gamers, for the first time in this fight, actually put down to 3 players. It will be a 2v3 in one respective compound. Rex is going to get overwhelmed by Concept. This is a very even one so far, but King of Gamers still with 3 players. Now down to 2. Super's going to get shut down by the high ground position. That was huge. King of Gamers, they got really nice approach on this fight, but Team Secret, just their positions overall are so intriguing and so original. The King of Gamers are struggling to respond.
Eye shots, flanking on the high ground, but Concept is being able to wrap around the side of the wall, so he's protected against eye shots as he confirms a kill. But Concept is going to get knocked down by a third party in BTR. Opportunistic rotation from the reigning defending world champions, going to take down a member of King of Gamers.
Don't expect a team to third party you from the backside, especially on Phase 4 Circle. We think that most teams will be at least on the edge, but not come in from behind down south. That is so weird. Sanhok indeed Imperium, that's what you can expect from this. But now all of Bigatron, they're around it. Braga, the last player remaining of King of Gamers, is going to be left alone. He's trying his best. It seems to actually get eliminated there, try and get himself in circle. We might even lose King of Gamers. Braga going to do some work there, picking up 1 kill to Bigatron player. And he's going to try and go for the kill confirm onto Microboy. Will be coming out this there. Another kill for them, but BT up to 2, and they will get the final kill. 3rd kill for them so far in this Sanhok game. Things are intriguing, but King of Gamers at the end with Team Secret taking too long to move away from that position.
Yeah, King of Gamers knew, Braga knew that he's going to get wiped out, confirming that kill. BTR at least surviving for now. We did, of course, lose Team Secret at the hands of a third party. Udo Gank. Celts are going to go down to the blue zone. Box Gaming are still in this with Pime as the last man standing, but he's far out in the blue zone.
Yeah, they're going to try and just survive it for as long as possible in the blue. Maybe pulling off a Ryzen just like from Bigatron where you had like 24 first aid kits. Like, will we see that again? I mean, maybe we have no idea, but that was definitely one original approach in that Vikendi game yesterday. Nova got like their position. Really good advantage, but a lot of teams are going to try and fight for their position. They got the tippity top position of this circle Imperium, so a lot of teams will want to take it, especially T1 and Team IND.
We did see on the western side of this circle, Valdez getting a confirmation onto a member of Orange Rock. These two teams are right close by to each other in the overall standings. Only 14 points dividing these two teams, so it could be pretty important as Goddard moves his way in between the smokes as Orange Rock sprays their way through.
Yeah, they've got to make it downhill. At least they already made it downhill. Now they're into the building, but they're going to have to cross over the road very, very soon, and that's going to be a hard one for them. You know what, Valdez, they're going to capitalize on that advantage they have on this team. But Thelmuth is going to go down pretty quick because of the blue zone, and the play zone is going to be actually claiming even the life of one potential player of Bigatron. Is phase very delayed, so that means the res are going to be really hard. Zuxy's going to get confirmed out by jump off Udu Gang. Udu Gang, they've been the gatekeepers of this game, Imperium, but Orange Rock, they will get eliminated out of this game in 9th position.
8 teams left. RQ is still up as a full squad. The other 2 teams battling in the top 3 of 1 player each left standing and are both inside the blue zone. This could be the perfect game for RQ to claim a chicken dinner, but not before they have to get past Udu Gank.
It was Ernie and G9. They're going to push on the door of Udu Gank, the gatekeepers of this game. Can they gatekeep RQ? We'll have to see. Going for the spray. Wild on the side. Freddy doing some work. Even sees Ernie at the end, and there you have it. RQ, if you know, Udu's just going to be too good this game for them, and they get taken out swiftly in 8th position. 17 still in play, but now all the teams are going to be trying to get position in the circle. It's going to be treating a bit Valdez the murder, going from the low side. No teams have information, but the compound on Nova Godlike is going to be the area where most teams will be trying to direct their attention to.
RQ, from a placement point of view, have actually done worse than BTR Box Gaming, but the only benefit for RQ is that they were able to get 4 points, so we'll have to see how that affects the overall standings. Team IND looking to try to push on towards T1, but with the blue zone closing in, this is going to affect all of these teams.
Yeah, T1 just barely out of circle, so they got to try and move a little bit closer into the circle, snake their way through potential, avoid detection. They're on the position where most teams already see them, but the last player of Box Gaming War Debt taken out, 7th position for them overall. 6 teams still in play for this one, and this is one very, very intense Sanhok finish, ladies and gentlemen. A pretty more passive one, not too many big fights happening, but the fight for this position is extremely hard to play around.
We do now lose Big E-Tron in 6th. So the top 3 teams have finished in, I believe, 8th, 7th, and 6th, respectively. We're now down to the last 5 teams. Nova Godlike still in it. They get a knockdown onto Udu Gank with Valdez still up as a full squad.
Valdez trying their best, trying to split themselves a little bit thinly, which I like to do. You want to get multiple angles as you're pushing uphill, so you can just gather as much information as possible. But Nova Godlike down to now too. The rest could still potentially come down on exits from Vamp OP, and I think that will indeed be the case. But Satan with the grenades onto Team IND. Look at the surprise, a little bit too short, unfortunately, on that throw. But now Udu, they got to make it away of that position. They got to make their way through versus Nova Godlike. Jumper will get the up and onto Raid of Nova. And now they're down to 2 players, Exist and also Vamp OP. They're going to go for the push there. Don't know where they are right now on both sides. It's going to be a little bit too much. No one, Nova Godlike absolutely destroying Udugank. They still got one player, and they get the fight for themselves. Nova Godlike eliminate Udugank in 5th.
Exist comes in, gets a clean-up job done as a blue zone also impacted these two teams, but T1 behind the rock gets a knockdown, gets a confirmation. 4 teams left standing.
Shotgun plays in the late game. I think I haven't seen that yet on Sanhok and PMWL. You love to see it. So many different things happening on this map. But now the circle is most teams are currently in the circle. T1 gone angled by Valdus the Murder. Valdus getting so many angles on the western side. It's just so hard to deal with. But Nova Godlike will finally take the L, eliminated in 4th position. One team I've seen struggling quite a bit. That is T-Mind losing 3 players. 1 player still remaining, but Velmoth will get the angle. Valdus picking it up. 5 kills so far, looking so strong in his finish.
Full squad pushing from the outside of the circle, allowing all the teams to take each other out as they're down to a full squad, taking control. Just 1 player left standing, wrapping around. Job done. Chicken dinner for Valdus the Murder.
They get it done. It was great. The circle even went back in their favor. So even if that fight didn't quite end right there, T1 had to push on over eventually through the blue, and they were going to take the game. Greatly done. Great control. With 4 members, they took the great positions to take the game. It was just very by the book, and you love to see it.
Can't wait to see what the overall standings are going to end up as we do throw it over to the desk.
I found nothing.
My teammates weren't around!
Have you ever seen a chicken dinner in just 15? Wow, it feels so good!
One more?
The PUBG Mobile World League is brought to you by the title sponsor, Qualcomm Snapdragon Elite Gaming, and the official beverage sponsor, Mountain Dew.
That's right, another great game goes down here for our final day with 1 more remaining, and our top positions couldn't be closer. Oh, it's going to come down to 1 last game. However, before we actually get into that, of course, Valdus the Murder get themselves a victory here. Avenger, Froz with me for that Sanhok. And a nice chunk of points here, Froz, for them to take home with them.
Yeah, I mean, we saw them in the last game getting that 4th place with 5 kills. They're still hungry. They still want that chicken dinner, and they showed us here, hey, it's finally time for us to shine a little bit.
Yeah, and obviously it's also great to see for them to come at this level here at this stage of the competition, because we have some teams that are really fighting to try to win it. So then being able to step up to this is really great to see. And obviously this could be something that means that they could show some more prominence for our league finals.
Yeah, definitely so. We'll take a look at the points that kind of came in from this Sanhok. And we have 26 points here from Valdus the Murder up towards the top. T1, 21 points on their side. Udugank, 20 points. It's Topsy Turbuland. And 6th, 7th, and 8th, Biggitron, Red Aliens, RRQ Athena, and Box Gaming. Oh my.
Oh my, oh my. We could not believe that RQ Athena was the first one to go out of all those 3 teams, because they were in the zone. RQ was inside of the circle, but that shows you sometimes you just gotta be outside. Look at how long PMA survived outside the zone there. Same with Ryzen as well. Both of them were basically just healing for 2 free circles.
Yeah, exactly. And again, that talks to how important it is that you're able to like turn around and say, okay, we're not going to make it inside the circle. We're going to try to survive for as long as we can and try to get all of those first stages rolling in. Valdus the Murder, though, 903 damage. They had a northern position where everything was happening in the south for a very long time, so obviously a little bit lower total damage. A good ratio with the total heals, 6 kills and 3 knockouts.
I do feel it's about time that they got themselves chicken dinner here for this particular Super Weekend, I suppose. If you look over, actually all Super Weekends now that I think about it, they've got themselves this Super Weekend, they've got themselves 2 third places, a 2nd place, a 4th place, and now getting themselves a win on the board. From the Valdez murder we've seen throughout the tournament so far, it is about time we see one here.
Yeah, it is. I mean, it's good to see that they're able to do this, obviously, but I think they've had some more chicken dinners than that, but it's some time ago. I think it was in the first weekend.
Yeah, a while back.
So good that they're able to do this again, but a little too late, but still adjusting for position, you know, amongst our middle pack teams. There's still some difference in prize pool, so they might as well take a few extra $1,000 home with this win.
Frozzy.
See.
No. Get off
Do moment. We saw a lot of fight going on in the start. T1 and Morph, of course, they were fighting as per usual in boot camp. And once again, we saw T1 being the top of that fight. And of course, we saw them going all the way to that 2nd place.
What do you think, man?
Exactly. I mean, this whole situation here was fantastic.
You okay?
Yeah, no, not okay.
It was also a weird fight we had with TSM pushing you level up by the bridge there. It was kind of unexpected, and it continued over here, of course, by Camp Charlie as well. Because it was so far out the circle, but that's what we talk about a lot of times, right? You have the time when you play the early fights, no one's gonna be around when you're on the edge of the circle because everyone's centering up already. So you can take your time, you can flank around, you can do whatever you like. This fight, however, between Team Secret and King of Gamers, I think that one lasted for a good 6 or 7 or maybe even 8 minutes.
Took a little while to say the least here.
I will say though, with how we saw the circles evolve, like it just put an even stronger point how great of a drop spot that Ban is.
I did completely disagree.
Yeah, very disagreeing with that one.
We got Team Secret as well, getting themselves a few pickups here and there. Unfortunately for them, since their first 2 wins, it's not been as easy a road in the past couple of games, but it's by the by.
That's what it is sometimes. This is Battle Royale. After all, you never know what's going to happen. There's so many teams on the board every game, and you got to do your best, and it's not always about winning. Just make sure you get a few points on the board.
Did you see that? While he was killing off the last players of King of Gamers, he already had 10 first aids on him at that point. And he had not looted 3. Yeah. No. Ryzen? One of the big guys. Ryzen. He already had 10 first aids at that point, and he probably needed to loot, 3-4 more corpses. Yeah. So he was going to end up in like plus 20, so that's why he was able to survive for a couple more minutes.
But we also saw with Pime was keeping himself alive on the south part there, southeast part. There was also a few casualties. I think it was from GXL Celts and so on. So he had a few loot boxes to go through as well. And we saw him. He was sitting inside a house for a long time, but once he started going low on the first aid kits, that's when he opted out to start moving out. The circle was far away. He could loot around while he was medding up.
Very big fan of IND, firing at the door before somebody even already comes.
Yeah, the pre-fires.
Knowing that they have to move out of the blue situation that they were in.
Exactly. Nice. I mean, you can hear the whole sound cues with this coming down. You hear when the fight is going on. When you hear when it's done, like in 1 to 3 seconds, there's a guy coming out of that door. I'll just start firing at him.
Yeah, indeed. Very, very nice. Let's take a look at the total damage here and see what is what.
Wow.
You can do.
They can do. And 13 kills, of course. Look at how much damage they have. Basically, even if any team would get all the damage converted into kills, they wouldn't reach 13 kills without stealing any.
And it was a very important damage, really, wasn't it? Because they took out RRQ Athena, I do believe, on that southern side of the circle. So them going up against them could make a big difference up towards the top.
But look at Box Gaming and Bigatron just next to right side hand of Yudu Gankto. Very low damage, a few kills each. And of course, RQ Athena, they had a little bit more damage, 1 more kill, but it comes down to RQ was actually inside that circle, but it didn't matter because, as you said, Udagank was just pushing up on that.
I mean, 13 kills on Sanhok talks to the strength of them, firepower-wise, strategy-wise, and everything. And again, I've said it like probably too many times at this point. I'm so sad that didn't play in week 2 because they would have been top 5 at this point, guys.
Yeah, they would have been. They would have been. It shows how big a difference that can actually make if you actually miss out on one. Let's take a look at our top players from this game too and see if any Udus are in there. We have 3 Udus!
Right, you know why there's free players from Yuta, right? Because there's 3 dots on the Yuta Gang logo.
I found out. No, I didn't kind of.
No, you didn't.
No, they told me it's a sponsor logo, and I was like, but I don't know why the 3 dots are there.
You know where there's 3 players here and this total top players here? It's because there's 3 O's in there.
I'll tell you something. I'll tell you something, right? That's where all the trouble began. That damn smile.
Fredo with that smile. But of course, we see CCP there. Who else would fit up there with that outfit, huh?
I mean, the realtor, he was in boot camp, like selling houses left and right. He knows them very well. So when he's fighting people over there, he knows all the nooks and crannies they could hide in.
Well, apparently in Morph, they didn't pay enough. They didn't bid enough. So
they were evicted.
So CCP was like, get out of here.
This house is sold. Get out.
Yes, unfortunate for them. But T1 actually consistently is winning that fight in boot camp. So it feels like it's kind of just theirs now.
It is theirs, but I mean, the thing is, they're able to not only convert the early kills, but we also saw them, of course, I think it was earlier, was it this week?
Yeah, they roll with it.
Yeah, when we saw them getting the 11 kills, even though they went out on 11th place, that just show you, if they can get like 4 early kills, they're just gonna steamroll on that one.
Yeah, very, very impressive stuff. Let's take a look for the final time before our last game, the overall rankings. Oh! Okay. Bigatron moves up above RRQ Athena. Box Gaming is still in first place. However, there is not that many points in between it for the first, second, and third. So, effectively, if somebody wins out of those 3 this next coming game, and somebody doesn't get a big second place, for example, that team is effectively going to become our league champion to start.
So we've seen Box Gaming with a 14-point lead against Bigatron right now, and RQ Athena 1 point behind. Once again, RQ Athena do have most kills here. So if it would come down to a tie, currently RQ would be the one who's above Bigatron and Box Gaming.
Yeah. I should specify they will become the overall regular season champion, and of course we still have that league finals to come.
League winners.
Play.
That's right. That's right. Here's our 11th through 20th as well as we have.
I have something here.
Okay. Have something to say?
It is not possible anymore to get that 16th spot for Morph team and Nova God. Like, it is not possible. I am calling it.
Okay, all right.
Okay, great.
It was brave that you admitted that. Well done, Froz. I appreciate that.
Look, I was keeping it alive. I thought it was possible, but seeing this now, I gotta say, it's not possible.
Last game, they could still potentially get some insane...
Even if they got 60 kills and a win, it wouldn't be enough.
It wouldn't be enough. Oh my.
Mathematically impossible.
It's so hot and spicy. I mean, I think I just need to cool
down
a
my
little
God.
bit.
Oh, yeah.
That's illegal. It's not illegal.
So good.
Is it good?
Yeah.
Put it back there.
It's just staying there now.
Nice.
All right. So, we have, of course, now 1 game remaining where it is going to be... There we go. There's our Erangel. Froz, you just keep drinking that, Froz. You just keep drinking that.
We'll talk.
I'm thirsty.
It's gonna be...
Keep on talking. I'm drinking here.
Erangel and these 3 teams at the very top. Any of these teams could quite easily take it.
So remember, RQ is being pushed out of Pachinki. So they're forced to go somewhere else, right?
Yes.
So they're already in a backhand situation where they have to do something else. They could go Primorse, they could go Ferry. I mean, there's multiple options.
But just know that they're going to go Prim again. They're going to pick up that Circle Magnet and just going to keep on going, right?
Okay, yeah.
I mean, they kind of, let's be honest, they have to avoid Pachinki, right?
Right.
This is gonna be close. This is gonna be very, very close. Put that down, Froz.
Okay.
Grab the popcorn instead. It's time to get into our last game here to figure out who is going to be the winner. Let's head over to our commentating team for all the Erangel. Let's find the popcorn, quick.
Where's the popcorn?
Let's go.
This way.
44 games, 3 weekends. It comes down to this final one. 3 teams vying for that first place $50,000 prize.
Oh, big boy, that's a lot of popcorn. You know, at the end, if you get...
That is.
That's a lot of popcorn.
It's also a lot of Mountain Dew.
Also, damn, that's actually maybe what these teams are playing for. You know what? They want all of the popcorn and Mountain Dew they might be able to get for themselves. But at the end of the day, this is the final game. This is what we've been aiming for the past 3 weeks in Imperium, to know which teams will qualify already for the league play ready, even though we already basically know, but which will be our top 1, 2, and 3 teams in position to fight for that prize pool of the Super Weekend.
And I just love the fact that it's ending on the hollow grounds of Erangel. We say it time and time again. We start with Erangel, we end with Erangel. It is the bookmark to end all bookmarks. 15 points dividing the top 3 teams, Max.
That is nothing, Imperium. That is one game, and it's going to come down to this last one. We'll have to see. Team ID going to be pretty happy about the fact that it's going to be going straight on over Sanhok Island. Same for also Megastars as they can go over to Novo. Same for Bigatron also. But as you're going to see RQ once again, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Going back to Primorsk to avoid taking a fight in Pachinki versus Nova Godlike.
I know that the storyline, the battle, the heart-pumping moments of this game will come down to the top 3, but 2 teams I'd like to highlight. One is Team IND. 59 points in 4 games today. The progression and the evolution of what was poor last week, I definitely want to highlight as a strength coming into the finals next week.
I think they've been a team that have definitely improved a lot and showed us what they can do, just like, for example, you level up and also Team Secret, so you got to respect the amount of work coming out from all of these teams. The Circle did pop up a little bit more over to the eastern side, but Monley is going to be going up north. You know, at least for a fact, it's not going to go onto Sanhok Island, so Team ID and Megastars, there's no doubt in their mind they're going to have to cross on over the water.
And the second team I want to highlight is Valdez, the Murder. At the end of Super Weekend number 2, they were 64 points behind Megastars. Coming into this last game, they're 7 points. I've seen them really shine so much brighter, be more aggressive and be more cohesive throughout this last week. But anyway, like you said, River and Play. I don't want to ask for a prediction, but I'm going to because it's the last game. Where do you predict it's going to end?
Why predict right now is the more find a lot of trouble. You know what? They're going to go for the push onto Mato, pin really low. Mato getting some really good fights, Team Secret. Oh boy, Morph, what is going on? 2 members knocked away, leaving 1 player extremely low, and that will be Zay. Does he even have a weapon? He's trying to play punchies right now. I don't think this is the right game, but at the end, they're going to go for it. Bonk on the head, and you say bye-bye to Morph Team.
Hello, darkness. My old friend.
That's me in high school right there.
I was like, here, look at me, see? So once again, RQ dropping down, not quite by Primorsk because it's a little bit further away with an eastern plane path, but they've dropped by Ferry Pier. It's going to give them a really nice clean rotation with Team Secret, the only team really being on the southwest side, as you've seen them get a couple of kills onto Morph. Will they go to Everest again, or will they occupy to maybe go onto that compound by the side of the river on the west side?
I'd love to see, like, RQ Athena, they can definitely have a lot of room on the western side. They can easily rotate next to Hospital, Gatka, George Pole, and try and rotate around there. So it would be really safe for them. Yeah. Just like really the first game on Erangel, right? It was a pretty similar circle for them. It did go in their favor quite a bit. They played on the edge as they like to do on the early stages if they have to. And it worked perfectly. They got a great position on the mountaintop. And yeah, hopefully this is going to be just a copy, paste, and repeat for them in this game.
Valdez, King of Gamers, and Orange Rock in their usual spots. Orange Rock are a little bit, just a tiny bit more easterly than having 1 member across the river on this kind of circle, but I think that's okay, depending on when they start moving. It's just like I'm thinking, our team's going to commit to the north of the river or the south of the river in phase 1, or is there any real need to commit at this early stage?
What you could do is just send a scout on over. You see Orange Rock do that time and time again, and I think that it would be a valid option to do that. Just send 1 player up top, get into the compound in the northern side, wait to see where the circle's going to shift. And it's not really too much of an issue. If you send 1 player on over and the circle goes back down south, you know what? You've still got players in the southern section. Send him back to the rest of your team. It's very easy to pull off, and I think it would be the better way just to make sure and make up for a very unfortunate circle shift just in case it happens.
Just keeping an eye. BTR are still down on the southwest side, outside farm. Galaxy Racer Celts in Milta. T1 are in Milta Power, as normal. You level up on Prison. I know, though, Max, we still have 4 days of finals next week. I know, but there's a little bit of a tear in my eye that we are getting to the end, that we are on the last game of the Super Weekend. These teams, all of these teams, have fought so hard over the last 3 weeks. Every single country they're representing, every single, org. It's amazing.
What are you trying to do right now, Imperium? Trying to make me cry? Is that what you're trying to do?
I am.
Trying to make me cry, Imperium?
Yep.
Who's cutting onions over here? Who's the... No, it is definitely, it is getting closer and closer to the end. But at the end, it's still, it's spring split. You still got full split.
I know.
We're only halfway through 2020.
I know, but still.
Cheer up, Imperium. Cheer up. It's fine.
I'm fine. I'm not crying, you're crying.
Yeah, it's okay. But as I said, right, Megastars and Team ID, they're both going to have to rotate on over eventually. Bigatron, they haven't given up on the location next to the bridge. Even T1 and Galaxy Racer themselves could angle if they wanted to. Last time Bigatron left and T1 actually took the position, and it was just easy biddings for Megastars at the end for Vexy specifically. But yeah, a lot of teams, as we like to see, going to go pretty central towards Headshot Valley, as Blank and John like to call it. And it's an interesting position early on because I think there's an area of which you don't want to really get involved with too heavily early on. But you know what? A lot of teams will try and get around that at least.
And this is what I was talking about with Erangel. After they initially looted that little bit of a few compounds to the south of school, they have decided to more head towards the northern edge of Watertown and that little compound across the road outside Rosshok, which is a wise choice considering this Phase 1 circle. I also really like the rotation from U Level Up. They've actually sent themselves far more centralized into the circle just to the east of King of Gamers.
They have started being playing a little bit more, aggressive in repositioning, taking big points of control.
Taking more central,
I think that's been pretty nice on them. That's been one of the big points on which U Level Up has been improving, and I think that they deserve a lot of respect for that, as Galaxy Racer Cells just moving away of Milta. Bigatron going to be around it, but they know that, so they're still going to be trying to keep a very safe distance of where they might take a fight, but Rock's still going to be put under fire by Ryzen. The distance just a little bit too far, just hit one bullet with 22 damage. But there you go, they'll make it swiftly away in the distance, making it towards a more central position in the circle, which is how they like to play it around.
And I think that's a little bit of an earlier rotation from Celts that we might have seen in the past, and I think that makes sense, and it's part of the reason why BTR didn't really get a knock. That was a nice little flip. Because they weren't maybe as prepared on their positioning to catch out Celts. So that's really nice from the boys from India, as I say once again. We did see in the feed King Gamers get knocked down onto U Level Up, by the way.
Yeah, there was a little fight from the distance, but it's not really going to result in a full-on engagement war between the two teams, so we should be okay. But now teams are slowly going to try and make their way through. They delayed the circle rotation as much as they possibly could, and now they got to make their way in. T1 specifically going to be the one doing so. But I think that Megastars and Team ID delaying it maybe a little bit too much, but they know, especially Megastars, they know how Bigatron like to play. They know that they don't want to stay on the edge of the circle if there's no need to. They already started to move on forward, and Megastars, they got the timing spot on perfect.
You can see Winter of U Level Up with that SLR. I love the sound of the SLR on the side now. I think it's a little bit tough to rapid fire with the recoil on the SLR, but I really love the way it sounds, at least for me. But then again, I'm a giant bot.
I prefer the Uzi, just
Uzi goes, what? Hey, I'm really bad at saying that. Okay, do you want to
Uzi go brrr.
There you go.
That's how it goes, Imperium. That's fine. But like, we're going to see a little bit closed off teams, especially on the southern western side. That's going to be Box Gaming. They did move away from Ferry Pier, and they are reading the circle really well. The playing path was mainly focalized center / mostly on the eastern side, and know that not a lot of teams will be there, so the safest way to get yourself in circle is through the west, and they're reading that perfectly.
Yeah, and there's even so much space in between RQ on the southwestern side of the circle and King of Gamers basically outside Rosshok, where only Nova Godlike are still in Pachinki, so there's a lot of rotational space as the next phase is going to pop up.
Will the river be into play? Not too heavily, actually. It's going to be going mostly down south. On the eastern side, Megastars will do their rotation. Same for Team ID, so they'll make it back over to the mainland. But now the teams that were on the west, you got Team Secret, Box Gaming, RQ Athena, they're going to have to make their way through. I think that Nova Godlike may be taking a little bit too long to rotate away from Pachinki and aim for center, but they might do it right now as they find the open between Team Secret and Box Gaming. What will be happening? Going to get the up onto Lewis. Connect it with a car 98.
Oh, that's a spicy meatball of a shot. Right to the face. So good play coming out from Team Secret. Of course, they are now outside the circle. To touch upon your point with Nova Godlike, I would generally agree if it wasn't for the fact that Phase 1 was quite heavily up north. But now that's shifted down to southeast, they should move out, which they are doing.
Yeah, they'll do. They're actually going out of the circle a little bit. They're going to try and say hello maybe to Team Secret and Box Gaming, but Box, they lost that one player confirmed. Going to swiftly keep on going up north.
Are they going to try
They are. I think they're going to go highly up north next to shooting range, maybe, or at least the northern side of George Paul, because they know there's only one team that plays there, right? And that's going to be Udagank. Udagank already rotated into Rozhok, so that's going to make things even easier for them. I think that's one valid option to go, but really Box Gaming, I can't read what they're going to do here. I think that they are indeed going to go for the safer northern rotation. That would make a lot more sense in my mind.
And I do think Nova are possibly hunting RRQ. I don't know exactly what's going on, but we'll have to wait to see what does happen. As TSM rotate down south to right into the center circle, but BTR, one of the teams fighting in the top 3, are just a little bit down south.
Yeah. Just a big cluster of teams once again in the center. One thing you got to keep in mind, right, is the fact that Synergy are not here. Synergy, they were a team that would always play next to Potato Hill. That means their position is completely unoccupied. And one team that has some good amount of success over there, it was Team IND. They started doing actually pretty decent over there, and even RRQ Athena. So those are 2 teams that could try and take that position away and play a little bit of central around Potato Hill, because the amount of information that position can give you is actually huge if you use it properly, of course.
I was thinking RRQ more than Team IND simply because of the fact that I don't think Team IND have been as successful holding on to Potato Hill, but you make a really good point that they've at least tried. And, but RRQ, like Box Gaming, are being extremely cautious. They're still on Pachinki Hill down on the southwest side of the circle. They are making, no mistakes. They're respecting every single millimeter and inch of this land, of this map, of this game.
I'm just also looking for rotation. So yeah, now to confirm, 100% Box did go for the more northern rotation down south of Fruiting Range. That's going to be taken under control. They're still going to have to cross on over the bridge eventually, but most teams, as we are playing in East, they like to go more central. So not going to have too much gatekeeping unless it's going to be for Valdus and also for Yudu Gang.
And with Reject not playing, they should know that only TSM would have landed in Yasna and they would have moved down by now, so there could be a little bit more of space. But it's that lack of information.
Oh no, Drax. I was about to say, Drax is like getting very close to compounds that are most of the time occupied. You know that Valdus and you know that King of Gamers play around this area. I think he was a little bit, maybe trying to assume that teams might be here and he's going to be swiftly taken out of the game. So you've got to be careful about that one. But Valdus and King of Gamers holding tightly the northern side, and you've got to be very careful. But there's so much room down south of Yasnaya on the east. I think that you could facilitate your entire rotation just by playing the east at this point in time, at least.
I didn't mind you do coming straight down south and heading into Roshawk based on that phase 2 shift. There's more the fact that they kind of lost that scout off the back of it. But where's phase 3 going to go? It centers up quite nicely with the majority of the teams inside the circle. Once again, I feel bad for RRQ. They just can't seem to catch a break.
They had a circle magnet on the first game, and because it was in Primorse, they said, but at the end, the circle magnet is not going to work out for them, so they're going to have to do a big run for it with Team ID, Team Secret, and even Nova Godlike at this point. I said it, I wanted Nova Godlike to move a little bit earlier, delayed it a little bit, and they're going to have Team Secret on their tail, so they've got to be careful behind them as they might clash on the west.
It was a great circle shift for Box Gaming, right?
Oh, yeah.
Because now they can just come in basically through the fields of Yasna and pocket themselves maybe to one of the really nicely positioned compounds to the southwest of Yasnaya.
There's even a plateau available where normally T1 like to play around, but this time they're just going to be way too fast. It could be easy pickings for Box Gaming. Some Mad Max style fighting will be happening so far with RQ Athena, Team ID, and even Nova Godlike, but they're going to try and get himself around Potato Hill, which is the area I talked about where RQ Athena and Team ID got a little bit of experience, but RQ has been a little bit more successful.
Beer's being confirmed. RQ down to 3 players.
That's going to be very unfortunate for them. We'll have to see how that's going to be coming on through. But now RQ, they are going to be very careful about this one, trying to snake their way through. But Team IND got multiple angles under control. So the way they're going to try and wrap around this fight versus RQ is going to be very intriguing. But I think that here, you might want to try and get yourself in circle very, very quickly, because the circle is already starting to try and get smaller around these squads and is tightening up. You want to move away right now as a... Oh, 420 OP hitting the shots with that mini 14.
Ernie, confirmed. RQ down to 2 players. They're scared. And is this a glimpse of what we might see in the finals, where teams are battling for that top spot, where there's that mental pressure, there's that lack of confidence, there's the uncertainty of what's going to happen, and they don't play their normal play style? It's really interesting, but RQ, they're under pressure.
Yeah, RQ really struggling into this one. But you know what? Oh, wait, D2E, even though he doesn't have the advantage, still going to take that 5 versus 420 OP, but the spray just doesn't quite connect. G9 has another angle on the other side, but he's just going to be squeezing his way through those 2 players of RQ Athena. He's going to be way too far now. G9 will be taking the blue zone tick damage also, as Team ID keep the pressure down. RQ's been completely reversed, and I thought RQ were really deciding how that fight was going to break out, but you know what? Team ID reversed the steam in that engagement. It was greatly executed.
Tell you what was also greatly executed. The rotation from Yudu Gank actually disengaging to the north of Roshawk, going across the river and coming in through the south of Yasnaya. We don't really see it, but I absolutely love it.
And he got himself into the Yasnaya Polyana fields down south. It's an interesting position. They might have to move away, so they've got to be careful about specifically Box Gaming and also about U Level Up. They've got a little bit of high ground and compounds available, so they know exactly where you are. So rotation on the next phase could be a little bit tricky for them, so they've got to try and keep that in mind, that teams know exactly where they are.
But the good thing is, because they're in the fields, you're able to get information before rotating, before the next phase moves up. So however it shifts, like right now, where it does go down to southeast, they can instantly rotate to that compound on the northern side of the circle. So this could be a great opportunity for Udo.
I think the T1, they found the circle magnet in Milton Power this time. It's going to be going over hardly to the east. But now they're over. Great spray coming up from Slayer, but unfortunately not quite enough bullets in the magazine to get rid of Raid of Nova Godlike. And they'll be able to make it over. But Team IND, I think that pushing uphill like that in a position of which was held by Nova Godlike was a little bit risky, but you know what? So far, they haven't suffered really big casualties whatsoever, so they can still make it out. But I love how Husta is trying to get a little angle, trying to push down, see if they can get a little bit of an upper hand onto Team IND. But RQ, the two-man push with a car, just sneaking their way past this engagement. They just don't want to take it,
Yeah, just avoid it all. Just let them fight each other out. That's why rotating through Potato Hill can be pretty good, because you can just avoid teams on the other side. So this could be a small glimmer of hope for the members of RQ. They're far from out of the woods just yet, though, because they are still quite a bit away from the circle.
And there's a lot of teams down south. They're going to have to cross over a road. Also, you've got Morph Team, you've got Bigatron, you've got TSM Entity, even got T1 on the southeastern section. It's not out of the words. They must be holding their breath so far and see if they can find a position. But up the northern side, a lot of rotations especially coming out. Box Gaming, Valdez the Murder, U Level Up, and even Udo Gank. And I think we're going to have a crash of Udo Gank and especially U Level Up very, very soon, Imperium.
U Level Up reacted to that circle shift much quicker than you do. Therefore, they got the compound advantage. But now, Valdez, the Murder, going to join in on the fight.
Third party galore. Let's go. Grenade coming out from Godard towards Udo Gank, and a grenade of Velmoth will be going towards U Level Up. They're taking two fights at the same time. We've got to say how hard that is. But if you do have good team communication and synergy, you can make it happen. Oh, they're just leaving. No, okay, this is the mini mountain of Valdez the Murder. No one is going to contest that whatsoever. Valdez, that amount of pressure was huge.
I'll credit Udo for disengaging away, realizing, hey, look, we've lost a player. Let's not lose again. Although Fredo's gone a little bit closer, returning fire, maybe going for the backline, as Nova Godlike are eliminated.
Yeah, that will be the last time we see Nova Godlike as they get confirmed out of the game. They will not be making over to the league finals, so it was good having you guys, but we'll see you later in a full split at the end of the day. But now, you level up, you're still holding on to their little compound. They're going to get pushed by Valdez the Murder really soon. Grenades will be the way to make it happen, because you know that Valdez, how they play, if they get one knockdown or two, that is when they fully send it to a compound breach.
Team IND going to be pinching between Team Seeker and Orange Rock. Team Seeker currently find themselves overall in 5th place, trying to get over into that 4th place position. They're only 21 points, should I say, behind King of Gamers. With another chicken dinner, they could easily do it.
Yeah, they need a stonk over game though, Imperium. They need some big position and big kill points if they want to just confirm the fact they can overtake that position away. Now Megastar's got a swag through the car, going to make that rotation. Snack's got a perfect angle. They spray it down and absolutely destroy Paradox. That was the last play of Megastars out in 15th. Now 14 players in this one. We're getting closer and closer to the end game. Imperium is getting more intriguing as time goes by. But Team ID was a 2-2 split, sending 2 players across with that smoke road. Now they're going to send the 2 other players over to make sure they can secure position in the circle. But they still got 2 fights to take on with Orange Rock and even Team Secret.
But the good thing is that has given a tiny bit of space for RQ to actually wrap around a little bit more in the southwest and put G9 into the circle, but TSM Entity are potentially camping them. When you look at Box Gaming, they're on the northwest, and BTR are the circle magnets as the next circle shifts up, and they're on the south tip just inside.
Bit of fight happening up north of the circle with Udo Gang, but the circle shifting actually to U Level Up and Valdez the Murder, so they're going to try and control all of that area. It's a pretty big plateau. Huge plays from Orange Rock onto Team Secret. Destroy the car, Scout absolutely destroying TS. And now Rex will be left alone. Mad Toy was knocked out, so he's not going to be joining the party whatsoever. Orange Rock, they need to capitalize on this fight to make sure they can facilitate their rotation away. We still got one sneaky player of Team IND. Okay, I take that one back. He's going to be eliminated. Team IND go out in 13th.
Well, there is a Galaxy Racer sets that could potentially third party when they make their way across the road. But now as Mavi pushes his way through, it's just going to be Mad Toy wrapping around, coming in on the blue zone. What intelligent play! Mavi with the blue zone push takes down Team Secret.
Greatly done by Mavi. No, he just can't do some grenade pushes, but he can have some pushes, especially coming down the center. That's going to be Box Gaming getting eliminated right there in this game. They were in first position. Things are getting more and more stressful. Things come by. Bigatron and RQ Athena still in this one, but man, this must be intense for the two remaining players. Bigatron and RQ, who might take this game?
I can confirm Box Gaming have scored 2 points from the last game. Now it's wide open for BTR and RQ to fight over the top spot. But we do lose our RQ. They're taken down. Now it's down to BTR.
RQ Athena, they got 1 kill so far, but they need more. Oh, they lose an extra player. G9, he's got to do the rush away from the blue zone with the buggy, and he does make it out. But now Bigatron, they still got 4 players. They are control. They could take first position away, Imperium. This is huge.
I made a mistake. I thought our GQ and RQ were down and out, but they actually eliminated TSM Entity. The fight for the top remains strong.
Indeed, G9 going to make the rush for the circle, and Orange Rock was getting on Mavi, make things happen once again. 6 kills so far. Orange Rock again, a really good performance, but not quite in the circle. They're going to keep on moving forward. Galaxy Racer sells, but RQ Athena, they get eliminated. Bigatron are left alone in the top 3 position, and they are fighting down in the southern section. Now they've got to try and gather as many points and kills as possible in this game. If they can do so, they might just steal the win.
I can confirm for now that RQ have only scored 5 points. That's all I'm going to say as BTR are counting their lucky stars. But I will let you know that right now, they've only got 1 kill. Right, there's still 7 teams left. That's not going to be the highest amount of placement points if they go out in 7th, so they're far from in the clear.
And they might just have to cross over the road and go downhill in the valley area versus King of Gamers, Galaxy Racer Celts. Even U-Level Up and Valdez the Murder have great position to fight on. Even T1 on the eastern side of the circle might decide the fate of Bigatron. Nice shot from Ultron. Patsy headshot. Bolte onto Mavi of Orange Rock as Orange Rock get eliminated. That was the last player up. 7th position. 6 teams still in play. Bigatron, this is their time because they've got to move on forward. They've got to cross on over. Bigatron, you have to take this game in your very own hands.
It's now or never as we track the fight between Valdez and U-Level Up. The smoke's being thrown out as they try to make their way over the dip of the hill. I talked about how strong Valdez have played since the Super Weekend number 2. Will they be able to live up to the hype that I've set themselves up for?
I mean, Valdez had to crash this compound eventually. Their little mountain that they took earlier away was going to be in the blue very soon. So you know what? They have no choice. They have to try and take the fight over to U-Level Up with still 4 players up for themselves. Velmoth was knocked away, but you know what? They're not going to try and go for the re-engage. They're not going to deny and flush that kill out. So Valdez going to try their best, but the grenades come out from Kamau. Now they've got to full send it. U-Level Up, they're going to be sending 1 player. Jackson on the side to get a nice angle onto Godard. He's left alone in that specific area. U-Level Up going to go for the engage. Godard puts so damn low, and they get a triple knockdown. But, oh my god, where's the last player so far? Valdez, he's still remaining behind. Not really bringing assistance over to his team, and they're down to only 1 player. That's going to be Martin.
That was a poor push from Valdez. I got what they were trying to do, leaving Martin on the back line, but at the end of the day, the way Valdez sent themselves in, they weren't able to bait U-Level Up, and U-Level Up are far more prepared. The circle does shift away from BTR. They're coming in from the south side. Across the road they go, but T1 are guarding them.
I'm pretty sure they have information on them. Not only that, there's also Galaxy Racer Celts and Bossa, the last player of King of Gamers Club. As Velmoth gets taken out of Valdez the Murder, things are getting more and more set in stone as time goes by. But Luxy was sent actually over, just gathering information for the rest of their team before they full send him. Now they know where they are. They're going to give information, sending 2 players of Bigatron over. King of Games get eliminated, 5 teams still in play. They're going to crash it into Galaxy Racer Celts. But MJ making things happen, but it's just not going to be enough. 2 members knocked away in that dip, but they are still alive and eliminate them. Valdez also take the L. We have 3 teams still in play, and Bigatron are still part of it.
They've got 3 kills. They were able to create some space. They saw that kill onto King of Gamers and knew that they had to strike while the iron is hot. We're down to the top 3 teams. We are in the golden moments where BTR will be able to secure that top spot. They still have a full squad up.
They were able to get the double res. That is huge. Imperium, we have to mention it. That could be the main reason as to why they might take this final chicken dinner of the Super Weekend. Like a boy doing a run for it, but on an angle where Winter can't take easy shots with DSLR, and they make it low and low. Even have a little bit of that little crate in the center. This could be huge for them. The circle's going to be popping up really soon, and this might decide who will be the winner of this final game, because if Bigatron do not have to say the circle in their favor, they have to move away of that dip.
$50,000 US for first place, 25 for second as a circle shifts away from BTR, but there is a golden airdrop that can at least give some form of protection to BTR, but they have to move out of the little dip that they're in and right into the vision of you level up.
Bigatron, you have to show us and prove us why you are the world champions. This is your one time to shine. You're going to have to breach it, you know for sure, but maybe beforehand they'll have to take a fight versus T1 on the other side of that little mountaintop. Microboy with a grenade onto missile of T1. Down to now 3 players. Do they want to maybe try and capitalize on this fight and end it now? But oh my god, no! What happened there? Ryzen explodes in the face of Microboy. Oh, so unexpected, but another player of T1 who is indeed knocked away down to 2, Yeonjun and Sadin, but the rest will indeed come on through. But Bigatron, they're going to send Luxy and even Zuxi a little bit closer into the circle. At least they got 2 players in circle. Is done, but ZZP eliminated also by the grenade of a player of you level up. Things are getting more and more intense. Imperium, who's going to take it?
Was that the grenade that blows up $50,000 US into the eyes of BTR? They've been able to recover. They've been able to get revived up, healed up, and has a full squad.
Pushing up slowly and surely. At least the entirety of Bigatron and T1 were able to heal themselves up. T1 lost 1 player confirmed, and now they're getting closer. That means the grenades could potentially connect, but Kumal hitting the headshot to Missile. This man's getting bullied and knocked so many times, but Missile will bleed to his doom, eliminated and confirmed by Zuxi. That's an extra kill. This will be extremely important for them on the long run, Imperium.
Also, BTR using the fact that they know you level up, have more of a sight line on T1, but just as I say that, Kumao gets a knockdown onto Ryzen.
Still got 3 players, and normally maybe enough time to go for the res. The circle is halfway done. That grenade of Yeonjun getting really close to Zuxi, but a little bit too short on the throw, not cooked enough for them. But especially the high ground of Hyogzan is going to be huge, give them a lot of advantage, and especially information on where these teams are and how they're going to push. But now is the Battle of Snakes Imperium for T1.
He's dropped the backpack. He's got the ghillie suit on. He wants to end the run of BTR, but another grenade by BTR puts Sadin down to half health. All the while, you level up, still up as a full squad as Microboy gets knocked by Yeonjun.
If they don't have any more smokes, they used so many earlier to cross the road. If they have no more smokes, this might actually seal the fate of Bigatron into this game. But I'm seeing one smoke coming out. This might make it happen. The grenade's so close onto Yeonjun, but not quite able to get the knock. But the second will confirm it for Ryzen. Bigatron, these are kills that they desperately need.
So, Luxy, send the vehicle forward, put it into the circle, then blow it up, but all the while that will alert you level up. You level up and focusing. Young, T1 goes down, BTR into the top 2.
They got 6 kills, Imperium, and now if they can just confirm this chicken dinner, this should be completely okay. Our analyst desk over there is going to absolutely mental of how things are going so far, but you level up, still holding strong to their compound, but they've got to move on forward.
You level up as a full squad, BTR up as a full squad.
Oh my god, Bigatron, they got the smokes, the utility comes on 3 of them, you level up are chucking their own right now, so it's going to be ending into hand-on-hand combat into this one, Imperium. Grenade's very close to Luxy and Microboy, but they can't quite get it, but Hyogzan gets the nice shot onto the 1-player Microboy with the M4. Hyogzan, especially with that information from the rooftop, is huge, gives him such a good amount of control on this map, and it's going to be turned into a 4v3. Ryzen going for the last second res. It's risky, but they're going to send Luxy forward with that Dacia.
I called that, I said they needed to do that, and then Zuxi gets a knockdown.
Winter just going to be a little bit tricky behind the crate, but will get knocked down by Zuxi. Still got 1 player that's going to be left alone. How are you going to be working around that one? It's Jackson just in the open right there. They're getting information on Bigatron. They end it on the final game where they needed it the most and secure the final chicken dinner. It was huge. They needed to put performance, and they showed up to the party.
They are the defending world champions. They've come into this PMWL, they've set standards, they set the bar high, and you know what, they lost that bar towards the end, but now they've reclaimed it. What a game, what an ending. BTR with the chicken dinner.
Don't let your dreams be dreams, just do it. And they did it today. That was huge. They did not even have the circle to the advantage so many times. They took down T1, took down you level up. That is what we're here for, to enjoy some good old PUBG Mobile Esports action. It was huge, and we got so much stuff to break down. We're going to send it for the last time over to our analyst desk.
the PUBG Mobile World League is brought to you by the title sponsor, Qualcomm Snapdragon Elite Gaming, and the official beverage sponsor, Mountain Dew.
And that, ladies and gentlemen, is why they are the kings on the throne. BTR, when it mattered most, is able to take themselves the chicken dinner. I'm joined here by Erangel and Froz once again to break down what has occurred here, not only in this game, but also throughout the entirety of our league play so far. Erangel.
For this Super Weekend, Bigetron was 69 points after 14 games.
Yeah.
Behind Box Gaming. 69 points. Insane. Box Gaming had an amazing performance and they were able to really step it up here. But in the last game, the last chicken dinner, they're able to make a run for it.
The last fight for us.
Down to the last fight. We always come down to the last fight. It doesn't matter how it goes before that. It's always down to the last fight. Every tournament we have. And our BTR, I mean, 13 chicken dinners in total. They got 8 chicken dinners on Erangel itself. That just shows you how strong they are. Ending up with 522 points overall. We saw them getting a Super Weekend 1, getting that second place. Super Weekend 2, getting that second place. This is not even second place, but we talk about it over and over again. It's all about that consistency, and that's going to bring them to the top.
Let's take a look at the points coming in from this game in particular, of course, as we have 30 big ones and very important ones for Bigetron Red Aliens here up towards the top. And everything about the last fights, the last situations, the last position that they had, it was tense. It was down to the wire. Even when they were across the road, Martin, to try and get themselves over the road with all the other teams' position, that was a tall task enough. Never mind actually winning out the fights.
And it was every single circle they had to make a move. Remember, they were in the new compound south of the U-Hill. Then they moved again to the small little dip there. And there's a new dip. And then pushed the dip where Jack's Racer Cells was. Then they had to third party the fight with T1. Like, there's so many things that played into this. And them taking it home with 30 points is just amazing.
Let's take a look at our 9th through 16th as well. Is RRQ, Athena, and Box Gaming not getting themselves enough points here in this final game. How will that reflect in our overall standings in a few moments? Remains to be seen, but we have some estimations.
We have some estimations, of course, but we also saw in between the battlegrounds the documentary where we saw the 3 fathers of these 4 players. They were saying the fathers need to be united. I'm pretty sure they were united today.
Oh yeah, I'm sure there was a lot of screams after this game as well, in particular, as we take a look at Bigetron's stats from this game as well, and we look at how they did. 1,700, pretty Sanhok numbers, but they had to do a lot of healing throughout this. It shows that they were going through the ringer.
Many knocks to be found, a lot of damage to be found as well on both sides. I mean, we saw them getting knocked 4 times in the very end alone. Like, it was even one of the team members knocked, I think it was Ryzen that managed to knock him, but overall, they overcome this. They managed to stay 4 alive and they managed to take on both teams in the end and overcome that.
It was so important to keep everyone alive towards the end there. And we saw that time after time when they got knocked, how they were focusing on trying to get someone back up on their feet without getting naded from either T1 or U level up.
Oof, Mountain Dew do the do moments here as we take a look at how all this went down.
Now, overall, this was an amazing game. Like, I couldn't have hoped for a better one here to finish it off. It was a super interesting circle here towards the end where it moved so much around, where the players and the teams, they had to move, they had to think of what do we have to do, what's our next plan to get into this circle here.
I mean, yesterday was a weird day for PMWL. Ooh, slow-mo. But today was splendid. Every single game, really, really splendid.
This is what we've been looking for. This is what we love to see, the good games in PUBG Mobile. And today we got 5 of those. And of course, that ending of today, oh my. It couldn't have been a better ending to the whole thing.
Indeed. Even Galaxy Race Celts had popped off this game. Gotta say, they had themselves, 9 kills, even by the mid-game here, Erangel, to be able to get themselves a ton of points as well.
I mean, being able to get, they did get 4th because they got crashed in the end, but they ended up with 11 kills, actually 1 more kill than Bigetron. So Galaxy Race Celts coming back to this kind of consistency that we've been asking them. And I'm really excited to see how they're going to be able to perform in the league finals, because I think with this kind of consistency combined with their newfound kind of fragging abilities, or not newfound fragging abilities, but newfound fragging lust and like aggression that they found here in the last day is something that I really enjoyed.
I feel like we've seen a lot of the teams stepping up here in the last Super Weekend, and it shows how hungry they are. The first 2 Super Weekends have been sort of a warm-up for the teams, making sure get yourself comfortable against all the other enemies on the battleground. But coming in here today, they've been ramping it up, and that's exactly what we want to see, because from here on out, there is only the finals, and the finals, it's only 24 games, and you gotta make sure that every game counts.
Yeah, exactly. Yellow have had a really good position here in the compound just south of Jasnaya. It's a strong position where you're actually able to hold for a long time, and they managed to hold it and put a lot of pressure onto T1, but they forgot a little bit about Bigetron, and Bigetron managed to smoke themselves up to put some pressure onto Yellow Up, and they actually ended up giving them the win here. Soxy with some nice shots, taking down one of these guys, and the win with the flank. Super well played by Bigetron in the very late game.
And that is the Mountain Dew do the do moments. Let's take a look at the total damage quickly here throughout this game in particular and see how everything lined up there. I just want to get to the overall standings. That's why. So we'll take a look at that.
Oh my God!
What's the damage done by you? Level up. Jeez.
I'll tell you this. We see 1700 damage on Bigetron. We didn't see them fight too much until towards the end, when they were forced to move, and they were moving to that dip, and they were waiting for the right moment to strike. They were watching the kill feed. They were looking. They were hearing all those shots. We're making sure, are we doing it at the right time?
Looking here at also TSM, of course. TSM Entity, they had 3 kills, 700 damage. They didn't manage to get a flattering finish to the day, end of the day, but they've been able to also, get a decent amount of points, and I'm really excited to how they're going to be able to play in the league finals.
Yeah, definitely. Let's take a look at our top 4 players as well from this game. And Solidifier, Zuxi and Luxi getting Shajin. And obviously, I think that seeing the twins here, very, very impressive by them.
Right.
It's usual names that we're seeing here.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, and we know that they're on the top all the time. We know that they were on the top of the top damage board and kill board, of course, as well. They are some of the best players.
Yeah.
And they've been showing us that time after time after time.
Impressive. And we have just 1 more minute before we show you the overall rankings at home. We're just calculating the numbers, doing all we can.
Double checking.
Triple checking. Just like the lightning that Throz was apparently.
The triple.
Yeah, you got to make sure it's a triple.
But I mean, the exciting thing for me is that once we get into our league finals, the fact that the points are just reset, everybody starts at your 0 from that point on. This consistency that we've seen throughout the last week or 2 here from PMWL East, from a lot of extra teams, means that that's also open as well for us.
Yeah, I'm going to mention some of the teams. You have TSM Entity, Team Secret, of course, King of Gamers, Megastars, Jigsaw Cells. These are some of the teams you need to be looking out for, because they've been doing so good here in the last week.
Yeah.
And this is the current form that we're seeing them in. And that's the current form that they're going to go off from here, from the league play, and into the finals.
The full feature movie, not just the trailer.
Exactly.
I like it. All right, it is time. The overall rankings, who has won our main regular league. And of course, Bigetron with that victory takes back the #1 spot, 522 points, and they're the kings on the throne, and they do it in style at the end.
That's funny, huh?
They get the 50,000.
Like somebody predicted that.
Imagine that. Well done, man.
Thank you, sir.
With 5 chicken dinners, of course, in the Super Weekends. We see them being on top with 522 points. But what's also impressive is the kill count. Look at them. They only have 2 teams above 200 kills.
Yeah.
And it is Bigetron, of course, our winner, but also RQ Athena.
Box Gaming takes over RRQ Athena throughout the week as well. Huge kudos to them for being able to take that. And do bear in mind, they gained the most placement points. So in terms of their consistency throughout these Super Weekends event as well, Martin, it's been spectacular.
And honestly, this kind of consistency in terms of placement points, because this is where you get the majority of your points from, it's going to make them a real contender for our league finals. 24 games. Yeah. That means that you'll have less time and less games where you're going to have bad games in terms of placement, where you have to, where you get the majority of your placement from fragging out and kills. So I actually think that they're a real threat for the league finals.
What's amazing to see in the top 3 teams is, of course, Biggitron and sort of the whole package. They can do a little bit of this, a little bit of that, everything.
Right.
Box Gaming is a more of a passive team. They play towards the end game. That's when they shine. And then you have Arceofina, that we know the aggression from that team.
Terminated.
That's how they thrive in the game, and that's why we see them on so many kills.
I mean, let's be honest. Maybe somebody here disagrees. When I look at this top 10, any of these teams could win the finals. When I think about how they've performed throughout the league, any of these teams could win.
If they hit the days, like it's 4 days of great performance, and if you hit the first day, your morale, your confidence, your comfort, and your snowball effect is going to start from day one. So I would be extremely afraid if one of these teams, a Yudu gang even, like they're not in the top 10, but a Yudu gang even with a start with 3 wins, with 24 games, they could potentially be able to really propel themselves up the top.
Of course, the heavy hitters are big favorites, but every single one of these teams has proved that they can put it up.
And also, every single one of these teams have qualified for the finals, of course. This is the top 10.
Going into the finals, it's going to be 6 games per day.
Yes.
We're going to play every map, of course.
Yeah.
Like we have done here.
Yeah.
But there's one difference. We're going to play 3 Miramar games every day. That is why... Erangel. That is why the Erangel
like fulfilling
games,
Avengers fantasies.
Yeah.
That's why the Erangel games is going to be super important, that you have good drop spots.
Yeah.
Arceofina, are they going to keep Pochinki? Because Nova Gala is most likely not going to be there.
Well, let's take a look as we go down towards our 11th through 20th as well here. Oh, there you go. Surprise, surprise.
Hey!
So, unfortunately, those are the bottom 4 that are now officially eliminated from the tournament. They will not be participating in our grand final. So, Reject Scarlet gets to keep their spot after we saw Nova Godlike and Moff Team unable to attain the 16th position.
And this is what we see here. Of course, the teams that only qualified for 2 out of the 3 Super Weekends are towards the bottom because they played 15 less games.
Guys, Yudu Gang has 284 points in 30 games. That's a 9.5 average per game. That would have put them in 6th place above TSM Entity. That is insane.
Yeah.
So this is the consistency and performance we want to see from them in all of 24 games in the league finals, of course. Oof. And congratulations to all the 16 teams that have qualified.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's going to be happening next week, of course. But of course, we have to say a huge congratulations once again to Biggitron Red Aliens for taking the #1 spot here. $50,000 will be going to them as just that sole prize alone. Never mind anything else that they've been able to accrue through weekly bonuses, etc. But what a week it has been for us. What a tournament it has been so far, and we're not done yet.
It's been amazing, but yeah, as you're saying, we're not done yet. We still have the best part saved up, of course. You always save the best for the last, and it's gonna be the finals.
The cake.
The cake.
The cake.
You always save the best for last. It's the cake, of course.
That's right.
It's going to be extremely interesting. It's going to be extremely exciting. I can't wait to follow it. Obviously, I'm not here.
He's gone.
He's gone. I'm off. I predicted right, so I won already, so I'm going to take time off for that. No, I have other stuff to do that I unfortunately could not participate for this one, but I'm extremely excited to follow these teams and excited to see how these teams are going to be able to play, because we've seen some, even from teams that are not even in the top 10, we've seen some insane play, some mechanical skills just through the roof. So really excited to be able to follow that.
Thank you very much for joining us, Avenger. Of course, Avenger is now not part of the tournament anymore. He is off, as he mentioned.
Yeah, I'm just off.
We'll see him. No, come back. Okay. You. We will see him tomorrow when we're playing video games with him, because we always see him all the time anyway. But you guys won't be seeing him anymore for now. Well, thank you very much, gentlemen. Thank you for joining me at the desk. Thank you to everybody else tuning in around the world. That does it here for our regular league play. Biggitron Red Aliens takes the #1 spot, but we're not done yet. Join us next week when we are going to have our finals go down. It's the Ultra Grand Finals. We'll see you for more PMWL East.
Are you ready? 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 Are Are you ready? 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 Are you
In the world of gaming, we use many words and phrases which have a different meaning than what we are used to. One such word is cheese. Now, I'm not talking about a grilled cheese sandwich. Yum. I'm talking about how the word cheese is used to describe strategies or ways of playing which are really powerful. However, they do not require a lot of skill from the players executing them. Well, in this regard, our next team is a bit of a misnomer. Packed to the gills with skills, there's nothing cheesy about them. It's Team Queso. Gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us in this studio. We have with us Marco, Mystic, Axel, Ayala, and their coach and manager, Gabo, is going to be joining us. First of all, gentlemen, congratulations for making it to the biggest stage of PUBG Mobile, the World League. And Marco, let me start off with you. How are you feeling right now?
Bueno, hoy me siento con bastante adrenalina, feliz y con buenas expectativas para el comienzo de la World League.
Now, Mystic, let me come at you with a question of my own. Now, in the last few international appearances, you've done really well. You came 7th in the PMCO Spring Split last year, and you came 6th in the Fall Split. That's an improvement of one position. So this time around, are you ready to breach that top 5 mark?
Y nada, obviamente como siempre intentar ganarlo y nada, tipo siempre tipo nunca estaré inconforme con el resultado porque al final y al cabo yo sé que junto con los chicos los dimos todo y nada, tipo salga como salga, pero las expectativas son ganar o mejorar posición.
Now Axel, let me come at you with a question. Now, it is common knowledge that Miramar is one of your favorite maps, and in Miramar, there's a certain place you like going, Hacienda del Patron. Now, a little birdie told me that you have some competition as far as Hacienda is concerned in the form of Team Umbra. Now, Axel, the question is simple. What is your plan for that team in this tournament?
Bueno, nada, nuestro plan es seguir en Hacienda del Patrón, ya que sean como sean los resultados, es nuestro spot y no nos vamos a ir de ahí. Así que lo vamos a pelear hasta el final de la competencia, ya que una vez cambiamos el spot y no nos fue nada bien, ya que siempre jugamos en Hacienda del Patrón. Así que nada, vamos a pelear hasta del principio a fin.
Now, Ayala, let me come at you with a little bit of a different kind of a question. Now, you've already played the PMPL Americas, and it's common knowledge that 8 out of the 20 teams playing in the World League are from that group. Now, that means there's a lot of exchange that has taken place already as far as play styles go. Now, the fact that almost half the teams know your ins and outs, they know how you play, they know how you like to move around, is that going to be a hindrance for you in this World League?
No solo los demás equipos tienen información de nosotros también podemos tener información de los demás equipos por los torneos recientes que jugaron y, o sea, no creo que nos afecte mucho porque igualmente no vamos a cambiar el juego, o sea, por más que nos analicen, nosotros también vamos a hacer lo mismo de los demás equipos.
Now, Axel, in the recent PMWL scrims that took place, your team finished 6th. Now, was that by design? I mean, did you want to make sure that you keep all your tactics intact? And if that was the situation, is there any team that you are going to be looking out for in this World League?
Yo creo que salimos sexto porque tuvimos un inicio no tan bueno, ya que yo creo que no haber jugado la PMCO y ciertas cosas como que nos dio un mal inicio, pero después la otra mitad de la competición yo creo que cambiamos todo el estilo de juego y jugamos como en realidad jugamos y como debimos jugar toda la competencia y bueno, lamentablemente eso nos costó salir sextos. Después a todos los equipos les tenemos el ojo porque todos los equipos son iguales para nosotros.
I think that is a brilliant answer. Of course, that is what life is about, learning from your mistakes and showing your opposition the respect that they deserve. Well, gentlemen, it was an absolute pleasure having you here in the studio, and good luck to you all, and we hope you keep raking in those chicken dinners. Congratulations, boys, and good luck.
Thanks. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Damaging down goes George. That's a confirmation. Instantly switches to the 16.
Really could be. Let's see if they go for the engagement. Seeing sport out. Oh, big shot.
Welcome everyone back to the final day of our final Super Weekend. At the end of the day, we'll have our 16 teams going through into our league finals beginning in just a few days' time with a lot of money on the line. I'm Jason Kapp and I'm still hosting here on the show. Somehow I haven't been kicked off. I would knock on wood, but clearly there's no wood in the studio, and I'm going to be brought in or help assisted by, I think I should say, by two lovely people going to be joining me on the show. We got Seven Worlds Gaming still sticking around. We got Glitter as well. It looks like we all got the memo with White today. I'm kind of proud.
So look at that. Finally, it only took us to almost the end last week to actually get the memo here.
We did in the end, right? That's all that matters. But looking at this final day now, Glitter, I mean, it's do or die time for all these teams. There's still technically a way Frag Machines could get in to surpass UDR Killers, but realistically, not very likely. Do you think maybe they have a chance here? Do you think they're like, mathematically there is a chance, but do you think they actually can pull it off?
I mean,
7.
If by some miracle they can have a very similar day that they did to yesterday, where they managed to get themselves a really, really strong win and be consistent across the board, and then also UDR Killers somehow completely fails all day, that's the only way that it would be possible. But I don't see that happening with UDR Killers because they've been so consistent that I can't see Frag Machines being able to leapfrog them.
It's kind of the yin and yang of PUBG Mobile, I guess we could say. 7, looking over towards you. You're expecting it not to be happening for Frag Machines. However, we do have teams who could jump up a lot in prize money. Do you think we're going to see some big shifts coming in on the leaderboards?
Oh, I think we're definitely going to be seeing some big shifts in that leaderboard. And I think some of the teams that we're going to be looking at is some of those teams that can actually pass Cloud9. We already saw yesterday a lot of the teams passing Cloud9. I want to see how the other teams are going to be able to react. Pittsburgh Knights, one team that we've been mentioning over and over again. And I'm sure, you know what, let's talk about this a little bit later once we...
Oh, yeah. That's where you just, brightly touch onto it. A little dash of nutmeg on top of... a nice coffee or something. Let's take a look at the format for you guys at home who might not have caught up on what is going to be going down. As you can see, we're in our very third Super Weekend and in the last day of it. So at the end of today, only the top 16 teams from the accumulated points over these 3 weeks will get themselves through into the league finals. We'll be playing 6 matches a day for 4 days straight until we have our victor. And again, as you said before, it's pretty much almost locked in. Mathematically, it is possible, but it is pretty much with certain we can say our 16 teams to make it through today, but we can't say necessarily in what order they're going to be in. They obviously have to get some points to accumulate throughout today to maybe rise up in the rankings. And how do they get points? Well, it's the same as always. We have 1 point per kill, 20 points for a chicken dinner, and you can see the rest of the breakdowns from there on. So if you're UDR Killers, you're pretty much looking to stay out of 11th through 16th place all day, and then you're pretty much through. But unfortunately, I think one team you were mentioning, 7, PK, they were in there for the most part, if I'm not mistaken. They had a real big struggle yesterday.
They did. They definitely did. And even something I went to look at a Carnage, one of the players from Pittsburgh Knights. I make sure to check his Twitter because he usually gives out really good insight. And he ended up saying that his team so far, since they lost 6 to the ban, they have lost half of their averaging points per game. And to anybody watching out there, that is huge. That is just such an immense margin. So it goes to show how much one player can actually go ahead and impact the team, especially towards the end of the tournament.
Well, especially with what's on the line, right? $425,000 for all these teams to compete for. We have $50K for first place in our league play, which Cloud9, unfortunately, if I'm not mistaken, I think they're in 3rd place right now. So they went from 50,000 down to 12, and we could potentially see them drop down to even 7th or 8th place at the end of the day. Glitter, I don't know about you, but for me, with how frustrated I get and how mentally taxing that would be on me, I would struggle to recompose myself going into the finals.
Yeah, that's definitely going to be a blow to the mental side of their game, right? Especially because coming into the Super Weekend, had they performed in league play, they were positioned to essentially take the thing home. Like, as long as they had a consistent weekend, a final consistent Super Weekend, they would have been in first place, hands down, especially with some of the performances that we've been seeing coming out of loops. They really, really struggled yesterday. And we saw football really struggle on Friday. And those were two of the teams that we were looking at time and time again to kind of be coming after Cloud9. So had they been able to make it in here, who knows what would have happened, but that's not the case. So now we're seeing a lot of these teams, like you had said, start leapfrogging them. And we even saw Wildcard right at the end of yesterday be able to get above Cloud9 as well. And you know, they're having a phenomenal performance here so far at this weekend.
Well, speaking of Wildcard, that is one team we definitely want to take a look at today here. 7, they have been playing so well. And funny enough, they've been playing well in the beginning of the day, where typically towards the end of the day is where they really start to shine through.
Yeah, everything has shifted. Before, as you mentioned, we saw them really perform towards the end of the day. And yesterday, on the first map, they ended up getting a win. And something that I really enjoy out of this team, especially yesterday, was their wins. How they were able to get the wins. In case you weren't here and you weren't able to watch, let me just go ahead and refresh your memory. The first win, they ended up winning it by just being, as my boy Spring said it, the #1 rats in North America, by just winning it out, seeing what was going to happen with the other teams. There was only 2 players left, and they were able to go ahead and clutch up that win against Footballers and some of the other teams. And then on the second win that they got of the day, they ended up just being very aggressive when they had the right position in the map. So stuff like that is stuff that I love to see out of teams, and for them to be able to perform like that, it's great. Now today, something that I'm actually going to be looking at very closely here with Wildcard is, can they follow up that performance? Can they actually go ahead and do what they did yesterday? We saw one example of why I'm saying this is we saw Tempo Storm perform really well on the first day of this Super Weekend, but then on the second day, they kind of struggled. We didn't really see the same performances, and we have seen this before with Wildcard. Wildcard is able to have an amazing day, but they're not able to carry that momentum or that consistency into the next day. And going towards the league finals, because this is the last day that they're going to be able to play before we go into the league finals Thursday, is I want to see that consistency, because guess what? Once you're able to be consistent and put up those kind of performances, then you have what we like to call a champion material kind of team. And something that I've been loving here is just how well they've been able to take advantage of the Cloud9 effect. And if you don't know what I'm saying in regards to that, it's Cloud9 not being here. You're going to notice that most of their stats are pretty much identical. They've actually done less damage and a little bit more healing. And this is just impressive because they're not really having to change that much stuff in regards to their damage and healing average per game because of Cloud9. That's a huge team that a lot of teams are not having to worry about towards the end of the game. So I think Wildcard is just taking full advantage of Cloud9 not being here this Super Weekend.
Well, we even interviewed Slicky yesterday on the show, and he was talking, or we asked him the question of, why is it the last match of the day you guys seem to show up? And he says, well, they get frustrated in the first 4 games, and they said, just screw it, let's just go for it. Maybe they need to have that mentality throughout the entire day, as I did give them my advice, and as we heard on the show, they're going to be giving me a portion of their prize earnings for that information that I gave them. So I'm hoping they're going to do extremely well in the league finals. But yeah, maybe that's what it takes, right? It's just play without really caring. And we saw Fried Machines do that yesterday. They were able to get like 9 kills in a couple games. They're able to really shoot themselves up in the leaderboards in terms of points, not necessarily in terms of standings. But one team on the other end of it, though, that didn't do well, that previously has, is of course Nova Esports. With the addition of Cat on the team, we expected some really great things out of them. But Glitter, they have been struggling here.
Yeah, and that's kind of a little bit of a bummer because we had seen so much promise coming out of Nova, right? So currently right now, Nova is actually the worst performing team so far this weekend. If we were taking the points from just this Super Weekend alone into account, Nova would actually be in dead last with only 36 points so far across these past 2 days. Now, we had praised them during the week for having such a strong performance because they actually placed second overall during league play with 102 points. And keep in mind that league play is only 2 days long. So they had 102 over those 2 days versus their 36 here right now. And they had even started to pick it up back at the end of our last Super Weekend. They had actually gotten 2 chicken dinners in the final day of that Super Weekend, but they've not been able to replicate that performance here this time. So I don't know if it's because we've seen this team be dealing with some changes. We saw them, like you said, Jason, have the roster change in Cat, and we even, got to interview Nova, and they had talked to us a little bit about how they had been changing their strategy up a few times. We've been used to seeing them be aggressive and rush teams. Then they told us that they had actually changed to a more passive play style, and they were trying to focus on placement points. And then that was right around the same time that Cat got brought back on. And then when Cat got brought back on, we almost felt like we saw them get aggressive all over again. And they started having those very strong performances. And now it doesn't really matter the style that they're playing, they're just struggling. So this is definitely not what we expected out of this team, especially, like I said, after that league play performance. And we know how good some of these individual players are. We've seen GFan have crazy plays. We've seen literally the entire team, AZ, HJL, and Cat, all do very, very well for themselves. But you can see here how the damage is falling off from just the league play. This is a comparison of what they did in league play versus what they're currently doing here in the Super Weekend. Their average damage has gone down. Their healing has gone down, most likely because they're not even in the game long enough to even get into those engagements. Their average kills has fallen off. This is just a huge surprise for me, Seven.
It is. And I mean, look at the average kills as well, the average knocks. They just not sure exactly what's going on there. And one of the questions that I'm going to be having here is, I know when I talked to Shifan, he told me that they were only going to be able to play with Cat for 7 days because he was subbing for the other teams, the other players that weren't feeling so well. So now going into the league finals, I think this might be the last day that they get a chance to play with him. How are they going to go ahead and react to that if they do have to change the roster once again into league finals? It's just a lot of bad stuff happening there for them.
So then maybe, I'm going to just theorize here really quickly, and I could be completely wrong, but I'm going to do it anyway since we have some time. Maybe they changed their in-game leader away from Cat, because when he came into the team, he actually had him pick up a co-IGL role, and we saw them start to perform really well. I think maybe he kept it into league play to make sure they get into Super Weekend yet again, and then with the knowing that they'd have to bring him out and bring another player in when we get into league finals, maybe they changed the in-game leader role over to someone else to kind of get back into the mix of it, right? And then Cat is just following suit with the team. Maybe that is what's going on with the team. Completely theorized. I have no clue if that's correct, but you know what? It sounds pretty damn good to me. I don't know about you guys.
Yeah, it's pretty good. It's a pretty good speculation. I mean, it sounds spot on because if you go back and see how they were playing before, got there and became co-IGL, you'll notice that now they're starting to play like how they were playing before. So maybe they are referring back to that. Who knows? But we're just kind of speculating here.
Yeah, speculating is, I see it's what I do best, to be honest. Let's take a look, though, at our overall standings. We talked about Cloud9 before, slipping down the rankings. Let's see where they currently are sitting. They're actually in 4th place, so I was wrong in saying 3rds. They've fallen even further out of the money, as you pointed out, Glitter, with Wildcard taking 3rd place over them, only by 1 point. But I think the big focus today here is what teams can catch Cloud9 and increase their earnings.
Oh, yeah. This is we obviously know we're going to see Temple Storm, even if they got 16th place all day and didn't get a single kill, just that single placement point alone will put them above Cloud9. So now Cloud9 is already in 5th. And then from there, Dream Eaters B4, all Pittsburgh Knights, technically well within reach of Cloud9. And I expect Cloud9 to continue to fall down those rankings, as we've already seen Dream Eaters B4 kind of jumping themselves up the list quite a few times. And obviously Footballist and Wildcard have already bumped themselves up, and now it's kind of about chasing down that 1st place position if it's possible. If Loops has another bad day today and Footballist has a strong one, there's a very real shot for Footballist to take over that 1st place position.
And I think for me, something I'm going to be looking at Pittsburgh Knights is how they're going to be able to react if they do have fatal errors again. I was also watching another clip there from Carnage on his Twitter, and he was at one point he was screaming at his teammate to tell him to get out of the car and to heal. So stuff like that, you can't be having to scream at your team to go ahead and do something that's in a way so basic. Something I'm going to be looking at forward to that team. And then as we go here towards the 2nd page, I want to continue seeing great performances from Yala. We saw it yesterday. Yala just being so consistent right now. So far this Super Weekend, they have about 107 points alone. So that is huge for them. And for UDR Killers, I know we've been mentioning, can Frag Machines go ahead and catch up to them? Are they going to be able to? What happens if they do? Well, I don't think their Frag Machines is going to be able to, but I do want Frag Machines at headquarters to make a name for themselves, to go ahead and add some highlight plays to their montage. I want to see how they're going to be able to react to knowing that they're not going to be able to qualify to league finals, and these are going to be the last 5 matches they're going to be playing here in the PUBG Mobile World League, Wes.
Evan, I mean, if you're headquarters here, I'm going to say headquarters for now, because Frag Machines, I think once you see the first game, we can really determine if they have a chance. If you're headquarters, you're just sitting there like, whose day do we want to try to ruin here? Who do we want to hot drop on and potentially decrease the amount of money they could potentially earn? Maybe Pittsburgh Knights could be an idea for them if they want to keep them out of the top 8 there, or at least for some passing a team like Cloud9. This is fun times for them. I mean, obviously they can make a name for themselves, but they can just play like they don't care at all, right? Just go for every fight you possibly can, try to win them out as well. I'm actually really curious, though, on your guys' opinions on Cloud9 in the sense of, do you think they're watching every match in right now? In the sense of, well, to reiterate myself, seeing their earnings go down and down and down? Or do you think they're watching and trying to, get an idea of how people are going to play going to the finals? Glitter, I think I'm going to have to pass on you because Seven just really wants to talk about this. Go ahead, Seven.
Oh, I'm glad you mentioned that. Bring that baby to me. So I actually talked to an even, and I was wondering, how is this going to go ahead and affect you guys? How is it going to affect the mental? Because it is a lot of money that they are losing on. And keep in mind, they would have been even farther ahead because Loops Esports started getting deducted. I believe it was 63 points for player misconduct. So they would have been even higher. It would have been even easier to get those $50,000 in a way. And from what Uneven was able to tell me, he was telling me that they're just kind of focusing right now on league finals, trying to fix those mistakes, because they did end up making a lot of mistakes in that league play. As we know, I believe they ended up somewhere along 19th place, if I remember correctly. So right now, that team is just currently focusing towards league finals. No matter how bad they try to focus on league finals, on the back of their head, there's always like, damn, we didn't qualify to the last Super Weekend when we were in first place and so close to getting $50,000.
Well, not only first place in Super Weekend, they were first place in League Play Week 1, first place Super Weekend Week 1, first place League Play Week 2. They were first place in everything until it came down to that final week of League Play, which is so unfortunate for them. But you know what? I wish them the best. Hope they can focus up, because I love to see them do well when we get into the finals. But for now, we have to focus on what's happening today, since we still have 5 more matches to go in our final Super Week. We're going to be kicking things off yet again on Erangel, going over to Vikendi, Miramar, Sanhok, and ending things off on Erangel as the final one before we get into our league play, which will be 6 matches a day, 4 days straight. I can't wait till we get to that point, but I also can't wait till we actually get to the end of today and see where everyone's going to stack up, because if you guys didn't see what happened in East League, you missed out. Coming down to the very last game to decide who took home the entire 50K. I'm not going to spoil it for you. I want to give you the chance here on the West Coast, or over in the US or in the western part of the hemisphere, to wake up, have a nice coffee, watch it after this show, obviously, because you want to see us and you want to see what's going to happen. But let's kind of talk about now our first game of the day. Honestly, my predictions have been absolutely trash yesterday, so I really don't even know who to go for anymore. But I'm going to start things off because I have faith that these guys can get me first place back, so Seven won't hold this against me for an entire season until we get into our next one. I'm going footballist with my first pick.
Oh, hey.
Okay.
That's good. That's not bad.
I'm going to leave it up for you two to decide who wants to go next.
Okay,
I'll go next. I can go next. I mean, we already talked about him a little bit, and I'm hoping that they figured out the consistency side of things, because they had such a strong early day yesterday. I mean, just in general yesterday. So I'm going with Wildcard. You guys know how much I like Wildcard.
I think you were talking about you wanted to get like a tattoo on your shoulder of Wildcard, right?
Imagine. And it's pretty much for me, it's gonna be along the lines of what Glitter just said. It is gonna be a risky pick, as we mentioned before. They have not been able to just carry on consistent plays like how they did yesterday into a different day. And I think from talking to Slicky, he said that I can roast them if they end up doing bad this first game. So I'm gonna be going Wildcard as well, and hopefully I don't have to roast Slicky.
All right.
I feel like you shouldn't vote for them then, because you want them to do bad just so you can roast them.
No. I want them to do good. That's why I'm picking them, because going into the league finals, I want to see more consistency out of great play in regards to how they did yesterday. So I'm really hoping they come out hot here today.
Well, if they don't do well, not only will you roast the team, I'll roast you two for picking them. We'll catch in with you guys though when the first match is done, and we'll break things down.
Bye, Jason.
I love how we're all wearing white today. It's phenomenal. We didn't, plan this at all. We got a little bit lucky, just like you guys can get lucky at home as well. You still have the lucky draw going on within the game, within the Esports Center. You can win a limited time outfit if you are, well, lucky enough. And just like that, you can also maybe even get on the show as well. You can be tweeting to us at Esports PubGM with the hashtag PMWL. Give us your thoughts on the tournament. Maybe you want to support your favorite team. Maybe you want to talk about how Wildcard should definitely get that tattoo. Maybe I'll sign or create like a petition or something if we get 50,000 1,000 signatures, she'll do it. But either way, let's move past that and let's start to talk about now our commentators coming in, because we have an Viram and Cameron Davis join us yet again for another day of action-packed games to discuss what all is going to be going on here in match 1. And Viram and Cameron Davis both looking great. I love the full button on the shirt. I'll give you that, Cameron.
Thank you. It was a whole argument that we had beforehand if the top button should stay or not, but it won out in the end.
I want to get Viram to do it too.
Okay, I don't. Oh boy, I don't know. No, we have.
I like it. I like it.
Too much weight during lockdown. That top button is not.
I know what you're talking about. You're looking
okay.
great. Let's talk about
Right
some of the matches today that we've had today. Some of the teams we talked about. We talked about Wildcard. We talked about Nova not doing well. We're talking maybe a little bit about Frag Machines because they do have an opportunity here to still mathematically pass UDR Killers. I'm gonna leave it to your dealer's choice here in Viram on what you want to talk about.
I think I want to touch on actually a general theme. Cameron and I were actually discussing it, while the analysts were going back and forth, the idea of consistency and what that looks like. And the idea is that certain teams have had days where they've just dominated. We've had Loops do it, Tempo Storm do it, Nova do it, Wildcard do it, Footballists do it. Days where they've racked up 70, 80 plus points. And then days when the next day they've done 16. Why is that the case? Why? I want to try and break down more why that happens to teams. Like C9 can only get 6 kills in an entire day when they've been so consistently dominant. And I want to start to look at that now and try and analyze what is going right and what is going wrong for these teams. And hopefully that's something we can do more over the course of this final day before we get into the playoffs, the finals.
I mean, yeah, Cameron, we've talked about consistency being one of the greatest aspects to have as a team, whether you're playing super well or you're playing mediocre. And maybe that's something that's lacking. Though I'm going to say that those 5 teams that you mentioned, Viram, have been pretty consistent the entire time, right, Cameron?
Yeah, except for a few choices. Like Cloud9 specifically, their league play this week was just not a good look. But that is not their regular play by any stretch of the imagination. There's still going to be a force going into the grand finals.
Okay, well, let's get our predictions in. I hear about 20 seconds until the match is going to kick off. So in Viram, who do you got?
I think go a little bit different. I think go Tempo Storm. They are a team that has shown up in game number 1. Like I said, they've had their days where they've looked on fire, winning multiple chicken dinners, and then days where they've been less hot. I am going to go out on a limb, going to go out and say Tempo Storm.
Okay, Cameron, who do you got?
I mulled over a couple of them, but I actually landed on surprisingly B4. I think that they've looked good on all the Erangel matches that we've played, and so I hope that, I don't know they're going to win this game, but I do expect at least a good number of points.
Okay, well, gentlemen, why don't you take us underway here with our first match of the day. It's the final day of the Super Weekend. Let's kick it off.
Thank you so much, Jason. Oh my goodness, I can't believe it. After 3 weeks of play, we are finally here. The last day, the last Super Weekend here for the PMWL West Season 0. It's exciting. It's crazy to think that now, finally, we are going to determine, really concretely set in stone, the top 16 teams making it to the finals.
Yeah, and it looks pretty set in stone already, but Frag Machines, they came out big with a number of really good games yesterday. It's just that so did UDR Killers, because they understand that even though there is a gap between them and 17th place of Frag Machines, that gap, they don't want to let it close at all. And so I think I do agree with the desk that this first match for Frag Machines specifically is going to define how the day is going to play out, because if they go out early, or even if they have a decent to all right game, but then UDR Killers has an amazing game, the rest of the day for them might just be a total and a complete wash. But it was that pressure, I think, that led Frag Machines to really going big yesterday. They took out Loops. They took down Loops on Vikendi.
Yep. At their own game, too. Loops is holding a compound, and they just pushed them. They just pushed them, and they won, which is pretty darn incredible. We're having a very similar circle to one we actually saw yesterday, almost identical to, I believe, our first Erangel game of the day yesterday.
A little central, but...
A little more, so yeah, a little bit of water, potential to go military, though we'll see. But with this plane path, I think this is actually one of the most friendly combinations of plane paths and circles we've seen in a while on Erangel.
Wildcard has something to say about this.
Look, they choose this.
It's pretty good. Well, yes, but it's not. Come on, this isn't even center. If it was dead center, you can make an argument. But no, this is good. It's hard to tell, because just the threat of it going to South Africa is going to make things a little complicated. And for the teams that are not in the circle yet, I'm looking at not just Wildcard, there's Loops in South George, there's Frag Machines here arriving in Lipovka, and they're not too far from Unique, Queso, and then Dream Eaters in Yasnaya. Is there space on the regular island? Because only half of the circle, a little bit more, let's say 55%, is of the main Erangel island. The rest is either taken up by water or military base. And so do they want to choose to come in really late or maybe try and get to military island? I could definitely see a reality where Frag Machines here especially actually wait in the blue more or less until phase 1 closes and then make a play out from there, especially because they came out of the plane so late compared to everyone else.
Yeah, so they're going to have less time to loot before this circle shifts. I don't hate that decision at all. I think that's actually a really heads-up play. Play edge creep a little bit before they have to make that decision and just sort of work and react with that. Because we talked about the idea of proactive plays a lot, the idea that you generally want to be proactive with your rotations, but sometimes, especially when a 50-50 or maybe not quite 50-50 decision is a coin toss, is still to be had. It's better to wait, see where it lands, heads or tails, and then go from there.
Yeah, because if you commit so early in a game into a decision that could end up really biting you, like driving into an area that is full of teams that are all waiting as well, it's just not good. The worst thing to happen in a battle royale is to get taken out in your vehicle while moving, while trying to rotate, while trying to travel. It's almost like they're two separate games, the macro game and the micro game, the rotations and the team fighting. And then when you come into a team fight with a rotation, it's awful because you feel like you don't even get a chance to really properly play your game. You're still trying to put your chess pieces on the board, and your opponent already has like total control and just throws their pawns at your king.
Yeah, and they're just going to throw bodies at the problem. But I love that you bring that up. I mean, obviously the terms macro and micro are terms that we use commonly in esports across multiple titles, but I think it has a very specific application here for PUBG Mobile. Talking about macro, that's your overall rotations, but it's also knowing the lay of the land, like what compounds are ideal in this circle, what hills, what little bits of terrain, especially here on Erangel. This is a map that teams have played hundreds, if not thousands of times. They are familiar with every nook and cranny, so knowing exactly where you want to set yourself up to find success, to not get shot in the back, to have the most optimal view. And then when you take it down to the micro, what exactly does that mean? Well, I actually feel like you can break that down even more. You have, I think, sort of these mid-range fights we often see out in the open. They involve terrain. Erangel's got a lot of it. Miramar's got a lot of it. And then you have, I call them CQB, close quarters battles. We have these urban combats in a city like Severny. So you've got to be good at like 4 different phases of the game. And these phases are used sort of interchangeably as you get further and further onto it, which is one of the things I love so much about Battle Royales, but PUBG Mobile in particular, is you can't just be good at one thing.
Yeah. Teams are definitely going to have their favored decisions, favorite styles. Like Cloud9, they're not here. But Cloud9, they're very macro heavy. They're good in micro, and they have to be to win the games, but they focus on the macro at the start. But over here, 3DR Killers are just chasing down Umbra. Okay, generally, I never like to see an entire squad in one vehicle, but when they're just ganging up on one stray person like this, it never feels good. But they're setting up on this hill. 3DR Killers, they want to take this fight, and I think because they realize they have a lead onto 17th place, onto Frag Machines, but that doesn't mean that they can't try and find opportunities to extend that lead even further. It's this weird sort of twilight zone that they're in. They're not in the danger zone, but they do still want to make some plays. And so going a little bit aggressive like this, it's almost like they're playing a normal game, a casual game, is what it feels like. I don't know if they're going to commit. They might not stay here for too long because we could see a number of teams come in from the northeast side around this Badlands area. And on a hill like this, you can easily get shot in the back, a la Miramar style. But who knows? Maybe they can find another kill. Maybe Umbra get a little saucy and try and peek ahead out too long.
Absolutely. I think again, the game of cat and mouse a little bit here. We'll see how this progresses if Umbra wants to retaliate back a little bit. I also, Twitter, the universe out there, somebody take that shot of there's the car popping up and all 4 members popping out over the ridge, where they freeze it and it goes gray screen and they're like, next time on PUBG Mobile World League West. Like, please, I need memes from that. That was hilarious. How often do you see a clown car full exit and then just a 1v4? Oh, that was rough and hilarious.
We looked away from this area for like half a second, and 3DR Killers are now fully invading.
What?
Sunken. Yeah, no, they're not just, they actually want this. They're not waiting to see if Umbra make a misplay, an unforced error, and give them an opportunity. No, they're going to try and force an error out of Umbra. 3v3 in the city with an Overwatch in the distance for UDR Killers, but Umbra, they don't want this at all. They just want to back off. They are not in a position that they need to fight early, so there's really no reason for them to. They're looking at the full leaderboard, trying to climb as high as they can, and this is not a good situation for them. Grabbing a second vehicle, you always want to diversify your assets if you can, and they're going to be driving up and around, coming in from around Georgia Pool.
Yeah, I think this is a big play there from them, just very, very smartly backing up. But I think this is actually very, very cool because UDR Killers have been talking so much about, frag machines, if they can catch them. But we're not talking enough. Like, UDR Killers, like, guys, we can still go off here too. Ignore this other team. We can still go out and get kills. We can make sure they don't pass us by just playing excellently ourselves. And that kind of aggressive play, I think exactly is how they're going to look to get that done, making sure that there is zero chance mathematically that they can get knocked out of the top 16. They worked hard to get here, and they want to hold on to it.
B4 here. We missed it, but we saw it on the kill feed. They tried to do a 2-2 split over the bridge, which I think is a good play, but they might have tried to take up too much land because HQ just bombed in and took out Mix Zera, unfortunately. They still have 3 up. I think Maxon is safe for now on the lighthouse, but being the solo player on the side of the bridge that has the most players, it's I don't know, it could be a little dangerous, but over here it's also dangerous for Frag Machine. Samadi taking a little bit of damage from Dream Eaters, but you see right now, so many of these teams are trying to put emphasis on the coast because it's central, but also because of the possibility of the military base phase 2 shift.
Yeah, and Umbra is playing on the off chance that it stays up, and it is. All right. That is going to be the case. Northwest shifts, so a lot of teams who hug the coast on the off chance will now be able to reset a little bit if they choose, because there's no team upwards towards Gatkaj, to the side of Everest, near Quarry. We saw an epic Quarry finish yesterday. Wildcard was able to come out on top. Again, the best rats on Erangel, able to make it work, but we'll see if the rat traps are set correctly today. As Yala Esports and Frag Machine, Salmon is out on his own. This is disastrous for the team that needs to go huge here on day number 1. He is getting pinned in from multiple angles. Zero is there. And that is why it is so important to identify your sight lines, making sure you're holding your angles as best you can. And you're in third person. You have additional abilities to do that. So now, losing one member early, getting caught out, I can hear Seven just through the ether going, I don't know, that's it.
It's only 1 kill against them. I think the rest of Frag Machines are still going to be able to pull out a good game if they find the opportunities to, but yeah, losing 1 player at the start is not a good look. And I'm more curious about the fact that player was just isolated by themselves. The rest of Frag Machines was not helping Solomon out at all, but you can see multiple rotations coming in because the shift was heavier towards the west. You called the Gatka Fields, the Quarry area, the Quarry Hills wide open. A number of teams are trying to make their way there. A lot of them are just going straight through the map, which is quite dangerous. I'm surprised that we haven't seen a couple more vehicle rotational kills because of that. We don't see that many wide wrapping rotations, but it is still only phase 2, so there is more area than what you might otherwise think. And Umbra, you mentioned it, they came in from the Georgia Bowl area because their rotation from Sunken took the mountain, waited for phase 2 shift, and they find themselves a really nice compound. However, Queso arrived, and Queso are taking more land than Umbra even bothered to when they were here first. So this could be not so great for Umbra.
Playing 2-2 for Team Queso, this is something we've seen them doing quite a bit, and something that I like, but these compounds are a little far. They're a little far. If we see a team come and crash onto one of them, I think actually Umbra could be the deciding factor in the ability to third party in keeping Team Queso alive. We've seen that before. We saw it yesterday in the Tempo Storm facing that Pittsburgh Knights. The third party, I believe it was Dream Eaters on Vikendi, that helped shut down that defense there. The idea of not putting all your eggs in one basket, I think, is important for Team Queso, but also making sure that you are close enough to respond should your teammates need to. As now we're seeing the crossing coming in from Team Unique. I love this. This feels so coordinated. However, the coordination, let's see if it pays off for them here as the DP is going to town. It is Levi. They've got to force their way off. Memphis taking a lot of damage, is not going to fall. Annalise, the first player down. And I love the idea of trying to spread everybody out, get all these vehicles, but one player on the bridge. It is Levi. Shut it all down.
Yeah, and it wasn't even just him on the bridge. B4 have other members further up, as well as Max into the HQ isolated. HQ recognized that there's a known player here, so B4, this split is only going to get punished even further. Grenade prepped. What can you do with it?
It's Maxon up on the roof, gets one down into Bandar. Nice play. He drops. He's going to try and thirst the kill. And he's able to do a little bit more damage here, trying to play these angles as best he can with the AKM. No, finally going to go down. Great call there from HQ to take advantage of the chaos. Uh-oh. No!
Oh, no!
He's on the other side of the fence!
That's going to be a second kill for B4. Good pick up there. And I will say, even though Maxon did go down there, the way that he played that so aggressively, so fast, I think was a really good decision there, and he got a kill off of it. Yeah, he almost had an opportunity to grab 2, and there was a reality that he actually 1v3'd that situation because of the initial grenade and then the follow-up damage. But over here you can see Unique forced to back away, but they only leave with 2 players. I don't know if leaving Nemphis behind was on purpose or accidental, but B4, they're wounded. After they lost their second player, it's just Levi and Pedro. And the circle shifted fully away from the bridge, which is to be expected. But HQ, they're sticking around, and they want to clean up the entirety of B4.
Yeah, that's really what they're going to look to do here. They want to finish what they started. That poor moment for that HQ player and the teammates, let me in! Let me in! Just trying to get through the fence to get the res. We've already had so many great memeable moments in this first game of the day. I love to see it, but Pedro, he's not loving to see his position right now because the blue is going to arrive. Unique, the 2 members of Unique are going to rotate all the way around to the east bridge and try and eat the blue the entire way. Maybe, or look for a boat. I actually have no idea what Frozen and the crew are doing right here. They are in a rough spot. HQ, though, identifying that B4 had split themselves up too much, taking this high ground, taking this position, like, I am so impressed by the decision-making that we're seeing from HQ.
Problem is, B4 are taking a little bit too long to stick their necks out for HQ to take. And HQ needed to start to make a decision if they're going to get into, like, how they're going to get into the circle. Because in front of them, we already saw in the distance a little bit of Nova. There's also football that's not too far. So they might be spending too much time here, and it could end up biting them. You see Nemphis also swimming across from Unique, not on the duo that's crossing, and B4 might not be prepared for this. If Pedro is stuck here for too long, Nemphis could, well, I guess climb up on the coastline and shoot him in the back. But this is just a rough situation all around, I think. I don't know if HQ want to stick around for too much longer. Oh, he spotted.
Oh, he spotted. The rest of his teammates, though, did find boats, or did find a boat, by the way. So the rest of Unique was able to make the crossing and get around to the inlet on the mainland right before the blue. So Nemphis' decision to, again, to split resources, I don't know why we've been seeing so much of that this game. It seems like teams are very, very spread out. So we'll see if all these teams that have lost these members early are going to be able to rally, recover at all. We've seen teams who, lost a member first, the first player out of the lobby, go on to still win, but only with 3 members up. Losing 2 or more at this stage of the game is pretty disastrous. But hello, this is the rotation you were talking about, Cameron. Footballists have got eyes on it.
Booker actually downed himself jumping out of the vehicle too fast. I don't know if that was because of pressure from the footballists. The Blues coming in. LeVay's and the rest of the squad. I don't know how much they want to stick around as well. And look at this. This! I did not expect this. Soke is coming for the full kill, but this circle on the top right, it is fully centered on Pachinki. Usually you see circles pull away from big cities. This circle pulled right on top of it. Like there was a magnet in the center. Like there was a super villain, mega evil scientist putting a giant magnet underground Pachinki.
I can't believe it. That is the most perfect Pachinki circle I have ever seen. It is beautiful. Dead center. Oh my goodness.
It's like a work of art.
It is. So this final circle, or the last couple final circles, are going to be absolute bedlam. B4 is finally going to go down, not able to weather the storm. Their adventures on the bridge, as much of a distraction as they were, as much as they tried to shut down Unique, and weren't able to get the job done. They did some damage, but now Unique is going to go out to frag machines. Despite losing Salmon early, are in a decent position here. Milky Way, the player we saw coming in yesterday, doing work for the squad, needs to be able to get up Frozen because the blue is moving on in. It is still encroaching. Frag Machine want to pick up these kills, though, but they've got to move and can't tunnel vision for too long. Here we go. Nice nade from Outplay, but Milky Way, he's got himself a bike. He's got to move.
He has to. He's the last one up, but there's no way he's going to take this fight, but good job from Outplay to recognize the push. He's going to take out the final spray against Team Unique, and so that's a good number of kills, but they still need to move to the circle away from the blue, and Pachinki, it's already crowded. The real estate prices have gone up exponentially. Full-on gentrification of the area, of the neighborhood.
Oh my goodness! I mean, next thing you know, they're gonna have boutique coffee shops, hair salon. It's gonna be a nightmare, Cameron. Absolutely a nightmare. Pachinki is my city. You know, that's what I've heard. I've heard people say that. It's everybody's city now. You don't have a choice. Everybody's moving in, and they're gonna sleep on the couch. They're gonna be here for a couple weeks. It's never just like one night, right?
Yeah, I know. They say it's only for a couple of days.
They're still there. Yeah. That's what Tempo Storm's thinking right now. Even though they're on the outs, they left. They literally left. They were like, guys, we were here. This is our place, and now you're all here, and you're making us like personal space, guys. 6 feet apart. Come on.
We just wanted you to house sit while we went on vacation. We didn't expect you to move in.
That's what we're seeing right now, though. This is chaos. Everybody is trying to make a claim to a single building, let alone a block. At this point, Wildcard opting to take the church on the high ground. We'll see if they're going to be able to hold on to that position. It will be very highly contested should the circle shift northwest at all. Team Umbra, Udyr Killers, one's potentially looking to encroach on this, but I think the teams that made the call and pushed in earlier can be very, very thankful. Teams like Nova and GFan getting the nade kills onto Team Queso. That's a great way to start this off, especially considering Nova. They've had great days. They need to have another great day here as well.
Yeah, there is something to be said about city endings being very, very difficult to actually take full control of more than 5 feet around you. But grenades is one of the easiest ways to do so, especially if you have a follow-up and land them. And footballists also get it as well. This is a completely different area of the map, though. This isn't in the city. This is on the outskirts. And multiple nades coming in, multiple knocks. Carnage, what is he going to do with the rest of PK to contest?
Run it over.
A grenade prepped.
Oh my goodness, Carnage, can he find the nade to end all nades? He does get Soul K down. The rest of his teammates are in a terrible position. Why is it always Carnage? Seriously, though. But he's got multiple members down on the side. Actually, only one member down on the side of football. Is in a room. We'll seal the deal with another grenade to knock PK out of it in 13th place.
This position that they took over is really, really weak, and well, football has showed us exactly why, but there's no one else to play in the city. The circle shifts away, and now everyone is trying to bomb onto the west side, including Wildcard having to leave the church. Very aggressive decision for them, considering the church was still in the circle, but they're up in a fight against Umbra.
Oh my goodness, these are exactly the teams I was talking about potentially fighting over the church, but this time they're fighting over the building, they're pushing into on the outside, but Nova Esports able to do so much damage on the initial push. All these teams are battered and bruised, but their will not be broken as Sam is still here on the edge, but the nades coming in from Pro Lord. Don't cook it too long this time, buddy. Him and Sam going back and forth. Can they find the angle? Pro Lord's throwing the next one. No, not quite able to get it through the door. That was actually huge, and Sam is gonna, oh, he's just trying to play this as well as he can. Not overcommit. There we go.
This is such good play from Sam specifically, but both teams, it's a whole game of cat and mouse with the grenades. And Sam's going to come out on top with the help of his teammate. And they are going to take over this building. It's a really good grab for them, but it's also a grab for anywhere else that any other team can find. Loops and frag machines. Nova, everyone is fighting over such limited real estate because the big city ending is now only a quarter city and majority field.
Oh my goodness, this is one of the most punishing endings. This hill is very much going to be hotly contested loops. We're seeing Tempo Storm as well, Dream Eaters, frag machines. Everybody is trying to get involved as Rain is sending it into this compound, but he's very much alone right now. Can he find the shot through the doorway? No, he cannot. Oh, the timing on that. Right as he stopped shooting, Matic ended up pushing on through, but Tempo Storm decided they don't want to take the fight with Loops. They want to go in here into Footballists and Dream Eaters, but they are the ones on the outside looking in. I don't even know if they necessarily are aware that another team is already trying to breach this compound, Cameron.
A smoke coming out from Tensa. I love this maneuver. They don't want to just stick inside the shack because they know how vulnerable that is going to make them to grenades. They're going to try to take over this bar, and football is putting pressure from the opposite side. Dream Eaters have got to be sweating. Fortunately, they've taken over the top floor, and there's only 2 locations to throw grenades inside, and both of which would put Tempo and Footballists out in the open to get shot by a completely different squad coming out from Pachinki.
Oh my goodness. I actually think that Tensa just got hit by a grenade meant for Dream Eaters that flew all the way through and went on the other side and hit him. Oh my goodness, the nades are flying left and right. I cannot believe this fight. We are seeing 3 of these top teams going toe-to-toe right now. The difference maker, of course, being that Tempo Storm have 4 players alive. The team that comes out on top here will be in a pretty solid position, but this building, Cameron, it's not even really in this next circle either. So once they win this, they're going to have to move. So somebody has got to pull the trigger. Somebody has got to make the decision.
Miz, with 3 teams up, you could easily become the victim, depending on where everyone else is focusing on. More smokes continue to come out. And Dream Eaters, they're actually in the worst position right now. HH24 and the rest of Tempo looks like they want to go. They're pressing the go button. They're rushing forward. But are they going to go into Dream Eaters or are they going to go into Footballists? Too much smoke on the outside for Footballists. So I don't know if they want to push in through that. And they're calling. They're wrapping away. They're wrapping out to the other side.
Oh my goodness. Cannot believe what we are seeing.
Found an angle.
Tensa gets the initial knock, though. He finds the angle, but he's going to realize there's another team here as well. I'm not sure if they were aware the Dream Eaters was the one on the inside, but now they got the first down. They're going to try and push inside. I don't think they realize this is 2 different teams, Cameron. I don't think they're aware right now that there are 3 members sitting upside staring at them. They saw multiple members on the outside of the building, but maybe actually they're going to try capitalizing the down that they got from the outset. Jump shot through the window. They cannot hit them. Dream Eaters is just wondering what is even happening right now. Matic on the outside, potentially going to be able to be the spanner in the works because the circle is going to start moving soon. Oh my goodness, they've got to go. Cameron, they've got to go.
More damage coming out from Rain from the side, and the rest of Tempo Storm cleared out the bottom floor, making sure that it was perfectly empty so they can use the cover in the continued fight against Footballists. And what is Dream Eaters going to do in the meantime? There aren't that many options. They can either sit, maybe try and get some shots out the window, or push into the bottom floor, which would be disastrous for Tempo if they are not watching. But 4 members up for Tempo. 0 kills so far. But we know how good this team is in close quarters fights. This has got to be terrifying once you see them in the kill feed in their immediate area.
They cannot push upstairs. They absolutely cannot. All 3 members of Dream Eaters are staring it down. I think most of the utility, most of the grenades have already been used, so the threat to Dream Eaters is actually pretty minimal, but there's the down out to Raum. They know on the outside they're going to try and push in. The question is, will Dream Eaters drop on this spec? Pre-fire, can he find it? HH24 goes in, he gets down, traded out 1 for 1. And we'll see if they can clean up the kill. They cannot. Tensa on the outside. Gonna try and reset, get up HH24, but the blue is moving in. Raum is still bleeding out. Only 1 member of Footballists is left standing. It's Levazen with a scrap of HP. The blue itself is gonna take him down if he does not move. Dream Eaters trying to weather the storm, deciding when they want to pounce. They are a cat up in the branches of the trees. They are a leopard ready to strike. Can Spec get the final shots? Can he get this kill? That's the question. Yes, he does. Footballist is down, and now it is Dream Eaters taking on Tempo Storm.
They should be hearing the footsteps on the top floor. They should know that there's another team just barely inside the next zone. And they can hold them out. They're hugging up against the wall. They know that there's only 2 real exit points for Dream Eaters, and that's going to be the outside windows. I couldn't see Dream Eaters rushing down unless they want to go 1 in each and every direction, but they'll be walking into death, it seems, Tempo Storm. They're holding the angles. They are perfectly ready for it. A couple grenades do go down that stairwell, but they don't get a knock. But Var said he is going to go down. And it's Tempo. They're going to push it through the blue. Spec is running up to clear it.
Oh my goodness, Spec, you absolute mad lad. You go down, though. Toffee's able to try and clean that up, but that's Dream Eaters going down. No, another one drops. Barely able to get back inside the blue, though. Rain has got to make this push, but the blue is going to move in 4 seconds. No, Tempo Storm, you committed for the kills, but the kills caught up to you, and now they're all going to go down. There's so many medkits, so many first aids stacked up there as we're moving into the city fight. We'll see if Tempo Storm can survive as the play zone moves in. Now it is all about Yala Esports taking on UDR Killers. Yala Esports, who've been looking so much better over the last few days with all 4 members alive. While we've been fighting on the outskirts, they've been fighting in the city with only 5 teams left up and standing. Konina Power is going to try and shut them down. Can Axer find it? Not in an instant. Oh my goodness, he just got wrecked.
This is basically a larger version of what we just saw between Dream Eaters, Footballists, and Tempo Storm. It's been delayed just a little bit, but now UDR Killers are down. Sam left for wildcard, tossing some grenades, but Yala Esports have 4 remaining. We are looking at the top 3 teams, and I am being honest here, I could not tell you how it happened. Tempo Storm goes out. Now it's just Sam. Can't even get a first knock. It's a 4 versus 1, but he's going to try and go for it.
Oh my goodness, that's just it. Yala Esports, we were so focused on that crazy fight, but they cannibalized each other. They took each other all out, and in the end, that allowed the teams that played in the city to finally somehow come out on top. It was Yala Esports with all 4 members alive? How? We saw how chaotic that fight on the outside was. How crazy was that fight in the city?
They had 4 up because they were on the exit position. That shows you the strength of being on the outside of a city on the angle that the circle is likely to pull away from. I honestly don't. You can't analyze a game like this. We saw 4 to 6 teams go out in a matter of 30 seconds because when it's city and then field, it's basically just win your gunfight in the moment. It's incredibly difficult to have the perfect play in that area, but y'all are the ones to win their fights, and they come out with a win.
Stellar play from them. Crazy way to start the day. The final day here for the regular season, our final Super Weekend play day. Cannot wait to see what our analysts have to say about that game, so let's send it over to them.
The PUBG Mobile World League is brought to you by the title sponsor, Qualcomm Snapdragon Elite Gaming, and the official beverage sponsor, Mountain Dew.
Well, y'all Esports have been able to pull it off and get themselves a chicken dinner. We haven't talked about them much today. We haven't talked about them much yesterday. However, on the first day, we definitely did. We even had these two pick them out as a team to win the first game. But the one time you guys don't pick them, they pull through. What's going on, Seven?
That was yesterday, I think.
Was it yesterday?
I think we picked them yesterday.
Yeah.
Yesterday, the first game. Glitter and myself picked them, and then they let us down, and then today we're like, hey, maybe we should pick them. But remember what they did yesterday? And look at this. They came out on top, being able to get the win. On top of that, 10 kills. And to give some credit, some of the other teams that I was talking about earlier, Wildcard, being able to get that second place with only 4 kills. But it was huge because towards the end, it was just Sam. So once again, Sam being able to kind of just hold it out. And then Temple Storm, we saw that huge push there from Temple Storm towards Dream Eaters. I think at that point, they might have realized that that Yala was just really well positioned, and they could have probably just gotten better points out of just killing Dream Eaters, and they ended up doing just so. But wow, what a game. What a game to start off this final day here.
Hey, we're talking about how the teams did. Let's take a look at how many points they actually accumulated from that match alone. You can see Yala did get themselves 30 points in total. A massive victory for them. However, the second place team of Wildcard doesn't take second place overall here, Glitter.
Yeah, I mean, UDR Killers, we were talking about whether or not they were going to be able to make sure they stayed consistent enough to not have to worry about frag machines. And in the very first match, they're already putting up a 10-kill game. That's incredible. That's a great showing from UDR Killers, and getting themselves 18 points to boot, matching what Wildcard gets. That's just impressive. And then as we're moving down the list, we actually see Konina Power staying consistent yet again after a very, very strong day yesterday. And we just talked about him, Nova Esports, getting themselves 7 points, finally being on the top half of this page. This is nice to see from them, Seven.
And for Footballers, for them being able to get 6 kills there too, they got very unlucky with that, with Tempo just absolutely destroying them. I think that was really good. And with Frag Machines, even though they gave 5 points here, I do want to go ahead and give them credit because they ended up killing, I think they ended up even wiping out Loops Esports. Something we've been saying, hey, make a name for yourself. Well, guess what? If I do see that kind of stuff on the kill feed, I'll make sure to give you a shout out. So shout out to Frag Machines because they absolutely smacked. Even though they only ended up with 5 points, they do affect the leaderboard because Loops Esports now only has 3 points, and some of the other teams trying to play catch up, like Wildcard, like Footballers. Now they're gonna be able to, hopefully, if they're able to step it up even more, they might be able to catch up Loops Esports.
Well, PK. 2 kills. We talked about at the start of the day. They do technically have a chance to take over Cloud9 and push them into like an 8th place, but that's not the start they wanted to see them have. Let's take a look though at our stats from our winning team here of Yala. We haven't been able to talk about them too much in terms of winning matches, but they pull off another victory here. 1,500 damage, only about 300 healing, looking really reminiscent to the way footballers win games, to be honest here, Glitter.
Yeah, that's definitely a very clean game coming out of Yala Esports. Very happy for them. I feel like they've just gotten better and better this entire week. And so this is definitely kind of illustrating their improvement that they've made over time here in the PMWL West. But like you said, minimal healing, which is going to lend itself to how just intelligent and smart their engagements were. 10 kills with only 8 knockouts. That's a
super
nice
important
start to the day.
I think. Super important for them considering they were like around at the start they were at 15th, and now I think they're around like 12th, 11th place. We'll obviously check in with that a little bit later on, but let's take a look at our do moments as we maybe talk about them a little bit on further, because this team, I don't feel like they had necessarily the greatest of starts in the entirety of the World League. And we talk about peaking in a tournament. If they're only getting better and better right now and they're able to pick up wins like this and get some consistent kills, going into the finals where everyone's reset back down to 0, they could easily jump up massively in the overall standings.
Yeah, and just going based off that, going back to the first day of this Super Weekend number 3, Yala, I believe, ended up with 3 4th place finishes. That is very consistent, even if they weren't able to get chicken dinners. And yesterday, they ended up with another 4th place finish, a 5th place finish. And then today, for them to be able to come out and actually get that win finally, I think that's going to be a confident booster. Something that we always hear out of players is that they're able, once they get a win, they're going to be able to actually just get that confidence boost. And I think PK might have ended up getting more than 2 kills there, as I saw my boy Carnage even grenading some of his teammates. So GG's, Carnage. Wrong person, though. It's kind of hard to tell. I know. Trust me. In the heat of the battle, anything can happen there. And Tempo, another team that we've been talking about, saying, can they go ahead and be consistent on more than just one day? The first day of the Super Weekend here at Glitter, they did amazing. Yesterday, not so much. We also saw that HH24 was struggling a little bit. I think he can definitely step it up. And today here, coming up with, 5 kills and pushing people and pushing the action. I think that was really good.
Yeah, that's definitely a much stronger start to the day for Tempo. We actually were watching this engagement where it was Tempo versus Footballists versus Dream Eaters in that one building. And that definitely was hard. I think, was Rain the last one up there at the end where the rest of his team was knocked inside and also inside the blue, and he wasn't able to get the rest of them up. That was super, super unfortunate. However, this was a crazy fight. The fact that all 3 of these teams were just kind of waiting inside of this one building to see how the fight was going. We weren't even sure if Footballists knew if Dream Eaters were there, because Dream Eaters were on the 2nd floor the whole time, and there was a lot going on. As soon as all 3 of those teams were cleared out, it kind of freed up the rest of the fights to take place. And one thing I do want to point out is that we also saw some very strong nades coming in from G-Fan, so it looks like Nova's stepping it up a little bit as well.
Yeah, I'm hoping to see that. Again, we kind of theorized what potentially could have caused their rough performances in the last few days, and maybe switching the in-game leader back over to another player, considering Cat most likely won't be playing with them coming into the finals. But we also get to see, I think for me, an interesting aspect or interesting stat of the total damage, right? Let's see who got how much damage across this map, because I'm expecting Yala to be up there quite a bit, obviously with their 10 kills and the damage we saw on the screen. But I'm expecting to see a couple other teams, and Tempo, Storm, super quiet yesterday, almost non-existent. They're up there with almost first place in damage with 1,500. Even UDR Killers getting about 1,500 done as well. And if there are any questions whether or not UDR Killers would be caught by frag machines, I feel like we got our answer, 7.
Yes. Frag machines, listen, they're not going to be able to catch up. But I give them credit, though, because they did end up beating Loops Esports in that engagement. Now, one team, as we're seeing some of the other teams just getting over 1,000 damage, one team that's starting to stick out for me even more this Super Weekend is Kanina Power. They kind of have been placing within that time. I think at the end of yesterday, they were in 4th place in regards to points alone this Super Weekend. And they still go ahead and continue to be consistent within those top 5 finishes. And this team is honestly starting to scare me a little bit, because we know what they're capable of in regards to fragging. We saw it at the beginning of the tournament. And if they go ahead and continue to put these performances now with the placement points, and it may be towards the end of the day, they can start mixing in that fragging power and also the high placement, I wouldn't be surprised if maybe we see Kanina Power come back strong again with what we saw the likes of them, how they were playing at the beginning of the tournament.
See, I want to see still a little bit more out of Tixie, because that's a name I feel like we haven't been able to say in weeks. maybe we can say it here as we take a look at our top players. Maybe he was able to sneak his way up into this one, and well, as we can see, unfortunately not. However, I will say this, Solke having a top 4 finish in his first map. He had a top 5 finish as well coming into our second day of play, when I don't think anyone on football made it into the top 5 at the end of play out of day 1. Then also seeing Sandro here from UDR Killers Glitter, 700 damage done. He really stepped it up for him.
Yeah, I think this is now the second time we've seen a UDR killer player up on our top players lineup, so that's fantastic for them, especially when they needed it right now. And then seeing 2 of Yala up here as well. We've got Anas and Zana both at 500 damage apiece. I mean, that 4 and 3 kills each. It's consistency across the board for that team, which is definitely probably lending itself to the fact that they've only gotten better. They're clearly working better as a squad together. I mean, we're used to seeing Solke up here. He's an incredibly strong player, but Sandra, like you said, that's a nice change to see.
Yeah, and I'm really curious to see, though, for me, again, just to reiterate, Cloud9 not playing the Super Weekend. We see the Cloud9 effect of other teams being able to step up. I want to see, though, when we get into the finals, can teams still keep performing like this? Can we still keep seeing Yala put up some big numbers? Can we still see Footballists be able to do that, as well as Loops will finally have, their opponent, their rival back on the in the lobby. But still some crazy games already just to start things off with. I really want to see how Yala has maybe jumped up the standings, because they are still looking to increase their prize earnings, which I think they almost double every time they go up a next section of it. Let's take a look at the overalls, and I don't think Yala's going to break through into top 10 just yet. However, we've seen Tempo now surpass Cloud9, so Cloud9 move a little bit further on down the standings, and unfortunately a little bit less money in their pocket, 7.
Yep, and with Vikendi and then later on Miramar coming up, I wouldn't be surprised if we also see Dream Eaters there go ahead and pass them. And if B4 maybe is able to get a win under their belt, they could go ahead and pass them as well. But Temple Storm, I think Temple Storm being able to pass their Cloud9, having a good performance in the last one, I hope they follow through, because if Wildcard Gaming and Temple Storm starts getting hot, you best believe that Footballists and Loops Esports might start struggling even more with what we have seen already, especially out of Loops Esports. A lot of teams are starting to take advantage that they're not having to deal with the full squad of Loops Esports there. And now, towards we see it at the bottom 2 of that first page was Kunina Power moving now to that 9th place. So consistency, slowly but surely, is starting to go ahead and put them up the leaderboards.
Y'all,
I'm wondering.
Yeah.
1 point.
Happens.
It's so close. Listen, if Yala continues to perform like they just did throughout the rest of today, they will definitely be jumping up those ranks. No problem. I'm not too worried about that. But seeing that most of these standings haven't shifted at all here on the second page, and I think that's because for the second page I felt like there was a bigger spread between placements than there is on some of the first page. So these teams have a little bit bigger gaps point-wise that they have to make up for, but Yala is doing that well for themselves right now with the games they've been having so far this weekend.
I do want to say as well, as we saw on the first page between Loops and Footballists, I think Footballists, they have 201 kills and Loops have 214, and they're only down by 32 points. And what's really weird to me is that I expected Loops to have basically no challenge going into that first place position, considering Cloud9 wasn't playing. And considering we have seen obviously, Football has been able to get a lot of kills. A majority of the points do come from kills, or a good amount of them do, but they've never been this close to each other. So Loops has been kind of falling off the longer we've been playing now, and Footballs have been playing as consistent as ever. And speaking of consistent, let's take a look at our predictions, and I think I'm still consistently in last place, though I do know we had a B4 pick coming into that last game, so at least I'm not going to be dead last in this one. But I think I got about 10 points, if I'm not mistaken. You guys, how many did you have? You had second place finish, plus how many kills?
I had 18. You had, yeah, you had 10. I had 18.
Oh, man.
Yeah. Oh, there they are. There they are. And Baron with the 15. Nice, nice. Footballist, 10. Beef. Oh, Cameron, what happened?
Well, I'm getting a little bit worried because Glitter was only a couple points behind me in second place. And now she's starting to get extremely close to passing me and still has 4 games left to go, as we're going to see the schedule as we head over to Vikendi next. Glitter, if you come out in first place, I'll send you $50, all right? Because I feel like going from last to first, 7, you cannot throw. That is against the competition, and this will be null.
I'll split it with you, 7.
And invalid.
Okay.
That's called teaming, okay? And that's not allowed in PUBG Mobile. So both of you lose all your points today. I'm in first place. Now, let's get into our next predictions, though. We go to Vikendi as our second map. I'm going to throw this one to Glitter, actually, because you know what? 7's being a little bit poisonous, kind of like a scorpion.
Okay, all right. Well,
damn.
So I know that people typically like to pick loops for this map. It's a map that they've done historically very, very well on, but we've been seeing them struggle the past couple days. And so I don't know if that is the best call, so I decided to switch it up a little bit, kind of go a little bit wild with it. I'm actually picking Footballists because of the traction that they're managing to gain for themselves.
All right, she's being dynamic.
I love how she just absolutely poops on loops and then just doesn't. It just says that's why I'm not picking them. But I'm gonna go ahead and tell you why I am picking them, because they need to. What's going on, loops? You've gotten a win so far to this Super Weekend in Vikendi. And yesterday, I believe you guys ended up getting if I'm not mistaken from what I'm seeing here, a 5th place. So it hasn't been like super crazy consistent, but still 1st place and then a 5th place, not bad. I hope they go ahead and get the win here, because Footballists, as you mentioned, they are starting to catch up slowly. And then on top of that, if Wildcard continues to have the performances that we've seen out of them yesterday, they're going to get even closer, and it could come to the end. And listen, I'm going to tell you something. As a viewer, as somebody that loves esports, as somebody that loves being entertained, I kind of hope that happens. I kind of hope it comes down to the last match. But Loops Esports is more than likely going to go down.
So you're predicting Loops, but you almost want to see them lose. What?
Yeah.
He likes the tension. He wants to see the teams fight for it.
I mean, we have 10,000 euros on the line here for our talent prediction game, and okay, if you don't want the money, that's fine. I actually went Loops as well. I'm hoping they can step it up. I feel like they've been having a rough time, and I think I'm just going to guess. The last time you and I both picked Loop 7, we came home with like 20 points each. So clearly it's going to happen again.
It's what happens. It's what happens when we team up with Loops, baby. We end up doing good.
Got the white shirts. We're teaming up with Loops. We're all with green.
We're all technically green
glitter.
Teams. Yeah.
Exactly. You know what? We'll see if we're all going to be in the green making some money off of this one, as we'll catch in with you two after the match has finished. Always hearts from 7. I think it's about 7 hearts we've seen now. You guys at home who are watching on Twitch or on YouTube, you should be watching within the game, within the Esports Center, because you could be earning points this entire time, and the top 100 viewers will be getting themselves exclusive rewards. If you're not doing it yet, make sure you do this now, as I think I'm going to head back after this and go ahead and do it right away for myself. I think I forgot to watch from there today, but you guys can still tweet to us at esportspubgm with the hashtag PMWL and tell us how many points you have earned so far, and maybe we can determine the top 100 viewers from that alone. But also 2 other viewers who'll be watching the game here and actually commentating for you. It's going to be Cameron Davis and Envirum yet again. Join us here. B4 didn't work out well. It's going to start off with that.
Yeah. Well, it we kind of saw how it happened, more or less, didn't we?
I'm sorry.
It was a good decision. I think by unfortunate circumstances.
Hey, I'll give you 5 extra points just because you picked a team that no one else picked. You know, you put yourself out there. That should be rewarded. So now, talking about our second game. So UDR Killers, they put their foot down. They said, Frag Machines, you're not catching us. Frag Machines, they did kill a team like Loops, or at least able to get quite a few kills against them. So I think our 16 teams are settled in, but in my eyes are starting to turn towards Yala. 1 point away from overtaking Queso. We got some other teams, Footballists, on the heels of Loops Esports for that 50K first place. So if you're one of these teams, guys, let's start off with you and Viram. If you're one of the teams who are looking to really get that increase in prize money, do you just go all out in these last games, or do you just still try to play your consistent style, go for placings, get kills when you can get them? What's going through your head, Viram?
Oh man, that's a tough question, because if one team decides, no, we're going to continue to play our game, we're going to play more passive, go for placements, and then the other ones are going for crazy kills, and you're not getting involved in that, there's the potential that they pass you or they disrupt.
OMO, right?
So
fear of missing out.
Exactly, yeah, the fear of missing out, yeah. And I think it's as much look for the fights when you can take them, but still don't push yourself too far. Take smart engages. I still think that's the case, but I think take engages. Take these fights. Don't just play for the next zone. If you think you have an opportunity to get those 4 additional points to wipe a squad, you take them.
I'm actually curious about like the mindset that happens within a team. You know, if you're Footballists here and you take first place away from Loops, you go into the finals with a massive upset, 50K in your pockets, and a lot of momentum going into the final games of the entire tournament here, Cameron.
Yeah, But I think more so than anything else, it's all about the money. The only time that the money actually increases by a by a notable amount is from third to second and then second to first.
Yeah.
So if you're in firing range of getting those placements, you have to go for it.
Well, speaking about in firing range of these placements, we got to do our prediction game here as we go into our second match. And Veer, I'm going to start off with you, as I think you have the most chicken dinners hands down across everyone else in the talent prediction game. Who's going to give you your 9th chicken dinner? Or is it 10th? I don't even know anymore.
10. My 10th chicken dinner. Look, you're going to be happy about this too, Jason, if I'm right, because we picked the same team. It's Luke's Esports.
Let's go.
They did well for me yesterday on Vikendi. Got me another chicken dinner, I believe. So we'll see if they can do it again. Traditionally, they do quite well.
All right, Cameron, who do you got, man?
It's Vikendi, so it's got to be Loops.
All right, I like it. 4 Loops predictions out of the talent. That means we're all getting a chicken dinner. We're all feasting tonight. Why don't you go? I just jinx it. Oh.
Yep.
Well, I can hope. Why don't you guys take us into our second game here?
Thank you so much, Jason. Gosh dang it, you weren't supposed to, because this happens every time, Cameron. This happened yesterday, like 5 of us. I think it was like Dream Eaters on Miramar.
Dream Eaters on Miramar,
Yep. We all picked it, and you said right before the game was about to start, you're like, now that we've all done this, it means they're going to get like a point, right?
Yep.
And they got like 3.
I don't know. I don't know if it's a good or a bad thing that I seem to be able to pick the teams to do poorly better than I'm able to pick the teams that do well, considering I am so far down on the prediction leaderboard. Before not really delivering on the last map doesn't help me either, but doesn't matter because we're on Vikendi and we are on the map that loops for the most part, excluding last week, the map that they dominate in. But this plane path into this circle, they aren't touching at all. This is going to be a strange one. There's going to be a lot of rotations in here, and I do wonder if we're going to see another replication of everyone stacking into Dobro that we saw a couple of Vikendis ago, where it was around this same area. It's a little too early for everyone to go there.
A few Vikendis ago. I like how that's an adverb now. A noun? I don't know how words work. You think I should, given my current profession. But no, I think I agree. I think that we could see that potentially, but given the fact that it's not as centralized as it was last time we saw it, it was like a dead center. It was like a half water circle. I don't think teams are going to want to commit to that because the way the terrain works outside of Dobro, how it sort of goes down like that rolling hill to the coast with a little bit of cliffs. If you're forcing yourself out of there later, it could be a really rough position. Speaking of rough positions, Cameron.
Yeah, Axer missed his parachute, tried to follow up with his team. Or did he? Actually, wait, let me think about this. I actually don't think he missed his parachute. Routinely, we have seen Creative Power try and take a little bit of bridge control and have a player on the opposite side. Unique usually go all the way into Hot Springs, but maybe, I don't know if they did this specifically to counter out Axer or just by happenstance, but they did push him away. And he should be able to hear the vehicles and notice that they are going to be pulling away to Hot Springs, which is the area that they usually loot up, which gives him an opportunity to swim back and get to his own looting route. But it is going to slow it down. What's not going to slow it down, though, is that UDR Killers, once again, in a clown car with guns. Unfortunately, they're going up against other people with guns, but fortunately, they do also get another starting kill. They don't even loot the body.
No, not even worth it. Wait, was this? The UDR Killers did it last game, too, didn't they?
Yep. Same vehicle skin, too.
Oh my goodness. They are just finding people on the road. Cameron, you called it. You talked about it. You talked about these rotations. We are already seeing them come into play. We're seeing Footballists make the rotation. We're seeing B4 make a little bit of it. Yala, UDR, all of these teams are starting to make the rotate. However, Zana.
Yeah.
Okay, you're fine.
That was an engagement of circumstance and of opportunity. UDR Killers, they're not in a position right now, and it's not the smartest position no matter where you are on the leaderboard, no matter where you are in a game, to have such an aggressive early game chase to continue to try and focus down Yala there. They got that opening kill on the road. Circumstances gave it to them. They're going to move on, and because their goal is to loot up in a place that is central of the circle. But over here, the fight, not really fight, the sort of tug and pull of Villanova between Wildcard and Community Power. Wildcard are actually way far on the west side, and that's because they want to move quickly. They have spent 2 minutes looting up, and they are already wanting to rotate away. I love this play. I love this faster, sped up Wildcard. No longer are we going to be seeing the Wildcard that come into the circle super late and are then just trying to constantly run away from the blue.
I think it's because They know how many teams are going to be coming this way through Villanova, over the bridge, whether it be Canadian Power, whether it be Unique, whether it be Nova. They're aware, so they want to get ahead of it. They don't want to get caught in a long, drawn-out fight like we saw happen to Tempo Storm in that last game, where by the time they'd finally, put a ring on it, they'd sealed the deal, and it was too late. The circle had come in, and they had to run, and they were in shambles. They don't want a tunnel vision on it. All the teams now are making these early rotates. Kayowski will pretend we didn't see that, as Loops... Didn't happen. You're fine. As Loops is continuing to push in, Loops, of course, the team we constantly hype up on this map, but the team that does so much better when they are moving forward. Loops defending I want to have like one of those memes where it's like little SpongeBob, big SpongeBob, where it's like Loops defending a compound.
Compound versus Loops attacking a compound.
Oh, exactly. Like that's it. They are a different team when they are the aggressors.
Yeah. It's actually ridiculous how night and day is it. They are contradicting us a little bit because they're trying to go for a central position, but for FaZe, you don't want to put yourself in a need to push from phase 1. So they're also moving very, very quickly, just as fast as Wildcard are, and Nova as well. We are seeing a much faster game out of all of these teams in the lobby, or at least a number of them. We're looking at Nova are already moving, Umbra are already moving, and we're 5 minutes into the game. If this continues on, if we continue to see this momentum increase over the course of just the West region, this is going to be an exciting region to continue to watch.
And I think that's one thing to kind of note, and something we don't talk about a whole lot, is the idea of, how East and West perform differently. I think, going into this, people are like, oh, West, ha. And we're like, no, we got some really, really solid teams here in the West. And now that they're given the opportunity to keep fighting at this high level, Cameron, we are going to continue to see the overall skill level continue to go up, increase. They've been playing together for 3 weeks with the best teams, and now all these fights are breaking out. You can see the shots coming in, and because there's so many targets to shoot at because everybody rotated so early. And this is what's so cool about this. Teams are getting better.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm not going to say I always say it because I don't actually ever say it, but I always think it. Level 1 of PUBG is just running from the blue and hiding. Level 2 is when you have a little more macro play. Level 3, that is when you start to introduce aggressive playstyles into it, and we have been seeing it over this entire league. I am telling you, it is not just because these teams at the bottom are trying to climb into qualification. It is a full-on trend, but over here, Unique, they are trying to push directly into Canadian Power, but a good nade coming out from Tixie. Follow-up spray from Rob doesn't actually find any connection on the Milky Way, but he is caught in a really rough spot. Nempus, that's a decision. That's a choice.
That is a call that is being made. Rob missing his shots today, not feeling quite so good, as we are seeing the downs going back and forth across. Team Unique's in a rough spot. Milky Way in the bottom of the building. You can see the bottom right of your screen, trying to find the shots, can't get it done. Tasty and delicious, says Konina Power. I'll buy a dozen, as they're able to wipe Team Unique without even a single down going their way. That nade started it off, playing 2-2, not working out for them, and this is what I'm talking about. Buddy system can work, but you still need to be in range to help out your teammates when they get themselves into a pickle.
Ultimately, it's just Rob finally was able to land his shots. Those the first few that we saw. Let's chalk it up to a warm-up. Yes, it was a car out of an open bridge. That should have been an easy knock to get. Nonetheless, it's fine. We got there in the end. And Canadian Power, this is 4 kills, and it's even more loot for themselves. So while other teams like Wildcard rotated away super fast, Canadian Power should be in a position to come in like juggernauts, to come in as raid bosses onto the edge. And they may not know this, but we can see on the map that there's a lot of space on the bottom. They shouldn't be too worried as long as they don't make the brazen maneuver of trying to take dead center.
I think what's so important to note there is that Unique just acted as pure loot goblins for them. They basically just looted Volnova and Hot Springs, and because Unique pushed in earlier, they're not going to get caught out in the blue. They're going to take a little bit of damage, but they're actually going to be able to rotate in a timely manner. They're not stuck out in a stalemate forever like we've seen before because Unique rotated when they did, because teams are starting to pick up the pace, move a little bit faster. This actually puts Konina Power inversely in a better position, which is so cool.
A lot of rotations around. Sorry, I'm just seeing UDR Killers going even more aggressive on another team.
Oh, I love it.
Sneaking up onto Jagger, who of course hears this, but he's isolated. He's by himself again. UDR Killers able to find a solo player, and that's an angle through a window. I don't know if Jagger was expecting that, but however many windows there are in this compound, it's got to be something in the back of your mind, and that's another free kill for UDR. The Knights, I don't know if Jagger was out there by himself to try and take this compound before anyone else, But when it's this big, you can't just hold it by yourself. The rest of the nights, they're going to have to find a new place to move to.
He just got lasered. He just got absolutely wrecked. And that's, again, Pittsburgh Knights, a team who was on the cusp of like passing Cloud9, of taking, money from a lot of these different teams. Now with 2 games starting off, not necessarily the way they want to, not pulling up a whole lot of points in that last game, and now losing one of their key members early. Again, Jagger, who, had came in, but he's such an old school part of this PK roster. Obviously, still going to be able to contribute in terms of comms and all that kind of stuff, but not having him on the team to help out with Gunfire is going to make a big difference. And we see this time and again with teams able to maintain 4 players all the way to that final circle. You saw it with Yala Esports in that last game.
Circle's closing. Most teams keeping 4 up, only a few that are a little wounded. But where's the circle going to shift to? If it does shift a little more towards the east, you said how it was wide open on that side, but it is going to be central. No one's going to have to move. Konita Power need to move maybe 5 feet in front of them, and it's going to be more of the same. That is, if teams don't want to go aggressive. And B4, they're already wounded. Queso, they want to wipe them out.
Yeah, already losing 2 members is B4. Jumping in the window is Axel. He is going to go down, but Levi trades out 1 for 1, and this is just going to be the jaws of death closing in, but the jaws are made of cheese. This B4 is eliminated once again early, losing multiple members, and the brazen aggression from these teams on Vikendi. They know what they have to do. They know what's on the line. They know the money that's at stake. They know the pride, the skin in the game that they have, Cameron, and they want to continue to show up. Team Queso doesn't want to be ahead by just 1 point. They want to be passing teams, not being passed.
Ooh, DR, couple more shots onto headquarters. Aren't going to get a knock, and headquarters able to find themselves a position. Not my favorite. You can just tell that the information that they gather from that area is not going to be great. It's actually on the low ground from a lot of different spots, but it is still closer towards the center, which does have value compared to where they came from on the edge. But just real quick, going back around to that Queso push, I don't know if it's the snow that inspired them to act like the Russians in World War II, but in any case, when they're in a position that they had the man advantage, just throw bodies at the problem.
Everybody just ran on in. Even if you trade out a couple members, even if you give up a couple of downs, you have double the amount of teams. If you trade 1 for 1, if 2 players trade 1 for 1, you've won the fight. That was 100% the correct way to play that. They know what their win condition is. They know how they need to take over this compound, and they did it well. And B4 is out, already losing 2 teams, and we're not even 12 minutes into this game. I cannot believe how aggressive these squads have been. I mean, we know this. We come to expect this from Vikendi, but I just feel like the pacing, the tempo has just picked up even more. We've gone up another gear.
Oops, right now, trying to take their Vikendi game up another gear because I'm still just reeling from the fact that they got taken out by frag machines. But of course, they were defending a compound and small SpongeBob. This compound that they're holding out now, though, it's really, really wide. And I worry about their ability to hold it as a full group of 4. I imagine later on in the game, they're going to want to pick... There are essentially 2 compounds if you look at how the walls are arranged. They're going to want to pick one half over the other to hold into the late game. But in any case, outside of a couple of pushes that we just saw from Queso and a rotation from headquarters,
I think this is
going to remain to be very quiet. No one else seems to have a inclination to move forward. And I'm looking at the overall map. There is no real need to, especially because the blue is only, let's say, 30 seconds from shifting the next direction.
Yeah, and I believe HQ was actually in another one of these compounds that Loops Esports, again, surprisingly lost one of these engages in. We've now seen so much Vikendi over the last few weeks that we've seen a lot of really distinctive fights happen, but it was that hill. You talked about frag machines being able to push into them, but Loops is dead center. Cameron, we'll see if they're going to maintain the position. This last circle was very friendly, and we'll see if it's going to continue to be so, or... Yep, okay, yes. Just the answer is yes. Wow.
I mean, welcome to Vikendi. The phase 2 and phase 3 shifts are so small from each other.
Yeah.
That we've seen this a whole bunch of times. Unless there's water in play, unless there's a huge hard shift, and unless the river is in play, that's when things get a little complicated. But when there's no river here and there's very little water, it's not really going to put anyone out of sorts. We do still have opportunities for teams to want to find themselves in a better position, want to take an opportunity, whether they get an initial knock, like Konita Power here. They're way far on the edge, and they've had a couple of minutes here in the circle. Hopefully they've used that to find some information, but Carnage
Carnage, the first one in this time. Hang on.
Yeah. They absolutely scouted this out, saw that it was empty. At least these warehouses going to send it in. I don't know if they scouted out Wildcard in the other half, though. If they were able to sort of wedge themselves in here on purpose, knowing that Wildcard are here and take this fight, that's great. But I do worry about Wildcard being really, really quiet and PK just not knowing that anyone is here at all.
Oh my. They're playing this as quietly as they can. I don't think any footsteps have happened. Same as holding this angle again. The benefits of TPP is you can hold angles like that, just chilling in the bathroom. You're going to be able to scout. And the way that Pittsburgh Knights is moving through this, they may have a sense that people are, look at this. Dead silence from Wildcard. They're waiting to spring their trap. The question becomes, will Pittsburgh Knights take the bait? They've cleared these 2 buildings that they're in. But we'll see if they are going to make the trek across over. I don't think they are. Which means that Wildcard is going to have to stay very quiet for a while here. And this is so interesting, Cameron. This game has been hurry up and wait. It's been, okay, this circle shift early. Let's go, move. And then it's been quiet circles. Okay, find a compound and chill. Camp it out. Let's see what happens. And this is testing teams' patience. Yeah.
That crate out there next to the road.
Yep.
This gives an opportunity for the Knights to go out and grab it. Frag machines might have an angle onto it. But more importantly, Wildcard might be able to find an angle. If Knights think that they're safe, this could end up being a little bit of a trap for them. But I don't know if they're going to make the run out to get it. Already losing 1 player. At some point, crates just aren't worth it. And you can see how wide open it is here.
I'm with that M249, the big boy gun. I don't even know if PK necessarily saw it drop. They were all indoors. I don't know if they necessarily are even aware that it's out there. They probably are by now. They probably spotted it. But you see Moody, he actually rotated from frag machines up onto the hill, got an overlook. So no, they did see it. Carnage is potentially going to go for it, and this could be the opening that frag machines needs as well. As Carnage is debating going for it. Carnage, I always talk about the idea that he's the last man standing. We'll see if he's going to be the first one down for the remainder of Pittsburgh Knights as the circle is going to continue to shift in. Oh my goodness. The quiet out there, silence in the snow. As these last few circles have been bereft of even a single gunshot echoing across the entirety of Vikendi as every team is holding their breath, as every new circle shifts. And finally, we are going to see a shift that's going to have to warrant a bit of a response.
You said east of Dobro is wide open. And so frag machines and HQ have perfect positions, perfect opportunities, as well as loops. To pick up kills of teams rotating in its wide open fields outside of those compounds. The only way to play this is to try and leapfrog the best you can from compound to compound, but you could just be running into an area that has a team, like Knights are doing with Wildcard. But Konita Power, they have the move the furthest, and they have the least information. They're actually going all the way back out into the blue, a wide wrapping rotation. They should have the meds. They should have the heals on to pull this without too much damage because of how long it took them to loot. Or rather, how long they took to loot.
Yeah, they got, of course, all of the loot from Team Unique as well. So they're feeling pretty comfy. They all did full stem. They're not going to go for a total wraparound, but I imagine we're going to see them go up north, up towards Krichas and Goroka as well. So we'll see if that's going to be... I think that is actually going to be fully the play here, watching them rotate. But the stare down between Wildcard and Pittsburgh Knights... Oh, I am hearing gunshots, though, and that's going to be now Nova Esports fighting up against Team Umbra. More fights are starting to break out. This was the action we were waiting for. The silence in the snow will be broken now as we're seeing these players trying to find some angle. Ooh, Halls can't actually get the kill there. Can't confirm it onto GFan HCL, though. And AZ, but hang on a second. What was looking so good for Nova Esports is now a terrible position as Cat is here. But multiple members of Team Umbra are still alive. Frag machines go out as well. Oh my goodness, the hopes and dreams for them of top 16 are now fully and well and truly gone. As Halls is going to look to try and confirm these last few kills. As Tempo Storm is going to crash as well. Dream Eaters is here. It's a party in Vikendi. We talked about the action. We talked about the intensity of what this game was going to bring, and we are seeing it now as Tempo Storm is getting involved. But Team Umbra is not going out quite so easily as now Dream Eaters is going in. I cannot believe it. Cameron, this fight's still going on.
I tried to track it as best as I can, and I have to give up right now. It's just a complete melee going on. And Halls, now that he's down, Tempo come out on top. When they come in last, they pick up the scraps. And they pick up the compound. They only have 3 kills off of that engagement, but they have multiple placement positions. The next circle comes in. And it's going to be a shift towards the south, and it's going to be right on where these teams are fighting from. The Dream Eaters not far away from this compound. Matic needs to go pick up Toffees because they're the only two standing. Or wait, no, there's someone else in the distance. I think that's Miku you can see on the southeast side. Toffees is trying to crawl back over towards Matic. The smoke gives him the cover, but a couple of shots coming in, I believe, from Tempo is going to make it a little more risky.
Oh my goodness, Matic. Nerves of steel. Oh my goodness. He laid down the smoke tunnel. They do have that rock as well to help give a bit of cover, but keeping him alive would be huge. Keeping 3 members of your team. You know, if you're going to lose a player, well, that's something, but losing 2, that's really where you have to change your game plan. Wildcard did also get 1 kill on a retreating member of Pittsburgh Knights, so their patience was rewarded after all that 1 single kill, but they are sitting in a great spot, and they forced it out, but Dream Eaters, oh my goodness, the smoke's dissipated, and Tempo Storm, eagle-eyed, that is now 5 kills for them in the second game.
And a good hold for them as well. They're on the south side, but they are establishing control of their area. We're going to see a replay here, actually, of Carnage. This was the bomb. While the original fight was happening, Frag Machines just send it into the compound that's already held by the Knights, by Wildcard. And well, you see Carnage there holding it down, but at the same time, Wildcard pushed from the opposite angle, picked up 1, and forced the Knights to retreat away to an objectively worse position in the circle, albeit just a little bit safer. And this shift, it was towards the south. We're seeing a number of teams out on the northwest side. So Miku on the southeast, trying to stay alive as best as he can, but luckily the circle was in his favor. He doesn't have to worry about anyone backfilling up from behind him.
Yeah, but you can hear the shots continuing to ring out. It was interesting. It was Frag Machines, the thing that unbalanced the whole situation between PK and Wildcard. That's actually so funny to see is now Team Queso getting into a fight, a bit of a scrap here with HQ. I believe, yeah, Axel did go down to HQ, but both these teams did need to rotate. We do see the 2 members of, hang on, Pittsburgh Knights actually could be a bit of a third party here onto Team K, so these teams are not even really in the circle. Hang on a second, especially with UDR Killers here as well. Sanders able to get the down, the shot into HQ, but the blue is pushing on in. UDR Killers need to make a decision. They need to try and find an angle to play gatekeeper as best they can, but they vacated the compound to try and chase these kills. Let's see if they regret that one, Cameron.
So far, it's coming out tops for them. 4 kills. About to get a 5th more. Bandar can't handle this engagement. Uzi comes out. A little bit of damage back and forth, but UDR Killer should have this. No! I say should. Gives away a little bit too much. This could be an easy kill for Bandar to secure for himself, and he has a teammate that's already retreated away from this. Where are the rest of UDR? They didn't follow up with their teammate.
You can't miss those. You really can't, especially with a third-party shot coming in from Carnage at long range, the silenced mini. And that's Ulysses. That's Bandar living to fight another day. I cannot believe it. A little bit of potato action coming in there from UDR Killers. Had the high ground, had every advantage in the world, got the literal drop on him, and couldn't clean that one up. Great job to Bandar to survive, to keep his team in this, or help keep his team in this just a little bit longer.
The next circle, dead center, more or less. And so all these teams that we're seeing here on the north side are going to have to move. But can they even move? Where can they move without getting a shot in the back as well as getting shot in the front? Because I don't know how many of them have working vehicles, and if that were the case, is that also a suicidal decision? Football is all going out, all taking so much damage, and it's just Lutz remaining. A grenade comes out, but so far, Tempo Storm continues to hold strong.
Yeah, we're seeing the Molly come in. They are taking some shots at another angle as well. There's that tiny little... Oh, no, Lutz, hang on. Don't back up and don't stand in the fire. This is MMO 101. Apply this, please, to PUBG Mobile. We are seeing him go for the res. 3, 2, 1. He is able to get the res off, though. Hang on a second. So they are able to get one more player up through this. Can Lutz survive through the smokes? Can they chain these respawns, these res? Hang on a second. Levazin's back in the fight. This is a breath of life for Footballists, but can Tempo Storm take them down? HH24 on the flank. This could be it.
Yeah, they're surrounding them. The smokes are giving Footballists a little bit of an opportunity, but Tempo are pushing, finding everything that they can, and they're figuring out process of elimination where exactly Footballists are trying to hide in the smokes. Okay, with the first aid kit, but it's not going to be enough.
And that is going to be Footballists eliminated by Tempo Storm, who now have 9 kills to their name as Loops are continuing to put up the pressure. This time it is on to UDR Killers, who already lost 1 member. The disastrous fight early on, and the rest of the team is paying for it, not having all 4 members into Loops on Vikendi. That sounds like a nightmare if I have ever heard one. As Ulysses is trying to hold strong, but Kayowski plays the angle perfectly, baits his teammates' footsteps, coming on the flank, flawless. They took like a single bullet of damage. That is just loops on Vikendi. It looks so good.
Yeah, even with defending a compound, they're still one of the best teams here, but now they're finally going to have to push away. The circle shift heavy towards the east side, and this is great for Wildcard and Konita Power, who we saw minutes ago, or almost hours ago, go out into the blue, and they are able to come in and find a spot in the circle, find a spot into the top 5. They have no clue what happened in this compound. All they know is that something was here. They're seeing blood here. They see destruction over there. Something is wrong with the force in this area, but they're going to try and do with it as best they can.
This place, it's haunted.
Yeah.
Can't tell exactly by whom, but the ghosts, there's a lingering presence. I can feel it. The frag machines, Pittsburgh Knights reaching out through the ether. But now it is their time to put a stamp on it. Can they be the team to hold it? Can they be the team to defend against all comers, whether it be HQ, Wildcard, or any of these? I mean, there's a lot of teams left with still 4 members alive. So this is not going to be one of these super scrappy finishes like we've seen before, Cameron. This is going to be a tactically executed battle here on Vikendi.
Yeah, and I love how Tempo Storm are trying to take control of much as they can. This one's more for their own safety and for their own movement, because the only player that's in the circle is actually just going to be Spec. Tensa and Rain are waiting for the exit of Loops, leaving their own compound, trying to cut them off, and with Spec on the crossfire, as well as a position to help herd them into the circle when the blue finally closes in on them.
Ooh, but Wildcard, though, Sam actually helps to shut this one down. Now all the teams just got to go. They just got to move. As now the circle is going to be the one to make this decision for them. Smokes are coming out on all sides. I actually thought Loops was in a rough position here, but Wildcard disrupting the rhythm of Tempo Storm has given them an opening, an opportunity. Tempo Storm in the sights of Wildcard, creating so much space here on the map. They're going to totally rotate around, which is going to give a lot of opportunity for Loops to rotate in. But Sam, long-range shots. That M4 spray looks so good. Get the gyro nice and lined up. And that is Loops losing one. Federal is going to try and send it in. But ID7 from HQ is heel stratting on the outside. Loops able to get a couple of members into the circle, I believe, but it's so close. And Cameron, they have not a whole lot of HP to work with. That Dean goes down. And that is a rough spot to be in for Loops Esports.
They still have 2 players up inside the circle, but it shifts away from them once again. And Wildcard, the area of the compound of the circle is smaller, but they do not have to move from behind their hard cover. Their only concern right now is perhaps trying to look at too many directions, trying to take control of too much, because Konita Power are behind them, and they have yet to really fully strike. Tempo are tearing down Loops before they continue in. And no, that's Sam. Sam does get knocked by Konita Power. This could be an opportunity for Tempo to come in, for the rest of Loops to come in. That is, if ID7 doesn't strike from the blue, picks up multiple kills before going out to the spirits,
huge.
to the gods.
Absolutely huge. Yes, punch it. Come on, do it. That was massive. He gets 2 more points and the additional placement points for that. That was absolutely massive there for HQ of the team all the way down at the bottom, who is trying to make their name here in the PUBG Mobile World League West Season 0. As the compound is in play, Tempo Storm takes it over, but Wildcard stays alive. They weather the storm, but Konita Power is still here on the flank. They will not be outdone. They are still in this battle, but the circle is continuing to close. They have 1 single rock and the smokes to play with. Konita Power can very much play spoiler here, but Wildcard up on the roofs. Spider-Man swinging around, trying to find the angle down into the smoke. Spec takes a lot of damage, finally drops to Sam.
Ooh, and Sam, he wants to go for more. He knows that everyone from Tempo is inside his building. And I don't know how much of that building is actually in this next circle, but I love this position by Konita Power. They are ready to gatekeep anyone and everyone. They're going to be stealing this win, I guarantee it. That is, if Wildcard can't come out of this really, really healthy, and so far, it looks to be successful.
And that is going to be it. I cannot believe it. Perfectly played on the roof, denying Tempo as they drop into the buildings. The Konita Power, not taking any of these fights, are still holding on. But I cannot believe that Wildcard was able to keep... Oh no, Slicky does go down. Hang on a second. This could be an opportunity, but they're not pushing into the Spring is holding such a great position. He's allowing Acer to get the rest of the team back up in the fight. Konita Power can't push this reset.
I don't know if Konita Power would want to push this because they know impetus is on Wildcard to push into them. And Konita Power, they didn't fight that much. I'm pretty sure that they have more of those mollies, more of those grenades ready to go. Rob spots out Spring for a split second on the roof. And he's going to wait for him to pop his head right back out. The revives have come through for Wildcard, so at least they have a small man advantage. But positional advantage, 100% in the way of Konita Power.
Except for the fact that we're looking at Spring up on that roof. He could be the one, but the nade to start this off, making it a 3v3. Can Spring find the angles? The blue is going to hide the shots. And you're right, though, Cameron. Kanina Power's in a great spot. Taking all this ticking damage from the blue. Gonzo survives. Spring jumps to the roof. Can't stop on the shots. Kanina Power is looking so solid, but Gonzo taking a lot of damage. It's still going to be able to stay alive. Sucky drops, and that's going to be it. Kanina Power taking game number 2. They played on the outside for so long. They let everybody else scrap it out. And when the fight was over, when the dust had settled, when the snow had fallen on the fields of Vikendi, Kanina Power says, all right, it's time to go get our chicken dinner. And they walked away with it. It was like a nice 2-piece chicken dinner, lightly fried. It's got some herbs on there, and it tastes oh so good.
Yeah. A very good game overall, not just for Kanina Power, but also for the top 3 Wildcard and Tempo Storm to follow it up. It was a very, very slow start, very similar to what we see on most Vikendi games, but when the action started, it's all about winning your fights. It's all about finding your pushes. No other map demands that you breach a compound like Vikendi does.
Yeah, and we saw the teams that were able to defend and attack in equal measure were the ones that were able to come out on top at the end, or at least, as you said, make it to that final 3 situation. Tempo Storm put up an insane amount of kills, barely unable to take the win over Wildcard to then take that final fight of Kanina Power, but who had the circle, they played on the outside, and they walked away with the win. Congrats to all of those teams, though, who made it into that very hectic final circle. Let's send it back over to our analysts to break down game number 2.
Where's that hot spring? It's right around the corner. And you can't miss the sea of flowers.
It looks really exciting.
Why not have a try?
Well, Kanina Power bounce back, get themselves a chicken dinner under their belts today, and also get themselves some lovely, lovely points. And honestly, with how that match was going, I didn't expect them to win. I thought it was going to be all Tempo or all Wildcard, considering the positions they had, and for Tempo's case, the amount of damage they already had done.
Yeah, with me, it's something that I've been noticing so well out of Kanina Power, and if you can go rewind back to the last segment, I even said it, this team has gotten so good now at being always within the top 5. All they need to go ahead and just now start doing is add that fragging power that they're capable of. They ended up with 10 kills, which is huge for them, and they have worked so well in their rotations, and I think it goes to show by them being just so consistent, always in the top 5 or top 7. So Kanina Power, they're starting to become that scary team. I hope in the next match they can go ahead and follow it up with another great performance, though.
I'm starting to think maybe I need to pick Kanina Power in the next game as well. Let's take a look, though, at our map rankings from this last match. And you can see how many points they did accumulate. 10 kills, 30 points. Tempo Storm, again, not even getting second place here, Glitter, but they still get them second overall.
Yeah, and that's going to be huge for Tempo Storm, as we saw them already moving themselves up the ranks earlier in the day, so that is going to be massive. Also, you know, we've been saying Tempo Storm has been a little bit quiet. They bounced back a little bit, then they kind of fell off again. 10 kills, that's great for them. And then moving down the list, second place Wildcard getting 20 points, even though it put them in third overall. Headquarters, though. Headquarters being number 4 right now with 14 points, 6 kills to their name. This is huge, and we're going to be talking about this a little bit because, like Seven has said at the top of the show, you know, they are going to be one of those teams that could potentially take away points from other squads that are trying to move up the rankings right now. So Headquarters coming in 4th overall is huge with 14 points because those are missed opportunities for other teams.
Yeah, and I think Glitter is something that we kind of been waiting for here, especially with Frag Machines. Still remember, Frag Machines ended up killing Loops Esports in that first game. And something that we mentioned at the beginning of the show that all of us wanted to go ahead and see is some of this teams starting to play that spoiler alert in a way, the spoiler role or the party pooper role, being able to just attack some of the teams that they're trying to go higher in the leaderboard so they can get more prize pool money. And if they're able to do that, guess what? We're going to end up talking even more about them. So I wouldn't be surprised here if going into the next couple of matches, they start doing more of that stuff. And I cannot wait to see what's going to happen in Miramar because it's going to be an interesting one now that Karina Power performed so well there in Vikendi.
Well, two teams we haven't talked about too much here. Yala got themselves 1 point after getting a chicken dinner in the last match. Footballs as well, only getting a couple of points when they're on the chase for Loops Esports. They can take away that first place position. It's a little bit of a lackluster performance out of them there, but we can talk about Canada Power. And again, the 10 kills they got, the stats coming through for this team, get themselves only 1,200 damage. Really not that much done. But then again, we haven't really seen Canada Power be that powerhouse team ever since, I guess, the second day of the opening weekend where they get a lot of damage and a lot of kills through. This is probably one of their highest kill games they've had in quite a while, I would say.
Yeah, from what I'm seeing here, everything that we've seen out of Canina Power, they now started being that 3 to 5 kill range team. That's usually what they end up getting in a game. Even yesterday, I think their highest kill match, from what I'm able to see on the stats, it was 6 kills. At one point, it was 5 kills. So you can see how they're just not worried about killing, and they were just so worried about getting the placement points. And now that they're able to get that, now they're starting to add their fragging power again. So it's just such a scary team and such a team with so much potential too. Because as you were saying earlier, Jason, Tixie, he was one of those top players at the beginning of the tournament that we were always talking about.
He was. He definitely was. And I'm assuming we're going to see a couple of plays from him here in our Do the Do moments from our second match of the day. We can start to talk about a couple of these different teams as well. It's almost like... not surprised. It was nice to see Tempo have a lot of kills and do well, but to see Wildcard and the positions they had, the laser beams they had, Glitter, I was expecting them to actually take the whole match.
Yeah, especially with the positioning that Wildcard had when they were up on the roofs of all of those buildings. They had the height advantage on so many teams. They had sight lines on squads that were trying to rotate in, and they were able to pick off players as they were making those rotations. So like you said, I was definitely kind of expecting Wildcard to win. We'll definitely see that later on in this highlight package. But moving on to some of these other teams, PK is one of those teams that we've been talking about a lot as not necessarily having the best performances that we were hoping for. They were able to actually get 5 kills this time around. We saw them there up on the first page for the overall map ranking. We were looking at that earlier. So this is a better showing for them, Seven, but I think they're capable of still even more.
Oh yeah, they're definitely capable of even more. And something that I actually enjoyed from the PK engagement was seeing one of their players step up, and it was Carnage. Carnage absolutely smacked some of those Frag Machine players. So love seeing that from them. And yeah, you mentioned it. We've seen really good performances out of Pittsburgh Knights. I think right now they're just still having to deal with losing such a big player after that ban. And as we're going on to the other teams here, Tempo Storm, they're starting to perform really well today as well. And talking even a little bit more towards Wildcard, something that I was personally looking for here today was them being able to follow up the good performance that they had yesterday. I wanted to see that right off the bat. I didn't want them to go ahead and wait it out until the end and then actually start performing then. No, I wanted them to come in hot and come in and being able to get either top 3s and then a lot of kills. And I think the way they're playing so far today is proving that. And I'm pretty sure a lot of the other teams are going to be looking at that to go into the league finals. Because if they're able to be consistent, not just in one day, if they're able to have 2 great performances back to back, that is something that other teams are going to start taking notice of, as we're seeing there. Wildcard was able to win that engagement, and I think overall here, Canina Power was just in a better place. Keep in mind, the zone was pushing out Wildcard, so they always have, when you're getting pushed out by the zone, you have that in the back of your mind, and you're not really too worried about what's in the front.
Yeah, well, it's a very difficult position to be in for them at the very end of that game, but they still get themselves second place, which is really good considering, again, they're having some really strong early day performance, which is something they seem to really lack when it came to the rest of the play, where they typically play the best at the last game of the day. We talked to Slicky yesterday, and he said, well, they just said, screw it. When it went to the 5th match, maybe they said, screw it, let's just play like we wanted to play like this is our last match, and then also get Jason Kaplan some more money, because they did say they would give me a cut of it. Let's take a look at our total damage, though, from that last match. I just wonder how much is the cut, right? Because it could be like, here's a dollar. I don't know. We'll see. Right? Let's take a look at our damage, though, and you can see Wildcard again. Some massive damage being thrown in.
Yes, and we're starting to see more and more out of Wildcard Glitter as we go down the list, and still seeing headquarters there with 6 kills, as you mentioned it earlier. I think that's huge, especially for what we were talking about. Those are 6 kills for teams that might have already qualified to league finals, but are trying to probably get higher on the leaderboard. And guess what? They're not going to be able to take as much money home. And one that actually surprised me here, seeing them towards the top, is Team Queso. Team Queso has been super quiet. That's another team that has been consistently inconsistent, and they just haven't really been able to put up the performances that we like to see. And as we go down the list here, Glitter, you see Nova, you see Yala with 0 damage there. Oh, that hurts.
Yeah, I think Yala got caught out in a very early on engagement, or for them, where they just kind of, I think they actually went down to UDR Killers, who I'm looking at there, had another very strong game with 6 kills themselves and almost 800 damage. So we're seeing UDR Killers make sure that they're just continuing to increase that margin, their lead on the teams that were below them. And UDR Killers shows no sign of slowing down anytime soon. So if they can carry this into finals, they can set themselves up well for that.
Yeah, they definitely would be, and that's the perfect time to peak in the tournament, right towards the end, right when all the money's going to be on the line. Speaking about money in the line here, there's another play on the line that we're going to be talking about, Seven. Why don't you kind of give us the information of who we're going to be looking at and why?
And we're actually going to be talking about Loops Esports, because why not, man? I think they have had such a bad performance this week from this Super Weekend from what we're used to seeing from them, that for them to be able to kind of finish out this this fight that they're going to go up against, I believe, UDR, is just impressive. And I'm actually going to go ahead and just fast forward a little bit more here towards when the first player gets knocked. And I believe it is going to be Nano there by a grenade. And something that we always mention and that I love that they're still doing is as soon as somebody else gets knocked, guess what? Loops Esports is just gonna go full-on shark mode, full-on attack. And then I know you're currently not able to see one, but there's also gonna be another player that's gonna be crashing in the car and is also gonna be going for it here. So I'm glad to see that even though Loops Esports haven't had the performances they have had, even though they've been going through a lot of stuff on their side, they're still able to go ahead and control the aggressiveness. They're still able to go ahead and turn on that switch, flip it on when they need to, or turn it off if they also need to. And something that I really enjoy here from Kayowski is how he's going to be able to play the other role. He's going to try to go get a different angle, as most of his teams with Federal, Dadin, and Carrillo are going to go and try to attack by themselves. This is something really awesome that they do. You see all the 3 players there from Loops Esports pushing out forward, and no matter what UDR does here, they're just going to be outgun, out-angle, as Kawasaki is also going to be able to get the angle there on Ulises and get that final kill. So overall, I think it was great stuff from them. And I love seeing this stuff there from Loops Esports. Hopefully they can go ahead and continue to do that and get back in shape going into the league finals, because I'm pretty sure Cloud9, watching the way they were playing, they were probably a little bit happy knowing that Loops Esports hasn't performed to what they're capable of.
I think Loops looked a little bit unconfident or lacking confidence, because we used to see them like immediately when that nade comes through, when Nano falls, you know, maybe in the second weekend, they were immediately there. Maybe they're waiting for the 4th player. Obviously, it's kind of hard to be a little critical there, but I was expecting to see like a little bit more aggression, but they still look confident, at least when they did go for the finishers, right? They did approach the same direction, having 3 players there.
You see once the player crashes in the car, then you see the other 2 say, all right, we got enough team members here and we got enough to execute our plan, and then they just go for it. So I think they were just maybe being a little bit passive until that last player got there.
Okay, well, let's take a look at our predictions then, because again, games have been really rough, but we do get ourselves 11 points. Glitter, fortunately not too strong of a match out of you in this one. However, you've been amazing in pretty much every other one. But yeah, Loops, only 11 points.
No. It's I believe Footballs actually went down to Tempo, who had a monster game in this match. So, I mean, sometimes that just happens. You've got to give all the props to Tempo for that one.
Yeah, you do. And considering how Tempo played yesterday, this is a complete turnaround for them. It's nice to see them really, I don't know, find something within themselves. I really couldn't tell you what changed from yesterday to today, but they're playing so much better. And let's see how the overall standings now might have changed up because of our last result we've had here in our second match of the day. Only 3 left to go overall. And look at this. Wildcard and Tempo have overtaken Footballist.
That's right. Football is just not having one of the best performances, as we were just able to talk about that in Wildcard. Continuing now on the hunt down for Loops Esports. So if Loops Esports continues to have the performances they have, Wildcard is currently outscoring them. And if this continues on, I wouldn't be surprised if maybe it gets a little bit closer. I know, Glitter, this is something we were talking about earlier, and we want to see that towards the end. And just to point out one more thing there in the first page, one of the picks that we've been one of the teams that we kind of keeping an eye on, Konina Power, slowly but surely, they've been climbing up, going up the leaderboard, and I think this is awesome for them.
This is not what I expected. I think with Wildcard making such massive jumps, but right now they're only 30 points behind Loops. They only need to average 10 points a game from here on out in order to technically leapfrog where Loops is, assuming Loops doesn't have any stellar performances. But we don't know what's going to happen with that, considering that Loops has been struggling a little bit, and this is probably one of their better games of the day, and it was still only 4 kills. Then we're moving here on to the second page, and every team is managing to earn themselves just enough points to prevent the team from below them from jumping above them. So
I mean, Yalo was 1 point behind Queso, but then they only got 1 point this game.
So I mean, we'll see how that all shakes out, but UDR Killers is still increasing their points steadily over time.
Yeah, they're still like 60 points away, though, from Alpha Legends, so I'm not really sure if they're going to surpass them. You also have, in the other part of the leaderboard, the first page, if Pittsburgh Knights can really step up now, finally, maybe we could see Cloud9 even fall down to 9th place. I don't think it's likely to happen, because obviously there's only a limited amount of points you can have per match, but Konina Power is on track to potentially pass them. We also have Wildcard maybe going to be passing Loops. Like, imagine how big that would be for Wildcard as well, because they've had a pretty average placings, I'd say, throughout majority of the season. When we think back to how they played in the opening weekend, and then they was just kind of meh throughout the rest of the time. And then now going into the last, I don't know what sound that was, last Super Weekend, they really step up, right? And that's phenomenal to see for them, especially with finals right around the corner. But guys, speaking of right around the corner, you guys still have the Royale Pass Season 14 available to you if you haven't picked it up just yet. Let's give you another reason why you should do it while we take a look at this video. Well, now it's time to set our eyes forward into the next match of the day. Going into match 3, heading back over to Miramar for the last time in our normal season. This is crazy to think that this is the last time we're going to see this map until we get into the finals. But obviously, same for Vikendi, same for Sanhok later on today. And it's time to start talking about our predictions here. And honestly, I think we have to start rethinking our predictions, considering the amount of teams that are stepping up and showing up today in particular. But Seven, I want to start off with you and your prediction.
Listen, if I was able to go ahead and pick Wildcard again, I probably would end up picking them because they're just playing so well. And the team that I'm actually going to be picking, I have to go ahead and give credit to Glitter because she mentioned this. And I was like, that might not actually be a good pick. And then I remember a while back how good they actually used to perform in Miramar. And that's why I'm going to be picking Konina Power for Miramar.
Smart pick.
I feel like the way this team has been performing, the way they've been just working in regards to placement points, the way they've been starting to also now add that fragging power that they're capable of. We know if Tixie or Axer gets hot, we know that's a scary, scary team. That's why I'm picking Konina Power, and a little bit of credit there to Glitter because she did kind of tell me the pick.
I really wish you didn't say that because I wanted to bash her on it even more as we were talking before we came on air about it. All right, Glitter. So going into this next match, I'm assuming you're not picking Konina Power now, unfortunately, but who is the team you are going to be supporting?
I convinced her not to.
I'm not picking Konina Power because I was talked out of doing so. But I'm very confident in the pick that I have chosen instead because they have gotten top 5 the past 2 days on this map. And we just saw them have a stellar game in the last match. So I'm actually going with Tempo Storm.
Okay. All right. See if the Storm can hit the deserts of Miramar here. And my pick, When I was going to choose them on day 1, I switched last second and got punished for it because they took themselves a chicken dinner. Day 2, I went for it. Didn't work out. But you know what? It's a different day. I'm feeling confident. Dream Eaters, they're going to win this one. Yeah, I'm just going to make sure that was the pick I had. Okay. Dream Eaters are going to take this. I'm telling you right now. They're taking it with 14 kills. Jason's going to shoot straight past 7 in the leaderboard and close it out for the rest of the day. I'm calling it right now. And if I don't, then I'm going to probably cry on air next time we come back.
We'll see about that.
We'll see. I'll get the tissues ready. But we'll check in with you too, obviously, when we finish off the next match. And we'll check in to see who takes themselves a chicken dinner, who obviously gets the better prediction score as well. And it's probably going to be one of them, knowing my track record. Get out of here. Go. Shoo. Bye. Okay, they always complain that I don't say bye back to them, so this time I had to say it. You guys are watching at home, though. You still have some chances to win some limited time outfits. The lucky draw is still going on right now. If you guys are watching within the game, within the Esports Center, you might have that chance, if you're lucky enough, to be able to win one of these amazing prizes. And also, you guys can still tweet to us at Esports PUBG with the hashtag PMWL. Let us know who you think is going to come out on top in this match, and let us know who you think is going to come out #1 overall and win that $50,000. We're going to bring in our commentators once again. Here we got Cameron Davis and Viram join us for the third and final time today. Did you hear me? Third and final time today, but third and final time in the normal season. How does that feel? Hey, Cameron's dancing. Yeah, you're looking sad, and Viram.
Yeah, I'm ready to go.
Oh, we're not in the same. Am I looking in the right direction? Not in this.
No, you weren't.
I'm sad. I want to cast more games. This has been hype.
But
I'm just excited to hit the grand finals.
Exactly.
This has been a great season, and it's almost like a teaser for what's going to happen next week, and it's going to be great.
Right? We have 24 matches over 4 days to determine who's going to take home $100,000. I wish I could earn that amount of money in a month.
It'd be real nice.
Yeah, but I'm not good at video games.
All these. Yeah, seriously. I mean, look, there's a reason they're the pros and we're just back here talking about it. It's because these folks are all insanely skilled. They 100% deserve the prize money. It's amazing that Tencent is able to make that prize pool happen for them. So very excited to see who's going to come out on top. But today's not done.
It's not, exactly. And that's what I want to talk about. Kanina Power, he talked about people playing amazing, the pros. They are playing a hell of a lot better today. So are Wildcard. How are you guys feeling? Are you kind of getting onto the Kanina Power hype train horse? Kanina Power horse?
Actually, yeah, would be a horse sled buggy, I suppose. Not yet. They are the most inconsistent team. They are great, and then awful, and then great, and then awful. And it's great. It's exciting to see, but I haven't hitched my cart to the horse just yet.
Ooh, I like it.
Well, the thing is, it could be a Ferrari.
Sure.
That's true.
At that point, I have questions about why you're hitching horses to Ferraris.
Oh, no, I'm dragging the horses
the horse
along
is
in the Ferrari. That's, yeah. They're in the back.
That sounds terrible. No,
I'm not dragging them along.
Better.
They're in their own container.
Backwards.
Come on.
Stop.
Anyways,
Stop.
let's talk about
Let's
predictions.
talk about predictions.
Yes, please. And Vera, go
right
ahead.
on past this.
Go ahead, Vera.
Okay. I can pick wildcard still. I haven't picked them yet, so I'm picking wildcard.
Okay.
We talked about it. You said if I could pick wildcard, you'd do it, and I'm like,
So
yeah,
you're
that
picking wildcard? Cameron Davis,
I
who are you
did
picking?
these picks last night.
Nope.
Oh.
I am actually going Tempo Storm. Wildcard's a really good pick as well. Both of these teams are trying to chase up to loops, but Tempo Storm do well on Miramar, and they're just fragging out of their mind today.
Okay, we'll see if they can continue to frag out of their mind while we load up straight into Miramar. And gentlemen, take us back into it.
Thank you so much, Jason. Oh my goodness, Karen, we've had so much fun. We've casted so many games over the last 3 weeks. We've gotten a chance to see these players develop and grow and continue to get better and learn as the games go on and the server continues to develop, not only just in terms of their individual gun skill, but how the teams work around each other. And I think they're going to need to keep that in mind going into Miramar, because we thought rotations on Vikendi were a little bit interesting. They can be just as chaotic, albeit in a different way on Miramar.
Yeah, you really have to know where people are stationed at. The one upside is that information is a little easier to come across, but hard shifts, of course, always make that really complicated. It's gonna be weird. I don't know. I am really excited to see how Wildcard and Tempo Storm specifically play this out, though. Shout out to Cognita Power, Yala, and Dream Eaters, all of which you are either on their own sort of upswing in performance or also just performance on Miramar in general. This game, though, with the gap, it's not as big as a gap that UDR started ahead of Frag Machines at the beginning of the day, but there is a gap between Loops and then Tempo and Wildcard. I feel like if either of those two teams don't perform amazingly again on Miramar, because both are performing very, very well first few games. If they don't repeat it here, I think it's all but Loops' event.
To be fair, if there was a map to try and get a bit of a, get a bit of a lead, win some of those points back, it's going to be on Miramar. Traditionally, this is one of the maps that Loops performs the weakest on.
Yeah.
If we look back. So definitely an opportunity, an opening here for them. This is a fairly friendly circle for a lot of these teams who are dropping to the east, but again, Loops are going to need to show that they're not just a one-trick pony. They don't just excel on these smaller maps. They do well on Erangel. They do well on Vikendi. They've done okay on Sanhok, but Miramar has been a bit of a yikes for them. So this is a good opportunity for the rest of these top teams.
Yeah. Listen, you can't be perfect on every single map. The playstyle it's still the same game more or less, but it's diverse enough that you should expect that a number of teams do have their preferences. And I do prefer to think of it not that Loops aren't good on Miramar, they're just that great on Vikendi.
Oh.
Taking the little, it's not my usual style, but I'm trying to stay positive with this, but okay, this is interesting. There it is. Easy shots. Easy does it. Hamadi finds the frag, and there's no revive coming in. There is no backup coming. It's going to be a clean finish. Don't miss. Okay, he missed the balcony, but it's fine. He can just run back up.
Yep. We'll forgive you. This takes us 2 more seconds. Come on. Is that a crowbar? Oh, it's a machete. Oh, my goodness. Vicious. Team Umbra hauls not the way you want to start this game. That's so disheartening too, especially because we don't have breaks on this show. We don't have breaks on the broadcast, but at the same time we have we'd still give the players time to rest and all that stuff in between games. So now you're going to have to watch like a 25-minute game of PUBG Mobile and then like a 15-minute analyst segment in between before you get to play again. You need to make sure you don't cool off if your Hall's starting this game off getting knocked out so early. That's something I actually don't think we talk about enough.
That is a fair point, because on one hand, if the team is still alive, then you want to be in the game and help with comms and help with information and all that. But I mean, once the team goes out, then you can just hop into training range and keep yourself warm depending on how early you go out. I mean, if you go out towards the mid game, towards the end game, then you're going to be in there for maybe 5 minutes before you want to talk about how that game happened. But yeah, that is going out so early. You do just kind of have to sit on your hands.
Especially because it's not like you did something wrong. You dropped, they found a gun. Maybe you could have been more cognizant of where they were dropping around you, all that kind of stuff. But really, that's just a battle royale for you. That's just PUBG Mobile. Sometimes that happens. All the planning in the world sometimes doesn't matter. If your opponent drops near you, finds the gun, and finds the shot.
Looking at Tempo real quick right now. Looting up Picado as they usually do, but Frag Machines. It is another clown truck, and they're trying to copy UDR killers. It might be a little too late for that, but they do want to grab these points against Umbra. They have a vendetta. Umbra have not been lucky with these clown car chases. Okay, a little bit of a sloppy dismount there.
Yep. Oh my goodness, going on over the rise though. Sonic is able to down Freak. Sonic is still up for a little bit longer. Finally, Outplay gets the down. And Frag Machines just having a little bit of fun here on the final day of the Super Weekend. They want to try and go out swinging. Again, the chances of making it into the top 16 are pretty much done at this point, but that doesn't mean, like Seven said, they can't find some shots for that highlight reel, can't get some shots for the montage.
Warlord had an opportunity there to get a couple of tags, but I think he just didn't want to accidentally bait them into crashing in onto his position, because you can see on the map PRZ is all the way down into Los Leones, which does seem to be the general direction that, well, this truck of death seemed to be traveling to. Now switching over to a bus of death. Doesn't have the exact same ring to it, but we can work on the title. We can work on the name.
Yeah. It's a party bus, but if the party was bad.
Okay,
we're still working out. We'll still workshop that. Open to suggestions. We'll come back on it next week for the finals. Okay, there you go. You found yourself a nice piece of classic American muscle there on the side of the road, just sitting out for anybody to come on by and drive. As we are now taking a look at Dream Eaters, another team that traditionally does so well here on Miramar. They're actually one of the winningest
vote for them.
Oh, it is, but hang on a second. The fight is still breaking out. Tempo Storm, one of the teams that's been looking so good so far. Okay. Why are you there?
Good. Ooh. So this is the bowl crater-ish area just east of Picado. And it's a really common spot that you see teams rotate to from Picado if the circle is as central as this one is. Unfortunately, Footballers just beat them there. And this, again, it's another example of how much quicker these rotations are coming through and how important those few seconds can be. But Wildcard also on the move. Shots coming out from Queso, but the range that they're being shot at from, not going to be too much of a threat. But here's Lutz. What? Lutz? He's separated from Footballists.
Wildcard's just like, guys, can you not stop? Just stop, all right? As now Lutz is in a world of hurt. Does actually go down to Spring. But being pinched in between Team Queso and the one lone member of Footballists, oh my goodness, Wildcard not catching a break here. You did too well. You flew too close to the sun, Wildcard. You've been looking too good. And now the rest of the server is closing in around them. He is going to drop the long-range shots from Raum. Going up against Slicky, the man who's known for his long-range shots in return, going to be a key component to Wildcard surviving this exchange because they are in the middle of no man's land, Cameron. They are not in a good spot.
Yeah, I've heard this stretch of road called Death Valley because of this exact reason, and I don't think Slicky's going to get revived. I think Wildcard just need to try and find a way out, get a couple of knocks preferably against Queso to force them back, to force them away, and then retreat, grabbing your vehicles, pray that your tires are all still intact. But wait, where are those vehicles? They're behind a rock. They're having to smoke up a hill. This is even worse for Wildcard than I thought, and Raum is coming back. He wants more shots.
Yep, he's gonna go pro, but they saw him! Hang on a second, Sam! Not to be outdone, my goodness, carrying over the momentum from that last game. We saw the long-range shots on Vikendi to take down Loops, and now he's bringing it to Footballists, so we're now gonna have to reposition to try and help out Solke way back on the additional rise. We'll have to drive down into the valley, but Axial is actually gonna be able to get the down on to Acer as well. All of these teams are going into Wildcard right now. They have to just try and stay alive. That is their only mission right now.
And I worry, because remember, Tempo Storm got one of their members taken up on Footballers, so they know exactly where they are. And you can see on the map, they've moved up to take advantage of this situation. Football is pulled away from their initial spot because of this this tunnel vision, more or less, against Wildcard, which usually isn't that much of a bad thing in Phase 1. You generally don't have to worry about fighting too many teams off at once. But this particular circle, dead center, it's a lot more of a threat here.
Wait a second.
The Footballists might have just put themselves in a really bad situation. LeVay's in here.
He's on the flank.
Oh, he is This is wild. I did not expect this. And I don't think Wildcard are going to be expecting it either.
Who would be? This is the widest flank we've ever seen. Makes sense on the biggest map we have here in our map pool on Miramar. Levasion is all the way around. The team is on the other side of the valley. He doesn't have enough view distance to see them. That's how far away the rest of his team is right now. But he needs to be careful that as he goes around to try and deal with Wildcard, that he doesn't become a target of Team Queso, who are still eyeing this portion. I cannot believe that Wildcard escaped from this, only losing one member. They were pinned down. The shots from Sam were the big difference maker there. Denying Lutz that long range, or denying Raum those long range shots. That was pretty big.
Yeah, listen, ever since Wildcard switched up their playstyles and they started to be a lot more aggressive, it's been Sam that's been catching my eye more so than any other member on the team. Not only is he usually the player to go out on the wide flanks, which is a risky move, but can be so beautiful if it works out, he's also just consistently lands defensive shots just like that. Spring trying to get some exit shots on the Footballists as they pull away. But where can they move to? The circle we saw shifted, pretty hard shift towards the northeast, centering over La Bandit to the big giant crater.
Yep.
And there's a lot of teams here on the southwest side of the map. This is just south of the engagement that we were just looking at, northwest of Los Leones, and it's Loops and Dream Eaters with a little bit of sprinkling of the Knights and Umbra.
I like it. Get all the teams involved. Shake them up in a blender. See who is able to come out on top. Two members of Team Umbra are already down. Loops are in a pretty good position. Federal on the high ground with a scope. Yes, please, says Loops Esports. He's always the one to sit back and find these long-range shots. Line up the rest of the team. Then Dadine will make the call. So if they can identify, they have this. They see it now. That's Dream Eaters. So they know that there's somebody over on this side. So they're going to look to potentially reposition here to be in a little bit better position to watch this flank.
Do they know about Prolord? They don't. Federal just drives away, shows his back. They have no clue that there's a player, that there's a rat hiding within their midst. And he
you big dirty rat.
Straight down if he wants to. I don't think he's going to take it. The line of sight isn't big enough. And he's going to let them go past because now he knows that he has the space to move as well. There's another member of Umbra still up, still alive in Los Leones. We already saw a few of them got taken out by frag machines at the very beginning, and those two players from Umbra still need to connect up with each other. But Loops, they find a spot, they find an opening. I don't know how well that was scouted out or if it was just pure chance that no one was in this warehouse.
Maybe a little bit of luck here. Oh, a lot of luck there. Final level 3 best as well to boot for Loops Esports. They're gonna be feeling pretty good with this compound that they have taken over. They've got good sight lines around them. They've got this, obviously the big warehouse and then a couple of the structures around it. So they're gonna watch this, how they're gonna spread out. They're gonna have players take each corner, still stay within roughly a 2C situation, but the whole purpose of this is that you basically act like a porcupine. You wanna be able to look in every single direction so that you can poke anybody who comes near you. However, Levazen taking these long range shots has actually done something important here, Cameron. He's given himself away.
We'll see. We know how active footballers are really wanting to be in this game. And it was good damage, and I believe it just fully deleted the use of that vehicle for Matic there. But look at this on the map. Look at this interesting spread by footballers. Despite losing a player, despite giving up their initial spot to Tempo Storm, they're going to continue to play active. They're going to continue to fight for map control, and the circle's about to close. And so they might find themselves with a good opportunity to grab even more frags. But how does Loops react to those shots as well? It's a big open rush if they wanted to push over towards Levazen's area, but they might have to do that with this circle shift.
Oh my goodness, the mountain south of San Martin, Graveyard dead in the center, and then the crater, of course, some La Bandita on the east side. There is a wide open plain. Well, not that open. There's a lot of ups and downs, but there's a big area out there in the center that all these teams are going to be trying to avoid like the plague. They want to find a compound. They want to find as much of a height advantage as they can, because this area is going to get dicey considering all 16 teams, Cameron. 13 minutes in, all 16 teams are still alive.
How much longer is that going to be, though? Because Umbra just lost the second player. Zana is making sure that there is no backup arriving for the revive. Of course, we know that ProLord is well away. Unique here, rotating in from the east side, just going directly in. No, Memphis is turning around. He has to go pick up Frozen. Someone was late for the bus, for the field trip. Got to go back and pick that up, and that actually could be really bad because now it's just Milky Way left by himself with an Annalise actually completely driving away from this spot. Nova, though, holding the bottom step of Minas Generales. There's a lot of rotations that are about to come in from the south and the southeast.
Yeah, Nova, again, a team that has looked so good. When they're on, they're on. I think a little bit of bad luck in the rotation that they had last game. They crashed and then were crashed upon, respectively. Same thing happened actually in Erangel, not having the most luck so far today. So we'll see what they're going to be able to do with it, fighting up into Team Queso, who were, I'm not sure if they were able to, I think they confirmed 1 kill onto that member of Wildcard to start this off, but this could be an all-out war here, but neither of them are in a great position right now. They're fighting, I wouldn't say over scraps by any stretch. This is still a pretty good position, but I won't say it's one of the best positions. Nova, in theory, I think could continue to go all the way north and around and into the mountains north of Conita Power, but we're seeing another fight breaking out now with Pittsburgh Knights and Yala Esports. Yala, they've been complimenting them all day long, how good this team has looked. They had a 10-kill chicken dinner in game number 1. They're going to look to put the heart on Pittsburgh Knights here in game number 3. The nades are going on in. Can they connect onto 0? But can the nades going back connect in return onto PK? Jagger is going to dodge it out, does not go down. Lord with the nades rolling on down the hill. It is all wildfire here on the slopes of Miramar. And who's going to connect first? It's Yala Esports.
Really hard to land those grenades in the bowl because they're rolling around and it's really wide, but the high ground is still in Yala's favor, and it's multiple knocks against the Knights. That's going to be a third. It's just Carnage left with 10 HP, and it's not going to be enough.
Cameron, that was perfect. Look at that fadeaway shot. Thank you so much, observers. Yala Esports completely closed in around them. You had nowhere to go. PK in the bowl everywhere you look, and there was somebody raining nades, raining bullets, raining fire down upon you. That was a no-win scenario for Pittsburgh Knights, and Yala Esports executed it well. I think with the meds they got from that, they're going to be able to get their player up and alive, heal up, and still make it into this next circle. No, Zana does actually go down. The blue is doing enough damage at this point, but still, that was a solid play from them. PK didn't know what hit him.
Looking back at Tempo Storm over here, they're actually getting pushed by Dream Eaters, and it's too much pressure. They don't want to hold. I was curious about how they would play this next position out. Do they want to stay on the edge and gatekeep? But instead, they're going to back away and push forward. But Wildcard, in the position that was actually their plan B, are in a great scenario to try and keep Tempo away. A lot of damage onto 24. But he's going to stay alive. He's going to get inside, getting behind cover. But it's Koneda Power from the high ground that are continuing to deal even more damage to them. And it's now just Spec up and alive.
Yeah, but Acer, getting a little bit greedy, trying to get that loot. Ravdini's going to push him right back. But this was, you're right, Cameron, this was plan B. This was survival mode for Wildcard, and they've had a pretty decent amount of circle luck, still having a decent position, but Koneda Power, of course, have the high ground. We'll see. Yes, Koneda Power is actually going to have to rotate into Wildcard, so we'll see if they're going to be able to hold on, as Tempo Storm is also encroaching, as well as UDR Killers has jumped back on board with Frag Machines, continuing this fight against them. What is with these two teams, Cameron? What is with these two teams? It's like you walk in, you pick the fight with the biggest guy in the room to prove that you're the biggest guy in the room. That's the attitude of Frag Machines right now. If they can beat Loops Esports again, what a statement for this team.
Nades coming through. They don't find the initial knocks that they need to, and both teams need to move into the circle. No one is blocking the other. It's all about getting the damage before you have to move. ProLord does get taken out in the distance. That's Umbra out in 14th place. But this fight, it still hasn't popped off. A little bit of a peak, a little bit of damage, but still no knock. And how long can these teams stay here? Because where are they even going to move to? They're going to have to go down the hill into open fire from other teams. You talked about Nova and Queso fighting over scraps. This is a much worse example of that.
Yeah, both of these teams are going to talk about playing chicken. They're both right on the outside. Dadine is going to go first, though, and Hamoudi's going to put him right back down, but that's a lot of intel going over towards Loops, who are going to be able to throw the nades in, but another one does connect there onto Kayowski. That's 2 members down, but we'll see what Carrillo, the MVP, can do in response. Can they find the shots? He's single-handedly holding back this team. Hang on a second. Veneral's going to drop, but now it's Carrillo up against the world, but I believe that's actually as well 3 members down for Frag Machines. This is now functionally a 1v1, and both teams are going to sit back and reset. Oh my goodness, Cameron, these teams are going toe-to-toe.
But the blue is coming in. How worth it is this? If a nade lands on either of these teams, if it is perfectly placed, could be disastrous. But how big the bowl is for Loops, it's a little bit of protection because it's a lot of guesswork there, but Outplay wants to go aggressive, doesn't want to let them reset. But Loops, Veneral peeking right back up. The second shot's coming from Outplay, but he gets taken down as well.
Veneral's going to thirst the kill, looking for a second, can still find it. Hang on a second. Loops are getting the better of this. It is Freak on the outside. He is going to need to have some freakishly good play to beat all 3 members of Loops Esports. They're pushing in onto him. I cannot believe it. It looked for so long that Loops was going to lose that fight. Frag Machines was in a great spot, but Carrillo was able to hold them back. Kayowski and Federal as well were in there. Now with the blue pushing in, they just need to make the play onto Freak. They just need to go.
Blue has stopped. They're just barely inside the circle. Half of their bowl removed, but half inside, and the spray does come through. A lot of damage, but they only go out losing 1. Loops stay in the game, and it's a circle shift towards the northeast.
Hang on.
How are they going to push off of that? But Howard Football is going to hold on to this because Dream Eaters tempo backed away, and they just continue to push up, taking more and more ground. And they come across Footballists. The nades are coming through from both sides. Again, not finding their mark because of the size of the map.
Trying to roll down the hill, trying not to have these grenades roll down the hill. That's the big, oh, hang on, Levazen. Oh, he's actually outside there. That was close. Oh my goodness, don't sit inside shacks, kids. That's definitely why, because that's just a big old target when these grenades come rolling by, but Dream Eaters are looking to start to encroach. Levazen is able to find the first down. Meku is looking for the flank, the wide angle. Can he get the shots as Loops is rotating in on the back as well? They were able to win the fight against Frag Machines, and now they're looking to get involved, sending it around the outside, but Kayowski does go down. And now, actually, they're not going to take in this. They're going to slow down, which means that Solke and crew have a little bit longer to try and deal with this. He is sitting right on the edge, right next to this team. I don't know if he knows just how close he is, Cameron.
He's propping a smoke for flank defense, and he is waiting for Dream Eaters to push and hope that they aren't checking his position. But you can see Ram and Levazen, neither of which are peeking aggressively either. They know that Dream Eaters need to push into them, and there is no need to peek. But the flank from Meku could be big. He just needs to wrap a lot wider on top of a dangerous open ground, and it is peaked by Levazen. He's making sure to watch multiple angles. No knock, but it is still pressure. And Dream Eaters, where can they move? The smoke's coming out from them to try and make it around the shack.
Oh my goodness, Levezin needed to hit that shots because now Realm goes down, and that's the opportunity, the opening the Dream Eaters needs to deny the dreams of footballists as they are trying to survive. The blue is moving in. Levezin needs to be very careful with how he chooses to engage this. You can see the shots banging off the pan at the back, but the blue is still coming in. They've switched positions now, Cameron. Dream Eaters with the full send across the top of the rise, and now footballists have just got to try and get themselves out of here. But this is the open field I was talking about. This is what they have to deal with.
At least footballists have vehicles. Dream Eaters are continuing to go on foot, leaving their bus, leaving, I believe it was also a truck behind. Nowhere to take it, and they're going to be running into Loops. You had the opportunity and were able to stabilize, but Kayowski does go down. It's just 2 remaining.
Yep, Meku does drop as well. Matic trying to serpentine back and forth. Fancy feet with the shots, the nades, everything as they're getting dropped. Wildcard goes down as well. They could not rotate in as all the teams are starting to drop. My goodness, this is absolute chaos. Footballist is out. Everybody is going down. Dream Eaters is down, but Loops weathered the storm, and now the fight with Kunina Power and Nova is still raging. I talked about Nova fighting for scraps. Now they're fighting to potentially win this game as Rob Dini is going to fall to a hail of bullets. The drop shot from HCL gets it done.
With the vehicle explosion for the final nail in the coffin for a little bit of the little nice seasoning on top.
Oh, yes.
But the circle shift goes in their favor, so Nova are in a really, really great spot. HQ, 4 remaining, only 1 kill, and they're going to have to move out in the open. They have a couple of vehicles to do so. Get in. ID7 is yelling, I'm taking blue damage. Please get in the Uber. Pajamas spray down onto a rotating Loops who will also have no choice but to send it into Queso.
They do indeed, but through all this, tempo does go down. I actually didn't see who even took them out on the kill feed, because they were actually helping to play gatekeeper to Nova, who now have the circle. Hang on a second. I cannot believe Loops is still in this game. They have taken so many crazy fights. I said it, guys. I said, Miramar, not really their map. It's like they heard me. It's like the boys from Brazil got mad and said, no, we can do this. And it's like HQ is going to look to try and shut them down as ID7 does actually tie to the zone. I don't think your ride share is coming, Cameron.
Yeah, and now HQ, the Blues coming in, they don't really have good use of vehicles. They took too long. They tried to wait to deal damage, but now they lost their own opportunity to push through, and I feel it's going to be the exact same fate that we saw what happened to Dream Eaters. That being said, the smokes that Loops deployed for defense does give HQ a little bit of cover. I say that. Federal takes down Loca, so maybe it's just not enough cover. Not as much as I thought.
These long-range shots, Federal is going to hit those every single time. Every time. We've seen him have a lot of experience, action with the bolt action rifles as well. But of course, can still get it done with the M4 here, as this is pretty much the worst final few circles that I was hoping for here, because you have a little bit of compound still in the fight, but you just got this flat-ish open ground, a lot of little dips back and forth that you can kind of peek around. Makes for super chaotic final circles, and we're seeing this now even around south of Graveyard. These little shacks, Team Queso has the only hard cover still left.
Rio spots up Bando for a second, who had to stand up to run from the blue, but a couple of trading shots from Jammas. Or multiple angles. I don't exactly know who shot at whom, but Jammas, HQ, he doesn't want to move. He's lying in wait because Carrillo went down, and he knows that Loops are going to be on the hunt, but Federal takes a lot of damage from Queso. It's just tags back and forth because of how open this area is. Loops gets eliminated right before HQ does, and we are looking at 2 teams remaining, Queso and Nova. And look at the spread that Nova has been able to grab this entire time. Queso was focused on the teams on the east, Nova was focusing on map control, and the circle does shift away from both. But Nova is already adjusting. They also have a crate.
That they do. Getting shimmied over a little bit by the grenade. I got to give a lot of props to Jammas, though. He played that. So, the bounce onto Cat. Oh, me, oh, my. Team Queso is going to go for the wide flank. HCL is going to spot this, but HCL, that was not the place to go. He drops, gets prone. Hang on a second, but this is the opening. Team Queso, no, they just did so much damage. That's a second down. The headshot for Marco onto Cat, and this could be the beginning of the end. Hang on a second. Team Queso taking this back over. HCL, no, he went too far out, and now it is G-Fan up against the world. Can he get the first stop with the grenade? But Ayala is pushing on the outside, and that is going to be it. That is going to be GG. Team Queso get the win. One tiny misstep from Nova Esports, and Team Queso pounces. They looked so good at the end of that game, able to capitalize on that mistake, able to capitalize on the mistakes of the teams around them. So many props. I didn't really get a chance to talk about it though, Cameron. Gemma's the player, he survived past loops because he saw everybody else having to stand up and run in to take shots. He's like, I'm just going to heal through this. And he actually kept his team in at one more placement point above loops. Nerves of steel there at the end. I'm out of breath.
Yeah, a little disappointed at the very ending because Nova had the control, they had the positioning, but it ultimately doesn't matter how much map control you have if your opponents are landing all their shots in the way that Queso was. They got the first knock and they just flooded over and stole that game. Not so much stole, but they still took it away from arm's reach from where Nova had it.
Yeah, Nova was potentially in a good position there on the edge of the rise, but like you said, when Team Queso was there, when they hit their shots, when they're feeling it, looking oh so good, walking away with the chicken dinner here in game number 3. But that's it for us, Cameron, on this final day of the Super Weekend. But let's send it back over to our analyst to talk about game number 3.
The PUBG Mobile World League is brought to you by the title sponsor, Qualcomm Snapdragon Elite Gaming, and the official beverage sponsor, Mountain Dew.
Well, we talked a little bit about this team earlier on, but it was more in the light of Yala being 1 point behind them after the first match was done. But Team Queso lengthened that lead even further and maybe have been able to jettison themselves into that first page of our overall standings. Team Queso taking the chicken dinner, making it extra cheesy, and what a final play of them as well. We saw lasers being shot out here, glitter out of them, especially towards the end.
Yeah, that was a very, very strong end game for them. We actually saw at one point when they did the overview of all those final teams, Queso was one of the only squads that had any sort of cover. They had that little compound there in the center of the zone that they could hold for a little while, and they did so good at making sure they were putting out damage onto everybody and just making smart rotations in that final fight with Nova. They couldn't be stopped.
Well, let's take a look at our map rankings and see what everyone else got across the lobby here. We had Queso get themselves the 8 kills, so 28 points in total. However, Nova, a big kill game coming out of them here, 7.
Yeah, Nova being able to step up to the plate and being able to get 25 points total. I think this is good for them. Hopefully they can go ahead and continue that trend. Remember, Nova was one of those teams, especially last Super Weekend. They had one of their best showings by far, and then going into league play, they did really good. And then coming into this Super Weekend, they just slowed down a lot. So good to see them at least there being the top 2. And then Loops Esports. I know this is one team that we kind of keep mentioning this weekend so far. Has not been the greatest performance for them. But for them to be able to get 14 points, I think that's huge there. And Headquarters, another one we mentioned. We've been saying, how are they going to be able to do with some of the teams that they know they're probably qualifying and they're probably fighting for places on that leaderboards, and for them to just continue to be up there. I think that's huge too as we go here towards the second page with Wildcard Gaming and Football is being able to get 6 points respectively, and then Konina Power as well, Glitter, being able to get 6 points.
Yeah, and that's just kind of going to keep the difference between Wildcard and Football is the same, but as we move down the list, I actually think it's very surprising to see both B4 and Pittsburgh Knights there at the bottom. B4 typically has been doing very well for themselves on Miramar. I think this is a map that people like picking them on when it comes to our predictions, and they just were unable to do that type of performance this time around. In PK, only 1 point against 7. This is a little bit rough for them.
It's starting to look very rough for them. Sometimes they see moments of greatness, but they're not able to do anything about it. I think in that last game, they were just being corralled by a bunch of teams with just having the height advantage, and they just ended up getting destroyed.
I think I know there's at least one team out there happy to see Pittsburgh Knights not doing too well, especially before as well. It's going to be Cloud9, who are looking to maintain that position above them, of course, and the money. Let's dive a little bit deeper, though, into Team Queso as they took themselves that chicken dinner. You can see the 2K damage done, but look at that healing. Or I should say, try to squint your eyes and barely see it, because there's really not much of it here, Glitter.
There's pretty much none. We need to figure out what the actual lowest total heal we've seen, period, in the Super Weekends is, because this is definitely going to be close. I'm pretty sure there's one that's actually lower, but this is right there. But that minimal amount of healing with over 2K damage, that's an insane ratio for Queso, especially when they've been really quiet leading up into this point. And then we see they also were able to get 8 kills when they had 7 knockouts. So very consistent there for themselves. And this was a solid game. And I think that they also really needed this.
It's very clean as well. Like, for me to see that much damage and lack of healing, for me, that says like they when they went for shots, they got the shots. And like you're saying, a match they desperately needed. I would agree with you too. Have a little bit more morale and motivation going into our final Super Weekend. Let's take a look though at our do the do moments, because we had a couple of crazy fights happening in there. I remember there's one between Loops and Frag Machines that'll probably be one of the main points of our do the do moments. And we're probably going to see it here in well, I'd say like 20 seconds time. But again, Frag Machines, you said before, 7, they've got nothing to lose now, right? They can't qualify. They might as well just start to beat people down.
Yeah, we heard it from other players. If the pressure's on, man, if you got nothing to lose, just go for it. And we've seen over and over again, Frag Machines doing exactly just that in Umbra. Pretty much destroying Umbra there. And one of the other fights, as we do see some of the highlights here that I wanted to mention, is Frag Machines is just so much more aggressive. You can tell they're really not caring which team it is, because they ended up knocking some players down from Loops Esports, and they went on the aggression. Even though they ended up losing the fight ultimately, not sure exactly what they were thinking there in regards to execution, but just the aggressiveness out of there, it was awesome to see. And hopefully in the future, they can kind of learn this kind of stuff. They can be like, hey, we don't have to play so passive. Regardless of what connection you're currently playing on, if you are confident in yourself, more than likely you're gonna be able to work on execution, and more than likely you're gonna, at one point or another, you're gonna start winning those gunfights. And this is the one that we were talking about here with Frag Machines and Loops Esports. They ended up fighting for like, I think it was maybe like a good 3 minutes, and it came down to 1 player alive from Loops Esports, 1 player alive to Frag Machines. They both decided to go ahead and reset, and Loops Esports overall was able to just prepare a lot better after that reset. And if you're new to PUBG Mobile Esports, when we say reset, it's pretty much just picking up all of the players that were knocked down, as now we're going here to Dream Eaters. And I know that was one fight that we were looking at there, Glitter.
Yeah, the Dream Eaters and Football is going back, and they went back and forth with each other for so long there. And I think, you know, Jukes was really rooting for Footballists this time around. But that was a rough fight. That was a lengthy fight, and it just kind of kept rotating as the zone kept moving. So I believe it was Footballists that was actually on the back foot there. But then we are jumping on board with Queso as we see just exactly how they were able to kind of finalize the game here up against this fight with Nova. They had the positioning, they had the manpower, they were able to spread out and pinch them there in the end. It was a good gameplay from Queso.
I mean, you talk about, Glitter, how good of a match and how a desperately needed match at a Queso that was, but what about Nova? I mean, they as well have been struggling this entire Super Weekend.
Now that's 100% true. Nova, we even talked about it at the top of the show, right? We had watched them struggle, and it wasn't something that we were expecting when we saw how strong of a league play they had this week. This game, at least specifically, was so much more similar to what we saw during league play. This is what we were expecting out of them, especially when they had such a strong showing at the very end of the last Super Weekend as well. So this has to be a huge boost to the mental side of their game.
Yeah, and also I think a huge boost to their overall damage as well, as we're going to take a look now in this specific match, how the damage numbers stacked up against everyone else as well. Let's get it up on your screens and start to talk about a couple of these different teams, as you are going to see Queso currently in first place, but you still see Loops with like 1,000. And you also see some other teams like down towards the bottom side of the leaderboard here, 7. You got Footballs, Wildcards, you got Frag Machines in there, all doing 1,000 plus.
Yeah, it's still a good amount of damage, even though they didn't end up with the best performances in regards to placement alone, right? And then you have Temple Storm with 349 damage, but they were not able to get a kill there. But going with Team Queso, I think this is, as you were saying, Glitter, I think this is huge for them. This should be a confident booster. They haven't really been performing to what we expect them to. We alluded to that couple days back, even with Jason, we were saying how we just expected so much more out of them. So hopefully they can get in somewhat of a groove here. And I do want to see more out of Frag Machines here. I do want to see more out of Headquarters. We know they can now get the kills. We know they can now go ahead and contest some of the other fights. So my question for you, Jason, going into the next couple of matches, do you think Frag Machines at Headquarters, I know we've been asking for it, but do you think they're actually probably going to go ahead and try to hot drop more people or maybe hunt some people down?
Yes, I do. I mean, what else are they going to do? Play for placements?
I like
They're
it.
not going to change in standings? Like, why not?
Never know.
I want to see
Never know. Just go for it.
I want to see
balls to the wall.
I want to see them go crazy just so you can break down some of their plays and so we can get some more potatoes and some more fire and some more confetti as well, to be honest. I mean, why not? You know, why not challenge some of these top teams and really frustrate them as well as they're trying to get a little bit further on in their rankings? But let's take a look now at our top 4 players from this last match. We're going to see Ayala going to be in there, actually. Even Federal going to be up here with the most, or second most damage done at 732. But still really nice to see the 2 Nova players here, Glitter.
Yeah, this is fantastic. We've seen Cat up here a few times. We've seen HCL up here a few times, but not recently, right? So this is going to be a huge boost for Nova. We see Cat's able to do 600 damage, HCL at almost 5, and the fact they have 5 and 3 kills respectively, that is a strong showing. I mean, even more kills than Ayala and Federal. So that's what Nova needed, I think, to kind of kick it in, at least for these last few matches here at the end of the day, and see if they can get themselves a few extra points. But, you know, good to see Queso up here. It's been a little bit, and, you know, at least Loops is picking it up from, you know, the past couple days.
Yeah, little bit. Not to what we expect them to, but
yeah,
at least doing something better.
Yeah, I really don't know what's happened to Loops, if we were to talk about them really quickly, because this team was just looking so dominating. They were the only team who had more kills than placement points, maybe partially due to the fact they had 0 chicken dinners in the first week of the Super Weekend. But they've not had that same level of aggression that we've seen. They've not been as dominant and overwhelming as we've seen, and they seem almost at some points a little bit scared to take some firefights here, Seven.
Yeah, I think something that you're alerted to was that Vikendi match. You were wondering if they were being scared. I think on that one, that might have been a mishap. That would think they were just waiting for the teammates. But I have seen other engagements where they don't tend to be the aggressor team. And I think that's something I'm starting to notice with Loops Esports. When they are not the aggressive team, it kind of throws them off because they're just so used to being that aggressive team. They're so used to just, in a way, controlling the whole gunfight, figuring out where you're going to be able to rotate and which angle you're going to be able to go ahead and take. So with Loops Esports, not sure what's going off here. We thought this was one team that was going to have huge advantage over Cloud9 not playing this weekend, but they just haven't performed to what we expect them to. And a lot of teams are starting to do that too. So hopefully they can pick it up here, because I know another thing that we've been mentioning about is teams picking too soon. Did they perform really well towards the start of the tournament and now they're going to start falling off when it actually matters the most? I hope that's not the case here for Loops Esports.
You know, for Loops in particular, I wish we had this statistic to talk about. Like in some other games I can think of where there's like a first kill statistic where if you get the first kill, how likely you are to win that round. I'm really curious to see for Loops, whenever they get the first knock in a 4-on-4 fight, how likely are they to win that fight? Because I feel like they're up there like in the 80s, 90s%, because not many teams can combat against them.
From what we've seen most of the time, and I know Glitter, you might agree to this, is as soon as they get a knock, they're more than likely going to go ahead and just destroy everybody. And that's what we've seen. Yeah. I don't know if it has happened on any other way, but from what we've been able to see every single time they get a knock, they just destroy the other team.
They're so good at taking advantage of that split moment where they know they have an advantage over that other team. They don't debate about what they should or shouldn't do. The second they see it happen, they push.
Well, we are going to be getting to another section of the show here. One of our favorite sections, actually, I should say, as we have an interview coming up yet again. We have Kevin coming in from Yala Esports to talk with us. Hopefully we can get him up on the screen and make sure he can hear me. Let's just check that one out first. Can you hear me, first of all?
Hello, yeah, I can hear you.
Awesome, he can hear me. Okay, great. Hey. So normally I ask the first question, but I did hear that Glitter wanted to ask the first one this time. So Glitter, go ahead.
You did it to yourself, Kevin. I hope you're ready for the interview. How are you?
Yeah, I'm all good. Just really, I'm honorable to be on this interview, guys. Really appreciate your hard work, guys.
Oh, no one ever appreciates our hard work. Thank you, man. Thanks.
I know, that's very kind. Okay, first question. So, we've seen you guys not struggle, but I think you just had a little bit of a slow start in the Super Weekends, and now you've completely picked up your gameplay this weekend. You just got your first win with 10 kills, and you've been so consistent in the previous days. It's almost like it's an entire new team. How have you guys managed to do that?
Actually, whenever as a professional team, whenever you're playing with other professional teams and in such a big event such the World League, you always need to adapt to the style of the tournament, and I guess we have made this, or it took us just a little bit time to adapt to the style of the tournament and prepare ourselves. But always we say it, better late than nothing, right?
Absolutely.
Seven, go ahead. All up to you, man.
Oh, you don't want to ask a question? All right, I'm going to go with this one. Okay, all right. I'm going to ask you more of a fun one here, Kevin. From what we've been able to see, especially this weekend, as Glitter was saying, you guys have performed just so much better. Being able to get 4th place in the first day, I thought that was huge. But what I want to know is, which one out of all the maps that we play do you think is the favorite one for your team? Which one do you guys usually tend to really look forward to playing, because you know you'll probably end up performing just a lot better than all of the other ones?
Well, depend on the map itself. Like some of the games we have to play it aggressively, like the one of yesterday, for example, the Sanhok game. We need to play it like more aggressive, knowing that like when you get more kills and when the zone just hard shift on you, like you have nothing to do. But in general, like the most balanced map we would call is Erangel, and which is the favorite map of all the teams. It's where everyone's power is. For a reason that mostly 40% of the maps, like 2 out of 5 every day, is being played on Erangel. So all the teams focus on Erangel most probably.
Okay, well, I'm not going to ask you.
Actually, hold up. I got one more.
Right,
I got one more for him.
I don't need to ask.
That was a great answer, by the way, Kevin. Thank you. I want to know is we heard this from other teams saying that they have actually changed their strat coming into this tournament. They tried out. They were maybe aggressive, so they had to become passive in regards to Konina Power. And then they were passive and became aggressive in regards to Nova Esports. Have you guys had to make any of those changes? Were you guys a passive team and had to become aggressive? Or what do you think has been working best for you so far this tournament?
What we are focusing on the most are the rotations done and not lose any of our players in an early fight or caught up on a rotation. That's most probably the case. And in terms of like aggressivity and playing passive or aggressive, I don't think this is a tactic that can be used. It should be something that you are in, like a situation you would be in a game. Like let's say you're taking 30% of the zone inside the zone, and then the zone hard shift on you, so you get a like hard push the edge, or just crash a compound or crash a hill and dominate it. And sometimes you can just take a spot and be passive, so it's not something that you can decide it before the games. it is the IGL, the in-game leader calls during the game, like how to adapt to such situations and such like tactical games in terms of rotations and the zone, like hard shifting north, hard shifting south. It's tactics. I can't say that is something that you can make a decision pre-game.
Okay, well, Kevin, thank you very much for your time. Yeah, it was really good answers. Really appreciate you coming on the show, and obviously wish you guys the best of luck in your next matches and, of course, into the finals.
Oh, thank you a lot. This was an honor, guys.
It was an honor for us as well.
Thank you, Kevin.
Well, I will say this. That is the last time I let Glitter go first, because I didn't even get to ask a single question. That was a little unfortunate for me there. I had a perfect question to ask, but I'm not even going to talk about it anymore. We're just going to move past it. We're going to go straight into our prediction scores and laugh at how Seven got jebaited here with only 6 points by Glitter. Then again, it was either 7s or 6s. It was some rough times. Seven, I think there's something you wanted to say, Seven, though, about some other people's predictions.
About what? Huh? Oh, yeah, you wanted to go ahead and mention that?
It's up to you.
Oh, my boy, Mustache Dave decided to go ahead and join the amazing group that my boy Hot Jukes and myself are in regards to choosing teams that just aren't playing today. And my boy Mustache Dave ended up picking Alpha Legends with a big old 0. So welcome to the group, man. Glad to have you aboard.
I mean, if you guys have like donuts and coffee, I might just join the club next because that sounds phenomenal. All right, so yeah, the rankings for us haven't really changed too much. A little bit unfortunate for some of the people's picks, but all in all, 7-6 not too bad. Let's take a look now, though, at our overall standings, because that's what it's all about, right? You guys don't really care about our predictions. You care about where your teams are going to be placed, and we will see a slight change up come in here, Glitter.
Ooh. Dream Eaters is the next squad to jump above Cloud9, bumping them down into 6th place, which is making it look more and more likely that they might end up around that 7th place mark here, which is what we were kind of thinking. Konina Power still holding strong, managing to get themselves out of that 10th place spot, and Pittsburgh Knights and Unique struggling to kind of get themselves up in the ranks. Yeah.
I mean, Cloud9's happy for that, at least.
Yeah, Cloud9's definitely happy for that. I think Loops even increased their point lead on Wildcard by just a few overall after that game between what both of those squads were able to earn points-wise.
I'm just looking at the positions here from Cloud9. They went from first place getting $50,000 to now if they do end up there in 6th place, they'll get $6,000. So, oh man, that definitely hurts. It hurts. It hurts to say it. It hurts to see it, but it is part of the game. You have to go ahead and perform every single time here. As we go towards the second page, we see Yala Esports there with 309 points. They'd be slowly but surely climbing up. Remember, at one point, Team Queso and Yala Esports were separated by 1 point, but Team Queso being able to pull up that win in that last game, that was huge for him. And now, we are going to have the last place. SWAT69 now confirmed as the last place there for a Super Weekend ranking in headquarters. I'm pretty sure they're not going to want to go ahead and be 18th place. I'm pretty sure they're going to go ahead and try to pass Frag Machines. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see more fragging power out of those two teams, Frag Machines and headquarters.
Well, they only have 2 matches left to do it, so if they're going to pick up the pace, they better do it right here, right now, because time is running out. And we're going to see the time running out for a lot of different teams as well, considering we're going to take a look at the schedule and see what's left to come today. With only 2 matches left to be played, we're going over to Sanhok next, and we'll finish things off on Erangel as our 5th and final match. 5th and final match of league play as well. That's kind of amazing to say, kind of confusing at the same time, because it feels like we just started last week, guys.
Man, we've been doing this for the whole month.
Time flies when you're having fun, you know?
For real, that's true. I've been having a blast with you.
Yeah, it's been nice. Yeah, I was going to say, come on. Don't do me like that. Don't do me dirty. Let's go to our predictions now.
With you guys.
4th game of the day.
Want me to go first? I'll go first. I'm actually going to go with one team that's been kind of inconsistent for me lately. And I hope they do well here because they usually tend to do well in Sanhok, and that's going to be Footballers. I have Footballers winning this match, and it worked out yesterday for me. I believe they ended up winning the match, so hopefully Footballers, we can repeat history here. Get that win. Get a lot of kills too while you're at it.
Okay, Glitter, you want to go next? You want me to do it?
I can go next.
Okay.
I mean, we just had a fabulous interview with Kevin, and like we've been saying, they're so much more consistent, and I told you guys I was going to pick him at least once today, so I'm going with Yala.
Is that how you got him to do the interview? You're like, I'll pick Yala if you come and do the interview? That's actually smart. Now that I think about it, it's really smart to do. Maybe I'll do something like that for the finals.
That's how we can get the interviews, you know?
I think she ended up picking Wildcard yesterday too after we had the interview with them. So, I'm starting to see a trend.
Yeah, that does make sense. All right, me on the other hand, I went with this team before the last match was finished. I actually went with Queso. Which is kind of making me rethink it a little bit. Yeah, they played well in the last match, but we haven't seen them have like 2 back-to-back peak performances, so I'm a little bit scared to be picking them, to be honest.
Yeah, the odds are not in your favor, sir.
They never were.
I just did this. I just did that mistake, okay? I picked Konina Power after they ended up getting a win. Didn't work out for me.
Yeah, it's always rough.
Maybe it'll work for you. I don't know. We'll see. I want to see an engagement between Loops and Team Queso at the start, though. They always land so close to each other. I think I'm ready for that fight. I've been waiting for it since PMWL America, so see if maybe we get some action there at the start of the game.
I'm just happy my picks are never persuaded by either of you. I go into my predictions completely blocking you two out, focused on one team only, and look what it's done for me. It's made me lose everything. Thank you guys, obviously, for your inputs and obviously the help with the interview. We'll catch in with you guys when the 4th match is done, and that will mean we only have 1 match left to go after that. It's crazy to imagine that. It's also crazy to imagine that you guys haven't been watching within the game, within the Esports Center, accumulating points over this entire event, because the top 100 viewers will be getting themselves exclusive rewards rewards. If you haven't been doing it, you've been missing out, but you still have chances now to be earning points because we still have, today left, and we still have 4 days as finals right around the corner as well. And you guys need to be tweeting to us at Esports PUBG with the hashtag PMWL. Maybe you want to get on the show when it comes to the finals. Maybe you want to tell us who you think is going to win the whole thing, or maybe your prediction into this game, and maybe we should do a community prediction because I think all of you out there would probably be doing a little bit better than all of us. It's time now, though, to bring in some new commentators. Well, not necessarily that new. New for the day, I should say, as they're going to be rounding off the last two matches for us. We got Hot Jukes and Mustache Dave going to be joining me here on the stage to talk all things PUBG Mobile related, and of course, the West League. As Mustache Dave, what are you looking for?
Hey, I'm looking for all that money Cloud9's been losing this weekend. I think they're at like 44,000 right now. Oh, it's way down there. I mean, hey, they still got money though. They still got 6,000 in the bank. Hopefully they can hold on to that, honestly.
I mean, that was better than any burn I could do against them. That was fantastic. Atrix, how you doing today, man? We got 1 day left of the Super Weekend, 1 day left of the league play.
I can't believe it. I can't believe it. I'm just so excited here. I mean, this is such a close match right now. I mean, you look at it, you have so many teams that are, I think, fighting for second place, and that difference in money it's tremendous right here. So the last two matches, let's get it going, and I can't believe we're about to go into the jungle, Sanhok. So, oh man, I'm so hyped for this one. Let's get it going.
I mean, that 44 grand, that can probably buy you a couch finally, right? As we were talking the other day about how expensive it is. But yeah, we're going into the jungles, and we're going into, well, the last time we're gonna see Sanhok here within league play. So maybe we should just talk about some predictions here off the bat, because that's what it's going to be all about, right? What the teams can place here. Can anyone pass anyone else for some extra money? Can anyone else surpass Cloud9 going into these last two games? Mr. Mustache Dave himself, who do you have for this match?
I got the fans, bro. I got the fans. I see people, they are dedicated to watching these final two maps. We got Zute washing dishes watching this. We got Erangel watching this. Everybody's watching it. It's coming down to it, baby. We got 2 more games to go. So regardless who I pick, you guys are just going to me. You guys are just going to change it at the end. So I'm going with the fans right now because they got heart, I got heart, and we're the winners at the end of the day.
True. So who's the team that you have? I didn't hear a team in there.
I'm going to go, okay, listen. 2 more games. Frag Machines, they need 100 more points. I'm going to be the only one here that believes in them, all right? Everybody else, they cast them to the side. I'm looking for Frag Machines. Woo! I'm looking for them. Let's go. Let's go. I'm confident.
Okay.
Like the never, right?
So Mustache Dave going Frag Machines. Hot Jukes, who's the team you got for this one?
I'm going with Loops. I'm going with Loops here. You know, I think that there's so many teams right now fighting for the second place position. They have a good lead right now, so I think they're going to play it a little bit more passive. And I think that that's what Loops really needs to do to kind of, every time they kind of do that, they actually have a really good game. So I'm assuming that they are here. But you never know. It's Sanhok. I think anybody can win it, but I got Loops picked for this one.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, anyone can win it. We see, though, Loops has been struggling, and I wonder, maybe you have some thoughts on this, Hot Jukes, considering they could be passed for that 50K. How would it feel, though? Because we talk about Cloud9 not making it right and realizing, okay, we're not getting 50K anymore. But how would it feel for Loops to be like, all right, we're in solid number 2. Our only competition's not here. We're getting the 50K, and they could be knocked out with just 25.
I mean, if that happens right there, I guarantee you, Cloud9, they're going to be sad for losing this money, but they're going to be laughing if that actually does happen right there. Because considering how big of a lead Loops had, if they throw this, it would just be an insane turn of events. And I think that right now, Wildcard needs to have a chicken dinner here on Sanhok if that's going to be possible.
Okay, well, why don't you two take us into our final Sanhok here of our league play. Our final 2 matches come up. Let's drop straight in.
Thank you, Jason. Let's get into it. The last Sanhok, Dave. Let's go. The jungle, the map where, oh my goodness, the blue zone is the strongest competitor out of all of these teams right here. And I'm so pumped. I'm so excited. I can't believe that this insane tournament is about to come to a close.
Yeah, this is your last chance to get that book on pre-order. Sanhok, written by Blue Zone, all the pages. I mean, it's almost done. It's almost done. You got about 30 more minutes to go. If I'm not mistaken, Loops, they're in first place still. They're still holding on with about 37 total points. I mean, like you mentioned, 1 win from Wildcard, that could be it.
Definitely. And the only thing is that this is the last two games right here. So they have to do it right now. And just a quick reminder for anybody that hasn't seen it yet, or doesn't know. First place, $50,000. Second place, $25,000. Third, $12,000. I mean, just so much money is on the line right here. So when you have such a big difference, I think you're going to see a lot of pressure go onto these squads right here, especially if you're wild card. Because they got a lot of squads that can pass you up right here if you have a bad game.
Not only that, the points between second and third, only 6. So only 6 points, and that's a difference of 13K. And then the point difference between third and fourth, 4 points. And that's a difference of $3,000. So, it's so close. It is coming down to the wire. Honestly, this money is up for grabs for everybody here. And hey, man, we are in it. We are in it. We are in the jungle. Looks like Wildcard will be getting a pretty favorable circle all the way up there to the north. So they should have a decent time to get some of this loot. Looking over here, though, Team Queso, they've been dropping here all the time. Every single Sanhok, all the time. Loops, they've been dropping boot camp every single Sanhok map as well.
Their house.
It's their house. Will they fight? Or will Loops, continue being passive just to maintain that point lead that they currently have?
I think that's going to be the strategy for them, because right now I think Loops, their only focus is to just not go out early. If they're able to put some decent points on the board, they should be a lock for first place and getting that big $50,000 prize pool. So if you're wild card, it's so tough because I don't think that you have the ability to really gun for this kind of squad. Because at the same time, you need to have a chicken dinner. You need to have a chicken dinner with some big points as well. So I think that right now, the way this kind of points, entire score is looking right now, I think everybody just has to play the same game that they normally have. At the same time, I think they're all going to be a little bit hesitant and playing it a little slower than normal just due to the nerves of the whole situation.
Oh yeah, they're playing some mind games out here. Yesterday we saw 6 different teams decide to go into Paradise Resort, and you know what? All 6 of those teams, they died. And then we had about 20 minutes left for 10 teams to kind of fight each other out on the remainder of the match. And if I do recall, Frag Machines, they were the first squad to drop there yesterday. And I think Team Queso came in to try to take them out. And it does seem like that might be the play here today as well, because I do see Team Queso kind of scouting it out once again.
Hey, if it worked once, try it again. The only thing is that Team Queso did make it out alive out of that last one right here. So it's interesting to see them kind of utilize the same strategy. Now, you have to also remember, Team Queso, they're not really in this crazy contention to be able to get like a second place prize pool, I think. Yeah. So maybe they're just doing the old traditional path, just doing the same thing that they normally do. And you can see how they stopped at this little compound right just south of Paradise, and I think that maybe they might decide to camp it out right here.
Yeah, right now their current position, they're looking at about $2,000 at the end of the day, and obviously you want to get a little more. So if they can finish in 9th place, that'll be an extra $1,000. So yeah, all these teams looking to make that cash money, son. Especially if you are Frag Machines sitting at $1,000 right now. And Frag Machines, they need about 100 points. All right, it's not impossible. They could get 2 chicken dinners. They could get 30 kills each game, and you know what? Definitely put some pages in the book of Sanhok. But Team Queso, mistake right here. Going to be taking some shots onto Federal from Loops, and we were talking Loops. What's the game plan? And it looks like they are going to be pinned down. They cannot afford to get taken out right now.
Definitely not. You see those smokes coming out instantly from Loops. They're like, we do not want any of our members lost, especially considering that is their biggest strength, just their pure ability to frag out together as a unit. When they lose a member, man, it definitely puts a huge chink into their armor right here. So I like to see Loops just instantly just retreat from this and play it a lot slower, because you do not want to make a mistake and lose a few members on a rotation like that.
Yeah, if I'm Loops, I'm in the grass. I'm crawling. I'm throwing smokes, and I am running away, and that's exactly what we see right now. Loops, they receive some gunshots out there in the distance from Team Queso, and they're like, nope, not going to be doing that one anytime soon. So they will be able to slide on out of the grasp of Team Queso.
Yeah, and I think that was really clutch from them, just instantly hitting that lay down. And normally we just see Loops just kind of fight it out, right? They just kind of bully their way through no matter what. But here, knowing how much is on the line and how much is at stake, I'm not surprised they're playing this a little bit more calculated. And that's kind of the reason why I decided to pick them here, especially because they like to drop boot camp.
Yeah, And then we see, you know, right near him as well. I mean, you got Team Queso, you got Yala, you got Headquarters. Yala have been extremely aggressive this Super Weekend. They're doing great. They have shot up. They have shot up the leaderboard, and they're not scared. I mean, that scares me. When a team isn't scared, when they're that confident, if I'm everybody else, if I listen to that interview on the break, I'm going to want to stay far away from Yala right now.
Man, I'll tell you what, Kevin, just that man's voice is so smoothing, so soothing, you know? Like, he's just like, the way he just talks and the way that he's able to kind of get his point across, I love to see that coming from a leader of this team right here. And I love to see Yala pull it out right now as they go against Headquarters. Zana gets knocked, though.
Ooh, and instantly finished out right there. Headquarters going to be making the pull-up. Jams looking to get into safety and heal on up. M4 in hand will be receiving some shots from that third party. And
oops.
Yeah, we were just talking about Yala. You know, they're on full retreat mode right now after losing 2 right out the gate.
No.
0 going to be getting tagged as well. Can they get on into that little shack and heal on up? Tempo Storm, I see him on the map as well. Looking at third party this one. This is Sanhok. So once we start to fire some shots, you better bet someone else is going to be coming up right behind you.
And they're coming right from the side of them as well. So I think that's going to be devastating for both Yala and Headquarters. Headquarters has to be really careful. Rain, yup, instantly catching a Nas. 0, his back's against the wall right here. Oh man, Yala is just getting devastated right now in the Sanhok match.
Down to just 1. Down to just 1. And they are trying to run away. And this is what we were talking about. Yeah, the third party potential. Once when you start to ring out some shots, HH going to be attempting to get the thirst onto 2 members that are currently bleeding on out from Headquarters.
And look, I love this from HH. Doesn't want to risk peeking this right now, considering that there's other teammates nearby, most likely. So he's just opting to just kind of throw grenades and try to get this flush. I mean, now some people will be like, oh, why aren't you just shooting this? And that's because, man, 1 knock can turn the entire fight around for you right there. So love to see that patience coming from Tempo.
Yeah, I mean, it's early game. It's early game. You know, they don't want to get, like you mentioned, knocked out here and maybe even, you know, thirsted in the process, because that'll definitely set them back. You want to have your whole team up in the end to give your squad a better position and better favor. Looks like Jam is going to be pulling out all the way out there in the distance from Headquarters. And, yeah, looks like Headquarters just kind of spreading out right now, not opting to take this engagement with Tempo.
It makes sense. Makes total sense right now. You know, they're trying to get as many points as they can on the board. And to go back to it, I think the reason why HH is playing this a little bit slower is he's pretty separated from the rest of his squad right here. And yeah, we're, of course, us, the spectators, you, the viewers, we get to see where everybody's at. You know, now HH, he has no clue. So I'm definitely not surprised for him to play this a lot slower right now and much more calculated, because, man, Tempo, they've had a couple good games here today, and they're in 3rd place with 455 points. So they don't want to make any slip-ups, any risk. It's time to play perfectly if you want to get that money.
3rd place and only 6 points behind 2nd place. So even if HH wanted to get that 1 point, that 1 kill, that 1 thirst on the Headquarters, it's just not going to be worth that money. UDR, Sandro out here will be taking some shots, but then immediately traded on in the process, trying to get on in behind that cover. But Pedro, OG's going to say, no, that's not happening. Not on my watch. We'll be getting that insta-thirst. And here comes the trade from Pocus on to Maxon. So now 2 members from B4 bleeding on out. Pocus trying to get the confirm to make this a 3v3.
And I think that's the big difference right there. You saw HH. He was out by himself. He got a couple of knocks, but he instantly retreated and just wanted to play it safe for his team. You see with UDR, the exact opposite happened. He got a couple of knocks, played it more aggressive, and just like that, got turned on and thirsted. So love to see these differences from the teams, but look at this.
Oh, this is huge.
Going to power.
This is huge. Oh, huge grenade. Rob and Gonzo both going to be connected on with that 1 grenade. Now it's up to Tixie. Going for the trade back and forth. Sam Slicky will be connecting onto them. Spring caught in the process, trying to regroup with the squad on that off angle. Now there's just 1 more up for Konita Power. This is huge. I mean, if wildcard, if they get taken out here, we just said they're only 6 points into that 2nd place position.
They do not want to go out and Spring, their off-angle specialist right there. Wildcard just seemed to have it. They got all 3 knocks and thirst, but just like that, Spring got caught out by Axer and thirsted right now. Wildcard's still in a great position. I mean, obviously they have the numbers up right now. At the same time, though, they lost a really solid member in here for the rest of this match, and there's still 16 teams up.
Still 16 teams, not a lot of wiggle room to work with right now, so they might opt to just remain in the safety of this compound. There goes Tixie, that thirst, and now there's just going to be one up for Konina Powers. You might just want to leave him. Just leave him out there. Don't worry about it for now. I mean, Umbra, I see him out there in the distance right behind him. So I don't think it's worth getting over-aggressive in this situation.
100%, yeah. Wildcard, there's no way they're gonna push out straight across. That is just so deadly, especially considering this Sanhok now. Slicky's throwing some smoke grenades right now. Oh my goodness. He says, I want this point. You killed Spring. I'm gonna come get you right now, but he doesn't realize that Umbra's on top of the hill.
Yeah, Prez going to be spotting out the push across the road. Going to be spotting out Slicky. Slicky is extremely thirsty right now. Going to be lean peeking this grenade. Going to be attempting to toss this one up and put the nail in the coffin to Konina Power. And there we go. Slicky will be connecting, getting that thirst, getting that finish. And ProLord on top of the rock, able to get that trade. So is it worth it? This is exactly what we didn't want to see from Wildcard.
Yeah, and I'm so surprised that they ended up going for it. But hey, at the end of the day, you're Slicky. You got the nade off, but now there's nades coming onto you. And I think Wildcard, the second that nade chunked down Slicky, I think that was his death warrant right there. And I don't think Slicky's going to be able to make it back unless he does the insane crawl I've ever seen right here. No, yeah, it looks like that's not going to end up working out. But Sam gets a return knock onto ProLord. I wonder if just Wildcard just ought to just dip from this, just take off right now, considering that they're already down 2 members.
They're down 2 members. They're inside the compound. They got the knock on ProLord, but the revive most likely will be successful on the side of Umbra. And then, you know, the cards will be stacked against them in this situation. They do have the zone, though. One thing to note, they are in the zone, so at least they don't have to worry about that.
Yeah, and you can see right now we're switching on over to Footballlist, Team Unique. The next zone's about to pop. Still a lot of squads alive. It's still early in this match. I know the intensity is at an all-time high right now. Zone shifts on over to the top. Pretty, I think, decent zone for all these players. But yeah, Lutz trying to throw a grenade onto Frozen. Doesn't connect.
Won't connect, and most likely will give away the position right there. Frozen will be recognizing that grenade exactly where it came from, and going to be cooking out one for themselves. Needs to toss it right on top of their face, and actually will be landing it in the back line, but I'm getting a little concerned. Frozen kind of off there in the front lines by themselves. Meanwhile, Milky Way trying to catch that off angle. Frozen will be connected on, and we might see the full-blown aggression coming on out right now from Footballlist.
Yeah, you see Lutz with that huge knock, gets a little extra shots on there to get the thirst. Now Memphis gave away his position with those shots. And I think Footballlist is, look at this, just grouping up as a team right now, trying to use their numbers as an advantage and get this full send going.
Yeah, Milky Way, don't forget Milky Way trying to wrap around Footballlist, trying to catch them off guard. That backstab, Memphis right now behind this rock, Uzi in hand, and it's okay with that jump shot, Uzi. We'll be connecting onto them, and yeah, it's all kind of falling apart right now for Team Unique. They got 2 up, and I did see all the way out there the Knights as well, kind of looking to get involved, but for the time being, Footballlist will be winning the battle.
Oh yeah, and I love to see, like, especially as we get later here in the PUBG Mobile World League West, all these teams, man, when they get 1 or 2 knocked, they just completely disengage. You know, they're just opting to play for placement here. I think a lot of the times in the past we would just see these kind of fights play out to their fullest until a team went out. But now every single point matters here, and talk about every point matter. We've seen here so far in the tournament so many times where just 1 point meant making it or not as we hit this replay right now.
Levi getting chunked off that scooter and trying to get that quick flick, not going to be successful, and we do have some fights happening in the bottom left-hand corner. That in from Loops, going to be cooking some grenades. Looks like Loops going to be attempting to toss some grenades right on top of Tempo Storm. Tempo Storm on top of the rocks, going to be looking down Loops. We're trying to backstab him, and Loops, they don't appreciate it.
Yeah, you can definitely see right now this is going to be an intense fight. Kowski with a huge nade on the Tensa. And Frag Machines, they hear this from the back. They get third party, and they do on the stack. Devastating for Tempo.
The thirst. Federal making the pull up. Going to be bolting on up that ledge with that AKM. 1% HP, and the teamwork coming on out from both sides. Frag Machines and Loops just destroying Tempo Storm. Tempo got pinched so hard, and that's just the beginning of this battle. Now Loops, they're hungry. They're hungry for the blood. They smell it in the water.
They smell it big time, especially knowing that it's Frag Machines. At the same time, though, Frag Machines, they have Paradise locked down right now, and that's a tough place to push into blindly. So Loops has to play it really carefully. At the same time, though, Dave, Tempo, they were sitting in 3rd place. You know that wildcard has to be jumping for joy right now, especially considering that they've already lost 2 members.
Not only that, Footballists were only 4 points behind, overthrowing Tempo and taking over that 3rd place position, and they're still alive. We saw them earlier. They're still alive. They have a couple kills onto Unique. They're going to be up there to the north, right on the edge of the new zone. So, yeah, I mean, it's coming down to the wire, Jukes. It really is.
I mean, difference between third place, $12,000. 4th place, $9,000. Just the difference alone in just those points, 3 extra grand to put it to your pocket. That's a good chunk of change right there. I mean, man, this is what I'm talking about here. PUBG Mobile, a game that you can download on your mobile device, putting out some of the biggest prize pools in competitive esports in general. Let's get it going.
There we go. Also a pretty decent game for B4 if they can just remain alive. They only have 2 up. Their main objective right now, go for those placement points and just try to rack up as much money as possible. Loop's going to be moving as 4. I love how they're working together right now, making sure to clear all these rocks, making sure there's no snake just lurking out there in the shadows.
Look at this. This is Loops at their prime right here. This is what they do best when they're pushing together as a unit. And for those of you guys that haven't ever done this before, it is so difficult to be able to play that tight together. The synergy, the communication, it has to be on point to be able to group up as a unit like that. And right now, they're just clearing together as a squad, don't want to take any risks and have somebody get taken out by a snake early.
Yeah, the awareness too.
Wildcard done!
Wow, wildcard done, Tempo done. This is a huge game for Footballists. Footballists are looking to shoot up to the top of the leaderboards right now. And Dream Eaters, yeah, huge game for them.
Huge. I mean, so much money on the line. Look at Pocus laying down into the blue zone. We're about to hit circle number 5, one of the deadliest zones inside of Sanhok right here. And yeah, I love to see how like Pocus from UDR, he just wants to get every single point he can. Pan out. Look at this.
Pan out, baby.
The silent assassin right here. Oh, this could be devastating for Loops.
And the thing is, Loops, they already cleared this out, so they're probably not going to be looking behind them. They already cleared this out. They already said it's good to go. There's nobody going to be back here, especially with that pan. It is going to be disguising their footsteps just a little more.
Hey, anything you can to get any kind of little advantage, and that's when you're talking about when you're playing the highest level of competitive PUBG Mobile right here. These guys are pulling out all the tricks from their bags, and you can see right now, Pocus, he's got a good line of sight.
Oh, he's going to be taking some shots onto Kowalski, trying to get that first, and that's going to let Loops know. Okay, there's a snake right behind us. Federal trying to get these shots onto Pocus. Pocus healing on up right now in the blue. That was huge, though.
The quick turn from Loops, but just like that, it's too late. No matter how good you are as a squad, when you get caught in that kind of position, man, you're going to have a player down and out real quick right there. So, a tough break for Loops and an extra point on the board for UDR.
Not only that, UDR will be lighting up the kill feed, and that's going to allow, and that's why I believe Nova Shifan is looking to get involved as well. Shifan knows this is Loops right here. This is Loops, and they got some bad blood. Pocus going to be lean peeking, going to be chunking down Dadden, but will be taken out in the process. And now my concern when it comes to Loops, what is Shifan going to do? What is Shifan going to do?
Loops are going to have a tough time right now as they're south of this next zone. This is circle number 6 about to happen. It's already closing. These guys got to get moving right now because zone number 6, you can't be in it, but how many on a Dream Eaters?
There's 2. Oh,
hopefully catch him.
AKM, no kills, last person alive, last player alive for Frag Machines. Just going to be snaking it on out right now. Imagine if they get the 1v4. We got some grenades coming on out over here. Looks like Jagger will be connecting 1, and Solke going to be chunking down pretty low. The blue zone will be right on top of them as well. Football is kind of separated for the time being, and looks like the Knights, they're going to opt to just gatekeep them and not allow them in.
Yeah, Solke, I don't think he's going to have any chance to be able to get into this circle. As the second it closes, it's just going to chunk down way too much damage. Rom, he's just forced to just run out wide in the open. He has no choice, but it looks like he is able to make it. Oh, Solke had a moped!
Moped! Riding right on into B4. Pedro and Mixir holding down this shack. Solke going to be peeking that window saying, hello, I got your delivery. And B4 saying, I didn't order nothing. Get on out of here.
Man, just like that, football is down and out in 12th place, gone right here. The circle has shifted on over to the south. That's going to be a huge break for Loops right here. Pittsburgh Knights, Dream Eaters, B4, all stuck on the hard edge of the zone. There goes Team Umbra. 15 seconds left on the clock, and look at this. This one's going to hurt.
The Knights Raven going for that drop shot, gonna be falling down with the M4, gonna be going for that pre-fire, gonna be taking them out. Headquarters done, and Elise in the water, witnessing the destruction from the Knights right there, saying, what just fell from the sky? Don't look over here, I'm gonna be swimming. Let me live.
It's a bird, it's a plane, it's a jacker,
coming from behind the backstab from the water and the thirst. Annalise will be getting 1 kill on the board. Talk about surprising the Knights right there. J7 will be bleeding on out as well. And man, it's up to Raven.
And he's in this blue zone right now. I wonder if he's opting to just go ahead and try to get to his buddy's crates and pick up the many health kits as he can. But it looks like he decided to send it on in, and Marco was just waiting for him, taking him out big time. 2 members up from Loops right now. Man, Team Queso holding this edge of this circle hard.
Holding it down. This could be a nice game for Dream Eaters. They're going to be making the push right now. I believe I witnessed one of them get chunked down from Marco. Marco giving away too much information right there. Is going to be tagged in the process themselves.
Yeah, and here comes the blue zone right now. Axel, oh!
Clutch!
Look at that! Wow, what an angle to be able to get that pickup. That is so clutch for Team Queso. Team Queso, they got the chicken dinner in the last game, so this could be a great back-to-back for them right here. Shifan, he's stuck in the blue, running up to this rock here. Does get the laydown, barely in the nick of time.
Spotted, yep, spotted. Shifan has kind of been using Loops as that bodyguard, and Ayala, the angel right now for Shifan. Gonna be taking some shots on the Carrillo.
Speaking of angel, that tree is an angel right there for Carrillo. That was so close. He was able to just get behind there just in the nick of time. But man, it's Snake City. This circle's wide open. Ooh.
We got 5 teams remaining. We got Mixzera in the blue, still healing on up for B4. Here comes the push. C-Fan will be connecting onto one out there on the Team Queso, but immediately spotted, tagged, and bagged. And there's only 2 up for Loops right now. 10 kills so far. They're trying to make sure they get as many points as possible with both Wildcard and Tempo being out already. And here comes Mixzera coming in from the blues. Going to be spotting out that revive. Trying to take some shots, but not successful. Dream Eaters done.
Mixzera had been healing for so long into the blue zone right there, and that secured 4th place for B4, I believe. Well, yeah, 3rd or 4th. So close, but oh my gosh, Loops. It's all up to Carrillo, the #1 fragger in this tournament. Can he get it? The big chicken dinner for Loops versus Team Queso.
Hey, I love Marco getting that thirst right there. Here comes Axel. Will be prepping his grenade on that left-hand side. That right-hand side of the boulder will be chunking them down quite low. And Mystic is going to be bleeding on out, so you have to assume the revive. Okay, the revive is up. This is going to be a 1v3. Like you mentioned, this is the MVP from weeks 1 and 2 in the lobby. We'll be connecting on to Marco, make it a 1v2, Hot Jukes.
Ooh, Carrillo with the quick flick right there, straight to the head. This circle, it's starting to close, and it looks like Carrillo, he is on the edge of this next zone right here. So, he's going to gatekeep Team Queso. They're out of the circle right here.
The edge of the zone, the edge of glory. This could be it.
3-2-1.
Looking to get the dub. Here comes the push from Team Queso. All going to be moving on out at the same time. Mystic is going to be connected on and spotted Carrillo. 1% HP. It's a 1v1. Marco with the AKM wrapping around the rock right now. 1 HP Carrillo. Will he get it? Will he get it?
No, he didn't. Oh my goodness. That was so
1 HP.
Close. 1 HP down to the last wire right there. Loops almost got the insane chicken dinner. What a way to end the Sanhok matches for this tournament. Couldn't ask for a better game.
Hey, still knocked out 2 though. Still knocked out 2. Almost 3. 1 HP. Actually insane right there.
We've seen him do it. We've seen him do it multiple times, too. We've seen him get in 1v3 situations and win it. And that just goes to show why he is the best fragger in this tournament right here. I mean, what a play.
Yeah, and also Team Queso, they needed that chicken dinner. They needed it big time.
Back-to-back.
Yeah, back-to-back. They're trying to get as much money as possible here at the end of the day. Back-to-back chicken dinners. That's perfect. That's perfect. And with 1 more game to go, I mean, we're talking thousands of dollars right now on the line for Team Queso.
Big money, and what a way for Team Queso to show up, because they've been kind of off and on these past few days, and the last game getting 2 back-to-back chicken dinners. Can't wait to see how this last match is going to end up right after this quick break from our sponsors.
found nothing.
My teammates weren't around!
Have you ever seen a chicken dinner in just 15? Wow, it feels so good!
One more?
The PUBG Mobile World League is brought to you by the title sponsor, Qualcomm Snapdragon Elite Gaming, and the official beverage sponsor, Mountain Dew.
Well, another big victory coming in for Team Queso here, a win they desperately needed to get themselves up a little bit farther in the standings with the potential to earn a little bit more cash. A little bit, I'm talking a lot of cash going their way here. But what a victory as well. But honestly, we have to talk about something first before we can even dive into Team Queso. Kirill in the 1-on-3 almost clutches it out. That was ridiculous.
This man is a natural aimbot. That's what it is. Especially on that peak, him moving up, just peeking and hitting those shots on that Team Queso player. At that point, we're like, hold up, Team Queso has the numbers here, but it is Carrillo left. It is the MVP of PMWL Americas. Remember, Glitter, what we've seen him do so far? And we've seen him in these situations before, and he has been able to clutch it. So anything could have happened there with Carrillo still being alive.
It really could have. And I was even saying like, oh, I mean, it looks like Queso's going to take this. But at the same time, I was like, well, it's Carrillo still alive. I'm not really too confident they're going to be able to do that. But in the end, they picked it up. And let's see our rankings now from that last match. You guys get an idea of how many points were accumulated. 25 coming through for Loops on this one with the 11 kills they got. But Queso still getting 25 themselves as well here, Glitter.
Yeah, and you know, this is a little bit late, but still a great boost for Queso, like you said. Overall in those points, the fact that they're able to have multiple strong showings now today is just fantastic. The Loops with the 11 kills though, I feel like they're kind of starting to get back to where they were, because this is the aggression that we were looking for. This is the kills that we were looking for coming out of them. But B4 finally having a good game, stepping up to the plate here, getting themselves 7 kill points, 15 points. Maybe they will start to be able to jump up, and Dream Eaters as well, also getting 15 points, hopefully moving themselves up the list a little bit. And then we saw Nova, Unique, and Wildcard all at the bottom there on that first page.
Yeah, and some of the teams that were starting to get hot that we thought that were going to be able to carry momentum here was Temple Storm, Wildcard Gaming, and Karina Power. Nothing's going their way here. Hopefully something changes, and then Football is the team I pick. Oh, hopefully I didn't jinx them, man, because they ended up getting 4 points there. And I know in a little bit, my boy Jason's just going to be gloating because something has happened in our scores. Oh, I just can't
I was waiting for the camera to come back so I could smile
face.
too. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I
knew you were. I knew you were.
We'll get into it in a little bit. It's fine. We'll keep it interesting. We'll keep it spicy. Let's take a look at the stats though for Queso, as it did close things out with the chicken dinner. I mean, 1,300 damage, 400 healing. Not the best, but the thing is, they did have zone for quite a long time, especially when it came down to like the final 2 or 3. The compound they were sitting in was just perfect, and they were really, I seem to be happy just to sit there and play passive, Glitter, that they could, you know, play it out for the victory. It came close, but hey, that's 2 chicken dinners in a row, as you pointed out, 7.
And what I was saying, the 2-4, is because it's not only 2 chicken dinners here so far for them in a row, but it's also the second time now that they end up getting a zone and getting very favored by the zone. So it's good to see that Team Queso is able to take full advantage of that. And it's something we've been saying, that I believe they were in 10th place, if I'm not mistaken, or 11th place. This is something that that team needed, especially going into league finals. Hopefully this is a confident booster for Axel, for Marco, for all the other players as well. And they come in hot going into league finals.
Right, let's take a look at our do the do moments, and we're probably going to see quite a few kills coming in for Loops here when we kick this one off, because they got 11 kills. Ridiculous stuff out of them. But again, we talked about headquarters, we talked about frag machines. They've got nothing to lose. They might as well go crazy. And the funny thing is, I feel like here, Glitter, if they played like this, like they did in the normal season, they actually probably would have been going through to the finals. At least have a better chance of it.
Yeah, and I feel like it's almost like every team had the same mentality as Wildcard, like that we heard from Slicky when we had interviewed him, you know, where it was just kind of like, at this point they've got nothing left to lose, so why not play X way, which ends up being, you know, more aggressive, willing to take more engagements. They're just kind of pushing up on these teams that they probably typically wouldn't. but it's definitely working in a favor. So why they weren't doing this before is completely beyond me. We've actually seen Headquarters have multiple strong showings today, and that's probably because maybe it's a stress thing. Maybe they're less stressed knowing that there's, they can't make it in, so they're not having to consider that all the time. But the dramatic change in gameplay for a lot of these squads is not only changing things up entirely in the lobby, but it's netting them more points than they were making before, Seven.
And I think with them playing, like knowing that they're not gonna lose anything, I think that's what changes their whole mentality. They're maybe not playing as scared as they would. They're maybe not playing as careful as they usually would. And I hope that a lot of teams that have been going through that kind of process, I hope they use this knowledge that they're currently learning by having those experiences and improve for the future, because this is not going to be the only season that we have this year. I'm pretty sure we're going to probably see these teams later on in the year as well. And I want them just to learn from the mistakes. If you end up making mistakes, as long as you learn from it, that's all that matters. As we do see here, Dream Eaters being able to just demolish some people. Unique, one of those teams that really has been fairly quiet. They were able to get 2 kills there in the last match, and now going back to Loops and Team Queso, and I'm pretty sure I'm gonna be able to break down this play later on. But there's just one thing I'm gonna be looking at, and I know Jason and Glitter, you guys probably know what I'm talking about, and it's gonna be my boy Carrillo just destroying right there. Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
Like, you know how crazy that is to do and how precise you have to be. So Carrillo, for him to be able to do that, and right there he only had pretty much 1 HP. If he might have had more HP, he probably would have been able to win this fight. And the best thing about this is that with the performance that Carrillo is having here, his stock is just starting to grow. More teams are going to know about him. More people around the world are going to know about him. So I'm so glad that Carrillo is still performing to the way he is, even though his team this Super Weekend wasn't doing as good as we're used to.
I mean, the thing is, he has 2 for 2 in Super Weekend MVPs. Can he make it number 3 here? I think that's what he's definitely trying for, as we're going to take a look now at our total damage from that last match. I'm expecting to see a lot of that damage pretty much coming from Carrillo himself here, expecting Loops to be extremely high up here on the leaderboard, and they will, in fact, take number 1 with about 2K damage here, Glitter.
Yeah, we kind of expected that since they had the 11 kills, but I almost feel like it's a little bit low with the 11 kills, just under 2.2k damage. I don't know. We've seen super strong games out of them, so I guess we should just be happy that they're even performing after the struggle that we kind of saw them go through yesterday. But Queso, another strong game. B4, like I said, finally showing up. They got over 1k damage, 7 kills to their name. I think this was very important for them because they definitely have been quiet all day today, which I don't necessarily think we were expecting. And then moving down the list, I mean, it was pretty evenly spread out from there once Loops kind of took the rest of those kills away. At least Wildcard able to get almost 1k damage of Footballs as well, with 3 and 4 kills respectively for those squads.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. You see how many teams past the halfway point actually got 1,000 damage or more. Just unfortunate they weren't able to stay alive long enough, obviously, to turn those into placement points as well. But you talked about a fight you wanted to break down here, Seven. I think we luckily have it here to talk about. I think it's going to be the 1v3, isn't it? Or the almost 1v3.
Yeah.
The almost 1v3. And the main thing I want to go ahead and show you here, I'm not going to be able to show you that peak. That was just absolutely disgusting.
No, you will. It should be coming
I
up,
have seen in a while. No. We're not going to be able to see that peak. We're going to be able to see just mostly the push here by Team Queso. Now, it was interesting for me that Team Queso decided to go ahead and all push out at once. What I thought that we're going to go ahead and do is that we're maybe going to go ahead and have 2 players come out of this rock, maybe one come out of this side, the other one come out of this side, and if possible for the other one, for the last one standing, to just kind of peek this rock right here and get the shot on Carrillo. But for them to go ahead and push out like that, I think it made it a little bit easier for Carrillo. He was using TPP. He's going to be able to realize Mystic's right there, and he's going to be able to win that shot, because at this point, remember, Mystic thinks Carrillo was being right here, so he's going to get absolutely outplayed, and that's going to go ahead and be 1 stinky cheese down. So let's go now to the next 2. And with this one, Carrillo, keep in mind how low already Carrillo is, right? Carrillo is super low. As I get to just go back a little bit more, And the confidence, man. This is just such an amazing play because as soon as you see Mystic go down, you're going to see Marco get scared. And Marco's now going to go ahead and just lay it down, hoping that he becomes the snake, as he's going to be able to just win that fight there, Carrillo against Axel. And now Marco has to say, oh no, I have to actually push this because guess what? My boy only has 1 HP, if that's even 1 HP. So now we got 2 Stinky Cheese down, and here comes Marco. And if Carrillo would have been able to, actually, I think at one point right here, he thinks about just maybe going for the heal, and then he hears the player and he says he has to cancel that. He's just gonna go for it. But for Carrillo to be able to put up these performances like this and to actually almost even be able to destroy all the 3 players from Team Kessel right there, I think this is just, it speaks volumes about his skill. It speaks volumes of just how talented some people here in the Americas are becoming, and it's awesome to see, man. As somebody that's been following this scene for a long time, plays like that just give me hype.
Well, one of the most important things he did there as well is that he got 2 1v1s, right? Because he used the right side of the rock to go for the first one. He used the left side of the rock to keep distance between him and a second player, so he gets another 1v1. And then the turnaround at the end, because he could have obviously went around the rock, but then he would have been seen by the enemy players. He goes for the double back and catches them off guard. I think like if one more bullet hit, that would have been it. But that was ridiculous. And honestly, Carrillo, if he isn't on one of our top players here in this map, then I'm going to be extremely disappointed. He should be #1. The damage he did, the kills he did. So let's take a look at our top players, and it will in fact be him with 1,000 damage done. That's the MVP player we saw out of the first 2 weeks.
Not surprised there at all, Glitter. And he would have had more kills. He would have just doubled his skills there, especially with that last play. But that just, I'm just so impressed by this player, man. What a talent that the Brazilian squad has been able to showcase, especially with this to Carrillo and Darren. We have to give Darren credit too, because that's been an amazing player from Loops Esports, and I hope they start getting hot here. I hope they start getting back into the groove that we know they're capable of, as we do see B4 mixed era. Glitter, we really haven't seen that much about B4, but guess what? They were able to get a top player in here.
No, yeah, I think this is going to be good for them. They've been on that front page. They've been in that same position for however long now. We've seen them in that exact same spot, and they haven't done a whole lot of moving as far as the leaderboard goes today. And I believe if we look at it, they're still one of only 2 teams on that first page. I think it's them and Unique that still haven't gotten a chicken dinner in this super weekend. So it's nice to see that they're finally stepping it up. Hopefully they can do better moving into the final match of the day and see if they can just get a few more points and bump themselves up a few more places and win some more cash.
Speaking of bumping up places, let's take a look at our talent predictions here from that last game. And we do see 4 points for Footballs, 4 points for Yala, but Hot Chooks getting 25 and myself getting 25 there. Mustache Dave, unfortunately, only getting 0 for that one. I think his pick was changed from what we had in the document. 25 points, Jason? 25, yeah. I can't complain.
Pass me.
You know what
Actually,
that does?
No. Yep.
That puts me 4 or 5 points ahead of 7 in first place. So it comes down, okay, so we might not get that 16th place finish here for the match we were hoping for fighting for that last slot, but we get the finish between you and I for first place. That's like almost just as good.
Yeah, and I, you know what? I'll give you credit because we're about to go into predictions, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. And we had the same team pick the whole day.
We did.
And after that match, you were like, yeah, Seven, you know what? I'm going to give you a chance. You get to pick your team, and I'm going to go ahead and change my pick. Even though you did change your pick to somebody still pretty down.
I mean, we'll see. We'll see. You know, it's who cares? We'll see. It doesn't matter that much, right? It's just for fun. If you guys are home or watching her also having fun, there is a new Royale Pass Season 14 out. If you haven't seen what's in it, I really have to wonder what you've been doing with your life recently. You can check it out now and see what you're missing out on. All right, now it's time to take a look at our schedule because we have one match left to go. It's going to be on Erangel. It's going to be the final match here of league play before we get into the finals kicking off in just a few days' time. I can't wait to see what's going to happen then, but I also still can't wait to see what's going to happen in our final match. Can the overall standings potentially change as well, considering we have teams just on that cusp of passing Cloud9? Team Case looking to move up in the rankings as well. It comes down to the last one here, U2. And it comes down to our last prediction as well. I'm a little bit sad to say it. I mean, obviously we still have the finals, but we're going for the full reset here. Yeah, we still have our 24 games to talk about here. But Glitter, I think we're going to have you go first this time in our final game in league play. Who do you have?
Well, you know, I typically pick my B4 boys, especially now towards the end of the day. However, Jukes and I are now battling it out for third, and Jukes, I think, and I we're just on a little bit similar thought process, so I decided to change it up and go with Dream Eaters for our final Erangel match here and see what they can do for me.
Okay, I respect that. You know, you're playing for the win. You're not going to play to keep your ranking. That's exactly what Seven and I are doing as well. Seven, why don't you go first here and say who you have predicted?
I might have or might have not convinced her to go ahead and change her pick.
Oh, no.
There's so much stuff going on with the leaderboard.
Twice now today.
Yeah.
Wait, who'd you?
I'm just gonna be jinxing you. Now, my prediction is gonna go to be Tempo Storm. It's a team that I know some of the players. They've been performing pretty well. I know they have a lot of great skill, and hopefully here today they'll be able to show it. I was gonna pick Wildcard, but I can't pick Wildcard because I already picked them earlier. So Tempo Storm's the next best thing.
Yeah, no, 100% agree with you. I would have went Tempo as well because they have been playing well at the end of the days, and they have been playing well when it comes to Erangel as the final map as well. For me, on the other hand, I went for another team that seems to play well on the final match of the day, though they've already been playing well today. I went with Wildcard. Ugh, I'm a little scared here. I mean, I said I get a cut of their money, right? They told me, yeah, Jason, you get a cut of their money for the great insight you gave into our team. So now I gotta root them on the end, or I'll just be a hater, right? Let's see, though, how these three teams stack up against each other, though, when it comes into Erangel. As we'll take a look at our map chances here out of these teams. And, well, you can see Wildcard having, well, actually, it's pretty damn close damage here. Look at that, Seven.
Wow.
It's 1,000 separating the two teams.
We want to put some money on this? Damn, this is going to be an amazing last match, buddy. We got Wildcard for your pick, 5 chicken dinners. You got Temple Storm for my pick, 3 chicken dinners. And then you got Dream Eaters as well with 3 chicken dinners. So anything can happen here on this final match. And all I know is that we're gonna get some amazing gameplay out of all the squads, especially because some of the other teams are going to be playing their last matches in headquarters and frag machines. So I'm expecting a lot of crazy stuff here in this final Erangel.
I'm a little scared, Seven. What if they're listening? They're like, Wildcard and Tempo. Maybe we should hot drop them to screw over Seven and Jason. Please don't do that, please. Come on. I just need this victory.
I'm gonna send a message to I'm gonna send a message to my boy Spring, be like, yo, I need you to choke this time, okay?
Please, no. I'll give you the cut of the money back, Wildcard, if you can pull it out. All right, well, that's going to wrap it up here for analysis before this final match begins. We're going to send you two out of here while we get to go watch it together. But before we can do that, we obviously have to bring in our commentators before then and also talk about how you guys at home still have a chance to win a limited time outfit. As long as you're watching within the game, within the Esports Center, you can win some of our amazing gear in this one and obviously changing things up for yourself in game. Maybe up your drip game, as Hot Jukes would say. And you can still be tweeting to us as well at Esports PUBGM with the hashtag PMWL. Let us know your thoughts on who you think's going to win the finals, or maybe you want to root on myself or Seven, or maybe even Glitter over Hot Jukes. I would be tweeting about that. Come on, Glitter. I think you got this. I know you got this. If you got this, top 3 in the talent predictions is the 3 people on the desk. But we're going to bring in Hot Jukes and Mustache Dave now as we go into the last match. Hot Jukes, are you a little bit scared right now?
I ain't scared at all. You know, hey, I've already been the king of the talent predictions for quite a long time, but hey, I'm a merciful king. You know, I decided to go ahead and pick quite a few teams with a 0 goose egg just so I can get you guys, you know, so you guys can feel good. And I'm happy about that. I'm happy for y'all.
That is pretty insane to think. Like, you're in like 4th place right now when you've had like 4 0 picks. Like, that's like really 3. Okay, that's really well done though. That's pretty impressive. Dave,
I'm in 3rd, baby, not 3. I've had way more than 4, way more than 3 0 picks. Well, that's right. I am in 3rd place, and I'm coming from number 1. Come on.
All right, well, Dave, now we get into our last match here. It's the last match of league play.
Yeah.
Headquarters, frag machines. If you're one of these two teams, what are you doing? This is your last chance to be playing here on the world stage.
I think you drop school, you go to the gym, and you have a good old-fashioned punch-out. You know, winner takes it all. Winner takes it all.
I like that idea. That's a fantastic idea. Maybe we should
Add it to the
have all
highlight
16
reel.
teams
Why
go.
not? You know, a boxing match to end? That would be insane.
We'll get Seven and I and Glitter to commentate over that boxing match as well if we can make that happen. That'd be pretty funny stuff. But then now to think about how this is going to go, maybe the standings can be affected. Team Queso, 2 chicken dinners in a row. Have they jumped up the standings even further into the money? Will we see teams like Pittsburgh Knights? Will we see teams like B4 be able to surpass Cloud9 here? Really, everything is up in the air as we get into this final game. But one thing that's not up in the air is our predictions. So much such, Dave, we're going to start off with you first here. Who's the final team you have in our final match of the Super Weekend?
I'm gonna, since I'm already in first place, I'm gonna go a little risky this time around. I'm gonna pick Nova Esports.
Okay.
I'm gonna go with them. I'm gonna give it to them. I mean, I'm in first place. I got a lot of points I could kind of play with. So yeah, that's what I'm gonna do here. That's what I'm gonna do.
Okay, Hot Chicks, who do you have?
I'll go with B4. I'm going to go with B4 Esports. You know, I think that, you know, considering how tight some of the rest of the matches are, I think that it's going to be pretty intense between those teams. So, hey, I'm going to go for B4 on this one. Hopefully they get the chicken dinner.
All right, gentlemen, please, please, please do justice like you always do in our final match of League Play before we get into the finals. Take it away for the last time, Hot Jukes and Mustache Dave.
Of course. Thank you, Jason. Let's get it. The last match here of the league play for the PUBG Mobile World League West. Taking it over to Erangel. By far the most old, faithful, best map that all these players love to play on. Couldn't pick a better map and be able to finish this league play.
Couldn't pick a better map, but when it comes to the plane, I think someone picked Wildcard. They could have picked a better plane path because we all know Wildcard, they love to go Severny, and this plane is down in the south.
Oh yeah, that's going to be a big factor to consider right here, especially considering, you know, tempo. Of course, they like to drop dead center of map into Pachinki, and they're going to be just fine on this plane path. And yeah, right now, Wildcard has to play it really carefully if they kind of opt to go for a vehicle here, because if they get caught out, I mean, talk about the amount of money they would be losing right now. It's huge.
Yeah, and you know, just off the top of my head, just looking at the numbers, I think Wildcard, they need a little more than 57 points to overthrow Loop. So
yeah,
if Loops get taken out, they're locked down, but if they get taken out early, I mean, 57 points, would they need a chicken and like a bunch of kills? So I don't know. Yeah, I guess you can say Loops has got some
kills.
money.
Yeah.
Okay, but hear me out here. Second to third place, that's only 8 points. So Wildcard and Tempo Storm, that's 8 points, and that's the deciding factor of $13,000. So, hey, they are going to be nervous this game.
I'll tell you what, it's more than that, considering, right, that if Wildcard goes out, because right now Football List has 455, Wildcard has 466. That's 11-point difference.
Oh my
if
goodness.
both Tempo and Football List pass up Wildcard here, Wildcard would go down from winning $25,000 down to $9,000 right here. And that is just an incredible difference right here. So the pressure is definitely on these 3 squads right here, because at the end of the day, any of these ones can get points, and it looks like...
Look at this already.
They went for the vehicle. And they got caught.
Wildcard Spring already going to be spotted out there in the open field with 1 tree to provide the cover, the much-needed cover. But I got to say, I don't think Spring has a gun. Jagger will be dropping from the sky, fighting on over that buggy. We got a passenger on behind us as well. Spring behind the tree, just hiding, hoping and praying that they don't get spotted and taken out early by Yala.
Wonder how that, he had no other choice. He had to just hop in that bug. He didn't want to get risk jumping over right here. And that's the risk, whatever happens when you try to go for the split loot. And like ID7 jumped out? Did he actually get away with it right here? Did he get the ejection on the buggy? What an insane play.
Oh my goodness.
Look at
Ooh,
Spring.
0 though. 0. Uzi pump. Yeah, Spring gonna be right behind that tree, getting sprayed down right there. I mean, if you're Spring, you have nowhere to go. Oh, 0 running out of bullets. Running out of bullets.
I'm gonna go back and get some 9mm real quick. I'll come for you later on. But you
run, Spring, run! Run
for your life right now. There's nowhere to run. He can't run anyway.
Oh, Ace got GP. Oh, gonna
my goodness.
Xana trying to drive up by with that buggy, trying to get the run over, trying to get the thirst, but Xana's gonna be spotted in the process by Acer.
Acer got a hold of a DP. How insanely fortunate right here. And Xana, yeah, he's taken out. Lord is completely off into apartments right here. It's up to 0 to make the play. Pump shotgun. Pump shotgun from this range.
Pump in the chat. Pump in the chat. Acer.
This is just a devastating game for Wildcard. This is the worst thing that could have possibly happened here. What a misplay, especially here at the end of this tournament right here. If you're Wildcard, your adrenaline has to be pumping at an all-time high. And speaking of pump, right now Zero is trying to get another gun, but that's all he can find is a pump action.
And thousands of dollars right now are on the line for
money.
Wildcard. So to make matters worse, it is actually insane. Looking at this, Sam is going to be pinned down themselves by UDR. 2 members of UDR on the hunt right now. Sam right behind that boulder. Nano with that Uzi, lock and loaded, ready to let that one rip, ready to let that one unload. Spring still going to be bleeding on out over there. Acer can't move. I mean, you can't move right now.
Yeah, and you can just see, Acer hit 2 as well as Lord comes up in the 3-seater. Oh, and there goes Acer getting caught out by 0. Man, it looks like Yala's going to be able to pick up their entire squad, and Wildcard loses 2 members at the start of this map, and they're completely split up right now. This is Wildcard is just they're in a tough spot.
No helmet on Slicky. Level 1 vest on Slicky. Slicky in this 1v1. Ulysses from UDR looking to make the aggressive pull-up. Scar in hand. Slicky is going to be spotted from the flank from Sandro and also taken out. Now it's up to Sam. Thousands of dollars right now are just being lost potentially.
I'm feeling deja vu. It feels like Cloud9 all over again. Sam, run for your life, Sam. Run for your life right now. It's all up to you. He's only got an SKS. An SKS as shotgun and level 1 armor. Can Sam do it? Can he pull out the hero play to be able to survive and get more points for his squads? And yeah, look at this replay right here. Jagger just too quick on the parachute. Said, hey, D7, you want to go for a ride? I got you. And D7 said, no, thanks, I'm out.
Oh, is that Pinocchio?
Oh, look at this, the stop motion.
D7 with the jump.
The hops.
With the jump.
The hops. So strong right there. D7, and you know why? It's because he had the traffic cone on his head for safety.
Traffic cone, man.
That's what I'm talking about.
Directing traffic, Jagger, sending him the other way right there. And Jagger's like, okay, I'm not gonna do this right now. I'm not gonna do this.
You don't
run over cones. You get a fine for that. You get a fine for that. So 100%.
Speaking of fine, Frozen. He's got the DP. That's the finest weapon to have right now.
What is going on? They're gonna be making the pull-up. Frag machines will be spotting out them, trying to get the run over, and Solomon was knocked in the process, but the revive should be successful. And Elise out there behind that tree also spotted. Milky Way and Memphis all over the place right now. All over the place. Only 2 up for Unique. Oh, Freak all the way down there on the coast. We'll be connecting some of these DP shots. And
the run
pulling up for that run over. The ultimate BM right now.
Oh my goodness, this is how you end a league play tournament like this. Just all kinds of just craziness going all over the place. And it looks like Unique is able to get the res. They still have that buggy, but Memphis, he looks like he wants some more as he is just kind of running in right now. And Freak trying to get some big shots on the Milky Way, 1 HP.
Memphis might get some more considering they're running across an open field. Milky Way trying to cut off Frag Machines, trying to cut them off. Outplay gonna be popping on out of that burning UAS just a little too soon. Milky Way about 0.005% HP. Memphis will be spotted trying to cross the road by Freak with that AKM. Frag Machines and Unique are just going back and forth with the trades right now. Milky Way still so low, and Elise also extremely low. Frag Machines trying to get the run over, trying to get the payback right now onto Unique, and there's just one up. There's just one up.
Talk about a back and forth right now. It's up to Annalise, and it looks like he doesn't have any heals. He's throwing a big grenade, though. Oh, it does get some damage on. Here comes the second. Annalise from downtown, 4-3. Bang, baby! All done, Salmon. Out of there. The US blown up, and Outplay is picked up, is able to survive right here as Milky Way is just throwing some more nades, hops in the buggy, and gets on the quick rotation right here. What a game.
Dude, you gotta assume no meds, no ammunition, no armor.
Nothing.
It's just all out gun skill. Gun skill right now.
Definitely. And Annalise, right now it's all driving skills as he's just trying to take off for his life. And it looks like he is going to rotate over here. Will he go for the pickup onto Memphis? Oh, he looks like he's going for the wide rotate for the flank. Oh,
Spotted.
outplay. What a shot.
Outplay. Yep. Outplay spotted. Wow, this fight is it's interesting.
Early game.
Annalise,
what a nade.
Freak has that shack and we'll be using it for cover. Ooh, yeah, it's gonna be deflecting off just a little bit. Freak trying to get that grenade on a moving target. Annalise out there. Freak gonna be hitting that front with that AKM, going for that spray down. There you go. The fight.
Shot.
Frag Machines coming out on top. On top.
That's your team.
Let's go, baby!
Dave, let's go! Getting it done. One of the most interesting fights I think I've seen in this entire tournament right there. Talk about a back and forth, and Frag Machine's able to come out on top with the 8K red dot spray out of the buggy. Great shots coming out there from Outplay. I'm sorry.
Now, Frag Machines, we only need 96 points. Let's get it, baby. Let's get it. 96 points. We can do it.
Believe.
This is the game. This is the game. Next zone does go on up. All that mayhem, all that action. What happened to Wildcard? Sam, still going to be alive. Oh, Sam, good luck, Sam. Good luck. Sam, the pressure.
He's got to deal with both Tempo Storm and Footballless. They both have their whole squads up and ready to go for the rest of this game right here. And Wildcard does have a little bit of a lead. So if Sam could just get some decent placement points, maybe steal a couple kills, he could secure this game right here. But definitely, he just doesn't want to go out early. And he is stuck in this building. But here comes HCL with the very scary rotation. Did he pass him up? Oh, Sam, look at him. He's shivering. He's shaking in his boots,
Actually,
Dave.
still with the SKS and the pump. Oh, no.
He's got no other choice.
Hey, at least you got that red dot. You got the red dot. You got that red dot. So, hey, you got something. Look at Nova. They are right on top of Sam on that map. Oh yeah. Horrible.
HH24 looking on down to Kanina Power right here. So, yeah, Tempo, they need to have a really solid game if they're looking to take away the second place from Wildcard Gaming right here. And they have a full squad up, a good position. Looks like Spec is able to get the thirst on the Mixzera. That's another point on the board right here. And every single point counts. It could be the difference between tens of thousands of dollars. So, yeah, great shots coming from Tempo.
Honestly, Tempo, they probably saw the clown fiesta early game and saw the kill feed, saw that 3 members from Wildcard are actually out of this game. So, Tempo, I mean, they only needed about 8 points to bridge that gap into that second place position. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see him play extremely passive this game and decide to turn that switch on in that late game and just get as many points as possible when it comes to placements. And hey, that's going to be 13 extra K in your pocket.
And I mean, how insane is that? If Wildcard ends up going down in third, that was a $13,000 mistake. If they go down to fourth, it's a $16,000 mistake. And speaking of mistakes right now, looks like UDR Ulysses gets caught out on his own. Team Yala, they've already got 4 kills on the board. Wow. So they're doing great to end off this tournament right here as they're hunting down the rest of UDR.
Right here in Ross Hawk, and this is going to be the only 2 squads in the general area. Sandro on top of the 3-story roof, attempting to take some shots down there onto Yala. Nano holding this angle, going to be peeking that corner with that pre-fire, making the pull up, but there's 4 members of Yala. Xana is going to be getting traded right there, and the instant thirst and flush, and UDR Killers, well, thanks for playing.
Done. And the reason why I said Sam is because Sam ended up knocking Carrillo from loops. You saw him on the bottom right there, and he's going against the rest of this squad. He's got this SKS. Oh, he's getting pre-fired.
Can't even go out that door.
Against loops out of all the teams to go against right there. That is not the one you want to. And there goes Wildcard out early right here. Tempo Storm Footballless. They had to see that and know that it's on the board as Frag Machines ends up going out to Team Queso. Dave, the devastation.
Hey, they had a good early game. All right, I'm not gonna lie. They
Went
had
out with
some
a bang.
some spicy plays. So yeah, definitely showing up and pulling up here. Team Queso instantly taking them out, instantly getting those 2 points, and then immediately popping in these vehicles and repositioning. I mean, just
wait, hold on. Dave, do you hear that?
Yeah. I think so.
The door is open. The door is open. The door is officially opened.
It's open.
Both Tempo Storm and Footballless right here. They saw the kill feed. They know Wildcard's done and out. So they know that they had to have just a solid game here to secure that chicken dinner and that big time money right here. They just have to get it done.
Hey, this is the time. One more game to go. This is the game. This is the game to get as much money as possible. Loops out here, no care in the world right now, just out in the open, spraying down Konita Power. We'll be getting a vehicle explosion, some nice damage on the board right there. DPs for everybody. You want a DP, you want a DP, we all get DPs. And you know what, I am really concerned when the whole team of Loops are rocking the DP.
Man, dude, that DP is devastating right there. You can just see Loops just working as a squad, putting it down onto Konita Power. And yeah, they had to hop out of that vehicle really quick. They still have their full squad up, so I wonder if those other two members are going to come and try and save them. But I'll tell you what, when it comes to driving past any team, the last team you want to drive up against is Loops. Because, man, when these guys with their DPs and scopes, they are just laser beams.
I mean, the only thing you want to do with Loops is maybe take them to Chuck E. Cheese for some pizza. Besides that, you know, I'm going to stay far away from this squad, especially with the point lead that they have. I mean, they're just going to be extremely aggressive. They're going to rack up as many kills as possible. Last game, I think they had like 10 or 11. I mean, this squad has just been popping off.
They tied with Team Queso, and they got second place. That just goes to show you how many kills that this squad could put up on the board. There's a reason why they're sitting comfortably in first place right now. So, yeah, they're just doing what they normally do, I think, right now.
They're doing the do, man. They're doing the do.
That's what I'm talking about.
So, yes, Naya. Yes, Naya, right in the middle. The only city now in this zone, and a lot of these squads already going to be occupying the fields down here. Loops, one of them, in the south, taking some shots on the Konita Powers, who are currently separated. Loops actually going to be sending Dad in to another little shack in the fields. And Football is up here on the roof, trying to get as much information as possible, just crawling. They got 4 up right now. They need to survive. They are looking at the kill feed like a hawk, seeing when and where Tempo Storm might pop up.
I'll tell you what, Yasnaya Final Circles and PMWL West. I mean, talk about a duo that just goes together, because this final zone, we have just seen it so many times before. So these teams are definitely used to it. Will we find another open field south of Yasnaya Circle? Hard shift over to the water right here. First time we've seen this circle. None of these teams expected that. Oh, man, if you're Pittsburgh Knights, you have to be hyped right now, because that is the best case scenario for you.
Let me get some West Side best sides in the chat. West Side best side in the chat. The West Side hard shift here. We were just talking about Yasnaya being here, and then the zone said, yoink, yoink, chicks, psych.
What a crazy
water.
Final
Look at the water.
I can't wait to see how this one's going to turn out right here, because if you're Umbra, you know, in headquarters, you're sitting at the top of the zone across this lake here, and I don't think you have any opportunity to shift tempo with a quick rotation into these buildings, but this is out of the circle. So right now they're just trying to push on in. This is one of the most tough zones we've seen this tournament. What a way to end this game.
Yeah, they're not in the zone, and you know who's in front of them? Nova and Yala. Yala are not scared to take a fight. Yala will be in the forest right there to the west of Tempo, and currently AZ taking some shots all the way out there in the distance on to Konita Powers. Will be third party from behind the windows. You gotta watch your angles here.
What a crazy shot right there. That just
pull up.
Show you how it's safe.
Headquarters.
Pull up. Pittsburgh 8
Throw grenades. Throw grenades back and forth. There's about 5 to 6 grenades coming on out from the Knights. Carnage trying to wrap around, trying to get the backstab right now. They know they got at least 2 knocks onto headquarters. J7 Uzi in hand. They're ready to go. They're ready to get this fight done and over with. I am waiting for Carnage to just surprise headquarters.
Look at all these smokes coming out from headquarters right here. PK, they can't really run outside considering that they're on top of this hill right here. So many teams are looking right at them, knowing that this is probably one of the best spots to have in this final circle. So yeah, PK, they are pinned down right here, unable to get this finish onto Dream Eaters. Onto headquarters, I'm sorry.
4 up for PK, 1 kill so far. If they pop out, immediately being fired on upon. Football is making the crash onto Tempo. HHR is going to be bleeding on out, but the trade's coming on out. So it's going to be a 3v3, if I'm not mistaken. Yep, Lutz going to be tossing another grenade right on into that window. That could be huge. Oh, Rain with that lean. With the lean will be connecting, and now only 2 up for Football. And Spec also connected in the process, and here comes the blue zone in the back of this as well.
And they're all out of this circle right here. We're starting to get late in the game. This zone's going to start stinging a little bit. Loot with a quick heal up. He is able to get the revive onto Lavazin, it looks like. But man, the rest of this Tempo squad, here they come, trying to flush out Footballists here for once and for all. And Tempo, they have to have this win if they're looking to pass up wildcard.
HH was picked up. Rain looking a little thirsty, looking to make the pull-up, still tossing these grenades. Tenso, Rain on that off angle, trying to get
brings
these
up the
grenades
dossier
behind this broken wall, and looks like these grenades are going to be bouncing in all types of directions. And like you said, the blue zone is coming, so Tempo, they want to finish this fight so that they can get the pickup on the spec and have 4 moving forward. Rain going to be tossing out smoke, trying to make the mad dash, trying to get the revive on the spec, and able to make it on into the top. Grenade right in the face. Tensa will be connecting on the Lutz, and now there's just one Lobson standing their ground, going for that pre-fire with the M4. Rain going to be spotting up. Rain jumping on over that wall. Solke on that off angle, going for that spray down as well with the scar. And
oh my God,
Solke taking down 2. Taking down 2. Tensa right behind him. Solke in the Dacia.
Got a blue.
In the Dacia.
1v1.
Oh, the spray down. Solke taking down Tempo with the Uzi.
Football is so okay right now. Wild card. If they do end up making it past Tempo right here with their point lead, they are going to be sending a big old thank you letter to Solke and Footballist for getting Tempo down and out. And there goes Pittsburgh Knights, taking out from headquarters as well. It is up to Footballist pretty much to be able to survive and pass up wild card. What a crazy battle between two teams trying to get second place.
Yeah, and you said it. Football is coming into this game, about 12 points behind Wildcard, who are in second place. So they have the opportunity to walk away with $25,000 in this game.
There's not hardly any of them up left, though. That's the problem. There's only Solke all by his lonesome to get it done.
B4 going for some drive-by play out here. Going for some drive-by full-on send, and
yeah, can't do that.
Sending it right on in between both Konya Power and the Dream Eaters. And look at Rob. Look at Rob trying to hit these bolties.
M24. Can he hit these? He's in the zone.
Pedro in the water.
He secured the position right here. Oh, yeah, B4. Pedro, he has no other choice. He knows that, guess what? Driving up into the center zone right here, it ain't going to work. I'm going to have to swim my way in. As you can see, headquarters are trying to go for the same strat, but they are just getting fired upon from everybody.
You know what we saw? We saw the map just a moment ago. Loops in the south. Nobody near him. Nobody near Loops. Loops, they have 4 up. They're just sitting back. They're already drinking their lemonade. They're in their lawn chairs. You know, they got their sunscreen. They got the little fans spritzing them with water and money.
Oh, yeah.
They're looking good. They're looking good, dude. They're trying to get the dub here in the final game.
They're sitting pretty right now. Dream Eaters also sitting pretty with 3 members alive. They got 4 kills on the board and a really solid position right here. Pedro from B4 out in the water. No choice, just trying to swim his way, getting all the points he can for his team right here. This is so close.
We got 2 members from Umbra.
Solke stuck in the blue zone, and it's zone 6.
And Nova gatekeeping. Nova gatekeeping, zone 6. Okay. I mean, there are a couple vehicles, but once when you pop in those vehicles, like, everybody is going to be looking in your direction.
Yeah, you can just see Solke, he's just trying to find all the first aids he possibly can to be able to just get as much position for his team. This is just a ridiculous zone to end on, to end the day, to end this tournament right here. I think every single one of these teams is feeling the pain of it. Pedro in the water. Looks like he is drowning, almost at 1 HP left. There goes
Pedro. No, Gonzo. The final blow. The final blow. And Football is also eliminated. Wow. So Wildcard, Tempo, Football is all gone.
I can't wait to see what this leaderboard is going to finish up look like. It's just going to be so close. It's going to be so
Maybe
close.
Dream Eaters now.
Yeah, Dream Eaters. They have quite a few people alive, a good position. The zone, though, shifts on over to the south towards Loops. Our tournament, pretty much victors right here. They've already secured first place, and to be able to add even more points is just going to be huge for them here. What a way to finish off this PMWL League Play tournament.
So if Dream Eaters, if they want to acquire more money here this game, they need to make sure to defend that little dip from that push from Konya Power, but they can't push out too far because Nova looking right on top of them. Loops out here trying to get involved. The only squad in this new circle. Carrillo trying to go for that spray down onto Konya Powers in that smoke with the M4, just connecting shot after shot right now.
Couldn't have a worse team if you're any of these other squads gatekeeping you. Loops just laying it down right now, making it difficult for any of these teams to push up. And right you are, Dream Eaters, they're not too far away in points from Footballist or Tempo. If they do get this chicken dinner, anything can happen right here, but it's going to be a tall order, especially when you got a full squad of Loops gatekeeping you.
Umbra, they're sneaking up onto Loops right now. Prez is doing the crawl. Prez might see Kowalski here any moment. Yep, we'll be spotting out Kowalski. Kowalski going for that bunny hop, looking for anything that they can see out there on the coast. And Prez swapping on over to that Uzi, getting ready to let that one rip. Meanwhile, grenades are flying on top of Dream Eaters. Konita Power taken down and out.
5th place, 4 teams left alive here. Last match of the evening, and this is one for the books, ladies and gentlemen, as Dream Eaters are just trying everything they can to be able to get more points on the board. Loops just standing up right now, making it tough on all these squads, just dominating.
Oh, and a crate. Hey, Loops, here's a crate.
Blessed.
Okay, Prez, behind this tree. Loops getting a little sketched out right now with this zone. Kowalski doing a little investigating. Carrillo trying to keep Dream Eaters pinned down. Prez right there on the opposite end of this tree. Gonna be coming on for the wraparound. There goes Kowalski down with the pull-up attempt in the buggy. He's gonna straight up be sending it. Prez right now is putting in the work.
Getting it done right here. His helmet is almost completely gone as well. There goes Sonic from Umbra. Carrillo, the best player so far in this tournament, has some of the fastest movement I've ever seen come from a competitive player right here. It's all up to basically PRZ and Nova to take out Loops right now, and it looks like the circle right on top of the last player, Loops Carrillo. This is going to be a tough one for these squads.
Yeah, Loops, they have the tower. Alice looking right there on the second story of that tower with the Uzi, but here comes the spray. HZL attempting some shots up there onto Carrillo in that second story. AZ gonna be popping on up with that DP, trying to take some shots onto Umbra. Prez cooking a grenade. AZ doing the same thing. They think alike. Here comes one grenade from AZ, tossing that one right down there. And AZ also has a molly ready to go.
Connect. Oh, that was such a close grenade right there, but it doesn't end up out. AZ.
Oh, Pro Lord. Done. See you later, Prez. Go for that pre-fire with the scar. Has to reload right now. Extremely low. AZ connecting with the M4.
Big shots from AZ. It's all up to Hollis now. AZ getting it done against Umbra in the 2v1 right there. Nova are just putting in work, and what a way to finish off their league play competitive right here. AZ. Oh, with the volley.
It's in. Oh, it's there. Okay. Oh, look at this though. Sheepman all the way out there in the fields. Oh, AZ gonna be getting spotted in the push, in the push right there. But Federal, the last one alive for Loops.
Smokes out.
HZL. It's your moment to shine. HZL, zigging and zagging. Federal is ready to let this one rip with the AKM. Smoke is out. Here comes Federal. Federal needs to win this exchange right here. Sheepman gonna be making the pull-up. Grenade, and there we go. Nova taking down Loops.
It's all Nova right here. Oh, Hollis, the snake. I don't think Nova has any clue where he is right now. He's got the Uzi out. Looks like he doesn't have anything else. Doesn't want to waste any kind of time healing. And
they're not even looking over here. They're not even looking over here.
This way.
They think there's someone still in this tower. Oh, Halls. Uzi in hand. Prone.
Adrenaline. Could you imagine?
Adrenaline. Nova looking to get the final chicken dinner here tonight. She-Fan across the road. Blue zone right on top of Hollis.
And I don't think they're still trying to spot out where he is. They have no clue right now. And HZL, I think that with this 3-peek, if he kind of 3-peeks that window, he might be able to spot Hollis right here. It's going to be so close, though. Oh, and it looks like he is looking this way.
G-Fan might have spotted something.
Does he spot him?
Maybe not. Oh.
If HZL spots him, then he's going to give those comms over to She-Fan. And I think they have some idea, but they're just throwing blind smokes. Blind nades, I'm sorry.
HZL going to be checking out this crate. Blue zone's going to start pushing on in just about 7 seconds to go. Hollis needs to win this. 1v2 is going to be spotting out HZL, so knows exactly where I believe both members from Nova are going to be residing on in. Uzi.
Do they know where they are? I mean,
ready to go.
I don't think they know where he is.
They don't know.
Their movement is just so sporadic right now.
They don't know.
Just kind of going in each direction. They're not really sure. But Hollis, I mean, talk about having a sight line right here. Just that little tiny hill. He's using it to his advantage. Sheepman.
Oh, spotted! Sheepman got it, making the pop-up, taking on Hollis, and winner, chicken dinner. Nova Esports, baby!
Getting it done. Nova Esports, the last chicken dinner winners here of the league play. What a way to end off their game. They've been kind of shaky from start to finish here, but what a way to finish strong with a strong chicken dinner.
Dude, that's my team. I called it. I said Nova, getting that final chicken dinner.
You did it.
I said double or nothing. I said Commissioner Jason, double or nothing, man.
Wow.
He shook my hand. What a crazy game, dude.
What a tournament.
Card.
What a whole tournament here. Goodness
Who's going to win all his
gracious.
money? Who's going to win all his money?
I don't know.
Oh, my goodness, man. Hey, Jukes. Hey, big shout out to you, man. I had a blast casting this.
Oh, man. Love you too, bro, man. It's such a blast so far. It's just an honor to be here to be able to catch such an amazing tournament and witness such amazing PUBG Mobile matches. That's going to be it for myself, Hot Jukes, here with Mustache Day for the league play. Let's go ahead and take it over to the desk to see what they have to say and find out who's going to win all this money right after this quick break from our sponsors.
The PUBG Mobile World League is brought to you by the title sponsor, Qualcomm Snapdragon Elite Gaming, and the official beverage sponsor, Mountain Dew.
And what a way to end off the entire normal league play here for the PUBG Mobile World League West Season 0. Nova taking themselves a chicken dinner, getting themselves the confidence going into the finals, and more importantly, maybe getting themselves some extra money on the side. But what a crazy game things ended off with here today, Glitter.
Yeah, that was not how I expected that final game to go, especially with it being Nova versus Umbra as the final two. Loops had an incredibly strong showing, but Nova was able to just kind of get that final edge out over them in the end zone. And I mean, will it make a difference, I think, is the big question. Was that enough? Did Nova do enough to maybe jump themselves up a few more spots?
I'm just more interested to find out if Wildcard was able to go ahead and do enough there in that last match to prevent Footballis and Templestorm to go ahead and pass them. And Templestorm had everything going their way. Wildcard was already out, and for some reason, and I'm definitely going to ask the players this, what happened there, because they decided, instead of doing a long rotation, they decided to stop before they were even in the circle, and then just try to do a slow, pretty much a slow push into the zone when Nova was ahead of them. So interesting decisions there. I cannot wait to see the leaderboard to see who's going to be taking how much money.
Well, can you two give me a little bit of a drum roll here, and then maybe we can throw that up on the screen.
Ready? I do the hand signs. You do the actual drums.
We didn't get any of it, I guess. We're just going straight into it. It's too late now. But here is your final leaderboard for our third and final Super Weekend. Glitter, go ahead.
Wildcard, baby.
Wait.
Wildcard doesn't choke. Sorry, I'm just hyped.
No, I'm hyped too. Look how close it is to Wildcard had 467 and Footballist jumped up, tying Tempo Storm at 463 points. And the reason they're in third is because of their kills. They have more chicken dinners. They have more kills. Look at that.
And that right there, that switch for Footballist is actually going to go ahead and net them $3,000 more. So that's even more impressive there for Footballers. Congratulations to them. And then Karina Power also moving up to 8th place. Remember, this was a team that was kind of 11th place. Now in 8th place, they're going to be doubling their money that they would have earned from 12th place or 11th place. With $4,000 in Pittsburgh Knights, it's going to fall down to $3,000. And then Cloud9, I think we have to go ahead and honorably mention them because they were, in a way, predicted here to go ahead and get the $50,000 after the performances they have had. And now they're going to be taking home only $6,000 from this. The good thing is that they do have league finals left.
Yeah, instead, Loops Esports takes home the $50,000 first place prize, and Wildcard is able to come in at second for that $25K.
Dang, I cannot wait to see the second page and see if maybe we're going to see any movement over there too. And also Team Queso, I noticed Team Queso moved up the ladder there. Oh, Nova with that push right there. 12th to 13th. That's actually a $1,000 push. Congratulations, Nova. That win right there just net you an extra $1,000. Heck yeah, man. That is awesome. And as we're also seeing here, we do see the other teams kind of not highlighted anymore. And that is because this team, the 16 teams are going to be moving on to the league finals. That's crazy. That's awesome.
Look how close that was, too. Yala was only 3 points behind Nova.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just taking a second to, let everyone take it all in because not to mention our teams moving up in standings and they have earned themselves some substantial amount of money, but these are the teams going through into the finals, kicking off on Thursday. These are the teams playing for that $100,000 first place prize, not to mention an MVP award as well. A lot more money on the line, and now they can take a couple of days themselves to recuperate after the amount of matches they played, now the amount of stress they've been under trying to get through further into the rankings for that extra dough. But it is ridiculous. And we also need to take a farther look now into our victor with Nova. Like you said, the 3 extra points they got, getting ahead by 3 points with some extra money, extra $1,000 for themselves. They also get it off the back of the 1,600 damage and the 8 kills here, 7.
It definitely worked out their way, and we saw them just kind of being patient. We saw them fighting people as Tempo Storm was behind them, and they were just minding their own business. And everything went their way here. We ended up seeing Umbra fight Loops Esports in one of the plays that was pretty interesting with the Umbra player just pretty much hiding, going prone right in front of the other player from Loops Esports and waiting for the right moment so you could just spring up and absolutely destroy him. And on top of that, get the other player too from Loops Esports that was driving around. So overall, they're Nova. I think this is huge for Nova too. It's a great confidence boosters winning the last one. Remember, this is a team that even Shifan told us, once they end up winning, it's a great confidence boost. And to go ahead and end the Super Weekend here with the win, what else can you ask for that team?
I mean, it's perfect moment considering Cat might not be rejoining us coming into the finals, right? We talked about the 7 days he's allowed to play. Obviously, you're going to see when obviously we get to the finals, what will happen with that full roster. Maybe he'll be sticking around. Let's take a look, though, at our top players here for our last map of the day and our last match of the day, because this is going to be interesting because you have 3 players from Loops Esports here. Carrillo, always a dominating force with his 900 damage, Glitter.
That is just impressive. That's also twice now where he's been up in the top players pretty much at or above the 1K damage mark per game. So he is putting out consistent top level damage every single time that he's managed to get in here. And it's nice to see AZ up there as well, though. Beating out Dadine and Federal in damage. He did more than Federal in kills. I mean, the fact that all of these Loops players are up here is no surprise because when they have a good game, we've literally seen every single Loops player make it into our top players segment multiple times at this point. So it's great for Nova, like Seven had said, coming off of a win. It's great to have a player in the top player segment because this is going to be important for their momentum going into our league finals.
100%. I mean, the thing is, Loops were looking a little bit rocky over the course of this entire Super Weekend. Even in league play, they were looking rocky. They were in 20th place at one point after the first day, I think it was, and they finally shot up, got in the top 16, and looked to reclaim their throne with 50K in their pocket. That's a lot of money. I don't even have pockets that big that can hold that much money. 7, do you? I mean, I'm assuming you got some.
Stop it. Just stop it.
I mean, not 50,000. I meant, the pockets to handle it. But again, maybe some honorable,
pockets,
some honorable mentions to some other teams. Kanina Power really stepped up when it came to today. We were wondering where this team's kind of been for the most part. Maybe the switch in style has worked out for them. B4 and Pittsburgh Knights. I think they've shown they definitely have some things they need to improve on going into the finals because they had a chance to pass Cloud9. It was realistic. It was very realistic, but they were unfortunately not able to in the end. Let's take a look though at our do the do moments from the last game, and there's going to be a lot of fighting, a lot of heartbreaking that will be coming in because I think off the bat we're going to be almost looking, I was assuming we're going to be looking at wild card as my heart just shattered since I had them picked, but still a crazy game nonetheless here, 7.
It was, and when we were watching this, I think it was safe to say everybody was biting the nail, especially once we saw Wildcard go out first. I think that just kind of gave a heads up to the other teams that were actually fighting for that second place. Tempo Storm, Loops Esports, Footballists, they were just, it's kind of like a, hey, now, if you want to go ahead and clutch up, now is the time. Some teams were able to go ahead and clutch up, and Sam, credit to him, because he was actually able to survive a very long time there. One thing that I do want to go ahead and mention in regards to that fight there with Sam and Loops Esports is that one of the players from Loops Esports had just hold off that door so well. They were pretty much just waiting and kind of baiting Sam to go ahead and push out. And as soon as Sam showed his face, they ended up shooting him, which kind of sent him back. So overall, Loops, I love that Loops was able to perform so well here, and we see Carrillo still being a top player, because this is one team, as you mentioned, Jason, one team that just hasn't been as consistent, especially this past week, as we would have loved to see. And for them to be able to go ahead and do this here, this is going to be just huge for them going into the league finals. And in my book, I think it's safe to say of everything that I've seen so far, Carrillo's my MVP. That man is just on another level here, Glitter.
He definitely is. Honestly, we just got to see that play that you were talking about earlier from Umbra, where I believe it was PRZ was able to sneak up on Loops right on the other side of that tree and take down 2 of Loops' players. I think had that not happened, then Loops would have been in position to win this game overall, but that's not how it played out. Nova was able to kind of get the upper leg over them, and then, they finally found the final Hulls. I think it was Hulls that was kind of snaking out in the grass there at the end.
And we even had a crazy fight break out between Footballists and Tempo Storm, where if Tempo Storm won that fight, they probably would have been up higher on the rankings, potentially a passing wildcard in that one as well, maybe even taking the game. Who knows? Let's take a look now at our total damage from our last match here and see where Loops, and more importantly, where Nova do stack up against everyone else. And I say Loops because I'm expecting them to be at the top, and why wouldn't you with how well they were playing? 2,600 damage, 11 kills. To me, it felt like they were trying to make a statement here, like, yeah, just to remind you guys at home and remind you guys in the lobby, we're number 1 for a reason.
Yeah, and I think that's exactly it. I think that's exactly what they were trying to do here. And keep in mind, they did end up losing some points because they got some sportsmanship kind of thing that they ended up losing, I believe, was a whole days of points. So they wanted to go ahead and make that lead even a little bit bigger there and show up here on the last game. And they did just that. They showed here why they're currently in first place, and more than likely why going into the league finals, they are going to be one of those favorite teams. They have been performing so well since PMWL Americas that it's been honestly a pleasure to be able to just watch them play. And then for me, one of the other teams I'm going to be looking at is going to be Kunina Power. Kunina Power, even though they did have some shaky maps here and there today, they were able to maintain themselves within at least the top 7. And this team, I know Glitter, we mentioned it over and over again, this team can definitely get kills, and now that they're getting the placement, it's going to be scary.
Yeah, definitely. I'm excited to see if they continue to stay as consistent as they have been, or if they change anything coming to finals. I'm actually excited to see if any of these teams switch anything up when we finally hit the finals weekend. I mean, are they going to change up any strategy? Are they going to maybe change any drops based off of what they saw here in this final super weekend?
I'm going to say no on that, actually. I think with only 24 matches to be played, you play your same kind of style, especially in the beginning.
Yep.
Because they had, 15, 30, 45 matches total if they played every super weekend. And now you're only playing 24, almost half of that. You can't afford to mess up. But then again, if you're a team like Loops and Footballs who can thrive in this craziness, in the hecticness, I think we could see them go for a very early start. But you know what time it is now? It's the time that we've all been building up to. Besides the players, we're talking about the talent prediction game.
Our leaderboard.
And we're going to see how our leaderboard worked out for us and who came out in first place. So you get that up on your screen, and you are going to see a dual first place finish out of myself and Seven. How does that happen when we've had like 83 matches played?
Listen, man, great minds think alike, all right? We have had our up and downs. You had a great performance there towards the start. You fell off, and then you got hot back again. And then I started off hot, ended up pulling a hot jukes there, picking some teams that weren't even playing, ended up with 0 points. But nonetheless, for us to be able to get 807 points there, I think that's pretty cool. And I got to go ahead and give some a shout out to Glitter as well and to Hot Juice because they performed well too. Glitter, at one point, I think you were almost towards the last.
He was dead last to bring it back up. Yeah.
Yeah,
it was literally like the first day of the first week.
But still, it still counts. Okay. It still counts. It doesn't make a difference what it was. And then Hot Juke, something that we did kind of mention, even though he did end up picking a lot of teams that weren't playing here, my boys still ended up in 3rd place.
Yeah, that's insane.
It was a lot of fun. It was definitely a lot of fun, and I cannot wait to see what's going to happen here going into the league finals. And once again, this is just our predictions games. It's just a little bit of fun. And please let us know, for the people currently watching at home, let us know via Twitter, what were your prediction scores? And if you haven't done them yet, we'll be ready for league finals because we definitely want to go ahead and see your predictions. Make sure you tweet it at over Esports PUBG Mobile. That way we can see who you guys are picking for which matches.
Well, the thing is, not only do our predictions get reset to 0 going into the finals, so do the teams who have made it through. The 16 teams all starting on zeros, and we'll be starting from a fresh start to have a chance to claim that $100,000. It's been a ridiculous last 3 weeks. Our final Super Weekend finishing off with a bang as well. And honestly, I don't know what to expect going into the finals. Why can't we just have it start tomorrow? That's the real question.
We have to
let him reset.
We have to give some teams a chance to go ahead and recover. But you know what? You can go ahead and follow all the talent on their social medias because I'm pretty sure we're going to be talking about esports, PUBG Mobile Esports specifically, for the whole week, just leading up to it. And we'll probably be doing some interviews too with some players and getting you some inside information. So make sure you go ahead and drop us all a follow and show up to our live streams.
Yeah, you can't. Oh, speaking of live streams, I feel like there's a couple of people in the talent who are going to be doing a live stream today, if I'm not mistaken. Seven, do you know about this?
Tonight. Yeah, tonight I'll be doing one, and we'll actually be talking about, we'll be showing some top 5 plays for PUBG Mobile Esports West and maybe East, and then we'll doing a breakdown, and then we'll be doing prediction games. So it's going to be a lot of fun. Make sure you tune in to 7 Worlds Gaming.
And then I think Hot Jukes is doing a stream. I think Glitter's doing a stream as well today. Everyone's streaming here pretty much on the talent list except me because I'm going to bed since it's like 12 a.m. here. But I want to give you guys a chance to give a quick little, wrap up of the entire event so far. Obviously, before we get into finals, give some shout outs, maybe kind of talk about what you're excited for. Glitter, I want to start off with you on this one.
Ooh, okay. I mean, that's a long list here. First of all, I think I was definitely surprised by some of the upsets that we saw. That was not something I was expecting. And then there were some teams that had either middled or been towards the bottom of the list that out of nowhere today just really decided to step up to the plate. I'm hoping that a lot of those teams can start carrying that through into league finals. We're going to see some beasts coming in the likes of Loops and Footballists and Cloud9 once they have a chance to get back into the fray with everybody. So I hope that teams are going to take this time to review their VODs, tweak whatever final small changes they need to do as far as like communication or decision making, and give us a show. I'm ready to watch some good PUBG Mobile gameplay, so I hope these players are ready.
And I'm definitely right along there with you. I cannot wait to see what's going to happen in league finals. And in regards to shoutouts, I think we have to give a huge shout out to PUBG Mobile Esports and ESL as well, because they have just put up a great thing here, man. It has kept me entertained for the last 2 months. And trust me, during this crazy year that 2020 has been, I definitely needed some entertainment. So shout out to everybody at PUBG Mobile Esports, at PUBG Mobile in general, and ESL too for putting on a good show. And I cannot wait for next weekend once we actually go ahead and start the league finals and we crown our West champion.
All right, well, you know what, you two, get out of here, go get some rest, get prepared for your streams they're doing later on today, and get prepared for the finals because they're just a few days away. Goodbye, guys. Until next time. All right, for you all watching at home, I also want to give a big shout out to all of our talent here, the ones you even saw casting earlier on. We had Hot Jukes, we had Mustache David and Viren, we had Cameron Davis. We also have our lovely production crew here in Poland. But you know what? Thursday, 11 a.m. PDT, we'll be kicking off the finals here of the PUBG Mobile World League West Season 0, and you're not going to want to miss it.